It's been 3 days, and Mother still hasn't calmed down. It's all because of old Six and his wife. Yes, they suddenly said they wanted to split the family. Mother must be very upset. I'll go to work soon. You stay at home and take care of Mother.
Got it.
At dawn, a few people came out one after another from the small stone houses with thatched roofs, looking like ant nests. Farmers usually don't have breakfast at the table. They stand by the stove and quickly eat a few bowls of sweet potato porridge. But normally, there's someone talking at the kitchen door. Today, it's completely silent. This silence has lasted for 3 days. 3 days ago, old Six's wife said she wanted to split the family, shocking everyone and making old lady Zhao faint from anger. In these 3 days, Zhao Yuanshuang and his wife, Li Xiaoa, went from being panicked to silent. Now, facing the older brother and others, they shrink their necks like quails. Old brother Zhao Yuanyuan saw this couple quietly eating with their heads down and got very angry. Mother has been lying in bed for 3 days. The troublemaker, old Six and his wife, haven't said a word. Bang! Zhao Yuanyuan loudly slammed his bowl on the stove, giving the couple a fierce glare as he passed by. Mother, we're going to work now. Take good care of yourself at home. If anything happens, just call someone. Standing outside the main bedroom window, Zhao Yuanyuan called out lightly before leaving. The men and women in the family gradually went to work. The eldest daughter-in-law sat at the door washing dishes, watching the window of the main bedroom. No one knew how Mother would deal with old Six's family this time. Thinking of her fierce nature, Wang Xiaoqiao, the eldest daughter-in-law, couldn't help but sweat for old Six and his wife. Splitting the family, old Six's family really dares to say that. Father-in-law left early. Old Zhao's family was all under her mother-in-law's control. She was the boss. She held the grain and money in her hands. Even though she was a grandmother, there was still no family wealth in the big house. But when it came to splitting the family, Wang Xiaoqiao had thought about it. Still, she only dared to dream. Everyone in the village knew how fierce her mother-in-law was. If anyone dared mention splitting the family in front of her, they could just wait and see. This time, her mother-in-law was probably very angry. Otherwise, she would have already dealt with old Six and his wife. Why would they lie quietly in bed for 3 days? In the main bedroom, Chi Hongdo clearly heard the noises outside and felt her head pounding. She lifted the blanket covering her, which emitted a strange smell. When she stood up, the straw mattress beneath made a rustling sound. The sunlight drove away the darkness, and the dark room gradually brightened. Chi Hongdo supported herself on the bed frame, put on her old black cloth shoes, and her vision blurred. Grandma Zhao was old. She had given birth to 11 children in the Zhao family, 2 of whom had died young. Even raising 9 children was not easy, and her body was already worn out. Although Chi Hongdo felt she, a beautiful young girl, had been turned into a 60-year-old woman, and it was a big loss, her will to survive was not very strong. But lying in bed for 3 days wasn't because she wanted to starve herself, but because her body simply wouldn't allow her to move. Finally, after 3 days, she recovered enough and gave up the idea of starving herself to death. Although it was frustrating, what was wrong with just staying alive? It wasn't that Chi Hongdo was picky about food. Before she crossed over, she was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer and didn't have much time left. Her life, just beginning at 22, was already nearing its end, which made her feel hopeless. At this moment, she casually opened a novel about a perfect family, and it made her so angry she felt heartbroken. She typed out a 3,000-word comment in anger, ready to post it all at once, but was told her comment was inappropriate, and it was blocked. She felt a wave of frustration, but before she could do anything, she crossed over. Unfortunately, she became that perfect, outstanding old lady in the family, Grandma Zhao. Buzz. Just as Chi Hongdo decided to live her life well as Grandma Zhao, a faint blue panel suddenly appeared in front of her. She widened her eyes to read the text, and after finishing, she couldn't help but feel excited. It turned out that more than one reader was annoyed by the family in the novel, and as their resentment grew, a modified version was automatically generated. She was randomly chosen to be the first person to test this new version. As a reward, every day she lived in this world, her lifespan in her original world would increase by 1 day, ignoring the threat of cancer. If she could live 20 years in this world, she would gain 20 more years of life when she returned to her original world. And because it was a beta test, she was also randomly granted a special ability. As for why the panel didn't appear during the first 3 days, it's because she didn't have the will to truly live before, so the panel couldn't be activated. Then what if I had died yesterday? Chi Hongdo felt that this broken panel was very heartless. To the panel, she was just a cancer patient. Whether she turned into Zhao Laotai and died or waited to die in the real world, it was all just a matter of death. But she would have to endure 2 deaths. However, the entire panel had no complaint button, only cold, plain words. Chi Hongdo could only curse a few words before opening the special gift package on the panel. A colorful interface appeared before her eyes. Chi Hongdo's eyes lit up. At noon, workers gradually left the fields to go home. The meal at home was already prepared. Elder brother Zhao Yuanwen glanced at the big house, his rough face showing a hint of worry. Seeing his older brother blocking the door, Zhao Yuanshuang lowered his head and slipped inside along the door frame. Wang Xiaochao carried a bowl of rice, topped with 2 slices of cured meat that looked greasy and shiny. The children of the Zhao family all salivated at the sight. But Wang Xiaochao went straight to the main room door with her bowl. "Mom, I brought you food." As she spoke, Wang Xiaochao reached out to push the door. But before her hand touched the door, it swung open.
Mom.
Zhao Yuanwen and Wang Xiaochao both called out in unison from the doorstep, and others turned to look. "Mom, you're awake." "Grandma," so many people speaking at once. It sounded like a flock of ducks quacking, making it hard to hear. Chi Hongdo felt her ears almost go deaf. Good grief, why are people in this era so good at having children? "Mom, are you alright?" As soon as she finished speaking, someone rushed over to support her arm. It was elder brother Zhao Yuanwen asking, but the one holding her was the youngest, Zhao. Elder brother was 48, the youngest was 20. These brothers were not just different in age, they seemed from different generations. "When did you come back, 9th brother?" The elder brother looked a bit surprised. "If I hadn't come back, I wouldn't know our mom was being bullied by her daughter-in-law to death, right, 6th brother?" Zhao said sarcastically. Faced with his brother's sarcasm, Zhao Yuanshuang desperately wanted to hide his head and pretend to be dead. Seeing that the old lady looked in good spirits, Zhao Yuanshuang's wife, Li Xiaoa, couldn't help but mutter, "I knew she was just pretending to be sick." "6th sister-in-law, what are you muttering about? Speak louder, so everyone can hear." Li Xiaoa rolled her eyes. This younger brother-in-law of hers was always idling around, wandering everywhere, not earning work points, and not doing any chores at home. He was just a lazy second-rate who only ate without contributing. What right did he have to criticize her? "What can I say? Mother, hurry up and eat. We've all worked hard today, and we're all hungry," she said. "So, 6th sister still cares about eating at home? I thought 6th sister wanted to break away and start her own life. Isn't that right, 6th brother?" Zhao said in a teasing tone, making everyone look at Zhao Yuanshuang, who had said nothing. The whole room watched silently, some with curiosity, some with small schemes. No one stepped forward to stop the quarrel. What a bunch of troublemakers. No matter what, your 6th brother is still your brother. How can you talk like that? We are also your brother and sister-in-law. You shouldn't speak like that, Li Xiaoa said, crossing her arms. What are you talking about? If I hadn't come back today, I wouldn't even know how capable my 6th brother and sister-in-law are. They even made our mother so upset she fainted, retorted. The younger brother-in-law and sister-in-law arguing like this, making a scene, was normal for the Zhao family. Everyone was used to it. Zhao and Li Xiaoa were both tough and sharp-tongued. They could argue for an hour without stopping for water. Chi Hongdo watched as their argument grew more intense. When Li Xiaoa mentioned splitting the family again, she suddenly grabbed a broken bowl from the table and smashed at the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Split the family. Qi Hongdo frowned, pointing at Zhao Yuanshuang and Li Xiaoa. Who do you think you are to want to split the family? Have you two ever contributed a penny to the household? Zhao Yuanshuang, you broke your leg 2 years ago. Who paid the 46 yuan medical bill? Li Xiaoa, when you came into the family, your family demanded 66 yuan. If you didn't pay, they threatened to marry you off to a crippled woodcutter, who cried and begged me to give that money. You two have 3 children. I raised you with my own sweat and tears. How much money have I spent on you? What good things have you given me? Even if we split the family, it would be me who does it. What right do you two ungrateful people have to bring this up? Qi Hongdo spat out, cursing without holding back. She saw these two as the worst parents in the story she knew, the kind of terrible parents in the old-fashioned novel. Of course, now she was playing the role of the terrible grandmother. But she couldn't deny she was part of this story herself. So she kept cursing at them fiercely. The eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Xiaoqiao, listened to her mother-in-law's loud, angry scolding. Her legs felt weak, and a strange thought flashed through her mind. Over the past 3 days, it seems that Grandma has recovered quite a bit after lying down. Everyone else has their own thoughts. When Qi Hongdo was scolding, no one dared to stop her. This is also the result of Grandma Zhao's powerful influence being deeply felt. After venting her anger, Qi Hongdo sat down heavily on a long bench, pretending to tremble with anger, and pointed at old Six and his wife. She declared loudly, "You want to split the family? Fine, then split it." Hearing the words "split the family" from Grandma, Zhao Yuanshuang's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope, while Li Xiao's eyes sparkled brightly. Qi Hongdo saw this clearly. Zhao looked confused. Mother? Has she gone crazy from old Six scolding? At this moment, Qi Hongdo had no time to pay attention to him. She slapped him, silencing him instantly. Everyone else, especially the youngest favorite, was too afraid to speak up at this moment. If you're talking about splitting the family, your whole family should just leave now. Go find your uncle to come and witness it today. Mother, Zhao Yuanshuang, who had been silent all along, looked up at Qi Hongdo with tears in her eyes. Qi Hongdo sneered coldly. Old Six is a sneaky guy, but he can pretend well enough. Some say a barking dog doesn't bite. Looking like this, people might think I kicked you out of the house. I haven't even died yet. Don't start mourning so early. Mother, I didn't mean that. If you're splitting the family, don't do this drama. I ask you, is this what you both want? Zhao Yuanshuang lowered her head again, seeming ashamed. Li Xiaoa asked, Mother, how much money are you going to give us? Dream on about sharing the money. Qi Hongdo sneered. Of course, the money will be split. Before Li Xiaoa could smile and speak, Qi Hongdo continued, but before that, let's do some calculations. Grandma Zhao is a good person, but as a widow who raised 9 children and got them married, she has her own secret accounts behind the scenes. What accounts? Li Xiaoa asked confused. A bad premonition appeared in Zhao Yuanshuang's mind. Let's see how much money I spent on your family over the years and how much you owe me for my retirement. Is it paid monthly, yearly, or paid all at once? Mother, what do you mean by that? Zhao Yuanshuang was stunned. Does this mean Grandma doesn't want her son anymore? Qi Hongdo remained unmoved and nodded. Yes, I won't say much about Zhang Daihe. You have 5 sons, and you're not missing one. Since you really want to split the family, just settle everything at once. I'll pretend I have no son from now on. You can't raise a son all your life only to end up with hatred. This is your family's account book. Take a look. Qi Hongdo took out a small, worn notebook from her pocket and threw it in front of the couple. Then she continued, I'm 65 this year. Even if I live another 15 years, if you give me 5 yuan a month for my retirement and 50 jin of grain, would you have any objections? This left Zhao Yuanshuang truly speechless. His wife said they would split the family, and he could imagine his mother throwing a tantrum, crying and making a fuss. But he never expected the old lady to come up with this move. They had some secret savings, but 15 years worth of 900 yuan? They didn't have that much money. plus grain, and the account book. This completely caught them off guard. Li Xiao, who couldn't read, picked up the small notebook from the ground. The tiny, dense handwriting made her dizzy. They said that Grandma Zhao was clever. She had never gone to school as a child, and she only learned to read and write after she got married and had children. Over the decades, she had become quite literate, better than many middle school students. Most people wouldn't have the patience or brains to learn to read and write like this. Even being a bad person requires brains. Grandma Zhao had been steady and firm for decades, controlling everything in the Zhao family. She was definitely capable. When the account book appeared, the several sons and daughters-in-law standing nearby couldn't help but feel a shock in their hearts. "Mother, why keep track of all this with your own son? Isn't that too formal?" Li Xiao couldn't understand and shouted loudly, "At least your child's father came from your belly. If you count like this, it hurts his feelings, doesn't it? Besides, knowing you care about Uncle Da and Uncle Xiao, we don't need much. Just 100 or 200 yuan for dividing the family. We can build a new house, visit the old house during festivals, and make it lively. That would be nice." Li Xiao wiped her tears as she spoke. "My husband and I are about to become grandparents. Not splitting the family now. Aren't you worried others will look down on you?" Li Xiao was smart, but not very much. Qi Hongdo looked at her coldly as she wiped tears. "I said, losing one son doesn't matter. Without Zhao Yuanshuang, I still have 4 sons. As soon as she said this, Zhao Yuanshuang suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. "Mother, you're hurting my son's feelings." Standing behind Qi Hongdo, Zhao Aimin's eyelid twitched. His 6th brother was really going all out. "Both of you, stop crying and wailing. I'm not dead yet. I just want to ask, after dividing the family, will I get my retirement money or not?" Li Xiao knelt down as if she was about to slaughter a chicken. "Mother, we don't have any money." "Oh, 6th sister-in-law, you wanted to divide the family. Now you're making my heart cold. When it comes to retirement money, are you pretending to be helpless and poor?" Zhao Aimin, who is usually reckless, was the only one brave enough to speak up now. Even the eldest son was scared by his mother's fierce attitude. If things got worse, they could either stay single and stubborn or admit defeat and stop talking about dividing the family. Nowadays, everyone was tightening their belts to get by. They had planned to split the family and take some of the money from the old lady to improve their lives, but seeing her like this, not only was it unlikely to get money from her, but even taking some from their hidden stash was a challenge. A sudden thought flashed through Zhao Yuanshuang's mind, and he slapped himself. "Mother, I was wrong. We were wrong. We won't divide the family. We will stay with you for our whole lives." "Your father? Why don't we divide?" "Shut up. Mother, you're confused. Don't argue with her." Qi Hongdo looked at her good son with a half smile, as if confessing, "Are you sure? No more dividing the family?" No, mother. You're still here. How can we divide the family?" "Humph." Qi Hongdo put the booklet Zhao Yuanshuang handed her into her pocket. Her rough, thin fingers brushed a strand of thread from the coarse cloth pocket, pulling out a longer one. "Why are you looking at me?" "No work this afternoon? Time to eat." Qi Hongdo sat at the head of the table. With a commanding tone, everyone else found their seats like grandchildren. "Mother, dinner." Qi Hongdo watched Wang Xiaoqiao bring over a bowl of rice mixed with white rice and 2 slices of cured meat with a natural glow from the sauerkraut on top. The thin slices of meat, about wide, looked almost transparent under the oil. Faint sounds of swallowing could be heard around. Next to her, Zhao Aimin already reached for his chopsticks. Before he could pick up the meat, Qi Hongdo tapped his hand with her chopstick. "Ow!" Zhao Aimin cried out, "Mother, what are you doing?" As the youngest and most loved in the family, the old lady's bowl was almost like his own. Both Zhao Aimin and the others were used to this. So, when she suddenly hit him, everyone was surprised. It seemed that today mother-in-law was pretty upset with his 6th brother and his wife. "My daughter, I want to eat meat. Your mother has not only meat, but also blood. Do you want to drink some?" Qi Hongdo simply picked up the meat and ate it. On the table, there was only a plate of sour beans and a bowl of stir-fried mixed vegetables. The other's bowls contained some grains, beans, and sweet potatoes mixed with broken rice. No sign of any meat. Watching the elderly woman eat both pieces of meat, Zhao Aimin didn't even get a chance to have any meat scraps. Everyone's thoughts immediately drifted in different directions. Zhao Aimin swallowed hard. Could the elderly woman be confused from being upset by sixth brother and his wife? He was her favorite youngest son. No, she wasn't confused. Chi Hongdo watched the family while eating, observing everyone at the table. The Zhao family was full of troublemakers, each one worse than the last. Even Zhao Aimin, the second son, was a troublemaker, and she still called him her treasure? Ridiculous. A thin girl was sitting outside on the corridor, pulling at her rice, chewing mechanically. She paid no attention to the noise inside the house. She knew her parents had been arguing about splitting the family for a long time. If it didn't work this time, they would try again later. But whether they split the family or not, it didn't matter to her. Neither her grandmother nor her parents treated her like a person. She was 14 years old. Earlier this year, Li Xiao was already trying to find her a husband, eager to sell her for a good price. According to Li Xiao, since she had attended elementary school, a bride price was definitely necessary. After the midday chaos settled, Wang Xiaoqiao began to tidy up the dishes and wash them. The children in the family played outside the door for a while before running farther away. It became much quieter. Chi Hongdo, the only person in the Zhao family who could openly not work, relaxed and enjoyed the breeze outside the door. The front and back doors of the Zhao house were both open, and even in the hot afternoon, a cool breeze flowed through the house, making it quite comfortable. Near the front door, there was a small pond surrounded by sturdy locust trees, lush with green leaves, and the fresh scent of foliage drifted in the breeze. Chi Hongdo stretched her body, feeling her old bones creak. After enjoying the breeze for a while, she slowly returned to her room, opening a panel only she could see. In the top left corner, shining with golden light, the words Happy Town appeared. Yes, this was her special ability. It was a rural-themed minigame with many gray icons on it, such as Safe Tavern, Cat Tailor Shop, Happy Barbecue Stand, Town Hall Amusement Park, and so on. This is her old minigame that she played until she reached the highest level. All the icons show the top level. However, this game used to only be playable on a phone. Now, she can experience it in real life with actual spending. But right now, she only has one option: the convenient hospital, which shines with a faint golden glow among many gray icons. If she hadn't gone to the convenient hospital this morning to see the NPC chief doctor, she probably wouldn't have been so energetic and confident in arguing with others at noon. But that treatment was only temporary. To truly get better, she needs ongoing treatment. Her body looks fine, but she has many health issues. Rural people usually only go to the hospital for serious illnesses. Most of the time, they just visit the village barefoot doctor for some medicine. They rarely go to big, fancy hospitals. Even if the Zhao family's money is in Grandma Zhao's hands, she wouldn't spend so much to see a doctor. Luckily, she has a special skill that saves her a lot of trouble. But the problem is, new icons open unpredictably and randomly. That means she never knows when the next icon will appear. It's frustrating. Kahongda looks around her room, her broken wooden bed, tattered quilt, and the mud and straw wall that's peeling. She closes her eyes, smelling a messy, foul odor. Though she's decided to keep living, just thinking about spending 10 more years here makes her feel really upset. The main bedroom of old Zhao's big house is quite spacious, or else they couldn't store all the family's grain inside. Several large burlap bags are stacked in the corner, filled with beans, dried sweet potatoes, and other food. One bag with a special mark contains broken rice. There are 3 or 4 big jars holding pickled vegetables like sauerkraut and beans. Hanging from the ceiling beams are 2 baskets with cured meat and salted fish. Under the bed are 2 large wooden chests filled with clothes and fabric, all collected by Grandma Zhao. Unlike city folks who receive monthly bills, rural life makes it very hard to get fabric or supplies. People here cherish their resources, and wearing the same clothes for 10 or even 20 years isn't unusual. Besides her bed, Grandma Zhao's room is filled with food and supplies, which is why the room smells so strongly. If it weren't for the fact that the clinic at the convenient hospital has a ward where I can rest, I would want to pack up all this stuff and get rid of it now. Mom, what are you doing? Zhao Aimin pushed the door open and saw his mother standing inside, lost in thought. Qi Hongdo lifted her eyelids and glanced at her cheap little son. She is all of Grandma Zhao's memories. To Grandma Zhao, her son is treasured beyond words, but in her eyes, he is just a bloodsucker. This small son, who looks like a human dog, has been stealing, fighting, causing trouble since he was little. After barely finishing elementary school, he refused to study and just wasted his days. Now, at 20, he has never done anything serious. What are you doing? Qi Hongdo was in a bad mood today, and everyone in the Zhao family knew it. She didn't look kindly at Zhao Aimin. Mom, why are you angry? If you're mad, be mad at sixth brother and sixth sister-in-law. Zhao Aimin came over and hugged her arm, swinging it gently. Just say what you want. He clearly wanted money. Qi Hongdo knew this well, but since she had become Grandma Zhao in this world, whether for her reader's sake or her own, she couldn't let him act out. If he wanted to cause trouble, there was no way. Mom, can you give me 5 yuan? Sure enough, Zhao Aimin asked for money again, and he was quite confident about it. It seemed he often got special treats. What do you want money for? Qi Hongdo pried his hand off her arm and sat down on the bed's edge, her eyelids drooping. There was no chair in the room anyway. As people get older, they shrink in height. Grandma Zhao was definitely less than 1.6 meters tall now. Zhao Aimin, being a young and strong young man, was about 1.78 meters. Standing and talking was tiring, so sitting was better. Zhao Aimin followed Qi Hongdo around, spinning in circles. I want to buy a pair of shoes. Look, I've worn these shoes for years. The soles are worn thin and they hurt my feet when I walk. In reality, even though Zhao Aimin was spoiled and Grandma Zhao often gave him special treats, a pair of shoes wasn't cheap. He didn't even have a second pair to wear. Most of the time, he just wandered barefoot in the village. He only wore shoes when he went to town to hang out. But on the other hand, in their place, a pair of straw sandals costs 3 mao, and the thick-soled cloth shoes most expensive wouldn't go over 2 yuan. Why would a pair of broken shoes cost 5 yuan? Seeing Qi Hongdo's questioning look, Zhao Aimin was not afraid at all. He took off his shoes and handed them to her. Mother, look at this shoe. How can I wear it? It's almost worn out. I'm already so grown up. Shouldn't I at least have a decent pair of shoes? Mother, you don't care about me anymore. You don't even want to buy me a pair of shoes. There are still some small leather shoes in town, about 7 or 8 yuan. I wasn't even thinking of buying them. I know it's hard for you to save money, so I just bought a cheap pair that are almost good enough. As the youngest and most spoiled, she always has a lot to say. Now that she's 20, she can act spoiled easily. But Qi Hongdo doesn't buy it. There are many barefoot people at home, and even if she needs shoes, why should Zhao Aimin buy shoes for her? What has he contributed to the family? He just hangs out outside, causing trouble and acting like a second-rate troublemaker. Every day, just like a debt collector, always thinking about that little bit of money my mother has saved. 5 yuan for a pair of shoes? Does my mother look like a fool? Mother, I'm not like sixth brother. I'm not so unkind. I will be filial to you in the future. Zhao Aimin was caught off guard and took a, but he still didn't give up. If you don't want to spend 5 yuan, then give less. Maybe 4 or 3 yuan is fine. Get lost. Your sixth brother is ungrateful, and you're not a good person either. Have you ever bought me a needle? Don't expect me to be filial. You and I will have to live on the wind and dust. Qi Hongdo didn't hold back and scolded Zhao Aimin harshly. Wang Xiaoqiao, sitting at the kitchen door washing clothes, listened to the heated argument inside, feeling a tingling sensation on her scalp. Although she wasn't being scolded, it felt almost like she was being scolded herself. Her mother-in-law was furious. Even her younger brother-in-law was being yelled at. Inside, Zhao Aimin, covered in dirt and looking miserable, came out after being scolded by his mother. Standing at the door, Zhao Aimin sighed and looked at the sun. It was really strange. Why was his mother so angry? He had just been scolded loudly, one after another. At first, he didn't take it seriously, but as the scolding continued, it started to feel quite intense. It was as if he was truly useless, a white-eyed wolf who only bled. After thinking for a while, Zhao Aimin believed it was all because of sixth brother and sixth sister-in-law. He thought he was an innocent victim. Forget it. He decided to go out and hang around for a few days until his mother's anger cooled down, then he would talk about the money. As a second-rate troublemaker who could eat his fill and not worry about the family, Zhao Aimin had no guilt about not going home. Anyway, Zhao Laotai had never mentioned him before, and sometimes even gave him money to show concern when he was outside. When he left, Zhao Aimin just happened to see Zhao Yuxiu carrying a basket of pig grass back home. When she saw Uncle Zhao, Zhao Shushu, Zhao Yuxiu lowered her head silently and went inside. Just like sixth brother. Zhao Aimin snorted, kicked aside a small dirt clod, and walked away without worry. "Ma, I'm going to feed the pigs." "Oh, okay." Watching the thin, gloomy girl carrying a basket of pig feed to the pig pen, Wang Xiaoqiao didn't react much. She knew that the third brother of Uncle Lu's family was suffering, but there were so many people at home, and her own children couldn't be managed, so how could she take care of others? Moreover, that younger sister-in-law of sixth brother. Wang Xiaoqiao shook her head and kept washing clothes. Qi Hongdou, who had transformed into a fierce dragon twice in one day, was catching her breath. Yelling also drained energy, but she had to admit, it really felt good after shouting. Forget about gentle, gradual influence, that's not something humans can do. Even if this family stopped being so bad, she would still develop many cysts. For her own health, Qi Hongdou was determined not to suppress herself. Living one more day is good, but she would never accept the idea of boundless love and sacrifice. "Come here and take out my quilt to air." After checking the messy but organized room, Qi Hongdou gave up on cleaning it for now. But she really couldn't stand the smell coming from the quilt on the bed. She opened the door just in time to see Zhao Yuxiu, who had finished feeding the pigs, come in through the back door. Although it was her first time seeing her, Qi Hongdou quickly realized she was the youngest daughter of the old Lu couple's second daughter, Zhao Yuxiu, only 14 years old, just like the dark female side character in that old story. This girl had suffered a lot, but she was also ruthless and had done many bad things later. But that was years later. At this moment, she wasn't so dangerous. Seeing how thin and fragile the girl looked, as if a gust of wind could her over, Qi Hongdou felt a little uncomfortable. So she simply beckoned Zhao Yuxiu over. Hearing Qi Hongdou's words, Zhao Yuxiu didn't speak, but silently walked over and took the quilt off the bed. Outside, a rope was tied to a big tree, with half of it hanging with clothes. Zhao Yuxiu pushed aside the wet clothes, then hung the quilt. She wasn't doing this out of filial piety to her grandmother, but simply to avoid being beaten. A 14-year-old girl has already started to develop. Even though she is thin and weak, Zhao Yuxiu's chest has a slight rise, especially when she raises her hand to air the quilt. At this time, only the 3 women are at home, so her movements are not too large when she airs the quilt. Due to the shame of growing up, Zhao Yuxiu usually walks with her back hunched. Li Xiaoa and Zhao Yuanshuang have 2 daughters and 1 son. The eldest daughter got married last year. First came her husband, then her son. Li Xiaoa is the third, and as the youngest daughter, Zhao Yuxiu feels the least noticed. It's unlikely that Li Xiaoa would think of giving Zhao Yuxiu a piece of underwear on her own. She wears a faded short-sleeved shirt, which was left by her sister, and she modified it herself. There is no extra fabric at home, and her mother can't be relied on. Zhao Yuxiu can only dream of making her own underwear. Qi Hongdou pulls out a large box from under the bed, unlocks it with a key, and searches inside. She finds a piece of yellowed, fine white cotton cloth. It's not big, but enough to make 2 pieces of underwear for the girl. When Zhao Yuxiu finishes airing the quilt and is about to go inside the room, Qi Hongdou calls her over again. "Come with me." Seeing the girl standing blankly in front of her, Qi Hongdou doesn't chat much. She walks straight toward the bedroom. She doesn't understand why Grandma calls her into the room. Usually, Only her little uncle and a few grandchildren are allowed in, as Grandma secretly gives them good things. This is a well-known secret in the Zhao family. Chi Hongdo ignores the girl's confused thoughts and directly hands her the prepared piece of cloth. Hold this. Make 2 small vests yourself. Can you make clothes? Chi Hongdo looks at Zhao Yuxiu with a questioning gaze, her tone sharp and stern. For a moment, Zhao Yuxiu thinks she's hearing things. But she quickly reacts, tightly gripping the soft cloth in her hand. Yes, I can make them. Although she doesn't understand why Grandma suddenly gives her fabric, her urgent need and the shame from her body's development over the past half-year make her answer quickly. Good. Take it back and go to your room. Chi Hongdo hesitates for a moment. Neither Zhao Yuxiu nor she herself is used to speaking softly, so she decides to leave it at that. Zhao Yuxiu nods, her usually blank face showing rare signs of emotion. She nodded slightly, holding the thin cloth in her arms, and quickly ran to her small room filled with clutter. Zhao Yuxiu ran too fast, so Wang Xiaoqiao didn't see what she was holding and felt a bit curious. Just now, what did mother-in-law give to Yuxiu? But mother-in-law is the boss at home. When she decides to give something to someone, no one can interfere. Moreover, her husband had already said that everything in the house is decided by mother-in-law, so she didn't dare to speak against her. In the evening, old lady Zhao's 5th son, Zhao Yuanwu, returned home with his wife and children from his father-in-law's house. Oh, 5th brother, you're so hardworking, working at your father-in-law's place for 4 days straight. You really work hard. I say, 5th sister-in-law, 5th brother is such a caring person, isn't he? Your family has such a big house. You've been at your parents' house for so many days just because of him. Li Xiao saw someone walking toward the house from afar. She carried her rice bowl and went to the gate, starting to spit. Old lady Zhao's 5 sons are Zhao Yuanwen the eldest, Zhao Yuanwu 5th, Zhao Yuanshuang 6th, Zhao Yuanquan 7th, and Zhao Aimin youngest. All the daughters are married and have children. The old lady is holding on to her sons, planning to spend her life with them. Among the 5 sons, except for Zhao Aimin who is unmarried, the wife of the 5th son, Zhao Yuanwu, is the most outstanding. Not only is she beautiful, but her family is supportive and she has a good job herself. Specifically, Zhao Yuanwu's wife, Zhang Yiyun, is the only working person in the Zhao family. She works as an accountant at the brick factory in town. A few days ago, Zhang Yiyun's family wanted to build a new house, so Zhao Yuanwu took his wife and son to help. Her family lives in a neighboring commune, and it takes half a day to walk there. But building a house is a big event in the countryside, so even a tight mother-in-law like old lady Zhao didn't stop her son from helping. Confident as Zhang Yiyun, she wouldn't eat her sister-in-law's food for nothing. But before she could speak, she heard her mother-in-law scolding. Li Xiao, can't you keep your mouth shut during meals? Can't you stand the peace at home? Either shut up and eat quietly, or go feed the pigs for your mother right now. No, she couldn't do that. When she went to feed the pigs, there would be nothing left in the pot. Li Xiao had worked all day, so she needed to eat. She immediately shut her mouth. 5th son Zhao Yuanwu and his wife exchanged a glance. The atmosphere at home seemed a bit off. What's going on? While eating, Zhang Yiyun poked the nearest 7th daughter-in-law, Kai Wenli. Recently, Kai Wenli, feeling very anxious, pulled Zhang Yiyun aside, and the two of them talked quickly and quietly. That night, lying in bed, Zhang Yiyun told her husband Zhao Yuanwu about the big events that had happened at home recently. Wow, no wonder everyone in the family seems strange. Old 6's wife looks like she's ready to kill someone whenever she hears her mother-in-law speak. She even dared to ask her mother for a separation. Zhao Yuanwu clicked his tongue. Although he worked hard at his father-in-law's house these days, he still earned a good income. It wasn't like the family was eating only pickles or mixed vegetables, with no meat at all. Old 6 is really tricky. He must be the one causing all this. Zhao Yuanwu knew his younger brothers well. Old 6 seemed harmless but was actually very scheming. Old 7 was timid and afraid of trouble. He couldn't stand up for himself. The youngest was reckless and would probably end up in jail someday. And another thing, Tonight, I saw old Six's wife, Yushio, washing clothes at the pond outside the door. It looked new. I asked, and she said it was given by her mother. It's nice fine cotton fabric, he added. It feels comfortable to the touch. He wondered why the old lady suddenly decided to give that girl fabric. Jiang Yun muttered to herself, then looked up. Her husband was already asleep. She stopped talking, tired after walking so much and doing so much work. She turned over and soon fell asleep too. In old Six and his wife's room, Li Xiaoa held 2 small vests that Zhao Yuxiu had finished making in the afternoon. She looked suspiciously at Zhao Yuxiu. Is this really fabric your grandmother gave you? Zhao Yuxiu nodded, staring intently at the small vests in Li Xiaoa's hands. The white vests were sewn with black thread. At first glance, they looked a bit odd, but the stitches were tight and neat, and they looked quite good. Most importantly, it was that fabric. Li Xiaoa touched the soft fabric with a greedy look on her face. Kids don't need such good fabric. It's a waste. You shouldn't wear this dress either. I think I can modify it into a vest for your older brother. After saying that, Li Xiaoa held her own body and compared herself to the vest. She was a bit plump, and these 2 vests together weren't enough to make her a new dress. Modifying one into a sleeveless vest for her son was barely possible. This was given to me by Grandma. Zhao Yuxiu bit her lip and reached out to grab the vest in Li Xiaoa's hand. Are you crazy? Such good fabric for you to wear would be a waste. And you dare to it? Your father. Look at your daughter. What kind of person is she? Sitting on the edge of the bed drinking water, Zhao Yuanshuang looked at her daughter's sad eyes. After a brief pause, she spoke. Your older brother hasn't made clothes in 2 years. You still have clothes to wear, so this time, give your brother yours. It seemed like it might be her turn next. Zhao Yuxiu knew very well that this was impossible. Her father was just saying nice words, but in reality, he and her mother shared the same meaning. She had only 1 piece of clothing, and the other 2 were already torn and worn out, almost like rags. Since she was still a child, those 2 small vests were urgently needed by her now. Zhao Yuxiu bit her lip, stopped speaking, and stood straight, staring at Li Xiaoa. Are you going to die? How dare you glare at me? Li Xiaoa was so angry, she couldn't hold back. She bent down, picked up her shoes from the ground, and swung them toward Zhao Yuxiu's face. The noise in the west room grew louder and louder, waking Jiang Yun, who had already fallen asleep next door. Also awakened were Wang Xiaochao and her husband from the east room. Old 7 Zhao Wenjuan and Kai Winli heard the commotion, but didn't plan to come out. Wang Xiaochao went to the door of old 6's room, overheard Li Xiao's curses and Zhao Yuxiu's suppressed crying. Inside the main room, Qi Hongdou had just received traditional acupuncture treatment from an old Chinese medicine NPC at the convenient hospital. She felt warm all over and was about to lie down and sleep when she heard the noisy disturbance outside. She knew right away that this family was full of troublemakers. None of them were easy to deal with. At this moment, the room was dark. The village still hadn't had electricity, so every household used candles or kerosene lamps. Fortunately, the moon was bright enough to see clearly. Qi Hongdou shuffled over with her old legs and pushed open the door to old 6's room. In just a few words, she understood what was happening. She snatched 2 small vests from Li Xiao's hands and looked fiercely at old 6 and his wife. These 2 sneaky people, one ungrateful and the other selfish, treated their daughter like an enemy. If they hadn't squeezed their little girl so harshly, Zhao Yuxiu wouldn't have later done such things as chopping her parents and harming herself. Mother, Sanya is still young. She doesn't need such good fabric. The farm kids don't even have clothes to wear. These 2 vests can be sewn together to make a jacket for Xuanyan. This girl is so reckless, always causing trouble over small things. I'll teach her a lesson later. Mother, you go back to sleep. You're just a big fool. Qi Hongdou looked at Zhao Yuxiu being pulled in front of the kerosene lamp. Under the flickering yellow light, she clearly saw the swollen shoe print on Zhao Yuxiu's face. She was furious from the bottom of her heart. There were traces of blood at the corner of Zhao Yuxiu's mouth. She suddenly slapped Zhao Yuanshuang, who was sitting nearby pretending to be dead. Mother? Mother? Mother, why are you hitting your husband's child? Li Xiaoa inside the house was stunned, and outside, Wang Xiaochao and her husband, along with Jiang Yiyun who was eavesdropping behind the wall, were all confused. If you don't behave properly, you have to be taught a lesson. Qi Hongdo pointed at the shocked Zhao Yuanshuang and asked, I want to ask you, is Zhao Yuxiu your daughter? Yes, Zhao Yuanshuang nodded, covering his face. Since she's your daughter, what did she do wrong to be beaten so badly by you two? No, I didn't hit her. Her mother, Xiaoa, was angry for a moment. Nonsense. It was your wife who hit her, and you have nothing to do with it. Isn't the child yours? Did you just watch her hit so hard? Are you a dead person? If she was angry for a moment, why didn't she hit herself with her shoe? It's embarrassing to say. Why do I make clothes for you, Xiao? Don't you, as parents, know what's in your hearts? Do you even have the face to split the family? What can you do? Don't think I don't know you're hiding some money from Mountain Goods, keeping it all to yourselves, just to guard against me. You're not short of money. Li Xiaoa often steals food for herself, even giving you tobacco leaves, and you look at me like I'm blind? You're not so poor that you have to sell your children. Why are you so cruel to your own daughter? Beating her like this over a piece of clothing? Even animals are better than you too. Although in later stories, news and TV often show some terrible people, just watching on screen makes people furious. And now, facing each other in real life, it's a bloody reality. Even animals know to protect their young. The couple from the Zhao family are simply unbelievable. Wow. Sixth brother was beaten by mother? Kai Wenli, hiding under her window listening in, couldn't help but mutter. Old 7 Zhao Yuanshuang, pretending to sleep and not hearing, also sat up from his bed. Jiang Yiyun, next door to sixth brother, was even more excited, with bright eyes. She had long thought that the couple from the sixth family was especially cruel to their daughter. Didn't you see that after the eldest daughter got married, she never came back except for the homecoming? The second daughter was lucky to be turned into a boy, fed well, and sent to the town to study at junior high school. She still lives at school now. Third sister Zhao Yuxiu had a tough time. When she was in school, teachers said she was naturally smart and a good reader. But she was a girl from the countryside, and just going to elementary school was considered good enough. Neither her grandmother nor the sixth uncle and his wife ever thought about letting her continue studying. She was expected to stay at home to help with chores and get married when the time came. In the countryside, girl children usually followed this path. Now she understood why her mother-in-law was making fabric for her to sew a vest. As she grew older, she needed proper clothes, not just a simple outfit like boys wore. They were separated by a layer of unspoken rules, and there was no extra money to buy new clothes. But Li Xiaoa, as a mother, still did what she could. Zhao Yuanshuang, the sixth uncle, was even more. Thinking carefully, it seemed that the slap from her mother-in-law actually felt somewhat satisfying. The young girl's face was red and swollen. After Qi Hongdo scolded the sixth uncle and his wife harshly, she made them hand over their secret savings. Yes, since she had already broken the silence, there was no reason for them not to share their hidden money. But she knew they didn't have much money. Otherwise, even if it wasn't her, Grandma Zhao would have already taken everything from them. This time, she didn't care whether they handed over all their secret savings or not. A clever rabbit has 3 burrows. Who wants to bother with them late at night? Seeing Li Xiao's expression as if she was cutting flesh, Qi Hongdo took 2 yuan from a stack of small bills and handed it to Zhao Yuxiu. This is your mother's money for buying medicine. Keep your clothes safe and go to bed. This move once again surprised everyone. Qi Hongdo didn't care. Thanks to Grandma Zhao's unpredictable temper and her authority as the head of the family, she didn't need to explain herself to anyone. Back in her room, she entered the game's convenient hospital. She thought for a moment and went to buy a tube of ointment from the NPC-recommended pharmacy. Of course, she used the gold coins she had saved in the game to buy the ointment. As for her gold coin balance, with all icons unlocked, even with 20-plus people in the Zhao family, it wouldn't be spent in a lifetime. The Zhao family didn't have many houses. Grandma Zhao's main house was in the center, with the main bedroom on the east side, occupying a row. The central hall was in the middle. On the west side, there were 2 rooms, one for her beloved youngest son and one for her grandson. To the left of the main house, there were 2 smaller rooms occupied by the 5th and 6th couples. On the right side, there were 2 rooms for the eldest and 7th couples. There are a few small houses behind the main house, where the grandchildren who are married live. As for the granddaughter, she lives in a small mud and straw house next to the chicken coop beside the kitchen. There's no way to split the family property, and the family has no money, so it's almost impossible for everyone to live in a big house with several bedrooms. But clearly, the granddaughters are treated very poorly. When Zhao Yuxiu returned to the house where she was staying with her older cousins, wearing a small vest and holding 2 yuan, Zhao Yuxiu, Zhao Yueying, and Zhao Yushan, who had already been woken up by the noise, all gathered around. There are currently 7 granddaughters in Zhao's family. 3 have married and left, and 4 are still here. The 4 are Zhao Yujia from the oldest family, Zhao Yueying from the 5th family, Zhao Yushan from the 7th family, and Zhao Yuxiu from the 6th family. Facing the curious or caring looks from her cousins, Zhao Yuxiu sat blankly on the edge of the bed, her lips moving but not knowing how to speak. She never imagined that everything happening tonight would occur. If her vest and money weren't in her hands, she would really think she was dreaming. It didn't matter how much splash Chi Hongdo caused with that slap. She was happy. She slapped her. This useless thing only knows how to pretend to be deaf and mute. She's not fit to be a father. Usually, the combination of the 6th family's couple is Li Xiaoa, who acts like a shrew, always asking for benefits for herself, and Zhao Yuanshuang, who pretends to be honest. Sometimes they pretend to be pitiful together and cover for each other. Bah, they're really no good. Chi Hongdo feels that with their current behavior, she's losing years of her life in return. Given how much her life is being shortened, she thinks it should be at least a 3-to-1 ratio. But on the other hand, considering the unkind attitude of the Zhao family, it all starts with Grandma Zhao. Not to mention their preference for boys over girls, which is almost like they want to sell their daughters. She has 5 sons and 4 daughters. Her daughters-in-law can't even get a little bit of respect from her. All 4 daughters' dowries were demanded heavily, except for the eldest daughter. The other 3 didn't even get a penny of dowry. They left almost completely. The eldest daughter was a bit different because she was Grandma Zhao's first daughter and a twin with Zhao Yuanwen. Before they had the twins, they lost a baby boy shortly after birth, which made Grandma Zhao very sad. So, after the twins were born, Grandma Zhao was especially happy. Even as a daughter, she didn't treat her badly. When she left, Grandma Zhao even took a little from the dowry for her. Another reason was that the eldest daughter was very clever and knew how to please people. The other 3 daughters, old 3, old 4, and old 8, had much less luck. They are all about the same age, so they hurriedly left the house after collecting some bride price money. But there's a saying, the children you love the most are often the least dependable. Among the married daughters, the oldest, Zhao Dairong, is doing the best. Her husband works at the county's Revolutionary Committee and earns a good income, but Zhao Laodai from the Zhao family is not interested in sharing any benefits. The eldest daughter even wishes she could take a little from Laodai's share. Throughout the year, she rarely visits her parents. The other 3 daughters married nearby, either in the next village or a slightly farther commune, but they all struggle to make ends meet. Their daughters are just the same, and their granddaughters are not much better off. Just look at Zhao Yuxiu. She is clearly talented and could have gone to school, but even if she begged her parents and grandmother to let her study, no one would agree. In summary, life is quite hard for the girls in the Zhao family. Since she was chosen to help keep everyone's health flowing, why not start changing things here? Lying in a single-room hospital at the convenience clinic, Chi Hongdo, wrapped in a blue and white quilt, gradually fell asleep while thinking. Before sleeping, a thought crossed her mind. I'm so hungry. They had rice for lunch, but dinner would be just porridge and some mixed vegetables. The rice bag in the kitchen was already empty. When Wang Xiaoqiao came over in the afternoon, tugging her clothes and mentioning this, Chi Hongdo didn't tell her to go inside and fill a bowl of rice. The family's grain supply is limited. Even Laodai only eats better occasionally, like when she's unwell. Usually they all eat the same food. In the kitchen, there's a rectangular cabinet where rice and valuable foods are locked away. Inside, there's also a piece of dried meat the size of a palm that Lao Tai keeps there. No one else can eat that piece of dried meat unless she orders it. Lao Tai is stingy and thrifty, but the family doesn't have much surplus food either. In her room, there's a small dresser with 1.5 pounds of refined flour, a few pieces of red sugar, and some broken sugar cubes saved for her grandson and son. These are the family's most valuable supplies. It's not enough for a single meal. She wonders what the next open icon in Happy Town will be. If it's a restaurant, barbecue stand, or convenience store, that would be great. All those places serve delicious food. Thinking of this, Chi Hongdo's dreams made her drool. Yesterday, she was scolded 3 times, and Chi Hongdo showed her strength. The next morning, when everyone got up for breakfast, they all hunched their shoulders and looked down. I heard that the younger uncle was scolded and ran away yesterday. They don't want to be the next one to get scolded. Chi Hongdo looked at the dark crowd of people and felt dizzy, especially with a few little great-grandchildren babbling at her feet, drooling and unable to speak clearly. Some older boys were eating and playing chase around the table. Although she had already sighed about this before, Chi Hongdo still couldn't help but feel overwhelmed inside and shouted silently in her heart, "People really can have so many children." After breakfast, it was still early, and most of the men and their wives had gone to work in the fields. A few older children stayed at home to wash clothes, feed the pigs, feed the chickens, cut pig grass, and clean the pigsty. The children, especially the older ones, took care of the younger ones. Some played at the door, while others ran around the village calling friends. A 14-year-old girl from the 7th household, Zhao Yushan, carried a small cloth bag and went to school. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuxiu could only look at her cousin going to school with a red, swollen face full of envy. Chi Hongdo looked at that thin, weak figure and said, "Go see the village doctor barefoot." "Got it, Grandma," Zhao Yuxiu replied quietly, carrying a basket of pig grass and walking outside. "Madam, Sanbao wants candy." A dark-skinned little kid suddenly tugged at Chi Hongdo's pants. She looked down. The kid was not only dark but also very thin, with a big head, a thin neck, and looked quite frightening. This was Zhao Yuanwu's 3-year-old grandson, one of her great-grandchildren. Kids tend to remember the good things and forget the punishments. No matter how strict the old lady was, they always remembered that Grandma had tasty treats. Not to mention how dark or thin this kid was. He was now completely not even wearing underwear. Because it was hot, no fabric, and he was a boy, so he simply went without clothes. Kids don't know about shyness anyway. Chi Hongdo couldn't help but shake her head and seriously recalled that, apart from the 2 older great-grandchildren, who wore shorts, most of the children at home or at the door had almost no proper clothes. It was hot, and they washed in the pond at the door with the men. Sometimes these little kids even sneaked into the water to play. Since they weren't afraid of getting wet or getting scolded. Thinking about the 2 big boxes of scrap fabric the old lady kept inside the house, she felt truly amazed. A well-stocked household with manners and respect, enough food and clothing, and a sense of honor. Indeed, since ancient times it has always been like this. Chi Hongdo returned to her room and emptied out all the fabric from one of the boxes. She needed to think about how to use the fabric to get the most benefit. Today, she wouldn't eat at home at noon. Zhao Yujia from the old big family and Zhao Yuya from the old 5th family, along with Zhao Yuxiu, went to deliver food to the fields. Zhao Yujia and Zhao Yuya are both of marriageable age. Zhao Yujia already has a partner and is about to set a date for her wedding. They delivered food and water at noon, then continued working until sunset. After a busy day, they returned home hungry, but thinking about the food at home, probably being porridge and mixed vegetables, they felt a bit disappointed. Unexpectedly, there was a surprise on the dining table today, a salted fish.
Wow, meat.
Chi Hongdo helped herself to some dishes. No doubt, She was overwhelmed by the smell of the salted fish in the room and couldn't resist. Recently, it was busy with farm work, harvesting peanuts, collecting rapeseed, and gathering corn. Without some good food, it was hard to feel satisfied. Plus, using both kindness and strength was the way to ensure long-lasting peace. Yes, in Zhao's family, a salted fish could be considered a kind of favor from the elderly lady. There were 3 salted fish and 2 jin of cured meat hanging in the basket on the main beam of the main room. Absolutely high quality. Each salted fish weighed about 2 or 3 jin, big ones. So, although each person didn't get much meat, they could at least taste some meat flavor. After finishing the meal, Chi Hongdo spoke slowly. A few days ago, Old Six and his wife said they wanted to divide the family. Besides them, is there anyone else among you who wants to split up? She was unsure why the elderly lady suddenly brought up this matter again, and everyone looked confused. But the eldest, Zhao Yuanwen, was the first to stand up and express his opinion. Mother, I won't split the family. I'll listen to you. Next, Zhao Yuanwu from the old 5th family spoke up. He was one of 5 brothers, and Zhao Yuanwu was like a mutation, standing tall at 1.88 meters, with a strong build, like a tower. When he spoke, Chi Hongdo felt her head almost explode. There's a phrase voice like a bell, and her son was exactly like that. Although Zhao Yuanwu looked rough, he was actually gentle inside and easy to anger. Why split the family? Old Six is no good. Mother, don't be angry. I definitely won't split the family. After he finished, Old Seventh also responded in a deep voice, me neither. If they weren't so close, Chi Hongdo almost didn't hear that last word. Old Seven was a premature baby and has been in poor health since childhood. He is shy and not well liked by the elderly lady, so he has little presence in the Zhao family. His wife is lively and noisy, but unfortunately, she doesn't dare raise her voice in front of Grandma Zhao. Youngest Zhao went out yesterday and didn't come back all night. He suddenly appeared again at dinner today, looking like a ghost. He ate the most salty fish of all. Mother, I will take care of you in old age. Even if we split the family, I will still be with you. Zhao is the sweetest talking among the sons in front of Grandma Zhao. Old Six was slapped yesterday and feels cold all over today. Now he notices everyone's eyes on him and quickly says, No, we won't split the family. Mother, I was wrong. I won't mention splitting again. Chi Hongdo is pleased with her son's obedient behavior. She lowers her head, takes out a dark blue handkerchief from her pocket, wipes away her imaginary tears, and with a crying tone says, Mother knows you all are grown up now and don't need her anymore. It's normal to want to split the family. After all, I was a bit strict with you, but I just can't bear to part with you brothers. Your father passed away early, and I am a widow. Raising 9 of you is hard enough. If I wasn't strict, our family would be eaten up and left with nothing. Our Red Flag Brigade, Old Zhao's family, says they are a big family with many people, but who would help us in tough times? Just 2 years ago, when Old Six broke his leg, I begged and pleaded, but your uncles and aunts wouldn't give a penny. That year your father died, we almost ran out of food. No one helped us. As a woman, I watched you all grow thin and hungry, and I hated it. They looked down on me because I was a widow and thought I couldn't support this family. But I, Zhang Daiha, refused to be looked down on. Even if I had to beg, I would raise you all and help you start your own families. Now, except for the youngest, all of you have families and careers, but your hearts are far away. I, this old woman, have become a burden. It's right for you to split the family. But I always hope that brothers stay united so outsiders won't laugh at us. If you brothers work together, even if we split, I will be happy. After the split, I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. People grow old and die. Living means being a burden and disliked by others. This sentence was left unfinished, and Chi Hongdo was already crying uncontrollably. Several of Zhao's brothers also had tears in their eyes. 5th brother Zhao Yuanwu punched 6th brother, saying, It's all your fault, you ungrateful wolf. If it weren't for you, Mother wouldn't be so sad. 6th brother howled loudly from the hit. The eldest brother didn't stop him. Seventh brother, afraid of hurting himself, quickly moved aside. The youngest, if the situation had been different, would have clapped and cheered. Don't blame sixth brother. It's all mother's fault, Chi Hongdo choked out, trying to comfort. After hearing this, fifth brother punched sixth again, saying, disrespecting mother is wrong. The eldest brother ignored sixth and turned to comfort Chi Hongdo. Mother, we really didn't mean that. Mother, you're the backbone of this family. What will we do if we split up? The youngest also quickly agreed. Seventh brother stammered and couldn't say more, just nodded behind the eldest. Really not? Chi Hongdo put away the handkerchief stained with garlic juice and asked with a wrinkled, tear-stained face. Mother, don't worry. We absolutely didn't mean that. Not now, and definitely not in the future. The brothers, including fifth who had just beaten sixth, all spoke together. Sixth brother, who was seeing stars from the hit, didn't care about the pain and quickly made a statement. Seeing the situation was almost at the point she wanted, Chi Hongdo was satisfied and signaled to end the scene. Her earlier display of heartbreak was just a trick, a skill of old Lady Zhao, scolding, crying, and her sons were all under her control, letting her manipulate them freely. Aren't you just trying to comfort mother? Chi Hongdo, having put away her handkerchief, pretended to be weak, startling her sons into quickly reaffirming. Cough, cough. Chi Hongdo covered her chest, then slowly showed a contented smile. That's good, that's good. I've been thinking that you brothers have been busy with farm work lately, and must be exhausted. We still have 2 meat tickets at home. I'll go to town tomorrow to buy some meat to nourish you. She had been here for several days, but hadn't even left the house. She needed to find a chance to go out and see what was happening outside. It's now 1968, a turbulent time. Not going out now would make it even harder later. She was also thinking of some plans. These days, they only eat porridge and vegetables, and her eyes are turning green from boredom. When they heard there was meat to eat, everyone's eyes lit up. Getting 2 meat tickets in the countryside wasn't easy, and during non-festival times, wanting to eat meat was almost impossible. Hearing her mother say she wanted to buy meat to help them get stronger, her sons felt mixed emotions. Some were touched, others felt ashamed. In the corner, a round-faced woman held her crying baby, both of them looking with hope. Next to her, a young man glanced at his wife's expression with a hint of sadness. It's very hard for the family to get good food to improve their situation. His youngest daughter is only 5 months old, and his wife has no milk left. The adults and children eat plain food every day, suffering through hardship. In the book, the main family characters mostly focus on the parents' generation, with less description of the peers below them. Because there are so many people in this family, Chi Hongdo didn't notice this new daughter-in-law at first. It's not really her fault. Her eyesight isn't perfect, but since this daughter-in-law gave birth to a girl, she's been treated coldly by her grandmother and has been trying to stay away from her. Recently, she's been eating in her room, afraid her grandmother might see her and scold her again. Tonight, there was meat, and she thought maybe her grandmother was busy and wouldn't notice her, so she brought the baby out to eat. But she still didn't dare to pick meat. The 2 pieces of fish she ate were given to her by her husband. After acting for a while, Chi Hongdo heard the baby crying and saw her round-faced daughter-in-law, who looked adorable but appeared worried, holding a very thin baby. Mother. Noticing her mother-in-law saw her second daughter-in-law, Wang Xiaocao's voice wavered, and some frightening memories surfaced. Wang Xiaochao has 2 daughters. When she had her first daughter, her mother-in-law scolded loudly and made her do chores during her confinement, almost breaking her. When her second daughter, Zhao Yujie, was born, her mother-in-law picked up the crying baby and almost threw her into to drown her. Wang Xiaochao begged and cried, finally saving her. Her 2 daughters-in-law, the eldest, Zhao Xiangdong's wife, had 3 boys, but the second, Zhao Xiangnan's wife, only had a girl at first. She didn't dare tell her daughter-in-law about her mother-in-law's past actions, but after the girl was born, she couldn't sleep for days. Months passed, and now that her mother-in-law suddenly paid attention to this daughter-in-law and granddaughter, Wang Xiaocao's heart was tense. At first, Chi Hongdo only glanced, but seeing Wang Xiaocao's nervous state, she suddenly remembered some dark deeds from her grandmother's distant past. It was truly terrible. Wang Xiaocao, as the eldest daughter-in-law, was often mistreated by the old lady when she was young. Now that the old lady is older, more people are in the family, and there are more daughters-in-law, she has gradually stopped targeting only the eldest daughter-in-law. Thinking of this, Chi Hongdo glanced at her eldest son Zhao Yuanwen, who was still moved nearby. This seemingly most capable eldest son never said a word when her mother poked her daughter-in-law with a needle. He even made his wife endure it quietly. It's clear that if he treats his wife this way, he probably treats his daughter-in-law even worse. Such a bad person. Xiangnan, why is this child crying? After finishing the meal, Chi Hongdo sent everyone else away to sleep, leaving only her eldest son's family. The other daughters-in-law exchanged knowing looks, thinking the old lady was about to torment the eldest sister-in-law and the daughter-in-law again, and quickly took their men and left. The young daughter-in-law, hearing the old lady's voice, felt her legs go weak. She immediately covered the child's mouth. "Mom, the child will stop crying soon, just a little while." Wang Xiaocao nodded desperately in agreement. Niu is usually very obedient. Knowing the child is crying, why didn't you take her inside? What if she disturbed Mom? Zhao Yuanwen frowned, speaking somewhat harshly. Although his wife gave birth to a girl, she was still his first child. Zhao Xiangnan listened to his father's words. A look of resentment appeared on his face. Are these family members or enemies? One after another. Chi Hongdo clearly saw each person's expression. She lowered her voice and scolded Zhao Yuanwen. What are you saying? Niu is your granddaughter from our Zhao family. If you talk like that, it's as if I can't tolerate the children in our family. Zhao Yuanwen didn't respond to the scolding, believing that the older generation is always right. The other three were very shocked. Was that really something the old lady said? Chi Hongdo couldn't bear to look at the painfully thin baby in her granddaughter-in-law's arms, feeling like the baby might not survive. She turned and went into the room, and after a moment, she came out holding a small bundle. She placed the bundle in Wang Xiaocao's arms. Take it back. No matter what, the child's surname is Zhao. In the past, times were tough, and we couldn't afford food. Now, at least she has a meal. Don't let the child go hungry. Turning away from others, Zhao Yuanwen softly said to him, You are the oldest in the family. Your mother hopes you will be the leader among your brothers, and she also cares about how you treat your children. After she's gone, the sons will need to take care of you. Being kind to them is not a big deal. Using a stick and a sweet treat, it always works. Zhao Yuanwen, though confused and scolded, felt deeply touched. He left with his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and unopened packages. Back in his room, Wang Xiaocao looked at the items inside the package and was so shocked she couldn't speak. There was 2 ounces of red sugar wrapped in paper, 5 eggs, a small bag of crushed sugar, and even 3 ounces of fine white flour. With these, his daughter-in-law and granddaughter could eat for several days without just eating coarse grains. Zhao Xiangnan and the round-faced Lin Chuyu were amazed, opening their mouths wide. Zhao Yuanwen wiped his rough, dark face, thinking about his mother's kind words. He was moved but also wanted to teach his son. These are all from your grandma. Keep your mouth shut, understand? Remember your mother's kindness and don't be like your Uncle Liu, who's ungrateful. The eggs at home were saved by the old lady to exchange for things. Sometimes she took out a couple, giving them to Zhao Aimin or her beloved grandson. Not everyone got such treatment. Zhao Xiangnan nodded desperately. As long as these things could be eaten by his wife, he didn't care about anything else. In the kitchen, there was a small pot on the stove with hot water. Wang Xiaocao quickly prepared a bowl of egg drop soup, adding some crushed sugar, and gave it to her tearful daughter-in-law. Although her own bedroom was full of things, Chi Hongdo still felt the house was almost empty. She looked through the old lady's hidden savings, more than 900 yuan, some scattered bills, and a blackened silver bracelet. That was all the Zhao family had. But in this era, many things couldn't be bought with money. So even though 900 yuan was a lot, without any tickets it was almost useless. While Chi Hongdo was pulling her hair in frustration, her game panel suddenly flickered with light. She looked closely and saw that among a row of gray icons, one lit up again. Happiness Town is like a special place with fixed characters. Inside, it's not an empty city. Each icon has a set NPC. For example, the convenient hospital has an old Chinese doctor and other specialist doctors, as well as staff in the pharmacy. The cat tailor shop also has a girl wearing a printed cat headdress. She is a fixed NPC in the shop. These NPCs only perform their tasks in a set routine and do not speak outside their roles. For example, when Chi Hongdo enters now, the girl shopkeeper greets her with welcome and then continues working on her sewing. It seems Chi Hongdo is just an ordinary customer. The cat tailor shop isn't very big, about 30 square meters. Inside, there are many clothes for men and women, all modern styles. The young tailor is very skilled. Chi Hongdo touches a pale yellow strap dress made of silk, and the soft fabric makes her want to stay longer. Compared to the many different fabrics and styles of women's clothes, men's clothes are simpler, mostly casual and sportswear in blue, black, gray, and white. But all these clothes share one thing. The material is excellent, and the styles are very fashionable. None of them are ready to wear outside. After wandering around the tailor shop for a while, Chi Hongdo notices some fabric stacked in the corner on the floor. This is old fabric that was rain-damaged and should be discarded. Are you sure you want to buy it? Hearing that Chi Hongdo wants to buy a bunch of scrap fabric for processing, the young tailor stops working and looks up in surprise. Chi Hongdo nods. Since a customer wants to buy, the tailor has no reason to refuse. But because it's scrap fabric, the price is very low. So, Chi Hongdo spends 2 gold coins and buys 2 pieces of scrap fabric, one blue and one black. One piece of fabric is about 33.33 meters, which equals 10 yards or 100 feet. An adult needs about 12 feet to make a full outfit, so these 2 pieces can make quite a few clothes. After buying the scrap fabric, Chi Hongdo also asks the tailor to custom-make 2 sets of dark blue summer clothes and 2 sets of close-fitting shirts and pants. She has been holding on to clothes with a smell for a long time. After about an hour of choosing and customizing clothes in the tailor shop, Chi Hongdo finally feels satisfied and goes to her private hospital ward to sleep. Before the tailor shop opened, Chi Hongdo had thought about taking the sheets and blankets from the ward to improve her own room. However, it turned out that unless she paid for something herself, she couldn't take anything else. That night, besides Zhao Yuanwen's family being kept awake by a sudden surprise from above, there was also someone who couldn't sleep. Even though a day had passed, Zhao Yuxiu's face still felt painfully hot. In the dark, her older cousins and younger sisters in the house were already asleep. Zhao Yuxiu reached under her pillow and found a small shell. But inside this shell wasn't real shell oil. Holding the small shell, she remembered how, just before dinner, her grandmother had come over while she was cleaning the pigsty, looked at her face, and then handed her something. She felt a strange feeling inside. Besides the small shell she was holding, there were also 2 yuan wrapped in paper under her pillow. Although her grandmother didn't say anything, Zhao Yuxiu felt sure that her grandmother knew she hadn't gone to the barefoot doctor to buy medicine. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been given ointment for her face. In the dark, Zhao Yuxiu's expression was hard to read. She slowly opened her hand, used her finger to scoop a little ointment from the shell, and applied it to her swollen left cheek. A faint medicinal smell spread in the air. The burning feeling on her face gradually faded. With her mind full of worries, Zhao Yuxiu unknowingly fell asleep. The ointment in Zhao Yuxiu's hand was definitely bought by Chi Hongdo from the pharmacy at the convenience hospital. However, the tube of ointment in the pharmacy was in plastic packaging with writing on it. To be cautious, Chi Hongdo rummaged through her bedroom drawer for a long time and finally found a suitable container. She guessed that Zhao Yuxiu hadn't spent money to buy medicine from the barefoot doctor and had a faint idea of her plan. But meals are eaten bite by bite, and things are handled step by step. She didn't reveal anything, only giving the ointment to Zhao Yuxiu first. The next morning, Chi Hongdo went to town carrying a basket of eggs she had collected at home and a bamboo basket covered with straw on her back. Her family didn't react much to this. Yesterday, the old lady had even said she wanted to buy meat, so no one was surprised. Moreover, in the past, when Grandma Zhao went out alone, she managed everything herself. If Grandma Zhao didn't ask anyone to go with her, it meant she wanted to go alone. Whatever she bought or how much, it was all her own decision. While the disadvantages of a single-person decision-making are many, there are also benefits, especially now, which greatly helped Chi Hongdo. From dawn until bright daylight, and even under the shining sun, the rural dirt roads wind and twist. On both sides are either bushes or fields. The sounds of insects and birds, along with the gentle breeze under the blue sky and white clouds, make the view clear and lift the mood. Chi Hongdo thinks that if she had her original body, walking several kilometers non-stop like this would be impossible. But Zhao Laotai's body doesn't feel as bad. Although a health check revealed many issues, she used to do farm work regularly, so walking a few steps isn't really a problem for her. Maybe the past 2 days of acupuncture and medicine at the convenient hospital, combining traditional and modern treatments, helped. Anyway, Chi Hongdo kept walking into the town, stopping only twice along the way. Of course, she didn't foolishly carry eggs all the way. Her basket was empty except for straw, and the eggs in the cloth-covered basket had already been moved to the hospital ward. In 1968, in a remote town in Qingyun City, South Province, conditions were slightly better than in the countryside. There were more brick and tile houses, and buildings over 3 floors were rare. When people traveled from the countryside to the town, the most visited places were the grain station and the supply and marketing cooperative. As an old rural woman, Chi Hongdo carried a basket and a back basket. She had only taken a few steps in town when someone pretended to pass by and quietly asked, "Do you have eggs?" It was a well-known secret in the town that villagers saved some eggs to exchange for goods, and because supplies were scarce, eggs were the most exchanged item. At that time, the countryside still used the term chicken bank. Many small items were measured and exchanged using eggs as units. Having saved about 900 yuan at home was thanks to Zhao Laotai's consistent effort over the past 10 years, going to town, or even to the county, to exchange money. Chi Hongdo answered as she walked, without stopping. It's not easy to save eggs these days, especially since these eggs are farm-fresh, pollution-free country eggs. She carried eggs just for show, not intending to sell them for goods. Eggs now are only about 3 mao per gene, half a kilogram. Selling them wouldn't be as good as eating them. Today, she planned to spend her 2 meat coupons on buying meat, but isn't the Cat tailor shop open now? She made a few new clothes for herself, bought 2 pieces of discarded fabric, and also purchased 2 pieces of cheap fine cotton cloth. One was bright red and the other gray. Last night, she used old Lady Zhao's rusty big scissors to cut the fabrics into more than 10 pieces of various sizes. She couldn't help it. Considering the integrity and quality of the fabric, large pieces might attract too much attention during trade. Of course, she didn't rely solely on selling fabric to get money. She hoped that trading fabric could help her exchange for more ration tickets. No one knew when the next icon would open or what kind of icon it would be. She couldn't just keep her mouth shut and eat plain food every day. Sorry, she had no hobby of self-punishment. Getting some ration tickets would be great. Working hard every day just to barely fill her stomach was so exhausting. Moreover, the children in Zhao's family almost didn't look like children, no chubby cheeks or baby fat. They were all so thin you could see their ribs. They were no better than refugees. The children hadn't committed any crimes. Giving them a full meal was not too much. Of course, they also needed discipline so they wouldn't grow up to be troublemakers. Do you want some fabric? The middle-aged man walking with Chi Hongdo paused when he heard this. He quickly regained his composure. What kind of fabric? They were walking along the roadside, gradually slowing down. Chi Hongdo reached into her basket and pinched a bright red piece of fabric. Such good fabric. And it's red. The man touched it, fine cotton cloth. This red fabric was extremely valuable at this time. The man, who had the initiative to ask the old lady if she had eggs, was clearly someone who appreciated quality and wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't help even if someone fell and spilled oil. He felt the money in his pocket and quickly asked, "How much do you have and how are you trading?" "I have a large roll 5 feet long and 2 smaller pieces 1 foot long. 8/10 of a yuan per foot. I want ration tickets, any kind will do." "That's too expensive." The man frowned. Usually, a foot of fabric cost about 4 mao. Chi Hongdo didn't even bother to move her eyebrows. 4 mao was for coarse cloth. This was fine fabric. If she called it 4 mao, people might think she was stupid. The man tried to bargain. Chi Hongdo looked pained but offered a 5-cent discount, selling him 5 feet of red fabric in exchange for 2 jin of grain tickets and 1 jin of supplementary food tickets. She actually wanted money, all tickets, but she knew that wouldn't be acceptable. In these times, the most important thing was grain. This was at least a good start, showing that the fabric was very popular and sold quickly. Now, people prefer to finish their transactions in just a minute, so no one bothers to chat or ask where her fabric came from. This left Chi Hongdo, who had already prepared her reasons, with no chance to speak. After wandering through the town streets, Chi Hongdo had a stack of paper money and receipts, about 8 or 9 jin of grain tickets and some miscellaneous vouchers like tofu, snack, soap, and food tickets. When she went to buy meat, there wasn't much left, only some ribs. Chi Hongdo used 2 jin of meat tickets to buy the ribs and wrapped the remaining ribs completely. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a bone with some meat strips under the meat counter. "How much for this big bone?" Since Chi Hongdo was the only one at the meat counter, she pointed to the basket holding the bones to show she was interested, clearly indicating she wanted it. The butcher in front of the counter was the only person she had encountered in this world who looked a bit fierce and was somewhat fat. "Not for sale," Zhu Dashin said gruffly while tidying up the cutting board. This bone was reserved for making soup. People's wisdom in life shows in many ways. Everyone knows that fatty meat tastes good, but not everyone can afford it every day. Even butchers don't always have meat to sell daily. However, occasionally making bone soup is still a good idea. From her tone and expression, Chi Hongdo could tell that this bone was probably for his own use. She reached into her basket and took out a piece of gray cloth. "Not for sale? Then would you trade?" In this era of rationing and scarce resources, a good piece of cloth was very valuable. Chi Hongdo carefully showed Zhu Dashin the cloth. To feel it, Zhu Dashin wiped his hands repeatedly to make sure they were clean before touching it. "Oh, what nice material." Only then did Zhu Dashin seriously look at this seemingly ordinary old lady. This wasn't just a trade. With such good material, she was here to make money. "Old aunt, this cloth is really nice," Zhu Dashin tentatively said. Chi Hongdo smiled warmly and let him feel the gray cloth again and again, proudly saying, "My eldest daughter is married in the county. She and her husband gave this to me, her old mother, as a gift." "No need to give it back," she said. "Let them keep it. They just don't listen. I've saved a lot at home, and keeping it would be a waste. So, I'm offering it here in exchange for something." The elderly lady rarely came to town to buy meat. She had interacted with Zhu Dashin a few times, but who would notice such an ordinary old lady? Since her background was unknown, she was still in control because she spoke first. Moreover, her actions weren't baseless. They were based on real reasons. Hearing Chi Hongdo's words, Zhu Dashin complimented her, saying, "Auntie, you're so lucky." Inside, he thought that her son-in-law might be a bit simple-minded, to let his wife send good fabric back to her family. "Auntie, how much fabric do you have? Want to trade?" Zhu Dashin looked around to make sure no one was nearby. Then he glanced at the basket on Chi Hongdo's back and led her into the meat stall's shed. Chi Hongdo estimated Zhu Dashin's purchasing power and indicated a number with her fingers. As expected of the wealthy family she admired, Zhu Dashin bought 9 feet of fabric. 9 feet. Enough to make a coat. The price was 80 cents, and Chi Hongdo didn't agree to Zhu Dashin's bargaining. Bargaining depended on the person. In this case, with a face full of vegetables and a slightly chubby butcher, it was good enough if he didn't cheat her. Knowing how clever Grandma Zhao was, Chi Hongdo successfully traded 9 feet of fabric and even received a free bone with meat on it. Yes, free. Zhu Dashan gave it to her. Of course, Zhu Dashan wasn't crazy. He simply gave an old lady a bone with some meat. His family had many children, and several little ones ran around without clothes. Buying fabric was hard, so when he saw this opportunity, he seized it. Annie, just call me Dashan. I was thinking, since you still have extra fabric, could you sell me a bit more? Chi Hongdo tried not to laugh. It was funny to see such a fierce-looking, chubby man speak softly to her. These are good fabrics. Chi Hongdo showed a reluctant expression. Oh, you're right. I knew it was good stuff, so I wanted to trade with you, Zhu Dashan said. Next time you come, I'll save some good meat for you. How about that? Chi Hongdo made a face as if she was weighing her options, then nodded in agreement. Good meat was rare, and she didn't want to miss out. Zhu Dashan wanted to build a good relationship with her, to ask for favors, but in fact, she was the one trying to establish a good connection with him. After buying the meat and packing the bone, Chi Hongdo turned around and went to the supply and marketing cooperative. Today, I traded about 30 yards of fabric. The money I brought out didn't move at all, and I even earned 22 yuan 95 cents, plus a bunch of receipts. There aren't many items in the supply and marketing cooperative. Chi Hongdo spent some of her tickets on 1.5 pounds of egg cakes, bought cheap fruit candies at 1.5 cents per pound, and also bought some laundry powder, soap, and soy sauce in small amounts. How much is this? Chi Hongdo looked at the 2 cans of malted milk on the top shelf of the counter after buying a basket full of things. 40. Because of Chi Hongdo's big shopping spree, everyone in the cooperative, both clerks and customers, was watching her. When they heard the clerk's price, many people gasped. These days, most city workers earn less than 40 yuan a month. And buying malted milk not only requires money, but also tickets. These 2 cans of malted milk had been in the cooperative for half a year without selling. If Chi Hongdo hadn't asked about them today, the clerk might have forgotten about these cans altogether. Chi Hongdo clicked her tongue. She had enough money to buy them, but she didn't have the tickets. She shook her head and gave up. After buying her things, she left the cooperative. Some onlookers felt a bit disappointed, thinking that the old lady might buy those cans of malted milk. Although they couldn't afford it themselves, watching others buy was quite enjoyable. You're overthinking it. Who would spend so much on something so expensive? Someone whispered. Among the group of customers, a woman in blue work clothes showed a slight change in expression and followed Chi Hongdo out the door. After the woman left, an elderly woman with white hair suddenly patted her head. Oh, I just remembered. Isn't that someone? Wasn't that the daughter-in-law of Dashu? The old woman mumbled to herself, looking strange. Who would have thought Dashu's wife's family is quite wealthy, buying so many things at once? This was really a bad situation for me. I finally had a day off and came to the supply and marketing cooperative, only to be bumped into by a wealthy-looking old lady. Sure enough, her mind was busy trying to sell tickets again. Kahongdu wasn't craving a sip of malted milk, but the most nutritious item in the cooperative was this, and there was no trace of the legendary White Rabbit candies. White Rabbit candies are always in demand, but rural supply cooperatives don't usually stock them. That's why I asked about the price of malted milk earlier. But without a ticket, I couldn't buy it, so I decided to forget about it. I didn't expect someone to chase after me to give me a ticket. That ticket wasn't cheap, but Kahongdu smiled and nodded. Before the woman could quote a price, she took a piece of red cloth from her basket. Trade for cloth, girl? In the woman's surprised and happy expression, Kahongdu used the cloth to get a ticket for malted milk and even earned 4 yuan. Malted milk secured. Just as Kahongdu was about to transfer the items from her basket to the game ward, an old lady approached. Who is this? What does her hesitant, eager expression mean? Are you Zhao's girl? Kahongdu tried to recall, but no, she didn't recognize her and had no impression. I'm from Chunshan Commune, Chunshan Brigade. We met at your sister's wedding banquet. The old lady prompted from beside her. She has 4 daughters. With so many banquets, she must have seen many people. If she remembers everyone she met at those banquets, Is this Zhao old lady just an ordinary old woman? Kahongda thought to herself, but she still greeted her politely, pretending to suddenly realize who she was. Since they weren't close, she only exchanged a few words before parting. After the woman left, Kahongdu remembered her manner of speaking and felt that she hadn't said everything she wanted to. But if she had to guess, she couldn't. Her 3 older daughters and her youngest daughter were all married, and Zhao old lady could only hear a few updates from villagers about her. After her eldest and youngest daughters married, there was almost no news of them. In the stories from that era, the focus was often on the villainous mother and grandmother of Zhao Yuxiu, and there was little mention of the old lady's daughters. So, Kahongda's impression of her daughters was very vague. But according to Chunchan Brigade, that was where her youngest daughter, Zhao Xuehua, got married. The old lady only appeared when her daughter got married to collect the bride price and complete the ceremony. After that, she never actively looked for her daughter again. Could it be that Zhao Laotai's youngest daughter has some problem? In her few polite words, the old lady said nothing meaningful, and Chi Hongdo couldn't figure out what was going on. Forget it. I'll send someone to check it out another day. With so many sons and grandsons at home, they're just there to be used. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Deciding this, Chi Hongdo slowly headed towards the village. She left the house before dawn, and after wandering around all morning, it was already noon. Walking along, she felt hungry and unceremoniously took out a soft egg cake. Fortunately, the convenient hospital had a water dispenser and disposable cups. 1 bite of cake and a sip of cold water, Chi Hongdo quickly finished 2 pieces of egg cake. Feeling satisfied and happy, she headed home. Before reaching the Red Flag Brigade, Chi Hongdo saw a flashy figure from afar. With that proud posture, hands in pockets, and head held high, it could only be one person. It was Zhao Laotai's beloved youngest son, known as a second-rate troublemaker with a bad reputation. Zhao hadn't gone to town these days. The last time he asked Chi Hongdo for 5 yuan to buy shoes, he exaggerated the price, but he really had no shoes to wear. As someone who cared about his image, Zhao thought he had to find a way to get new shoes no matter what. Knowing that the old lady had gone to town early in the morning, he was waiting at the village entrance, ready to show off. You could say Zhao was clever. He was the only one in the family to come out to greet her. But if you say he was not clever, then he really wasn't. Even with his intentions clear, he only walked to the village entrance and didn't bother to go further. Such laziness.
Mom.
Bored, kicking stones everywhere, Zhao looked up and saw his slow-moving mother. He immediately ran over. At that moment, Chi Hongdo quietly filled the baskets on her back and the basket in her hand. Mom, I'll come. I'll help you carry. Zhao eagerly took the heavy basket from Chi Hongdo's hand and helped unload the basket on her shoulder. He thought there wasn't much in it, but he almost dropped it because of the weight. What is this? So heavy, Mom. Why is it so heavy? Zhao eager to show off, only lasted 3 seconds before starting to complain. The basket was lined with straw and the cloth covering the other basket. Zhao reached out to lift it, but Chi Hongdo hit his hand with a stick she found on the ground. Are you brainless? Chi Hongdo used her eyes to signal Zhao to look around. There were 2 elderly women sitting under the big willow tree at the village entrance. What if they saw us? Zhao being the youngest son who is most loved by his mother, immediately understood the message in Chi Hongdo's gaze. But he couldn't help but mutter, if they don't look, then they don't look. Mother, just say so directly. Why do you hit me? Tree branches hurt the most when they hit. Unfortunately, the branch his mother casually picked up was the one he had just broken off from the willow tree out of boredom and had discarded. It was basically a branch he prepared himself. Such bad luck. But his mother had bought a lot in town today. When they got home, he definitely wanted to be the first to see what was inside. Zhao carrying a basket and feeling the heavy load on his back, grimaced and thought, is Zhao's eldest sister in town? The 2 elderly women under the willow greeted Chi Hongdo and Zhao Chi Hongdo, indifferent, walked over. After Chi Hongdo and Zhao Aimin approached, the other elderly woman spat and said, "Why are you bothering with that old woman?" The woman who spoke didn't mind and smiled. "Fellow villagers, we can't just ignore each other when we meet. Zhao's eldest sister has been widowed for a long time and has suffered a lot. It's understandable that her temper has become strange. You're too kind-hearted, and your sister is the same. Both of you are kind people. That old woman probably went to town today to buy something for her youngest son again. Otherwise, how could Zhao Aimin be so eager to come and pick her up?" Of course, Chi Hongdo wouldn't act crazy and ignore people without reason. That was because the elderly woman who started talking to her was the cousin of Zhao's sister-in-law. Zhao's mother, though a difficult person, was good at throwing tantrums and acting crazy. She was not as good at secretly scheming against others as her sister-in-law. Although these were old stories, in Zhao's mother's heart, she could hate her sister-in-law for a lifetime. Not to mention the cousin of the sister-in-law, who once helped her sister-in-law scratch her face. Kind-hearted? Ha! Nonsense. When Zhao Aimin got home and put down the basket, he called out, "Mother, I want to eat egg cake." Chi Hongdo was stunned. She hadn't even let him open the basket. How did he know he wanted egg cake? "I smell it." Zhao Aimin, completely unaware of what it meant to be shameless, pointed to his nose and said confidently, "A dog's nose." 1.5 pounds of sponge cake costs only 13 yuan in total. She ate 2 pieces, leaving 11. According to Grandma Zhao's old habit, whenever her beloved son spoke, she would quickly take out things for him. But today, Chi Hongdo was not so easy to please. "Why did you eat the sponge cake?" Chi Hongdo stood in front of the basket, squinting at Zhao Aimin. Zhao Aimin widened his eyes. "Mom, I am Aimin, your son. Why can't I eat the sponge cake?" Chi Hongdo shook her head. "You are indeed my son, but I have more than one son." Before Zhao Aimin could speak, Chi Hongdo continued, "Think about your older brothers, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Among all your brothers, isn't Mom most worried about you?" Zhao Aimin proudly nodded. "But since they are all your brothers, why does Mom only favor you and not your older brothers? Have you ever thought about it? If one day Mom leaves, who will take care of you? You eat all the food here every day. If Mom really leaves, will your relationship with your brothers still be good? Look at you now, you're not doing chores at home or on the farm. You just laze around all day eating white rice. If Mom really leaves, how will your relationship with your brothers be? Mom has always thought you are the most promising among her sons, so she has been partial to you. But loving you too much isn't good. It's harmful, I mean. Mom also hopes that after she leaves, your brothers can support you. But look at your current relationship with them. Who can you really rely on?" "Mom, why are you saying all this? Will my brothers still help me?" Zhao Aimin scratched his head, feeling confused and overwhelmed by what Chi Hongdo said. Chi Hongdo nodded heavily. "Silly son, Mom treats you so well. How could your brothers not think about it? So, for your own good and for harmony among your brothers, you need to start helping with chores at home from today. Even if you show favoritism, at least you should do it fairly. Do you understand, I mean?" Zhao Aimin nodded confusedly. He roughly understood that his mother was saying this for his own good. But what does it mean to start working from today? Is he capable of doing chores? "Huh." Chi Hongdo pointed at the firewood shed at the kitchen door. "There's not enough firewood at home. Go up the mountain and chop some wood. When you fill the pile, Mom will give you some sponge cake tonight." Until Zhao Aimin, dizzy, carried the basket and took the axe up the mountain. His mind couldn't wrap around what was happening. How does eating egg cake have anything to do with chopping wood? He hasn't even asked his mother for shoes yet. His delicate, tender hands are supposed to start chopping wood? Mother, is something wrong somewhere? At night, everyone returning from work was stunned when they saw Zhao Aimin, panting heavily, carrying a basket of firewood. Wow, is this really Zhao Aimin, who wouldn't even help when he knocked over the oil bottle at home? What was more shocking than Zhao Aimin chopping wood was that this was all requested by the old lady. It seems the aftershock of the family division dispute hasn't ended yet. Everyone silently thought that the old lady must have been greatly stimulated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ordered her youngest or brother-in-law to do this. They thought that was already enough excitement, but when they saw a big bowl of bone soup brought to the table, everyone unconsciously swallowed. If the old lady was stimulated enough to want to eat meat, maybe that wasn't so bad. This big bowl of soup was made from marrow bones, with some white radish added. The rich, white bone broth was sprinkled with green scallions and smelled wonderful. As for the 2 gene of ribs, they were hung in the well and saved for tomorrow. Knowing there would be meat on the ribs tomorrow, everyone was eager for the next day to come. Of course, at this moment, the bone soup was also very good. Zhao Xiongnan quickly scooped a bowl of thick, radish-infused bone soup for his wife. Although they had been eating eggs and red sugar these days, Lin Qi's body was too weak to produce milk. Nyonyo's diet had slightly improved, upgrading from mixed grain porridge to millet porridge. Wang Xiaoqiao took the 3 taels of fine white flour from Qi Hongdo and asked Zhao Xiongnan to exchange it with her mother for half a gene of millet. They secretly boiled a small bowl of millet water with this rice every morning and evening. Because Wang Xiaoqiao was honest and hardworking, old lady Zhao gave her a key to the kitchen door. The other daughters-in-law usually worked in the fields, so no one noticed Wang Xiaoqiao boiling millet water. Although dinner still consisted of sweet potatoes, mixed beans, and some broken rice, everyone ate happily. At least they had some meat flavor. The big bone broth smelled so good. The children finished eating and wanted more, but the adults scolded them. There was a lot of soup, but each strong family member only had 1 bowl, so there wasn't much left. The children just tasted a little, there was definitely no more. That large bone, cut into several pieces, became a treasure each child eagerly on. Qi Hongdo slowly sipped her bowl of bone soup. Smells so good. Truly delicious. In the countryside, there is a traditional wood-fired stove used to make hearty bone soup. The pork bones come from pigs that haven't been given hormones. The stove is a real fire, boiling vigorously, then simmering gently. Even the carrots and green onions from the field look so cute, emphasizing the natural flavors. Enjoying the rich bone soup, Qi Hongdo feels relaxed. She casually eats a bowl of soup and some rice, silently reminding herself to make egg cakes later. Of course, when she sees Zhao Aimin, she just pretends not to notice to avoid awkward eye contact. Zhao Aimin, who spent the afternoon chopping firewood, now looks quite disheveled, messy hair, greasy face, and dirty clothes. Although we're not related by blood, everyone here is grown up now, and you should have some things of your own, Qi Hongdo said seriously. Starting this month, I will give each household some supplies based on how well you perform. But I will give everything to your wives, she added. When I talk about performance, I mean all of you, but she pointed to the men of the Zhao family. You all will be the main pillars of the family in the future. The most important thing is your behavior. Do you understand? After everyone finished eating, Qi Hongdo held a formal family meeting. The previous times of crying and yelling didn't count. The men of the Zhao family had no right to argue in front of Grandma Zhao's authority. Li Xiaoa, who was eager to speak, asked happily, Mom, what are you giving us? Kai Wenli from the 7th household curiously asked, Mom, what did you buy in town today? Jiang Yun from the 5th household didn't believe it was true. She wondered if her mother-in-law would really give them things voluntarily. Could it be a trap? Wang Xiaoqiao was worried because her daughter-in-law currently had no milk, and she wasn't sure if she would have any later. The half a kilogram of millet wasn't enough for her granddaughter to eat for long. What would she do after it was finished? The sons, who had seen Grandma Zhao's emotional distress yesterday, were now more cautious. They knew that whatever Grandma said was true. Whatever I give you will be good stuff, Qi Hongdo replied gently. Li Xiaoa immediately started thinking about what good things Grandma might have. She wondered what she could get. Kai Wenli also wanted good things, but she felt that Grandma's words weren't finished yet. Sure enough, the head of the family, Qi Hongdo, continued speaking. Giving things also needs proof. The first proof is your contribution to the family. Who contributes more or less, Grandma keeps track. From now on, when I give out supplies each month, this will be the main basis. Almost everyone thought of the old lady's account book that she previously threw in front of the couple, Lao Lu and his wife. No one was better at calculating than the old lady, everyone thought. Secondly, I want to see how obedient you are. I am getting old, and my words are not as sharp as before. If any of you are filial, willing to listen to me, I will give you something. Actually, the second point is just a supplement to the first. Chi Hongdo was afraid of saying too much, as these simple-minded people wouldn't understand, but as long as her message was clear. Her main idea was to continue establishing the old lady's authority as a tyrant. If she didn't become an absolute authority, how could she teach the little troublemakers in the future? At this moment, more powerful than words were tangible objects. Chi Hongdo bent down and took a small bundle from the basket at her feet. Recently, the eldest helped me while I was bedridden. The eldest and Xiangdong and Xiangnan worked in the fields every day this month and earned full credits. They are quite filial. This is for you all. Chi Hongdo opened the small bundle, revealing 6 pieces of gray-black torn cloth and a 4-foot-long piece of blue fabric. These fabrics were from Grandma Zhao's chest. Originally, Chi Hongdo didn't plan to give out a whole piece of fabric. She intended to use it several more times. But since Mao Mao's tailoring shop opened, she wouldn't lack fabric anymore, so she added this in. This large piece of cloth made some of the daughters-in-law jealous and envious. But after unwrapping the fabric, they found more inside. A handful of 12 cheap fruit candies from the supply and marketing cooperative, 5 round eggs, and a small packet of red sugar. Although the quantity was small, it was red sugar. That was all. But Wang Xiaochao was too afraid to accept it. Mother, this is too precious. Whether it was the fabric or the sugar, they couldn't take such valuable things. Don't delay the work, take it. Mother gives it to you, just take it. Zhao Yuanwen heard clearly earlier. That was the stuff given to the daughters-in-law, based on how their men performed. That was how much the mother valued him. At this moment, Zhao Yuanwen felt full of strength. His mother had always favored the youngest, and this was the first time she openly showed her regard for him. Under the double pressure from the mother-in-law and husband, Wang Xiaochao nervously accepted the heavy small bundle. After giving the gift to the eldest daughter-in-law, Chi Hongdo took out another rough cloth bundle. Inside, there are 3 pieces of torn cloth, one of which is the same size as the older brother's 4-foot cloth, but it is gray-blue instead of blue-green. There are 5 eggs and 12 cheap candies. That's all. This is for the 5th brother's family. Zhao Yuanwu feels uneasy. Does that mean he is less important in his mother's eyes than the eldest? His wife's salary is handed over every month, and only 5 yuan is left for her. Isn't that a significant contribution? Mother, why don't you give my wife some brown sugar? Brown sugar is hard to get. Also, there are fewer torn cloth pieces than for the eldest brother. Chi Hongdo ignores his unfairness. Your big brother has a little kid who drinks milk. Do you have one too? The brown sugar is for son's daughter-in-law, Lin Qiyu, to help her health. The extra torn cloth is for making diapers for the little girl. Zhao Yuanwu is speechless. Their house indeed has no little kid drinking milk. Chi Hongdo has no time to argue with this big fool and continues with the next small bundle. 1 4-foot cloth, 12 cheap candies, 2 eggs, nothing more. All right, Zhao Yuanwu immediately shuts up. He didn't expect the 6th brother to have so little. Li Xiaoa, feeling angry, reaches out to take her share. Before she can say mother, you're too biased, Chi Hongdo slaps her hand. Mother? Li Xiaoa, who didn't get anything, feels both angry and wronged. What are you hitting me for? I told you, is this for you? No manes. Currently, Chi Hongdo thinks the 6th brother and his wife are the most irritable. So, naturally, this time she didn't leave anything for them. 7th brother's family come over. Among the working men, only 7th brother Zhao Yuanguan doesn't have full work points. His wife, Kai Wenli, is also a lazy person who occasionally earns 8 points but mostly only 5 or 6. 7th brother and his wife have only 2 children, a boy and a girl, twin babies. Kai Wenli is lively and clever, but after having twins, she was injured and can't have more children. She can't stand straight in front of the old lady. In a rural area where many children mean good fortune, this is considered a serious defect. In Grandma Zhao's eyes, it is even more a terrible crime. Because seventh brother Zhao Yuanquan was born prematurely and is in poor health, and he is not very likable, Grandma Zhao doesn't like him. Now, his wife also cannot have children, so the couple is among the top disliked by Grandma Zhao. According to her previous habits, she might not include them in this distribution. So, when Shi Hongdou just spoke, seventh brother Zhao Yuanquan, who had been standing on the edge, was a bit surprised. He originally thought that the burden, which was much lighter than that of the older brothers and the fifth brother, belonged to the sixth brother. If the sixth brother only had these things, then his wife and he would have nothing, or at most a few candies, maybe a single egg at most. He never expected there would be a piece of cloth. Kai Wenli knew the importance of their family to the old lady, so she was very happy to see the items. Of course, what made the mood even more unpredictable was the youngest son, Zhao Aimin, who looked more excited than Kai Wenli and her husband, and felt unfair and upset. His mother cared so much about him. He worked all afternoon today. What good thing would she give him later? Oh, it must be better than what the older brother got. Absolutely. Zhao Aimin was so confident. Facing Zhao Aimin's hopeful gaze, Shi Hongdou calmly took out 2 pieces of egg cake wrapped in oil paper from the basket. I mean, this is for you. Although before today you didn't contribute anything to the family, and others said you were just a free rider, today you proved with your actions that you also helped the family. Mother is very proud of you. Mother believes that the pile of firewood in the shed is just the beginning. In the future, her good son will become more and more capable. Here, take it. Even though you only chopped firewood for half a day, Mother won't let you lose out. These 2 pieces of egg cake are yours. With Mother here, neither your brothers nor sisters-in-law can say you took advantage. Mother, no, this Mother, Zhao Aimin held the egg cake, tongue-tied. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Why didn't they give him cloth, sugar, or eggs? Mother wasn't like this before. I mean, come, try the egg cake. Mother doesn't want to eat it herself, but seeing you enjoy it makes her happier than eating it herself. Eat quickly, I mean. In the warm, caring words of his mother, Zhao Aimin forgot his grievances and his thoughts about money, cloth, and eggs. Acting on instinct, he took a bite of the egg cake. It's so fragrant, so soft. The egg cake is delicious. Even though he had just finished a meal, Zhao Aimin wolfed down 2 pieces of egg cake in a few bites. Ignoring the unseemly way he ate, Shi Hongdou looked at his other sons and said, "Since Aimin isn't married yet and can't be compared to you older brothers, and he only chopped firewood for half a day, giving him 2 pieces of egg cake, do you all have any objections?" Who would dare to object? No one dared to complain about the son who had worked so hard chopping firewood that he couldn't even smell the aroma of egg cakes. However, it was surprising that the elderly lady only gave the youngest son 2 pieces of egg cake this time. This was more unexpected than the fact that old Six and his wife had nothing at all. Who would bother to care about those 2 pieces of egg cake? Old Six's mouth moved, wanting to speak, but he felt embarrassed. The last time his mother slapped him, the effect was still strong, so Zhao Yuanshuang was a bit afraid to speak. Li Xiaoa, however, started to shout, "Mother, why do they all have things but we don't? Why don't they share anything with us? Isn't my husband and I working in the fields every day? We do more than old Seven and his wife. Six sister-in-law, have you forgotten that a few days ago, you and your husband made Mother faint from anger? When Mother was dividing things earlier, she said that big sister-in-law took care of Mother while she was bedridden. What did you 2 do during those days? Kai Wenli, you little upstart, you unproductive hen. All you do is yap, while big sister-in-law took care of Mother. It's as if you did it yourself. Li Xiaoa, stop talking nonsense." Kai Wenli was only slightly timid towards her mother-in-law, but was not afraid of her sisters-in-law. Besides, Li Xiaoa only had 1 son, while she had more daughters. What right did she have to criticize her? Kai Wenli shoved her bundle into her husband's arms and immediately grabbed Li Xiao's hair. Her body was already injured and couldn't have more children, which was her sore spot. When her mother-in-law pointed at her and scolded her, she had no chance to fight back. Who was Li Xiao anyway? Kai Wenli was furious inside and squeezed her grip tighter.
Ow!
How dare you pull my hair? Seeing the two daughters-in-law about to fight, Chi Hongdo pointed at their husbands and said, "What are you standing there for? Break them up. Are you all fools?" Zhao Yuanshuang stepped in to separate them, blocking Chi Hongdo's view so her wife, Li Xiao, could take the chance to pinch Kai Wenli a few more times. Old 7, Zhao Yuanjuan, held his bundle and didn't know where to put it, reacting slowly. It was Zhao Aimin who, under Chi Hongdo's instructions, stepped forward to separate his seventh sister-in-law. "You're playing dirty tricks." The ones being pinched were in sensitive places, and Kai Wenli was furious. Even after being pulled apart, she kept cursing. Although Chi Hongdo didn't see the exact moment Kai Wenli was pinched, she could tell from her distressed and angry expression that something was wrong. Let's just say that the couple, Old 6 and his wife, are not very good people. How dare you fight in front of me? Are you unhappy with the Liu family, or just with me, the old lady? Li Xiao's hair was pulled so roughly she looked crazy. Hearing Chi Hongdo's words, she secretly pouted. Of course she was unhappy. "Old 6, tell me, why didn't you get your share this time?" Chi Hongdo looked cold. Li Xiao's mind was confused, but she didn't believe Zhao Yuanshuang didn't understand what was happening. When Zhao Yuanshuang turned around, his sneaky attitude was gone. Listening to the old lady's sarcastic remarks, his face turned pale and ugly. His brothers, sister-in-law, and nephews were all there, and he was made to feel guilty in front of everyone. It was very embarrassing. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanshuang clenched his teeth secretly. "Mother, we will be obedient and respectful like Big Brother in the future. We will never make you worry again." Chi Hongdo looked at Zhao Yuanshuang avoiding the issue and snorted softly. "I doubt I will see you both being filial and obedient before I die. Look at your wife. She's so mischievous. Today, she dared to be so bold in front of me. What hope do I have for the future? Just daring to act but not to speak? The reason I didn't give you your share is because you're unfilial."
Mother, I'm sorry.
"We both know we were wrong." Zhao Yuanshuang felt as if his face had been torn off and thrown on the ground. He felt very uncomfortable inside. Losing the share was bad enough, but being scolded mercilessly in front of so many family members was even worse. "Mother, we're all children and daughters-in-law. Can't you just forgive us for a small mistake?" Li Xiao cried loudly, using all her tricks to act dramatic. Old 6, Chi Hongdo's gaze turned cold as she looked at Zhao Yuanshuang, whose face was red. "Stop crying. Do you still have any manners in front of your mother?" Interrupted by her husband, Li Xiao felt wronged but could only hold it in. "Old 6 is my real son, and you're my real daughter-in-law. But it's heartbreaking when both of you do such things. In your words, it's just a small mistake, and both of you, as son and daughter-in-law, can be forgiven. Can't I, as the old lady, teach my own son and daughter-in-law a lesson? This is only the first time you've argued over the share, and now you're fighting like this. Don't you want to share in the future? Mother, will you share with us in the future?" Li Xiao was very sensitive about getting benefits and immediately caught the point. "Of course. Aren't you both part of the Zhao family? Are you still planning to make mistakes every day in the future? This time is just a small lesson. If you perform well later, maybe next time I will give you double the rewards." Drawing a pie is an art, and Chi Hongdo draws her pie without any burden. Finally, let me summarize the main idea of her family meeting and add a touch of poetic language. Mother has worked hard all her life just for you. As long as you behave well, that's better than anything else. Brothers shouldn't fight, and neighbors shouldn't bully. We are one family. You brothers should get along peacefully. Our Zhao family doesn't split apart. As long as Mother is here, I can't stand seeing you live separately. When Mother passes away, I won't be able to rest peacefully. The eldest brother rubbed his eyes, his voice hoarse. "Mother, we will definitely get along and be filial to you." Then the sons, along with their wives and grandchildren, all expressed their support. Except for the couple of Lulu, who left empty-handed and embarrassed, everyone else took their things back to their rooms. The other brothers all stayed in neighboring houses, except for the youngest, Zhao Aimin, who lived in the second bedroom of the main house. In the two secondary bedrooms, one was occupied by Zhao Aimin and the other by several grandchildren. The grandchildren, sensing the situation, had already gone back to sleep, but Zhao Aimin was at his door, feeling more and more upset. Big brother and fifth brother got married, but how much they got was none of his business. He, Zhao Aimin, had always been the most respected in the family. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Finally, in the middle of the night, Zhao Aimin knocked on his mother's door. Qi Hongdo calmly opened the door for Zhao Aimin. As a mischievous second-rate kid, Zhao Aimin wasn't completely stupid. 2 pieces of chicken cake could only fool him for a moment, and now he had realized what was going on. Mother, Aimin, come quickly. Mother's waiting for you. Before Zhao Aimin could speak, Qi Hongdo spoke first. Seeing her mysterious expression, a familiar feeling rose in his heart. Realizing there was something good to gain, Zhao Aimin lowered his voice, quickly turned off the room's oil lamp with her weak light, and leaned in closer. Aimin, look at this. At least having finished elementary school, Zhao Aimin grabbed the thin piece of paper in Qi Hongdo's hand and struggled to read. Labor insurance. Shoe ticket. A pair of sneakers. Mother, a sneaker ticket. Zhao Aimin's face lit up in the dim light. He saw young people in the town wearing stylish sneakers, which looked very impressive. Originally, he just wanted to make some money in front of his mother. He couldn't afford leather shoes, but cloth shoes were fine. He didn't expect his mother to give him such a big surprise. But why only a shoe ticket? Qi Hongdo sighed. There are no sneakers in the supply and marketing cooperative shop. Otherwise, I would have bought them for you already. I knew my mother cares about me. Zhao Aimin reached to put the shoe ticket into his pocket. Qi Hongdo didn't stop him. She was waiting to continue her daydreaming with this ticket. Sure enough, after putting away the shoe ticket, Zhao Aimin spoke again. Mom, just give me the money. I'll go to the supply shop in town and buy the shoes myself. It would be best if his mother could give him 10 or 8 yuan, so he would have both shoes and some extra money for fun. Zhao Aimin was happily thinking. But getting money was impossible. Qi Hongdo patted Zhao Aimin's arm kindly and said, Aimin, do you forget what I said today? I want to do what's best for you. Today, you worked hard, so I can give you the egg cake to eat. Yes, I know you're doing this for me. But how does that relate to buying shoes? Today, Zhao Aimin had been fooled twice and was starting to become a little resistant to being tricked. Qi Hongdo continued calmly, it's related. Think about it. Today I shared things with your older brothers. On the surface, you only have 2 egg cakes, but soon you'll be wearing new, stylish sneakers. How do you think your brothers will feel? That clearly shows your mother isn't fair. How things were divided before doesn't matter now. My life is getting clearer every day. If you keep taking advantage of the family, and I still support you, once I'm gone, you'll have to face your brother's feelings. If I don't treat everyone equally now, you'll be the one to suffer later. Your brothers have already handled big matters, marriages, children. Your eldest and 5th brothers have grandchildren. What about you? What do you have? Will your brothers help you when you get married? Will they help with your children? Mom. Zhao Aimin stopped listening. Mom knows you'll be successful in the future, but this is just a precaution. Help out around the house now, work hard in the fields, and earn more points. If your brothers support you, it will be more confident, right? Anyway, you're already 20, about to get married. Marrying a wife involves dressing and eating, so you should at least pretend a little. How can your mother find a wife for you if you don't show some effort? A 20-year-old young man, usually carefree, felt his ears turn hot when he heard about getting married. Honestly, as a typical lazy guy, Zhao Aimin sometimes secretly watched other young women, but he had never seriously thought about marriage before. His mind was always distracted. Anyway, his mother would surely arrange everything for him. But now, he didn't expect his mother to have already made arrangements. Mother, are you going to find a wife for me? Qi Hongdo slapped Zhao Aimin on the back of his head. It's you who are marrying a wife, not your mother. You have to do it yourself.
Ouch.
His mother's strength was a bit too much. Zhao Aimin rubbed his head and muttered, "Mother, I can hear you." "Yes, yes, I hear you." Zhao Aimin quickly nodded. "Foolish boy, I'm doing this for your good, you know. Do you want to marry a dirty, dusty girl who's all covered in mud, or do you want to marry a pretty girl with a small face, big eyes, and fair skin? No need to ask, of course, the pretty one. In the countryside, there aren't many with fair skin. Sun and wind beat down on them. Even if they're like angels, they can't stand it." Zhao Aimin still cared about looks. "That's right. Look at you, no money, no reputation. Your mother wants to see you marry a fairy, but is that possible? For the future, for your beautiful wife, I can't even buy you shoes now. But once you prove yourself, I'll buy shoes in front of your brothers and personally give them to you. Then, when you wear those shoes outside, who will ask me? I can honestly say they're good shoes bought with my son Aimin's hard-earned money. Go to bed now. It's late. Think carefully about what I said." "Okay, mother." Zhao Aimin's mind once again turned into a complete mess.
Come back.
"Mother?" "Sure. Don't let your brothers find out." Chi Hongdo handed Zhao Aimin a handful of cheap candies from the supply store, about 10 pieces. Zhao Aimin pocketed a shoe ticket, held the candies in his hand, felt like he was walking on cotton, and his ears buzzed as he returned to his room. The words Chi Hongdo said during the day kept echoing in his ears. Zhao Aimin lay on the wooden bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mother still favored herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep giving him sweets and shoe tickets.
Well,
He hadn't seriously thought about getting married before, but now, hearing his mother mention it, his young heart started to stir. Although he was a lazy, second-rate person, he knew that in the countryside, when choosing a son-in-law, the first thing people look at is his character and reputation. Of course, besides reputation, money matters too. But he had neither. If he wanted to marry a beautiful wife like his mother described, someone like him was not good enough. But his mother said she would help him as long as he started working, but working is so tiring. After chopping firewood all afternoon, Zhao Aimin, lying on the bed, felt his bones ache all over. Just thinking about having to do such tiring work every day made him feel like giving up. Still, he thought about the stylish new sneakers and the beautiful wife his mother described. Zhao Aimin peeled open a candy wrapper and put a piece into his mouth. The sweet taste seemed to match the beautiful wife his mother described. At worst, he could just work less. Zhao Aimin thought he was very clever. But he didn't know that once he started working, Chi Hongdo would give him endless chores. The next morning's breakfast was rich. Because, besides old Lu and his wife, everyone else had eggs. Of course, not everyone could have an egg. His family wasn't that wealthy. But egg drop soup and steamed eggs could still be arranged. One egg could make a bowl of steamed egg, and everyone could have a bite. Wang Xiaoqiao mainly prepared for her young daughter-in-law, but seeing the eldest daughter-in-law looking distracted, she gritted her teeth and added another egg. She made 2 bowls of egg drop soup. Before the mother-in-law distributed the food, she didn't know about the 5 eggs she had given. Wang Xiaoqiao had never been selfish. Although she didn't keep the eggs for herself, she felt guilty toward the eldest daughter-in-law, so she took the initiative to add another egg. Yi Jiang-Iyun from the 5th family had the whitest hands for sewing. She cracked 3 eggs at once out of 5. Yi Jiang-Iyun always felt that the stingy old lady might take back what she had given at any time, so she preferred to eat it herself. That way, even if the old lady changed her mind later, she couldn't make them spit out the eggs they had already eaten. Yi Kai Wenli from the 7th family also steamed a bowl of steamed eggs for her husband to help him stay healthy. Old 7 Zhao Yuanchuan's health has never been good, and the family rarely gets the best things, so when there's food, they eat it quickly. Last night, Li Xiaoa had a fight with Kai Wenli. Now she was holding a bowl of porridge, watching Kai Wenli deliberately carry a bowl of egg custard past her, and she gritted her teeth in anger. "It's just a bowl of egg custard. Why are you showing off? Men are still weaklings." Li Xiaoa was thinking spitefully, not knowing when old 7 might fall in the field. Then Kai Wenli would be a widow. If she were a widow, she could remarry and have children, so there was hope. Kai Wenli probably wouldn't be wanted by anyone. Thinking of this, Li Xiao felt she had won. She was much better than Kai Wenli. At least her husband wasn't so weak. Her mother-in-law, in her 40s, could still have a younger brother-in-law, and maybe she could have 2 more sons. But no matter how proud she felt inside, smelling the delicious aroma of the egg custard from others' bowls, Li Xiao couldn't help but swallow. Zhao Yuxiu sat quietly in the corner, drinking her porridge. Occasionally, she looked up and saw Uncle Seven scooping a spoonful of egg custard from his bowl to his younger cousin Zhao Yushan, who was about her age. Fifth sister Zhao Yuya also ate the egg flour soup given by Auntie Wu. Fourth sister Zhao Yujia, from the big uncle's family, didn't have any eggs, but when she went to feed the pigs in the morning, she saw the big uncle's wife giving candy to second sister Zhao Yujia. Zhao Yuxiu lowered her eyes silently. After finishing her breakfast quickly, she took her basket and went out to cut pig grass. The family workers finished their meals and gradually went to work in the fields. Even Zhao Aimin was chased out by Qi Hongdo to work in the fields. After the incident with chopping firewood yesterday, everyone had a bit of a break. Although surprised, they could accept it. And with Qi Hongdo promising to distribute things based on performance, the workers in Zhao's family worked especially hard that day. When the team leader came to inspect, he saw that everyone in Zhao's family, men and women alike, was working with great enthusiasm. He even praised them once. Li Xiao listened to the praise, but felt very annoyed. She wanted to show herself off and get some good things from the old lady, but seeing others sharing candies and eggs made her stomach, which was already empty from working all morning, feel more and more irritated. The old witch showing favoritism. Li Xiao cursed inwardly, feeling more and more angry. Seeing the daughter-in-law from another family resting on the ridge, almost sunstroke, Li Xiao suddenly had an idea. She held her stomach and cried out, "Oh, pretending to be in pain. What is wrong with you? At the Li family. The old lady is no longer bedridden, so Wang Xiaoqiao doesn't need to stay at home to take care of her. Today, she is working in the fields. Oh, big sister-in-law, I have a stomach ache. It hurts so much, big sister-in-law. I think I might have heat stroke too." One symptom of heat stroke is vomiting and diarrhea. At this moment, Li Xiao is dry heaving. Afraid of acting it out poorly, she even tries to put her hand down her throat, but she ends up vomiting suddenly. Wang Xiaoqiao is frightened and quickly helps Li Xiao to stand up. Seeing her sister-in-law's pale face, Wang Xiaoqiao hurriedly supports her to sit on the field ridge to rest. "Sit here and rest for a bit." "No, big sister-in-law, the sun is so hot that I feel dizzy. I can't stand it." Li Xiao looks pale. She had no appetite to begin with, and now vomiting makes her feel worse. If she can only sit on the field ridge, she will suffer a lot. What should I do? Wang Xiaoqiao feels helpless. "Big sister-in-law, today you can help me pick peanuts in this area. I really can't do it anymore, and need to go back and lie down for a while. Please tell the scorekeeper for me. You help me, and don't forget to count my work points." In her panic, Wang Xiaoqiao ignores Li Xiao's little schemes and quickly nods to let Li Xiao go home. Next door, Kai Wenli, who is working in the field, sees Li Xiao get up and head home, and she is the first to be unhappy. "Sixth sister-in-law, what are you going to do?" Kai Wenli shouts loudly, and the people working nearby look over. The scorekeeper hears her and also comes over. Seeing Li Xiao standing stiffly, Kai Wenli doesn't let her go and continues, "Sixth sister-in-law, are you trying to slack off and avoid work? It's not even noon break time yet." Li Xiao wishes she could go over and scold Kai Wenli. The scorekeeper's surname is Zhao, and he is the same age as Zhao Yuanshuang. Li Xiao endures without arguing and starts to complain to the scorekeeper. "Brother Taizhu, I really can't hold on anymore. I need to go back and lie down, but I won't delay the work in the fields. My big sister-in-law promised to help me. Brother Taizhu, you don't know my mother-in-law. I went to work today on an empty stomach. The just now was bitter water. I really can't hold on anymore." The old lady Zhao is famous for being strict and mean. It's not surprising that she would mistreat her daughter-in-law. At over 60 years old, many elderly people are still working in the fields. The entire Red Flag Brigade, like Grandma Zhao, rarely had people who were nearly 70 or 80 and could comfortably enjoy their children's blessings. Grandma Zhao was the first. She didn't do any work herself, and with many laborers at home, that was understandable. But her daughter-in-law had to go to the fields to work and earn points, and she was not even given food to eat. That was really too harsh. Also, when Zhao Yuanshuang talked with her, her words implied that her own mother was especially strict, and now Li Xiao's story further confirmed what Zhao Yuanshuang said. Zhao Taizhu felt some sympathy for the couple. In the end, he agreed to let Li Xiao go home early, tears of grievance in her eyes. Of course, Li Xiao was not suffering from heatstroke. Someone with heatstroke wouldn't have the mind to take advantage of others or think about going back to sleep. She just didn't want to work anymore. When Li Xiao returned, Zhao Yujie and Zhao Yuye were already preparing to cook. Zhao Yuxiu was feeding the pigs outside. Passing by the small mud and straw hut near the kitchen, Li Xiao remembered the 2 yuan her grandmother had given Zhao Yuxiu. Knowing Zhao Yuxiu's relationship with her youngest daughter, she was almost sure that the 2 yuan hadn't been spent yet. It was her own money, and wasn't it reasonable to buy something tasty with it? Thinking this, Li Xiao tiptoed quietly into the small mud and straw hut. You good-for-nothing girl. Shameless girl. Thought hiding away would make me not find you, huh? After feeding the pigs and preparing to wash her hands to help cook with her cousins, Zhao Yuxiu heard her own mother's curses from inside. She was scraping dirt off the wall of the kitchen, small clumps of soil falling onto the girl in straw shoes. She didn't go over, but hid in the shadow of the kitchen corner. After Li Xiao finished cursing and returned to her room, Zhao Yuxiu finally went into their small mud and straw house. It was called a house, but inside there was only a bamboo bed. Under the bed were 2 wooden basins, and the bed was patched with old sheets and quilts. For people, 2 adult girls and 2 underage girls had to sleep sideways or curl up to fit on that small bed at night. Even so, Zhao's family was a little better off than some families where men and women lived together. At least this shaky little house can protect their poor privacy. Looking at the messy bed and overturned wooden basin, Zhao Yuxiu pursed her lips, walked over, and tidied up the bed and arranged the basin properly. Her straw pillow was already torn and looked terrible. Zhao Yuxiu knew why her mother, Li Xiao, had just come in. She had guessed that the money would be targeted. After tidying up the room, the weak girl went out and headed to the chicken coop at the corner of the kitchen. She squatted inside to pick up eggs. Her thin hands searched under the coop and found a small, plain cloth bag. Opening the bag, she took out some old paper from the outside, revealing 2 neat bills of money. This 2 yuan was probably the first money that truly belonged to Zhao Yuxiu. In the past 2 days after getting this money, she kept thinking about one thing. But she knew it was impossible. Her cousin Zhao Yushan, who is the same age as her, could still go to school because her 7th uncle and 7th aunt begged her grandmother. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanshuang and Li Xiao hoped she would stop studying early, help with chores at home, and marry soon for a bride price. Last time, she overheard Li Xiao and an old matchmaker talking about 100 yuan bride price. They wanted the bride price money, but not to give her directly. Only secretly. She curled up and hid in the corner, listening to her mother and the old matchmaker argue about money. It was a bright sunny day, but she felt cold all over. At that moment, Zhao Yuxiu remembered everything she had overheard and couldn't help but feel a chill from the bottom of her heart. Li Xiao definitely wouldn't let her keep the 2 yuan. Today, Chi Hongdo found a bag of 30 jin of cornmeal and another bag of dull-colored flour in her room. Even if they couldn't eat rice every day, they could at least make some cornbread. If not, she would find a way to sell some cloth and get rice, fragrant, delicious rice. The Zhao family used to eat cornbread, but the old lady was stingy, so they rarely ate it. Most of the time, they ate mixed dishes, with sweet potatoes being the most common. Although sweet potato dried slices are tasty in their natural flavor, eating them 3 times a day is really tiring. Now, Chi Hongdo has eggs and malted milk to eat, but who doesn't crave rice? They don't have rice now, only broken grains, mixed grains, sweet potato slices, and cornbread, barely enough. And today there's also pork ribs. Chi Hongdo remembered her family's wives and daughters' cooking skills. It seemed like they had no skills at all. No matter what they made, everything tasted the same. To avoid wasting the ribs she had carefully bought, Chi Hongdo decided to cook the ribs herself for lunch. Before making the ribs, she went out in the morning. When she returned, her granddaughters had already prepared the meal, and only her ribs were left. Yushio, go pick some eggplants behind the house. Yuya, wash some potatoes. Juju, start the fire. Hey, Grandma. Grandma, should I just use the wooden basin in the kitchen to hold the potatoes? The lively Zhao Yuya pointed at the small wooden basin in the kitchen and asked. Chi Hongdo nodded. If she sat by the pond washing potatoes one by one, she would faint in less than 3 minutes. Of course, such work should be done by the young. The oil jar in the house was locked inside the kitchen cabinet. Chi Hongdo took out the nearly empty oil jar and almost fainted. Only about 2 ounces of oil were left. The Zhao family needed nearly a month's worth of cooking with that little oil. Every time they fried vegetables, they just wiped the bottom of the pot with a cloth to pretend there was oil. No wonder they all seemed to be drinking the rich broth yesterday. Luckily, there was still a jar of oil in the old lady's room. It was made from rapeseed oil. Pig fat was hard to buy, and getting oil from the communal workshop required waiting in line. It wasn't something you could buy immediately. A few days ago, she also thought the Zhao family was big, but after cooking, she realized how many people they had to feed. Including the 5-month-old girl, Zhao's family had to serve 28 people at one meal. Cooking for them was really a heavy task. In the kitchen, there were more than 30 dishes and bowls, not counting the utensils. It was obvious they were poor. Yet, they still boasted about their pride in being poor, equating poverty with being pure and noble. Whenever they argued, they would mention, "My ancestors were all poor farmers for 3 generations." That day, she said Zhao's family was completely impoverished, which was not wrong at all. Zhao Yuju, the gentle and elegant granddaughter by the stove, wanted to let the old lady rest. But after seeing the 2 pounds of clean ribs in the basin by the stove, she lost her enthusiasm. She had never cooked such tough dishes before. If she ruined it, she would be the shame of Zhao's family. Chi Hongdo looked at her young, slender granddaughter, dressed in patched coarse cloth, unable to hide her youthful beauty. She was only 20, at the prime of her youth, but she was already engaged and soon to be married. But in the countryside, Zhao Yujun was considered to be late in getting married. There was no choice. Her fiancé was a soldier. When they first met, she was only 17, but right after they met, he went to join the army. He was gone for 3 years. This year, he sent a telegram saying he could take a few days off for the new year to come home. So, both families decided to take this chance and get the wedding done. Hot oil was poured into the pot, and ribs that had been rinsed were added. Then potatoes and eggplants were put in one after another. Soon, the lid was closed, and the kitchen quickly filled with bubbling sounds. White steam escaped from the cracks in the lid, along with the smell of meat. This aroma made Zhao Yueying can't help but stay close to the stove, wishing she could stay right there. Chi Hongdo also stayed by the stove. She guessed that perhaps the most valuable items in the Zhao family were the 2 big iron pots on the stove. These pots also showed the skill of Grandma Zhao. One was bought after she insisted that old Zhao find a way to get it, and the other was taken from her in a fight when she was dividing her family property, rolling on the ground and grabbing it from her in-laws. Because of that pot, Grandma Zhao and her sister-in-law had a fierce fight. In the end, Grandma Zhao was only slightly injured, but she took the iron pot home and won the fight completely. Li Xiaoa came home early, but Chi Hongdo just missed her when she left. Only Zhao Yuxiu noticed when Li Xiao returned, so no one else knew. So, Chi Hongdo really didn't know Li Xiao was at home at this moment. After the ribs were cooked, the farm workers hadn't come back yet. Chi Hongdo lifted the lid and took out a few pieces of meat ribs. Eat quickly. She served 1 bowl to each of her 3 granddaughters. Of course, each bowl only had 1 piece of rib meat, the rest was potatoes and eggplants. But it was still a very generous meal. especially since this dish was given by the grandmother who usually didn't pay much attention to her granddaughters. Zhao Yujun looked confused. Zhao Yuxiu's usually gloomy eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Only the carefree Zhao Yueying couldn't help but cheer. Thanks, Grandma. Eat while it's hot. What are you staring at for? When everyone returned, the whole family had a lively meal, quickly devouring everything. The granddaughters didn't even know if they'd get to eat the meat. If there was meat, they'd eat it. Only what they ate in their stomachs belonged to them. Chi Hongdo led by example, not only grabbing ribs, but also lifting the lid of the nearby pot of mixed grains and cornbread. Each girl was given a steaming hot cornbread. Zhao Yuye followed behind Chi Hongdo, dipping a steamed bun into pork rib soup and taking a big bite. Such delicious food. Zhao Yuye squinted happily while eating. Even her younger sister had eaten. Zhao Yujun closed her eyes and clenched her teeth before taking a bite of the bun. Just in case Grandma changes her mind and wants to scold someone, she can't let Grandma get mad at her sister.
Eat.
It smells so good. Zhao Yuxiu held her bowl, paused for a moment, then quietly started eating the pork ribs. The strong smell of meat made Li Xiao, who was tossing and turning in bed and couldn't sleep, feel her stomach rumbling loudly. This smell is just too tempting. Li Xiao couldn't help but get up and walk toward the kitchen. But before she even entered, she saw her mother-in-law leading her 3 granddaughters, all eating without looking up. Is there no justice? She, the mother, hadn't eaten any meat, but her daughter had. Mother, why are you giving meat to those girls? Such precious, fragrant meat, and they're eating it too. Li Xiao rolled her eyes in frustration. After Chi Hongdo finished 2 pieces of ribs, she lazily opened her eyes to look at Li Xiao, who was still upset. Not giving them any, so you're eating? Yes, mother. I've been working hard all day earning points. Give me a bowl of meat too. While Li Xiao tried to rush into the kitchen to grab some meat herself, the Zhao family members working in the fields gradually returned home. Those girls are about to get married soon, so eating meat is a waste. Sanhua, bring your bowl here. Li Xiao, overwhelmed by the smell of meat, saw her mother-in-law ignoring her and quickly tried to some from her daughter's bowl. Zhao Yujun and Zhao Yuye were both shocked. Zhao Yujun wanted to step forward to block, but Li Xiao pushed her aside. Just then, Wang Xiaochao, who had just returned home, saw everything. Soon after, Kai Wenli, Zhao Yuanwu, Zhao Yuanshuang, and others also arrived. Chi Hongdo pointed at Zhao Yuanshuang at the door. Do you two still want to eat today? If you want to eat, then take your embarrassing wife away. Zhao Yuanshuang understood exactly what Chi Hongdo meant. He knew when he returned that his wife had slipped away earlier, and he could probably guess what was happening over lunch. He thought Li Xiao had already eaten meat when she came back, but he didn't expect her to face such an embarrassing scene right after arriving. Mother, don't be angry. Sister Xue from the farming family just talks without thinking. Why are you pulling me? I want to eat meat, and I'm wrong for that? Several young girls have already eaten, and they are now considered part of other families. Why should they get to eat our meat? Li Xiao immediately rolled on the ground, starting to make a fuss. Zhao Xuanong, standing behind auntie and uncle, watched the kitchen's commotion and felt the sharp gaze of his cousin. Embarrassed, he lowered his head. Chi Hongdo firmly held her bowl, looking down at Li Xiao, who was lying on the ground throwing a tantrum, despite being less than 1.6 meters tall. Just say a word, and the granddaughter raised by our Zhao family isn't ours anymore? You're a mother stealing food from your own daughter's bowl. Don't you have any shame? When did I say we wouldn't let you eat meat today? Are you desperate? Yesterday, you and your husband admitted your mistakes in front of me. Now you want this old lady to see this? Whose face are you saving? What's wrong with the girl? Looking down on women? Why don't you go wipe your neck and be reborn? Chi Hongdo's voice grew colder with each sentence, her tone becoming more serious. After she finished speaking, everything inside and outside the kitchen fell silent. Even Li Xiao didn't dare to continue making a fuss. For some reason, although her mother-in-law didn't curse loudly, Li Xiao felt a sense of danger from her words. You look down on young girls. Villagers looked down on widows. Today you dared to do and say this in front of me. Are you still stabbing me, this old woman in the back?
Li Xiaowa.
It was rare for someone to call her by her full name directly. Usually, full names were used only on important or special occasions, like now. Li Xiaowa felt her forehead break out in cold sweat from her mother-in-law's call. It was truly frightening. She usually didn't hold back from gossiping about the old lady behind her back. Zhao Yuanshuang was really angry now. Forget about dividing the family. That was their own idea. But what was going on at noon today? Couldn't this woman just stop causing trouble? Today at noon, the Zhao family was having meat. The children in the house had already excitedly spread the news throughout the village. Some villagers, skeptical that the old lady who bought so much meat could really have bought so much, even came by the Zhao's house specifically today. Sure enough, before they got close, they smelled the delicious aroma of meat. They were actually eating meat. The smell was incredibly tempting. During busy farming seasons, villagers sometimes had small amounts of meat to boost their health, but mostly it was salted meat. After all, eating salt at this time helped restore strength. Think about the description of that little mountain of meat given by Zhao's second and third children. Some villagers couldn't help but whisper to themselves, "Is the old lady from Zhao's family just collecting meat tickets? Otherwise, why would she spend so freely without feeling guilty?" Right now, Zhao's front door is tightly closed. Although almost everyone in the village knows they are eating meat today, these days, no one shows off good things openly. What if someone with a bold face comes knocking? Should they give or not? After all, everyone in the village is a neighbor or relative, maybe even related by blood. So, seeing Zhao's closed door, villagers passing by don't find it strange. If old Zhao's family was openly eating meat, that would be strange. Knowing Zhao's personality, if others smell the meat, she would definitely think someone is taking advantage of her and cause trouble for no reason. At this moment, in Zhao Huafu's family of the Red Flag Brigade, a chubby little boy suddenly flips over a bowl of rice on the table. He vigorously pounds the table with his fat fist, and his short legs underneath kick wildly. "Eat meat. I want to eat meat." An elderly woman, about the same age as Zhao's grandmother, hurriedly tries to comfort him. "Be good. Tomorrow I will buy you some meat, okay?" Note: the elderly woman refers to the great-grandmother. "I don't want that. I want to eat now. Daba and the others ate meat today. I want some too." While holding the little boy, the woman tries to soothe him, but secretly, she is resentful. A widow, acting so showy and arrogant every day, why isn't she just proud of herself? If Qi Hongdo were here, she would immediately remember Zhao's grandmother's feelings. Yes, this old lady is Zhao's grandmother, who deeply hates her sister-in-law Ge Suiji. But right now, Qi Hongdo doesn't care about making a rival jealous to the point of tears. Old Zhao's family is busy eating. Of course, the stubborn couple, Lao Lu and his wife, once again miss out on a delicious opportunity, a plate of fragrant ribs. After Qi Hongdo ordered them not to eat meat, no one in Zhao's family objected. Maybe if one less person shared, they could have more. Why bother defending them? And besides, Lao Lu's wife really has no sense of timing. Old Zhao's mother is proud and can't stand others speaking or acting in her way. No matter why the old lady gave the granddaughters meat today, she did give it. What does Li Xiaowa have to do with it? Is the meat yours? Or is Zhao's family yours? Since neither is true, can't you just stay quiet and be perceptive? Instead, you keep pushing your luck. Serves you right. Oh, I have to say, ribs are really delicious. This pot of stew made the eggplants and potatoes, which almost made me want to from eating so much, taste like meat. The others in Lao Zhao's family ate without lifting their heads, while Lao Lu and his wife huddled in the corner, eating bland, tasteless steamed bread. The air was filled with the smell of ribs, and Li Xiaowa's mouth was watering. But now, being watched by her husband, she didn't dare cause any trouble. Zhao Yuxiu was eating, but her mind wasn't on the food. She looked at her grandmother sitting at the main table and her parents in the corner. A thought kept coming back to her. She almost spoke, but then swallowed her words again. Chi Hongdo noticed the hesitation in Zhao Yuxiu's eyes. In the story, the dark female character Zhao Yuxiu is cold-hearted and ruthless. To leave the Zhao family and escape her rural background, she was willing to give up half of her flesh, leaving the Zhao family in a bloody, disfigured state. Zhao Yuxiu is indeed clever and sharp-minded. The story describes her as having a certain antisocial personality. Because of this, Chi Hongdo didn't rush to show her kindness. At this moment, the dark female character in the story was still a weak girl. Compared to her later, completely numb inner self, a piece of ointment or a rib could still stir her emotions. Chi Hongdo had only recently arrived and hadn't yet figured out how to eliminate Zhao Yuxiu's potential danger, but she already had a rough idea in her mind. Now, she just needed a chance to speak openly. When Chi Hongdo was just a reader, she didn't like the dark female character Zhao Yuxiu in the story. Of course, after reading about Zhao Yuxiu's life, she couldn't help but feel some admiration for the complexity of human nature. Parents who neglect and fail to educate their children, even willing to sell their daughter for profit. Zhao Yuxiu's childhood and adolescence seemed to be shrouded in gloomy, rainy weather, naturally giving her a dark, damp, and obscure feeling. The story in the text was only briefly mentioned, but when Chi Hongdo became Zhao Laotai, everything changed a bit. This slender, quiet girl, transformed from words into a real person, still had a little spark of life left in her, not completely losing all her true feelings. Chi Hongdo didn't want to watch helplessly as Zhao Yuxiu repeated her dark, damp life in the story. If she could preserve that small spark of life in her and give her more chances to change, perhaps this girl could have a completely different life. Zhao Aimin, who had been working all morning, was exhausted and didn't want to move a single finger. Even when he came home at noon, he didn't have his usual energy to jump around and make a fuss. If it weren't for the ribs hanging, he would have just wanted to lie down right away. But after eating, Zhao Aimin's laziness came back. "Mom, look at my hand. Look at my neck. The cut from the grass, even big sister saw it. There are marks on the back of my neck. Mom, I don't want to go this afternoon. I really can't do it anymore." Zhao Aimin tried to complain to Chi Hongdo. But no matter how eloquent he was, Chi Hongdo remained firm. I believe in you. You can do it quickly and well. Besides, you've already started working. If you only work half a day and the scorekeeper doesn't record your points, isn't that a waste? It's a good thing. Hearing Chi Hongdo's words, Zhao Aimin felt his head spinning again. He quickly lay down on the ground, pretending to be stubborn. "No, I really can't do it. Mom, I truly can't work anymore." Chi Hongdo moved her foot away so Zhao Aimin wouldn't accidentally trip her. "Really can't do it? Really can't? Just don't want to go to the field?" "Absolutely not." Zhao Aimin shouted loudly, almost ready to swear to show how he felt at that moment. "Mom, as long as you don't make me go to the field, I can do anything." "Anything? Anything at all," Zhao Aimin said firmly. "If that's the case, then you don't have to go to the field." Hearing the first half of her words, Zhao Aimin's face lit up with happiness. But before he could smile, he heard his caring mother continue. "Then go chop some firewood and fill the woodpile in the shed this afternoon."
It was a shock.
He had spent most of yesterday chopping firewood, and his hands still felt numb. In the field, picking peanuts only made the sun a little hotter, but moving his hands was fine. It wasn't as exhausting as chopping firewood. Zhao Aimin suddenly sat up with a thud. "Our firewood isn't enough. Today you need to work a bit harder." As long as the fire was burning at home every day, there would never be enough firewood. Chi Hongdo seemed unaware of Zhao Aimin's miserable face and spoke seriously. "Think about what Mom told you last night. Can Mom really harm you?" Chi Hongdo bent down, pretending to brush dust off Zhao Aimin, who was sitting on the ground, and lowered her voice. "Last night, Mom said, 'You're a beautiful daughter-in-law. And those stylish new sneakers. But Mom, my hands are trembling just holding the axe now,' Zhao Aimin said with a look of despair. Grandson Zhao Xiangnan, who was watching nearby, accidentally made eye contact with Zhao Aimin. He remembered the red sugar eggs his grandmother had given his wife a few days ago. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Mom, not enough firewood. I'll go cut some, Zhao Xiongnan said. Zhao Aimin happily turned to look at Chi Hongdo. Mom, Xiongnan is getting the firewood. I don't need to go, right? How comfortable it is to lie down and sleep after eating ribs at home. Zhao Aimin seemed to already see himself sleeping peacefully in bed. If Xiongnan is going to chop firewood, you can work in the field, his mother's cold voice replied. With a loud snap, Zhao Aimin's lovely daydream was completely shattered.
Mom.
Zhao Aimin tried to complain. Don't want new sneakers? Don't want a pretty wife? Do you still want to eat meat in the future? Chi Hongdo patted Zhao Aimin's head twice, then pulled her hand back. This guy hadn't washed his hair for days. It was so dirty, with messy hair like a bird's nest. When Chi Hongdo withdrew her hand, her look of disgust made Zhao Aimin feel strangely wronged. He thought she was disappointed because he didn't want to work, especially since his mother was usually very kind to him. His mother also said that making him work was for his own good. Before, she often gave him special treats, which was her favoritism, but everything was given by her. If he could openly take out the egg cake for his brothers like he did that day, it wouldn't be so bad, right? Thinking about how his mother rewarded him with a new pair of sneakers in front of his brothers, he thought it was pretty good. Zhao Aimin sat up in his mind a few times, but in the end, he still went to the fields with Zhao Yuanwen and the others. Compared to chopping firewood, today's work was quite easy for him. Willingly coming out to work, Zhao Xiongnan waved goodbye to his little uncle and left without saying much, carrying a firewood knife, a pole, and some rope. When the family members finished working in the fields and scattered about, Chi Hongdo was already feeling a bit sleepy. Since no one dared to scold her for doing nothing, she closed the bedroom door and prepared to sleep in the special ward of the convenient hospital. Before sleeping, she planned to do a special healing treatment for seniors. She wanted to take good care of her body. Her physical condition was poor, so she didn't expect to live past 100, but she hoped to extend her life by a day. Every little bit helped. After all, there was a 1-to-1 life extension benefit. Chi Hongdo's nap was not very long. Perhaps Grandma Zhao naturally belongs to the high-energy type, needing only 4 or 5 hours of deep sleep each day. Maybe there's some truth to the saying that older people sleep less. In the past, Chi Hongdo could sleep 10 hours straight without issue, but since becoming Grandma Zhao, her sleep has shortened by almost half. After her half-hour nap, she got up and sorted the fabrics in the 2 large wooden boxes under the bed. The fabrics she sent to her daughters-in-law earlier came from here, but Grandma Zhao had accumulated so much fabric that even after giving away some large pieces, the boxes still held a lot. She decided to pull out all the larger fabric pieces first. The biggest piece was about 7 chi long, a rough old cloth. There were also 7 or 8 pieces about 4 or 5 chi in size. Additionally, there were smaller pieces, about 2 or 3 chi, with an old smell, and small piles of torn fabric scraps. The scraps were the main contents of the boxes. Because the fabrics had been stored for a long time, some were starting to rot and decay. Chi Hongdo placed the large fabric pieces back into the box and cleared out the scraps. She still had 2 rolls of fine red cotton fabric, gray cotton fabric, and 2 rolls of unused waste fabric. These fabrics were enough to make 10 or 20 pieces of clothing. Now, she was already wearing new clothes made by the cat tailor shop, both inside and out. Good fabric always feels different when worn. Today, after changing into her new outfit, she encountered the incident in the kitchen at noon. Since she also ate meat at lunch, no one in the family paid much attention. However, Grandma Zhao, who is not easy to please, saw everything but no one dared to ask her when she made the new clothes. She was interested in rummaging through the old fabrics in the box because today, after she woke up from her nap, the Happy Town game opened 2 new useful icons. One was a small countryside villa, fully furnished, with 2 floors, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, everything. Now, Chi Hongdo wouldn't have to sleep in the hospital ward tonight. Although the hospital bed in the game was probably much softer and more comfortable than Grandma Zhao's bed, it felt a bit strange. Now, she had a big 2-meter bed all to herself, and she could roll around freely. Although she still couldn't take the items inside the small villa outside, she could only use them inside. But who cares? She enjoyed it anyway. There is also an icon that, compared to the villa, isn't as luxurious, but it's still quite nice. Delicious baked flatbread stall, a street-side pushcart bakery. The person selling the flatbreads is a chubby NPC uncle. On the small flatbread stall, there are many kinds of flatbreads. Salty flatbread, sugar flatbread, brown sugar flatbread, sesame flatbread, egg yolk flatbread, preserved vegetable flatbread, chestnut pastry, and beef with scallion pastry. A total of 8 types. After Chi Hongdo moved her purchased items into her small rural villa, she bought one of each type of flatbread and sat on the sofa inside, trying each one. Sure enough, she still liked the chestnut pastry and the beef scallion pastry the most. The sesame flatbread smelled very good, and the sugar flatbread was also nice. Since this is the first icon related to food in Happy Town to be unlocked, Chi Hongdo felt she could skip dinner tonight. Having beef-filled pastry was enough to satisfy her. Full and satisfied, Chi Hongdo took a hot bath in the bathroom of her rural villa, washed her hair, and after coming out, she felt much lighter and more refreshed. She pushed open the door of the small villa. In front of the door, there was a flower bed, 4 or 5 fruit trees, a grape trellis, and a swing, all things she had planted herself before. Behind the villa, there was about an acre of land. Within this acre, she divided roughly 2/5 into vegetable and fruit patches, and the rest was used to grow rice. Not far from the front garden side, there was a small pond. Using special bait from the game, she might catch small lobsters, turtles, or fish, things she could eat. If luck wasn't on her side, she might catch some trash. But right now, Chi Hongdo couldn't even catch trash. The icon that opened was for the small villa, and the flower beds, vegetable patches, and pond weren't included. She could only wait for the next time the icon opens. Life is getting more and more promising. Zhao Xiangnan works much faster and more efficiently than Zhao Aimin. He cuts more firewood and does it better, even surpassing Zhao Aimin in chopping skills. Yesterday, Zhao Aimin had piled the firewood messily into a heap, but today, it was neatly stacked into uniform bundles in the firewood shed, like an emergency assembly. I don't know where Zhao Xiangnan's patience comes from. Chi Hongdo looked over with her eyes and felt that the wall of firewood was so tidy that not a single piece was out of place. People who aren't meticulous simply can't do this kind of work. Although Lin Chuyu, the daughter-in-law, received red sugar eggs, she still didn't dare to appear in front of the elderly lady. However, Chi Hongdo still remembered the scene of Lin Chuyu holding the weak little baby. When Zhao Xiangnan was sweating heavily after chopping wood and was about to go to the pond outside to wash, Chi Hongdo stopped him. "This is for your wife and daughter. Grandma bought it specially in town the day before yesterday. Take it back quickly so no one sees." Zhao Xiangnan never expected that his grandma would bring things back from town for his wife and daughter. Because they are grandson and granddaughter, Grandma used to occasionally give him good things, but never something so valuable. "This is malted milk? Grandma, this is too expensive." Zhao Xiangnan had only heard of it before, never seen it, and thought it felt hot in his hands. Eggs and red sugar are common, but who in the village can afford malted milk? Chi Hongdo pulled a face. "Hurry up and go. Don't you know how to take good stuff? Are you stupid?" Chi Hongdo drove Zhao Xiangnan away, who was moved from shock to gratitude. When she saw the malted milk, she thought of giving it to the poor mother and daughter. One is a new mother who hasn't even sat the month-long confinement, and the other is a 5-month-old baby. If they don't eat nutritious food, how can they survive? But a whole 800g can of malted milk was quite noticeable, and she hadn't found a chance before. Today was perfect. Zhao Xiangnan was willing to chop wood for Zhao Aimin, which was also a reward for him. So she took out the malted milk. She had only tasted it once, after trying the legendary flavor, and never touched it again. For Chi Hongdo, who was used to drinking milk tea, malted milk had no appeal. Zhao Xiangnan was no fool. He didn't even bother to wash after taking the malted milk. Seeing no one around, he quickly ran back to his room and hid the malted milk. Then he hurried to the pond to wash and came back to explain to his stunned wife, Lin Chuyu. Lin Chuyu, perhaps because she was more emotional, had tears that soaked her clothes after hearing Zhao Xiangnan's words. In the main house, the two daughters-in-law shared a large piece of cloth for dividing the milk, which no one was willing to give away. But because Nunya was still small, Wang Xiaoqiao used some scraps of cloth to make several diaper covers for her. Lin Chuyu was an honest girl. She thought about how she had been eating eggs and red sugar these days and felt a bit embarrassed. But whether for the sake of the child or herself, she couldn't bear to refuse this hard-earned red sugar eggs. She faintly sensed that she was about to produce milk. Now, with the addition of this can of malted milk, their hope as a couple has greatly increased. Little Nyonyo is so weak. Zhao Xiangnan and Lin Chuyu clearly understand this. Because she is their first child, Zhao Xiangnan and Lin Chuyu don't dare to sleep through the night. The baby sleeps between them, and they take turns caring for her, afraid that if they fall asleep, they might accidentally press on her. In the past, there had been cases in the brigade where inexperienced couples were careless and accidentally suffocated their babies during sleep. Plus, their family conditions are poor and little Nyonyo is so fragile, which makes the couple very nervous. But now, at least they have passed one difficult step. Little Nyonyo will definitely get better and better. But it seems like the milk really likes watching us work. After getting the can of malted milk, Zhao Xiangnan thought that the reason the milk would give him some might be because he was working today. He noticed this from his younger brother and sixth uncle recently. Those who work hard and listen carefully are more likely to benefit, while those who don't may end up with nothing and even get slapped. The younger family members can't openly discuss the elders' faults, but everyone saw the slap marks on sixth uncle's face, which took almost a whole day to fully fade. Everyone in the family saw it. They all knew why sixth uncle was beaten. Lin Chuyu held her husband's arm and said, "From now on, we must always listen to the milk and work harder." They had done this before, but before, the milk never thought about caring for their little Nyonyo. Still, Lin Chuyu was willing to be obedient and listen now. Even if the milk doesn't want to care for her and Nyonyo in the future, as long as she doesn't target them, that's good enough. Lin Chuyu couldn't say any grand principles. She just felt that now, she was already very at ease. Zhao Xiangnan thought a bit more, but didn't have any clear ideas. Late at night, lying in bed, Zhao Xiangnan suddenly remembered something. It was about the time before sixth uncle Zhao Yuanshuang asked to split the family shortly after the new year started this year. At that time, almost everyone in Hongqi Brigade knew about it. It was the death of Widow Wang from the village. Widow Wang had 3 sons and 2 daughters, but as she got older, she became disliked. None of her 3 sons wanted to take care of her. So, Widow Wang had to live alone in a small thatched hut. The winter in South Province is particularly long and cold. Widow Wang nearly died for almost half a month before anyone found out she had passed away. While handling her affairs after death, Widow Wang's 3 sons argued among themselves, each afraid of taking on too much responsibility. The 2 daughters were not seen at all. It sounds like a very sad story, but everyone in the Red Flag Brigade knew that Widow Wang was extremely biased against girls. She sold one daughter to the mountains and married the other to an old man with high bride price who had loose teeth. Her 3 sons were all good-for-nothings and troublemakers. Widow Wang loved her sons dearly, raising them to be useless, bad character, lazy, and incapable of doing anything. But no matter what, as long as they could defecate and breathe, they were her precious children. Even in death, she kept thinking of her beloved sons, and she died frozen in her thatched cottage. Some say Widow Wang starved to death because when she was found, there was not a single grain of rice or even a dried sweet potato left in the house. Zhao Xiangnan doesn't remember how his grandmother reacted when she found out, but although she wasn't close to anyone in the village, she attended Widow Wang's funeral. Perhaps she was affected by Widow Wang's death? The more he thought about it, the more he believed that was the case. Otherwise, how could his normally strong grandmother faint from anger just because sixth aunt mentioned dividing the family? If it had been before, if she heard that, she would have flipped the house upside down and beaten sixth uncle and sixth aunt until they were badly hurt. the family would have been gloomy for at least a month, not just 2 days of upset. On this quiet night, Chi Hongdo imagined her big grandson, who seemed honest and quiet, thinking up all these stories. But it's not entirely wrong to say Zhao Xiangnan's thoughts weren't right either. Widow Wang's death definitely shocked Zhao Laotai quite a bit. Old people fear losing power and worry about becoming useless and disliked. But at that moment, Zhao Laotai wouldn't reflect on whether her own discipline of her children was also flawed or wrong like Widow Wang's. She only thought that Widow Wang shouldn't have divided the family. And she definitely shouldn't have been left in that shabby thatched house by her 3 sons, wasting away, still thinking of her 3 beloved children until her death. Zhao Daihe wouldn't be so foolish. If she wanted to control her sons, she would do so for a lifetime. She wanted all her sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren to become her slaves. And over the years, she had done a good job. No disobedient or unfilial descendants dared to oppose her. She is very different from the foolish Wang widow. Before long, Grandma Zhao heard that her 6th son and his wife had asked to split the family. This was a huge shock for Grandma Zhao. The impact of this news was not just because her son and daughter-in-law dared to ask for a division, but also because she was feeling proud and confident, thinking she could comfortably enjoy her life as a grandmother. Suddenly, an unexpected event happened, something completely outside her plans. It was a challenge to her authority, a form of rebellion, a declaration of war. That's why Grandma Zhao fainted from anger at that moment. But only Chi Hongdo probably understood these things so clearly. It wasn't easy for Grandma Zhao to raise 9 children and help them establish their lives, but her harshness and cruelty were just as strong. While raising her children, she also seemed to feed them poison. That's how she created the environment for the 6th son and his wife, who came from terrible parents. Now, studying costs 6 yuan per semester in middle school, but for Li Xiaoa and Zhao Yuanshuang, having that money to buy meat or clothes was much better than sending a daughter who was always going to marry off to school. Chi Hongdo definitely wouldn't let the 14-year-old Zhao Yuxiu get married, nor did she expect her to do heavy farm work. A child working hard could hardly earn many points. Although she couldn't go to university now, after Zhao Yuxiu finished school and waited a few more years, she could still take the university entrance exam. Grandma. In the morning, after feeding the chickens, Zhao Yuxiu turned around and saw Chi Hongdo standing at the door. She was startled. Usually, she would lower her head and go do something else. But this time, for some reason, Zhao Yuxiu decided to speak up and called out to Chi Hongdo. Chi Hongdo nodded. Most of the adults and children at home had gone out. The daughter-in-law and little Nunya were in the room, resting and taking care of their health. There were only 3 granddaughters and Chi Hongdo at home now.
Come here, you all.
Take apart the bedding in my room and wash the sheets too. Chi Hongdo handed Zhao Yujia a small bag of laundry powder and soap she bought at the supply and marketing cooperative. Grandma, is this soap? Zhao Yujia's big, round eyes widened as she pointed at the soap in her older sister's hand. The little Ping family in the village had soap, but their family hadn't seen it before. If it's not soap, what else could it be? If you have clothes to wash, take them all and wash them well. Zhao Yujia was worried her younger sister might say something that would upset Grandma, so she quickly pulled her away. Passing by Zhao Yuxiu, I didn't forget to take her along. At the pond entrance, someone was washing clothes. Zhao Yujia took her 2 younger sisters to a small river farther away to wash. White soap powder dissolved in a wooden basin, and with a few simple rubs, lots of bubbles appeared. Zhao Yuya, only 17, has a lively personality. Seeing her cousin's bubbles, she immediately said, "Let me try, sister. Let me wash too." Zhao Yujia looked at her with a smile and pushed the basin toward her younger sister. Such a child, she finds washing clothes fun. Zhao Yujia is gentle and, because she is about to get married, she considers herself grown up. Now, she looks after her 2 younger sisters as if they were children. Next to them, Zhao Yuxiu silently hammered at dirty clothes laid on the blue stone slab with a pestle. Maybe you should find a chance to talk to Grandma again? Living under the same roof and sharing a bed, Zhao Yujia could see Zhao Yuxiu's feelings clearly. The pestle paused in midair. Then the sound of pounding clothes resumed. Grandma won't agree. Zhao Yuxiu's voice was dry. Her gaze was fixed on the dirty clothes on the stone slab. It seemed her life was just beginning, but she felt like it had already been beaten to pieces. I saw someone in the village catching centipedes, toads, and cicada shells to exchange for money at the health clinic. When I go to cut pig grass every day, I'll look under stones, on trees, and in the fields. I'll catch more and exchange more money. Fourth sister. Zhao Yuxiu stopped her actions, her eyes red as she looked at Zhao Yujia, who kept talking. Didn't you also help me pick medicinal herbs to exchange for money and save for my school fees? Grandma doesn't have your reading brain. Doing some work is fine. If Grandma doesn't agree, we'll ask her again. If she says no once, we'll ask again. Don't be afraid. I'm here, I'll be with you. The granddaughters of the Zhao family live in a tough environment. When the girls are together, there's not much arguing. Mostly, they defend each other when Grandma gets angry. Zhao Yujia has noticed that since last year, after Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu cut off Lu's younger sister's schooling, her expression has gradually become less and less. She naturally knew that her sixth younger sister's current situation was not only because she couldn't continue studying but also because of Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu. However, compared to the unchangeable attitude of her uncle and aunt, she thought that finding a way to gather money was a more realistic goal. Her younger sister was very smart and had been praised by almost every teacher at school before. She could also see that her sister really loved studying, otherwise, she wouldn't feel so sad about not being able to go to school. Tears silently slipped down Zhao Yuxiu's face, and she choked up. The 2 yuan my grandma gave me is still here. Zhao Yujun wiped her sister's tears and said softly, I understand, sister. Now, we only need to gather 4 more yuan, right? Zhao Yujun smiled gently, her kind expression combined with the bright sunlight behind her, making Zhao Yuxiu, who often felt gloomy inside, feel warm. Fourth sister, what are you guys talking about? Hey, Yuxiu, why don't you use the laundry powder Grandma gave you? I tell you, this laundry powder and soap work really well. Lively Zhao Yuya was chattering nearby, and the previously dull atmosphere suddenly disappeared. After washing the clothes, sheets, and pillowcases, the 3 sisters carried 2 large wooden basins home. 2 of them carried the bigger basin, and 1 held a small basin. After hanging the clothes to dry, Zhao Yujun prepared to start cooking lunch. Grandma had said they would make steamed buns again today. Yesterday, they finished all the soup from the potato, eggplant, and pork rib stew, leaving nothing behind. If they had a little left over, today's mixed vegetable stir-fry would taste better. But Zhao Yujun was already satisfied just to have had a piece of pork rib yesterday. After all, no one can eat meat every day. Zhao Yuya went to the field to fetch water. Zhao Yuxiu, after helping Zhao Yujun knead the steamed buns in the kitchen, suddenly fell into thought. Sixth sister? What's wrong? Zhao Yuxiu stood at the kitchen door, watching Qi Hongdou come out, then glanced back at Zhao Yujun. Without hesitation, she walked straight toward Qi Hongdou. Qi Hongdou had planned to talk to Zhao Yuxiu today to clarify things, but before she could speak, the girl approached her voluntarily. Grandma, Zhao Yuxiu called her calmly, as if she had just made a big decision in her heart. Qi Hongdou was about to respond when she suddenly heard a plop. The thin girl knelt down straight in front of her. Grandma, I want to go to school. As long as you let me go, I will do any chores, and I will find a way to pay for my tuition. As long as you agree, I want to go to school. The elderly lady didn't speak, but Zhao Yuxiu knew that even if she managed to gather enough tuition fees, it wouldn't be easy for her to attend school peacefully. Qi Hongdou looked at the young girl's dark, stubborn, and determined eyes, feeling a bit happy. She had planned to find a chance to talk to Zhao Yuxiu about this matter, but unexpectedly, she was willing to open her heart and share her thoughts herself. This surprised her. She was prepared for this girl to be very stubborn. Zhao Ju looked at her younger sister outside the kitchen, pacing around anxiously inside. Grandma, I will also find ways to help my sister with her tuition. Just let her go to school. I can catch insects or frogs and exchange them for money at the health clinic. The health clinic in the local commune was run by a young doctor. Although he used Western medicine, everyone knew he came from a family of traditional Chinese doctors. But rural folks found it hard to see a doctor. In the city, doctors were often criticized or dressed up to impress, but here, people still respected doctors. No one argued about traditional Chinese medicine versus Western medicine. Moreover, the doctor would sometimes take in some medicinal herbs collected by villagers and exchange them for money. Only fools would report him. It wasn't easy for rural people to earn extra income. They farmed the land and struggled to make a little money. As long as they could find some medicinal herbs that were easy to gather, they would happily exchange them for money. But Xiao Ju daringly spoke openly in front of the elderly lady about earning money for her sister's education, which was a big risk. After all, with Grandma Zhao's temper, Xiao Ju challenging her authority by openly saying she wanted to earn money for school was a bold move. Are you really determined to go to school? Zhao Yuxiu nodded firmly. I want to go to school. She was a very promising girl. In later stories, many students dislike studying, but such a rare girl who wholeheartedly wants to learn, even if she had to take out student loans, could still attend university. Qi Hongdo nodded. All right, Grandma agrees.
You can get up now.
The trip she took yesterday morning was to visit the middle school teacher in the neighboring brigade. She still carried 2 eggs in her pocket. She went to learn about the school's situation and Zhao Yuxiu's previous experience at school. The teacher's education level wasn't top-notch, but he gave a very confident answer. He said Zhao Yuxiu was definitely a good candidate for studying. If it had been in the past with the college entrance exam system, she would have been a university-bound student. As for continuing her studies later, rural schools often had unstable student numbers, and students coming and going was normal. There was no problem with Zhao Yuxiu returning to school. After understanding the situation, Qi Hongdo left 2 eggs. Feeling a bit embarrassed in front of the teacher's family, she slowly walked back with her old, stiff legs. No one else knew about this incident except Qi Hongdo herself and the teacher's family. The Zhao family didn't expect the elderly lady to go find the teacher. Hearing Qi Hongdo's clear answer, Zhao Yujin was very happy. Zhao Yuxiu doubted if she was hearing things, but seeing her sister's happy smile, she knew it was real. Don't worry, sister. We won't neglect the household chores and we'll pay the school fees. Qi Hongdo waved her hand, making a wrinkled face. All those bugs and frogs are poisonous. If you go catch them and get bitten, who will be responsible? Will the family spend money to treat you? We've raised you all this time for nothing? The happy smiles of the 2 sisters froze quickly, not lasting even a minute. What does Nai mean? Does it mean they can't go catch things themselves to earn money? How else can they gather the money? Qi Hongdo thought she had to speak quickly, without taking a breath, or she might end up like now, watching her 2 little sisters with worried faces. She gently tapped their foreheads. Mom, about the school fees, Zhao Yujin cautiously asked, testing. If they can't gather the money themselves, the school fees can't just fall from the sky. Qi Hongdo didn't bother with more words. She took out 6 neatly folded bills. The school fees are paid, Mom. Before the sisters could show their surprise and happiness, Qi Hongdo turned around and went back to her room, actually to get a bag of prepared baked flatbreads from the game. They were wrapped in oil paper. Before opening, the sisters already smelled a fragrant sesame aroma. Go to school and study hard. Don't let your mom down. Take it back, share it among you sisters. Being the head of the family meant that no matter how crazy she acted or what she did, no one dared to question her. The 2 sisters, overwhelmed by the surprise, returned to their small, muddy, thatched house. First, they counted the money, 6 bills exactly, no less. Inside the oil paper was 4 fragrant sesame cakes. Sesame cakes, made with pure white flour. 4th sister? 6th sister? After delivering water, Zhao Yueying headed straight to the kitchen, scratching her head, wondering what was going on. Just as she was about to call out again, she saw her 4th sister, Zhao Yujin, at the door of their house. 4th sister, what are you doing inside? Zhao Yueying said as she walked toward her sister. As soon as Zhao Yueying entered, the wooden door of the small mud house was closed. Some of the girls are quite clever and know to keep good things private. Chi Hongdo claps her hands and casually picks up a bowl from the kitchen, wanting to get some water to drink. But she remembers that few families have hot water bottles at this time, and Zhao's family doesn't have one. Also, since it's summer, everyone drinks cold water. This cold water is just well water drawn from the well. Chi Hongdo scoops a bowl of well water from the bucket. It's icy cold and seems a bit sweet.
Ugh.
The only problem is that Zhao's bowls are poor quality. The bowl she casually picked up has a chip. Never mind. She decides to go back to her big villa and drink plain cold water there. At least the cups in her villa won't hurt her lips. In the girl's room, Zhao Yuya covers her mouth, trying not to make any noise. A sesame pancake made with white flour. She had once eaten a pancake at her grandfather's house, but it wasn't salty, yet it was still very tasty. She didn't expect to eat another pancake, and this time it's a whole one. When she was at her grandfather's, she shared it equally with her brother, and that pancake wasn't as big as this one. Actually, these pancakes look wide but aren't thick. One pancake isn't enough to fill a grown-up. But for the girls, it's enough. When Zhao Yuya found out that their grandma gave them these pancakes, her eyes nearly popped out. Could grandma have given them to the wrong people? It looks like these are meant for her brothers. Did grandma's eyes go bad? Zhao Yuya's imagination runs wild. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Yujie taps her sister's head. How can she speak badly about grandma? Zhao Yuya rubs her forehead. Her fourth sister's tap didn't hurt much. She figures that if grandma didn't give them to the wrong people, then there are 4 of us, so 1 for 7th sister and the rest divided among us 3. She doesn't know how her 4th and 6th sisters can resist not eating, but Zhao Yuya can't hold back anymore. She starts swallowing saliva. Zhao Yujie and Zhao Yuxiu exchange glances. They've been more affected than the carefree Zhao Yuya. Although they crave the sesame pancakes in front of them, they aren't sure whether they should eat or if they can eat right now. Why aren't you eating? Grandma usually gives big brothers and second brothers lots of good things. It's rare for us to get something like this. Why aren't you eating? If we don't eat now, and Daba Bao and Erbao see it, we definitely won't get another chance. Zhao Yuya spoke confidently, but when she saw 4th sister and 6th sister, she didn't try to feed them first. Instead, she picked up a flatbread and pushed it into their mouths. Zhao Yujie and Zhao Yuxiu instinctively bit down on the bread. Seeing that the sisters ate it, Zhao Yuya nodded happily, then reached for her own flatbread. Although it had cooled down, it still smelled very good. Zhao Yuya chewed on the fragrant sesame flatbread made from white flour, feeling very happy. It must have been brought back from town by Mom. Uncle and the 2 younger brothers must have eaten it before. She ate while chattering happily. Stop teasing. Zhao Ju looked at the door, worried that someone might overhear. Noticing 4th sister's gaze, Zhao Yuya quickly lowered her voice and kept quiet, focusing on eating her bread. But with something so tasty, she couldn't help but smile. Seeing 5th sister so happy, like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar, Zhao Yuxiu also smiled. She lowered her head and ate her bread eagerly. Keep Sister 7's peace well hidden, don't let others see it. After finishing the bread, Zhao Yuya started pacing around the room. No matter how she looked at it, she wasn't satisfied. There was no place in their small, clear house to hide anything. Debao and Erbao ran around all day, and they had even dug through some old mouse holes in the house. Once Yushan comes back at noon, we'll let her eat it quickly. That was the safest plan. Even Zhao Jiu agreed. After sharing the bread, Zhao Yuya learned that Zhao Yuxiu could go to school. That's great news. Zhao Yuya had finished middle school, but she didn't continue because she found it hard to keep up. When Zhao Yuya was studying, she didn't face as many problems as Zhao Yuxiu because her biological mother, Jiang Yun, sent her wages every month. 1 month's wages was enough for her to study for a year. Old Zhao didn't bother her about this, and Zhao Yuanwu and Jiang Yun weren't as selfish and cold as the 6th couple. Otherwise, Zhao Yuya wouldn't have grown such a personality. I still have that little cloth bag I used for books. My mom kept it for me. I'll bring it to you later. Zhao Yuya gestured. My mom even embroidered a leaf on my little book bag as a mark so no one would steal it. In the dimly lit room, The three girls of the Zhao family rarely smiled at the same time, but now they were all talking happily. Outside, the hot sunlight didn't seem so fierce. At the entrance, the locust tree's branches gently sway, and the clear water in the pond ripples outward. A light breeze brushes everyone's face, seeming to cool the heat in their hearts. After working hard for 2 days, Zhao Aimin feels completely exhausted. On the first day at noon, he still had the energy to act spoiled and pretend to be silly to avoid work. By the second night, Zhao Aimin had no strength left to cry. After dinner, he went straight to sleep, his loud snoring filling the house. Chi Hongdo gave him 10 pieces of candy. When he was tired from working in the field, he would take one openly in front of his brothers, not hiding it at all. He finished all the candies in 2 days. Fortunately, everyone in the family knew that Grandma was biased. Although she didn't give the youngest son candy that day, he still got some later, and no one was surprised. Grandma had loved the youngest son for many years, and suddenly stopping that love was impossible. Everyone knew that the youngest son was the illegitimate child, born without a father's love, and his mother loved him even more because of that. When Zhao Wari left, he didn't even leave a photo. Zhao Aimin's older brothers and sisters still knew what their father looked like, but Zhao Aimin had no memory of him. Compared to his siblings, Zhao Aimin might seem a little pitiful. However, this faint pity had long disappeared in the 20 years of Grandma's constant favoritism toward the youngest son. Early in the morning, Li Xiao was busy assigning chores to Zhao Yuxiu. This time, Zhao Yuxiu didn't immediately take the clothes from Li Xiao's hands. Third girl, you also need to wash these clothes and the shoes too. Make sure they're clean. Early in the morning, Li Xiao was giving Zhao Yuxiu chores. But this time, Zhao Yuxiu didn't take the clothes right away. Third girl, what are you doing? Come here. Why are you shouting? Are you calling for your soul? Chi Hongdo had just finished showing off a beef and green onion pancake when she heard Li Xiao's voice outside. As soon as she heard her mother-in-law's voice, Li Xiao immediately lowered her voice. Mom, it's nothing. I'm just asking third girl to wash the clothes. Chi Hongdo rinsed her mouth with water before coming out of the room. Today, third girl doesn't need to wash clothes. What is a young girl supposed to do if she doesn't wash clothes? Is she going to heaven? Li Xiao was confused. Third girl is going to school today. Sixth brother, take her to find a teacher named Fong to register.
What? Li Xiao kupet harer.
Mom, third girl is going to school? She had already arranged for her to meet a good person. She was planning to see the school, but now she wondered why she was wasting time. Mother is happy to do it. The money I give, do you have any objections? But mother, I have already shown the good man to Sanya. Once this busy time is over, we can meet again, Li Xiao hurriedly said, revealing her planned arrangements. Chi Hongdo's face instantly turned green. Although rural girls often marry young nowadays, many at 15 or 16, it is shocking for a LY14 to get married. As a mother, she has no peace of mind about this. Yuxiu is from our Zhao family. If she is to marry, I didn't know about it. When did it become your decision? Li Xiao felt overwhelmed by Chi Hongdo's stern gaze and struggled to lift her head. Although 14 is a bit young, how different is it from 15 or 16? Zhao Yuanshuang, is this your wife's idea, or is it both of you who agree? I've never heard that Yuxiu is getting married, Zhao Yuanshuang said, questioning. While Chi Hongdo and Lao Lu argued, Zhao Yuxiu in the corner tightly pressed her lips. Zhao Yujin noticed her uneasy expression and gently took her hand. She saw that Zhao Yuxiu's hand was trembling. Unless Zhao Yuanshuang was crazy, he would never agree to let his daughter marry at this time. Li Xiao had mentioned it to him before, but for Zhao Yuanshuang, whether his daughter married a year earlier or later didn't matter much. He didn't say anything, but his silence was taken as approval by Li Xiao. So she arranged a matchmaker herself to find a family for her daughter. Mother, this is just a rumor. It's good that Yuxiu can go to school. We have no objections, Zhao Yuanshuang quickly expressed his support. The old lady had already paid, so this matter was settled. Since they didn't have to pay, they would follow the old lady's wishes. Zhao Yuanshuang didn't feel as regretful as Li Xiao, who saw the bride price money fly away. He didn't even know which family Li Xiao was finding for Zhao Yuxiu. He didn't really feel that his daughter was about to marry. Qi Hongdo pointed at Li Xiao with her finger, saying, "Remember this. Next time, I don't want to hear these messy words again. When has old Zhao's family ever let you, Li Xiao, take charge? If I hear it again, you better go back to your family." When she mentioned family, Li Xiao instinctively shivered. The cold, indifferent expressions of her brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law flashed to her mind, along with her parents' disdain and contempt. At her mother's house, she was always the child her parents liked the least. They saw her as the most useless and stupid daughter. For Li Xiao, facing her biological parents and brothers and sisters, deep indifference and dislike was worse than dealing with a fierce and tough widow mother-in-law from the Zhao family, who often scolded her. Moreover, her mother-in-law had never mentioned sending her back to her own family before. When she said it this time, Li Xiao didn't dare to think it was a joke. Now, it was truly the end of her hopes. Qi Hongdo looked at Li Xiao's obedient and submissive appearance and knew she had hit a nerve. Zhao Laotai was already quite biased against boys and girls, but compared to Li Xiao's parents, she seemed even more extreme. When Li Xiao was about 14 or 15, her parents had already arranged for her to marry. They cared only about money, not about a person's character, reputation, or ability. There was an old, crippled, widowed man in their village who had been alone for many years. He liked the lively girl Li Xiao and paid a large bride price. Her eager parents didn't hesitate to marry her off. In her desperation, Li Xiao had quickly married Zhao Yuanshuang, whom she barely knew. They didn't have much emotional foundation, but they knelt before the old lady, crying and begging her to accept the marriage, paying a high bride price of 66 yuan. After paying, the couple from Lao Lu's family became even more subordinate in the old lady's eyes. She could command them like cattle and horses. But over 20 years passed. The girl who was once afraid because her mother arranged her marriage with a crippled man had now become someone who could happily plan to marry off her 14-year-old daughter and happily accept the bride price, without any feelings involved. Qi Hongdo lowered her eyes, knowing human nature is unpredictable and she couldn't judge much about it. But, Li Xiao, if you have a conscience, think about how you entered Lao Zhao's family in the first place. Qi Hongdo waved her hand to tell the others watching the scene to finish eating and go back to work. Zhao Yuanshuang, this is your daughter. I pay for her schooling. Now, take her to register at the school. Do you have anything to say? Zhao Yuanshuang quickly shook his head. Mother, I have nothing to say. Thanks to Mother, Yuxiu can go back to school. Sanya, come here. Thank your grandmother. Zhao Yuanshuang's quick response was clever, but lacked any genuine emotion. Li Xiaoye's face and eyes showed confusion and shame, but Zhao Yuanshuang's face was completely expressionless. Mom, I don't need Dad to take me to school. Yushan and I walk together, and it only takes half an hour. Zhao Yuxiu looked stubborn. Standing behind her, Zhao Yushan was so scared by the tense atmosphere that she didn't dare speak. Qi Hongdo sneered, he's your father. It's right for him to take his own daughter to school. You're not an orphan, so why won't you let him do it? It's not like having a daughter means you don't have any responsibilities or duties. How selfish. Zhao Yuxiu didn't understand her mom's intention, but since she insisted, she said nothing more. Holding the money tightly in her hand, she wasn't afraid of any accidents and didn't expect Zhao Yuanshuang to do anything for her. The young girl, Zhao Yuxiu, was firm in her heart. She carried the small cloth bag given by Zhao Yulan and walked outside by side with Zhao Yushan. Your daughter has already walked 2 miles away, and you're still not going? I told you to send Yuxiu to school? Do you think I'm just talking to the air? Her mother's sarcastic gaze pierced through Zhao Yuanshuang's seasoned exterior, suddenly touching her deeply. Seeing the two girls walking away at the door, Zhao Yuanshuang hurried to catch up. There weren't many teachers at the school. Qi Hongdo reminded Zhao Yuanshuang to look for a teacher with the surname Fang. When they entered the school and asked around, they found the person easily. It was quick and easy. In the simple office, Teacher Fong took out Zhao Yuxiu's file and praised her after reading it. This girl studies very hard. She's first every year. That's impressive. Zhao Yushan had already gone to class. Now, only Teacher Fong and Zhao Yuanshuang's father and daughter were in the office. With your grades, why didn't you come to school before? Teacher Fong looked regretful. Zhao Yuanshuang hesitated for a moment, then gave a vague excuse about the family's difficulties at the time. Teacher Fong didn't press further. In fact, nowadays, students not attending school had similar reasons, especially girls. The reasons for not going to school were quite uniform. It was either poverty or that they were too old and about to get married. Teachers wanted to help but felt powerless. Now, among the students who had left either voluntarily or involuntarily, it was a joy for teachers if some returned to continue studying. Feeling happy, Teacher Fong then talked a lot with Zhao Yuanshuang. In these conversations, Zhao Yuanshuang heard Teacher Fong repeatedly mention her talented young daughter. After finishing the registration procedures and leaving the teacher's office with Zhao Yuxiu, Zhao Yuanshuang looked somewhat dazed. He had never cared about his youngest daughter's school grades before. Born in the countryside, limited by his narrow view, and because the Zhao family was made up of farmers working hard in the fields, only the fifth sister-in-law worked at a brick factory, arranged by her family. The entire Red Flag Brigade had never produced any workers. Zhao Yuanshuang never expected much from his daughter. As long as she married and had children when the time came, everyone was the same. He had heard before that his youngest daughter was good at studying, but what others said and what the teacher told him in person felt different. Especially the way Teacher Fong looked at him with some envy. What was she jealous of? Envious that he had a clever, eager-to-learn daughter. Reading more books was never a bad thing. If you didn't read well, why did officials need literate people? Zhao Yuanshuang understood this logic, but it all felt too distant for him. Right now, he had his own little daughter, who was clearly a good candidate for studying. His mood was a bit complicated. Zhao Yuxiu followed behind him silently, seeming to wait for him to leave soon. He reached into his pocket and took out a few dates he had picked from a wild jujube tree by the field. The small, round dates, about the size of a thumb, had green skins. They weren't sweet but could quench thirst and produce saliva. He handed the dates to Zhao Yuxiu and, after a moment of silence, said, "Third girl, study hard. Dad is going back now." Watching Zhao Yuanshuang's figure disappear into the distance, Zhao Yuxiu lowered her eyes to look at the few dates in her hand, pursing her lips. The school was small, with 2 grades in one class, which was common. Zhao Yuxiu and Zhao Yushan, who was a year older, sat in the same classroom. "Where did you get these dates?" After class, Zhao Yushan came to talk to Zhao Yuxiu and saw the dates on her desk. "You can have them." Zhao Yuxiu handed all the dates to Zhao Yushan. Country folks cherish food. Zhao Yuxiu didn't want to eat them, but felt it was a pity to throw them away, so she kept them. Now, giving them to Zhao Yushan, she didn't feel any reluctance. At this age, children hardly had snacks to eat. Having a date to chew on felt pretty good. Zhao Yushan didn't mind and finished one in a few bites. "It's a bit sour but pretty good. Are you really not going to eat any?" Zhao Yuxiu shook her head. Seeing that her sixth sister wasn't interested in the dates, Zhao Yushan didn't push further. "Honestly, sesame seed cakes were tastier. Yesterday, when I got home, Sister Wu didn't wait for her to finish eating and took her into the house. She thought something was wrong, but as soon as she entered, she saw Sister Wu pull out a fragrant sesame cake, which made Zhao Yushan's eyes widen. Sesame cakes are really delicious. I wonder when I'll get to eat one again. My sister said it might be, because yesterday they washed Grandma's bed sheets, and that's why Mother rewarded her. Maybe next time, Mother will ask her to wash the bed sheets again, and she might get another cake." Zhao Yushan happily thought. Zhao Yuxiu carefully looked at her new, slightly old textbook. She looked up and saw seventh sister, Zhao Yushan, holding her face and grinning foolishly. You don't need to guess what she's thinking. She enjoyed the sesame cake so much that the mischievous girl was smiling foolishly even in her dreams last night. The news about Zhao Yuxiu returning to school was not big, but it spread quickly in Hongqi Brigade, where there wasn't much news. They say it was Ai Min's mother who paid for her to go to school. She's so caring for her granddaughter. After all, their family's seventh girl is also in school. I heard at first they didn't let the sixth girl continue. That was the decision of old Liu and his wife. Oh, AI Min's mother caring about her granddaughter? That's nonsense. Maybe it's true. I heard that old Zhao's sixth girl is very smart in school. The teachers praise her a lot. They're just peasants. What fancy tricks can they pull? And she's a girl. In a few years, she'll get married anyway, so studying is pointless. That's true. But didn't the big loudspeaker in the brigade say, we're in a new society now? Girls studying hard might have a bright future. So, that sixth girl really is doing well in school? Otherwise, why would AI Min's mother agree to let her go? Last year, they made her stop and prepare for marriage in a couple of years. After a day's work, everyone gathered under the big tree behind the village to relax and chat. Today, the most talked about topic was the sixth girl from the Zhao family going to school. I heard it seems like they're planning to marry her off soon. I was a bit sad back then, she was still young. Why send her away so early? An elderly woman with a kind face said from the crowd. Someone noticed that this speaker was Zhao Lao Tai's sister-in-law, Gu Chuiji, and they exchanged a knowing look, understanding the subtle tension between the two sisters-in-law. What did you say? Chuiji, is AI Min's mother really planning to marry off the sixth girl? Next to Gu Chuiji, a chubby middle-aged woman with a strange tone said, of course not. My mother said that our Zhao family doesn't mistreat girls like that. She even advised her sister-in-law once, but then she got scolded quite a bit. My mother feels sorry for sixth sister, but after all, she's not our child, so we can't interfere, right? The speaker was Gu Chuiji's daughter-in-law. The two women, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, quickly started talking about the Zhao family and made them seem quite bad. Now the world outside is very chaotic. My younger sister-in-law's words and actions are all over the place. Before, sixth sister wanted to go to school, but wasn't allowed. Now I hear the school isn't stable either. She doesn't want to leave the kids at home, but send them to school instead. It's really, well, I can't say much. Near the big tree, Qi Hongdo, who was out for a walk, and Li Xiaoa, who had just finished washing her shoes by the small river, bumped into each other. Before the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could speak, rumors about the Zhao family started spreading under the tree. Li Xiaoa didn't pay much attention at first, because it wasn't about her. But as she listened, it seemed like they were talking about her family. The chubby daughter-in-law kept praising her mother-in-law, and as more people looked their way, she became more confident. Young girls should stay at home and be honest. Why didn't six sisters' parents let her go to school? Why are they in such a hurry to find her a husband? Maybe there's something going on. None of the other girls in their family got married this early. TSK. Now, they want sixth sister to go to school again. If she falls for some boy there, it would be better to stay at home and get married properly. Wang Chuanfin spoke seriously, making everyone imagine all sorts of things. Some people couldn't help but ask, are you saying sixth sister was not proper before? Someone sitting next to Gu Chuiji asked, is that true? I didn't expect sixth sister, who looks gentle and weak, to be so bold. Gu Chuiji seemed ashamed and tried to cover it up, saying, it's all family shame. After all, she's also a Zhao. I can't say much. My mother is just a kind person. How could she gossip about a young girl? So it's true? How could it not be? Otherwise, why did sixth sister stay at home for nearly a year before going to school? Isn't that trying to hide something? Everyone around gasped in surprise. This means, has sixth young miss been pregnant? And has she fought again? Today's news is definitely a big explosion. Tomorrow, it will probably spread throughout the entire Tianjin commune, not just the Red Flag Brigade. Qi Hongdo's face outside the crowd looked almost like it was about to drip water. She waved to her great-grandson playing by the roadside. Debao, go home and call everyone over. Just say it's your great-grandmother's order. Do you understand? Little Black Coal Debao nodded his small head, then turned to call his younger brothers. Little soldiers, follow me. We have a task. A group of little kids ran happily toward old Zhao's house. Li Xiaoa didn't notice her mother-in-law's movements. She clearly heard Wang Chuanfin and Ge Cuizhi insulting their family and slandering her daughter Zhao Yuxiu. After giving instructions to the little brat, Qi Hongdo turned around and, seeing that Li Xiao was not there, suddenly heard a loud "awa." A figure like a cannonball rushed into the cooling-off crowd, accompanied by Li Xiao's furious high-pitched scream, "Wang Chuanfin, I'll tear your mouth apart. Stop talking nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Chuanfin, you wicked woman." Li Xiao couldn't describe how she felt right now. The words from Ge Cuizhi and Wang Chuanfin felt like a cold bucket of water poured over her on a cold winter day, coldness rushing straight to her feet. This feeling was even worse than being scolded by her mother-in-law. A group of onlookers were stunned by Li Xiao's sudden outburst. Qi Hongdo was also surprised, not expecting Li Xiao to actually go in and fight. In just a moment, Li Xiao had already pressed Wang Chuanfin to the ground, slapping her. But Wang Chuanfin was only at a disadvantage because she was caught off guard. With her size, the situation quickly reversed, with Wang Chuanfin on top and Li Xiao underneath. However, Li Xiao didn't stop fighting just because she was being pressed down. She fought fiercely and directly aimed for Wang Chuanfin's eyes. Ah! A scream of pain. Ge Cuizhi, standing nearby, suddenly lost her gentle and kind expression. "Ai Minyang?" Someone saw Qi Hongdo standing outside the crowd. "Is your daughter-in-law crazy? Are you just watching your daughter-in-law hit people and not stopping her? Sister-in-law, there are so many people watching. Don't make things too embarrassing. It's not good for either family." Ge Cuizhi forced herself to calm down and urged Qi Hongdo to stop Li Xiao from going mad. Qi Hongdo smiled at Ge Cuizhi. Her smile made Ge Cuizhi feel uneasy. If it had been before, Grandma Zhao would either have yelled at Ge Cuizhi or scolded the crazy Li Xiao. Either way, she wouldn't be silent now, only giving a fake smile that didn't reach her eyes. Other villagers watching also felt something was wrong. This wasn't Grandma Zhao's style. Then, in the next moment, the men from old Zhao's family all rushed over. Qi Hongdo, regardless of the fight happening on the ground between Li Xiao and Wang Chuanfin, turned to the men from old Zhao's family and said, "Today, your mother and our old Zhao family were humiliated in front of everyone. If we just let this go, then I, Zhang Daihe, might as well stop living. None of you should lift your heads when you go out in the future. Mother, whatever you say, we'll do it." Although she didn't fully understand the situation, Zhao Yuanwen could see that his mother was very angry. Since his mother was angry, he wanted to find a way to make her less upset. Whatever she said to do, he would do it. Zhao Yuanshuang saw his wife fighting and went over. Before he could speak, someone nearby repeated what had just happened, repeating the words spoken by Ge Cuizhi and her daughter-in-law. Zhao Yuanshuang clenched his fists instantly. Zhao Yuanwu, standing nearby, listened clearly, and Zhao Yuxiu's several cousins all looked cold. They felt like their family's reputation was being trampled in the mud. "Very good," Qi Hongdo nodded and said loudly, "Today, I want to smash Zhao's house." Zhao Huafu and Zhao Huarong's houses weren't built close together. Zhao Huafu's house was at the village entrance, while old Zhao's was in a corner in the middle of the village. Now, going to Zhao's house, which was Zhao Huafu's and Ge Cuizhi's home, was just a few steps away. Ge Cuizhi never expected that her usually quarrelsome and foul-mouthed sister-in-law would come up with such a move. Grandma Zhao used to dislike her sister-in-law very much and hated her, but she still had to consider her husband's and Zhao Huafu's relationship as brothers. Their two families didn't help each other much, but they couldn't be too hostile either. After all, she was a widow who had fled from hardship years ago with no family support. If her husband's family cut ties, she would be bullied to death. Because of Grandma Zhao's cautious attitude, Ge Cuizhi and her mother-in-law could act so recklessly. Unless old Zhao's family wanted to cut ties completely, they would always hold the upper hand. But who would have thought that Qi Hongdo, today, seemed to have taken some wrong medicine and suddenly decided to destroy their house? Some people thought Qi Hongdo was just bluffing. They really destroyed the Zhao family's house. From now on, anyone who meets them will see them as enemies. Qi Hongdo performed right there for them. She was not joking. She led a group of men from the old Zhao family, followed by villagers who came to watch, and they stormed into the Zhao household. The door was kicked down by the fifth Zhao, Yuanwu. Once inside, chaos broke out. They smashed everything they could find. When Good Sueji arrived, the house was already a mess. Zhang Daihe, Good Sueji, was about to lose her temper, but Qi Hongdo took off her cloth shoes and slapped Good Sueji with the sole. Zhang Daihe, are you all crazy?
Gick vi skria med.
In terms of seniority, only she and the mean old lady from the Zhao family were on equal footing, and calling others to slap was not enough. It was better for her to do it herself, fitting the chaotic situation. Zhang Daihe, wait and see. I won't let you go. Smack, another shoe hit. Good Sueji was knocked to the ground, unable to get up. Do you dare to talk nonsense again? Do you dare to spread rumors? Qi Hongdo squatted down, pointing at Good Sueji with her shoe. Don't hit my mother. Seeing this, Good Sueji's son rushed toward Qi Hongdo. But before he could reach her, Zhao Yuanwu grabbed his neck, lifting him up like a chick, with his feet dangling off the ground. Our Yuxiu is only 14. I called you grandma, but you spread rumors about my child. Do you think I, Zhang Daihe, am dead? I asked you, did you make up stories about Yuxiu's disappearance? Did you really believe them? Qi Hongdo's peripheral vision caught more villagers gathering outside, and her voice grew louder. Today, in front of everyone in our team, Good Sueji, tell me, did you lie and spread rumors? Good Sueji's posture wasn't much better than the old lady Zhao's, but Qi Hongdo had been going to the local clinic every day for acupuncture and medicine, so she had recovered somewhat, much better than Good Sueji, who was dazed after being slapped twice. If it had been before, Good Sueji wouldn't admit her mistake, no matter what. Even if she argued till her lips were sore, she would blame Zhang Daihe, the widow, for everything. Their house was crooked from the top to the bottom, and Zhang Daihe's children were shameless. But those 2 slaps had knocked half her soul out. And her father, son, and grandson were all tightly controlled by Zhang Daihe's sons. Now their whole family was being pressured and threatened. Old Lady Zhao hated her sister-in-law, Good Sueji, who also never liked her either. Because Good Sueji only had one son, unlike Zhang Daihe's many children, she didn't even have a daughter. Qi Hongdo secretly sneered, thinking that this wicked old witch Good Sueji was not just a woman with one son. From what old Lady Zhao remembered, Good Sueji had personally buried 2 young girls. One she remembered quite clearly. The girl was sick, and Good Sueji stubbornly refused to take her to see a doctor. In the end, her anger over the child's death was greater than her anger over her illness, so she only pretended to take the girl to the doctor. But the girl didn't even get to see the doctor. She died halfway there. This cruel woman, Good Sueji, dug a hole by the roadside and buried the girl there, without even a proper grave. She buried the roadside, following an old rural saying, meaning she hoped the girl would be trampled by thousands of people and never come back. This way, no other girls would dare to be born in Good Sueji's family again. Few people knew about this, and old Lady Zhao was one of the few who saw it with her own eyes. Good Sueji still doesn't know that old Lady Zhao saw what happened back then. Feeling the shoe sole that had just stepped on her face again, Good Sueji worried that her sister-in-law might go crazy again. If she hurt her badly, even if they later asked for compensation, she would still suffer losses. So, at this moment, she could only admit defeat. I was talking nonsense, I said the wrong thing. Speak louder, and your daughter-in-law too. Good Sueji really didn't want to see the crowd outside watching and gossiping, so she closed her eyes and shouted loudly. It was me and my daughter-in-law, Wang Chunfin, who spread rumors. We lied. Yuxiu is a good girl, and those words last night were all made up by us. When the village was bored and chatting, everyone had probably told a few lies. Because there were people arguing and fighting, but no one had fought as fiercely as today. I've already apologized, let me go. As soon as Good Sueji finished speaking, the villagers outside burst into lively discussions. Some even spat at her. She was shameless, an old woman spreading rumors about a young girl. Qi Hongdo did not put away her cloth shoes at this moment. She tremblingly pointed at Gut Sueji lying on the ground and sobbed as she spoke. Big sister-in-law, all these years, no matter how hard things were at home, I never expected you and Big Brother to help me. As a widow raising 9 children, life has been very hard, and everyone in the team knows it. I, Zhang Daiha, may have a bad temper and be a bit impatient, but I have never done anything evil or harmful. During festivals and holidays, when we visit graves or meet, none of my children ever forget to respectfully call you auntie or grandma. Although I don't expect you and Big Brother to support us orphans and widows, I always hoped that Waryong would leave early, and since Big Brother is Waryong's older brother, as long as we old folks are here, we are still one family. As Chi Hongdo spoke, she rubbed her eyes and quickly applied some garlic juice to herself. Tears burst from her eyes, and her voice became nasal. Now, Big Brother is pretending to be deaf and mute, ignoring us orphans and widows. And you, sister-in-law, are even more vicious. Even if today you are angry at me, Zhang Daiha, I wouldn't be this upset. You went out tonight and talked nonsense with your daughter-in-law, then just walked away without a word, pretending not to recognize us, but you're trying to ruin my granddaughter. Yushio is only 14 years old. Spreading rumors like this is forcing her to die. A few years ago, a girl from the neighboring team was targeted by a troublemaker. The troublemaker spread rumors everywhere that she had slept with him, and in the end, the girl was forced to jump into the river and commit suicide. Such a precious life was lost so easily. Gossip is frightening. Gossip is frightening. No matter how inexperienced I am, I know this much. Everyone is born from their parents. How can you treat people so badly? Do you think you can just bully me because my husband died early? Chi Hongdo spoke passionately, tears streaming down her face. Initially, many villagers outside thought that old lady Zhao was overreacting because a few words had caused trouble in Zhao's family, which seemed a bit excessive. But after seeing old lady Zhao become fierce, hearing Gut Sueji admit it herself, and then thinking about what Chi Hongdo had said, everyone felt that Zhao's family deserved to be scolded. A single spit can really drown someone. And now, if rumors spread, the young girl might even be reported and taken out for public shaming. Gut Sueji was too malicious. As Chi Hongdo said, if they hadn't happened to catch her at the scene today, by tomorrow morning, when rumors spread everywhere, Gut Sueji could easily deny everything. After all, when many people talk, it's hard to blame just one person. What if someone really got hurt or even died? Wouldn't they also bear some guilt? The team leader was having dinner at home when he was called out. He hurried over, only to find that the village had already been ransacked. When he arrived, he could only hear the tail end of the chaos. Aside from everything else, Chi Hongdo's words clearly showed how powerful the rumors were, with examples and evidence, and she even cried so sadly and painfully. At that moment, people's hearts were already leaning toward her side. Moreover, this whole matter was unfair to Gut Sueji, especially since these two families were brothers. After confirming no one had serious injuries like broken arms or legs, the team leader decided he didn't want to get involved anymore. After all, it's hard for honest officials to settle family disputes. The team leader simply told Zhao Yuanwu and his son to be released first, then sent someone to bring Chi Hongdo back, who is still immersed in her feelings of the whole world is bullying us orphans and widows. After a few words of advice, he thought they should close their doors and handle the matter themselves. But neither Chi Hongdo nor Gut Sueji was willing. The villagers watching nearby were even less willing. They had no entertainment at night, and seeing this lively scene, who would be happy to leave? Gut Sueji didn't want to close the door because she felt threatened by Chi Hongdo's tall sons and grandsons. Her cheeks were already bruised from Chi Hongdo's shoe soles, and even making a slight expression hurt terribly. She was still afraid of the shoe soles in Chi Hongdo's hand. If she got hit again, she really couldn't take it. So, what do you want to do? I want Gut Sueji and Wang Chuanfin to admit their mistake on the village broadcast tomorrow, clearly saying it's their malicious intent, spreading rumors, and making things up. I want them to pay compensation. As it grew darker, Gutsueji looked around and saw that her tables, chairs, doors, windows, and even pots and pans in the kitchen were all smashed into pieces. Even 2 chickens in the henhouse were either too scared or accidentally hurt, lying on the ground unmoving. Oh no! After a fierce fight with Li Xiao, Wang Chuanfin, with a swollen face, hurried over and saw a house that had been smashed to pieces. Oh, heavens! Is there any way for people to live like this? At this moment, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law both wished they could faint to escape the trouble. The team leader scratched his head, looked at Chi Hongdo and Gutsueji, both of whom were difficult to deal with. When Gutsueji heard she was supposed to admit fault on the radio and belittle herself, she immediately refused. Don't get too full of yourself. It's just a small matter, and you think you can keep bothering me? Anyway, you hit me today and destroyed our home. You must give an explanation. Wang Chuanfin covered her head, where Li Xiao had pulled out a patch of hair, and agreed. Yes, we need an explanation. Li Xiao, acting crazy, was grabbing, scratching, and even biting her. It was unthinkable that Chi Hongdo would pay attention to this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair. The impulsive fifth son clenched his fists with a cracking sound. Chi Hongdo patted his arm to calm him down. Then she turned to the team leader and the villagers watching and said, "Every family has a girl. Today, I believe that no matter whose girl is falsely accused like this, they won't let Gutsueji get away with it, right?" That's right. Gutsueji is too vicious. Spreading rumors like this is just to ruin Yu Xiu's life. I never saw Gutsueji as such a person before. Just now, under the big tree, when someone asked her if what she said was true, she and her daughter-in-law kept pouring dirty water on a young girl. So, villagers, what do you think? When faced with such a cruel person, should we teach her a lesson?
Yes.
Definitely. We must teach her a lesson. The villagers' emotions were stirred up, and some even thought of their own daughters or granddaughters, getting angry too. The team leader looked surprised. He hadn't realized the old lady had this kind of ability before. Chi Hongdo turned back to the team leader, continuing with a pitiful look like old cabbage, and said, "Team leader, if Gutsueji and her daughter-in-law sincerely admit their mistakes and regret, I'm not a person who would be unreasonable, but aren't you?" The team leader silently thought to himself, remembering Zhao Laotai's past achievements. Chi Hongdo kept talking, but look at them now. Do any of their words seem sincere? I didn't understand before what the radio meant by catching bad people among the common folks, but now I do. Gutsueji and Wang Chuanfin are the bad people among the common folks. Pests. Now, they don't care about their mistakes and don't teach them a lesson. If not, they will become big troublemakers in the future. When that happens, the reputation of our red flag team will be ruined by them. The old lady kept saying these little words, confusing the team leader. While feeling confused, the team leader also secretly thought that what the old lady said made some sense.
Troublemakers.
Big troublemakers. Gutsueji and Wang Chuanfin are big troublemakers. The villagers cheered loudly, clearly influenced and convinced by Chi Hongdo's words. Great, now a small matter has become a big issue. Things that could be discussed and solved behind closed doors are now about dealing with troublemakers among the people. The team leader. At this moment, he was feeling a bit bald. He wondered why the team secretary didn't come tonight. Maybe he guessed how difficult this matter was and hid away. He silently cursed the team secretary in his mind, but kept his composure outwardly. Everyone calm down. The team will solve any problems, no need to argue. After shouting, the villagers outside quieted down a bit. But things didn't get better because more and more villagers gathered around to watch. Almost everyone who heard the news came over. Some even brought stools from their homes to stand on and watch. What a bunch of troublemakers. The most troublesome are Gutsueji and Wang Chuanfin, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. They ran out for no reason, spreading false rumors about a young girl. It's their fault if they get beaten. But now their house is smashed, and they want compensation. Team leader. Gutsueji disrespects elders, and Wang Chuanfin and Gutsueji are in cahoots. Today's incident has seriously damaged our family's reputation for our girl Luya. I demand Gutsueji compensate us 10 yuan for defamation and emotional distress. Really? You want compensation and even dare to ask for 10 yuan? The team leader's eyes nearly popped out. Good Sueji and Wang Chuanfin were even more stunned. You're just like bandits. Look at Chi Hongdo's actions. What's the difference from bandits? Beating, smashing, robbing, nothing left out. Why can't bad people pay for their wrongdoings? Team leader, I have just two requests. One is for the loudspeaker to apologize, admit fault, and reflect. The other is for compensation. Isn't that reasonable? The team leader felt like his life was reaching a new level at this moment. Facing such shameless demands directly, it was the first time he encountered this. Hey, maybe he could learn this skill too? In the future, when attending meetings at the commune, you can use crying poverty to impress the leaders. I heard that this year they are planning to set up a youth station here. Is this a joke? They are bringing a group of city kids to teach them how to farm? That's just ridiculous. The team leader doesn't have any bias against college students from the city. Just look at the neighboring commune, where a few young people caused chaos and trouble for the whole team. As soon as the team leader thought of this, another angry voice sounded in his ear.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Gu Chuiji barely caught her breath and firmly refused Chi Hongdo's request. Team leader, there's no way we can give them 10 yuan. Today, their family destroyed our house and even beat me and my daughter-in-law badly. I want them to pay us 15 yuan. Gu Chuiji stared fiercely at Chi Hongdo. If they dared ask for 10 yuan after hitting someone, she dared to ask for 15. Seeing that they were still bargaining, the team leader quickly interrupted. Isn't this nonsense? Today's matter, in fact, is about you two mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. You dared to spread rumors and get beaten, and you still want to admit it? Isn't that right? The team leader didn't bother with long explanations. In the countryside, people rarely go to the police over small issues. He had handled many cases where families argued, and he was quite credible. In cases like these, where someone insults others and gets beaten, most people believe it's deserved.
Why?
Because they think the person who got beaten was either rude or malicious. Team leader, we've already apologized. Gu Chuiji felt that the team leader's tone was somewhat unfavorable to her, so she quickly reminded him. Admitting guilt verbally is one thing, but your real attitude is another. A moment ago, Aiming's mother also said your attitude was problematic. Everyone is watching, and they think your attitude isn't serious enough. No wonder people are dissatisfied, right? Team leader, that's not what they meant. They're just taking advantage of the situation and acting innocent. The team leader's face darkened, and he said gruffly, That's not what I said. What did I say? Am I wrong or are you right? Before he finished speaking, Gu Chuiji, who loved causing trouble, really was more troublesome than her sister-in-law. A capable team leader must not only be respected within the team and have a certain support from the people, but also have strict methods. The team leader's face stiffened and Gu Chuiji immediately thought, Oh no, I've lost my temper today. How could I offend the team leader at this moment? However, the team leader was slightly more forgiving than Gu Chuiji expected. He didn't insist on punishing Gu Chuiji for her earlier words but turned to Chi Hongdo and said, Although Gu Chuiji and Wang Chuanfin made the first mistake, today you also fought and broke things. It's okay to reflect and apologize publicly, but 10 yuan might be a bit too much. Chi Hongdo wiped her eyes with her thin, wrinkled hand and suddenly started crying. Team leader, you're a fair person. I know 10 yuan sounds like a lot, but Gu Chuiji almost caused my granddaughter's death just by a little argument. Can these tables and chairs be more valuable than a human life? My granddaughter is very smart and well-behaved at school. She will have a bright future. If Gu Chuiji and Wang Chuanfin prevent her from studying, she won't be able to contribute to the country. That's a huge loss. This isn't just our family's loss. It's the loss of our team and the commune too. I think 10 yuan is fair for Gu Chuiji to pay. My granddaughter's yearly school fee is 12 yuan. Team leader. It was as if a mosquito was buzzing in the team leader's ear, making him dizzy. Wow, this old lady is really good at making a fuss, but you can't say she's wrong. If this rumor really spreads, it will only get worse, and no one will care about the truth. It might even cause harm. As for her not being able to go to school, that's possible too. Once the rumor spreads, the school won't be safe either. Kids are the best at copying what they hear. But still, something didn't feel right. All these things probably won't happen now, so why ask for 10 yuan? Loving mother, 10 yuan is too much, the team leader spoke. He was a bit afraid of this old lady's nagging. If she really wanted compensation, it wasn't impossible, but a smaller amount would be easier. That way, he could finish quickly and go home. Hearing the tone in the team leader's words, Ge Chuiji and Wang Chuanfin immediately refused. We won't give them a penny. Yeah, dream on. They hadn't received their compensation yet, and now they were asked to pay money? Absolutely not. Stop arguing. Do you still want to resolve this? After shouting, the team leader glared at the two confused mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Now, they are the ones suffering and in the right. The two troublemakers refuse to admit their mistake and keep yelling. It's already noisy enough without adding more trouble. The victim is crying and sniffling, while the two women are not paying attention or showing concern. From how it looks in the picture, these two women seem like the villains. Of course, the team leader didn't forget the messy furniture and broken items behind him, all caused by the tearful old lady and her helpers. He still kept his calm. Auntie, you've hit and broken things today. You've vented your anger enough. Tomorrow, I'll ask Ge Cuiji and Wang Chuanfin to go to the team office with a loudspeaker to apologize and admit fault. Then this matter will be settled. How does that sound? Ke Hongde hesitantly looked up and mumbled. Before she could speak, Wang Chuanfin exploded. Why should we apologize? This isn't right. They hit people and broke things. According to my mother, they should pay us 15 yuan. Team leader, our family can't afford to lose that much. If they break things like this, how will we live? Ge Cuiji followed behind Wang Chuanfin, complaining. The team leader's face darkened. Can't they understand simple words? Didn't he just try to help them by asking for 10 yuan less in compensation? These two women don't appreciate it and even jump out to demand more. If he weren't the team leader, someone who spreads rumors or gets beaten up by the victim would be in trouble. Serves them right. Team leader, I just want to settle this peacefully, but they keep bullying us. Still asking us for 15 yuan. She didn't scream loudly, but cried softly, looking very pitiful. Gejwizi was probably inspired by Kahongdu and, holding her daughter-in-law's hand, started crying loudly too. She cried and complained non-stop. The team leader almost lost his patience. He really wanted to be left alone now. He really wanted to be quiet, but the situation was right in front of him, waiting to be dealt with. The team leader really didn't want this ongoing lawsuit to continue endlessly, so he decisively said, compensation is fine, but 10 or 15 yuan is too much. The real victim is the granddaughter of Ai Minyang. You two, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, have been spreading rumors and causing trouble today. You should give the girl some compensation. Just 3 yuan, enough to buy her a new outfit and apologize. Team leader, Ge Cuiji and Wang Chuanfin looked unhappy and called out to the team leader, but he quickly silenced them firmly. Everyone, shut up. If you keep arguing, I'll send you as examples to the commune. Recently, the commune had been given a task to catch wrongdoers and improve the community's atmosphere. The Red Flag Brigade was usually peaceful. If the team leader was eager for promotion, he'd want to send a good example to complete the task. But the team leader was honest. He preferred to keep a decent image himself rather than create a spectacle to embarrass others. However, he didn't say this out loud. Instead, he used it as a way to scare them. They had been told about these rules through loudspeakers before. So now, Ge Cuiji and Wang Chuanfin were really frightened. Seeing his warning was effective, the team leader nodded with satisfaction inside. Then he continued, as for your family, the furniture isn't worth much. 15 yuan is too much. It wasn't just the furniture. There were also injuries on the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Ge Cuiji wanted to shout inside, but out of respect for the team leader, she held back. The team leader looked around and said to Chi Hongdo, you should give 2 yuan in compensation. Since their house was damaged and they were beaten, giving 2 yuan was just a token. Actually, they didn't need to give anything because Getsueji and Wang Chuanfin were only asked to pay 3 yuan, so Chi Hongdo only needed to pay 1 yuan and could keep the other one. Chi Hongdo didn't mind. It wasn't about the money. It was about settling the matter once and for all. Getsueji and Wang Chuanfin still wanted to cause trouble, but in the end, they had to pay just 1 yuan. The team leader was showing favoritism. Looking at the villagers, many of them were giving him thumbs up. Such favoritism. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Give the money to the person. And you too, come to the broadcasting room at the team headquarters tomorrow to properly reflect on yourselves. And you, the team leader, addressed the villagers watching nearby. You all need to learn a lesson. Usually, it's fine to gossip about family matters, but you must not imitate Getsueji and Wang Chuanfin in making up stories. Bad behavior is not acceptable. If you feel like gossiping, first check your pockets to see if you have enough money to pay for it. Also, check your arms and legs. If you've been hurt, don't come to me. Do you understand? The villagers responded in a noisy mix of laughter and seriousness, some shouting, "Got it." "Don't worry, team leader," they replied. Someone shouted, "Getsueji, hurry up and pay the money." "Yeah, pay up." The villagers who were watching suddenly turned into enforcers, urging Getsueji to pay. "Didn't you already admit your mistake? If you did, why don't you pay the money?" "Exactly, Getsueji, don't pretend you're deaf. If you had maliciously hurt people, would the victim have come looking for you?" At this moment, Chi Hongdo kept her head down and sobbed silently, saying nothing. When Zhao Yuanwen and Zhao Yuanwu led people in to cause trouble, not many villagers saw it clearly, but the situation at home was obvious. Using force, they couldn't keep up a kind face. Otherwise, it would be too frightening. She was just a victim, and now she felt helpless. Her reason was no longer valid. Getsueji's heart was bleeding. 1 yuan. Grain costs only 14 cents a jin. With that money, she could buy over 7 jin of grain. 1 jin of pork costs 47 cents. With 1 yuan, she could buy a jin of pork and still have some left. In her mind, she desperately tried to convert various supplies into the equivalent of 1 yuan, holding back from handing it over. The situation had reached this point. She could only take out 1 yuan to settle things peacefully. She handed over a stack of bills, each one with a dime or a cent, to Chi Hongdo. Seeing Chi Hongdo receive the money, the team leader felt a strange sense of relief. He thought, this must be over now. I can go home. But in the next second, he heard Chi Hongdo's voice. "Team leader, what's the matter?" The team leader scowled. What does this old lady want now? His mind immediately shifted to caution. If she caused more trouble, it would be impossible to handle. Chi Hongdo smiled shyly and spoke to the team leader and the villagers watching. Today, with the team leader in charge and the villagers witnessing, our family can get justice. I thought about it, and I've decided to donate this 1 yuan to the team. Our team's tools have always been lacking, and I want to do my part. Besides this 1 yuan, our family is also adding another yuan. Together, 2 yuan. It's not much, but it's our family's contribution to the team. Team leader, please accept it. Chi Hongdo took a yuan from her pocket and placed it along with a stack of small bills into the team leader's hand. Wow! The villagers exclaimed in admiration. The team leader, after a brief moment of surprise, looked at the little old lady with new respect. She's impressive. No wonder she raised 9 children and still stands strong in the Red Flag Brigade. She donated 2 yuan without hesitation. What a brave spirit. Look at her awareness. And compare her to Getsueji and Wang Chuanfin, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Oh, no comparison. Her character is just on a different level. Faced with Chi Hongdo's sincere donation to the collective, the team leader's attitude became much more serious. He took the 2 yuan in front of the villagers, then took out his small notebook from his pocket and carefully recorded the time and amount of Chi Hongdo's donation. I, on behalf of the team, accept Comrade Zhang Daiha's donation of 2 yuan for purchasing farming tools and thank her for her generosity. Good. Some villagers clapped in response. It seemed they saw tonight's event as a model performance. The team leader, listening to the villagers' cheers and surprised comments, kept a calm face. The lack of farming tools was a real problem, and rallying villagers to contribute money and effort wasn't easy. Everyone was facing difficulties, and it was especially hard to ask them to take money out of their pockets for the collective. Now, with Chi Hongdo's action today, they could promote it over the loudspeaker. Maybe they could gather enough money to buy the tools. Perhaps there would be a pleasant surprise. After that night, for several days, almost every household talked about Chi Hongdo's brave act of smashing her eldest brother-in-law's house with her son and grandson, and her generous donation. Villagers had various opinions. Some said Chi Hongdo's actions were bold, some said she was fierce, and others thought she was silly. Yes, let's not talk about past grudges. Who would have thought that Chi Hongdo would end up donating 2 yuan? Li Min's wife was also silly. Why not buy something with 2 yuan? Some people feel regretful. Others surprisingly see that this widow, who has been alone for over 20 years and isn't well regarded in the village, is actually a kind-hearted person. Like I mentioned earlier, 2 yuan isn't much for her family to spend. But she still chose to donate. The money was used to buy farming tools for the team, which everyone might use eventually. That shows a big-picture mindset. For Chi Hongdo, this is exactly what she wanted to see. You can't be a pushover, or others will think you're easy to take advantage of when there's something difficult or thankless to do. But you also shouldn't take everything for yourself. People might envy you on the surface, but behind your back, they might hold resentment. Donating 2 yuan doesn't hurt Chi Hongdo at all. If she had taken the money from Good Sueji and used it, even a little, the way her family stood up for their granddaughter today would have changed. In the future, people would talk behind her back. So instead of being seen as unreasonable or greedy, it's better to let people think she's impressive, but a little naive about small matters. When others try to trouble her, they will first consider her strength and be afraid, rather than underestimate her. Being naive might seem like a flaw, but in the eyes of villagers who see her daily, it might just be a bit of dislike spoken out loud, while in reality, she might be quite endearing. Chi Hongdo isn't like Grandma Zhao, who still holds some innocence, thinking she can be related to Zhao Huafu and Good Sueji forever. Starting today, she doesn't plan to pursue this kinship anymore. She can give up on relatives, but she can't give up on neighbors and fellow villagers. Maintaining good relations with the team is essential. After Chi Hongdo and the men from Zhao's family returned, Zhao Aimin's face was glowing all the way. Mom, you're amazing. Zhao Aimin, a bit of a troublemaker, spends his days hanging out with friends, never seeing such a scene before. Thinking about how his mother just pointed and made them smash the paintings, Zhao Aimin still feels a bit excited. Chi Hongdo really didn't want to pay attention to her lively son, who was bouncing around like a rabbit. He not only has a baby face, but also 2 small tiger teeth when he smiles, looking a bit silly and foolish. Mom, today was really fun. I have long disliked Zhao Yanwei, that hypocritical scoundrel. Zhao Aimin despises his cousin Zhao Yanwei. He thinks Zhao Yanwei is just a grown man in his 30s who can't leave his mother's care. Chi Hongdo glances sideways. The others in the Zhao family listen to Zhao Aimin's shameless words and all look away. They really wonder how Zhao Aimin dares to say such things, as if he himself is an independent adult. Without his mother's favoritism and care, he would either have his legs broken or have starved to death long ago. Strong and sturdy Zhao Yuanwu frowns as he holds his arm. During the chaos earlier, Zhao Yanwei, in anger, grabbed a bench and threw it at Chi Hongdo. In a panic, he instinctively used his arm to block it. Of course, Chi Hongdo was unharmed and didn't even notice the movement, but Zhao Yuanwu's arm was left with a purple bruise, showing how much force Zhao Yanwei used. Oh dear, 5th brother, how did you get that injury? Did that Zhao Yanwei hit you with a stick? Zhao Aimin, still excited from the fight, talks a lot. Seeing the injury on Zhao Yuanwu's arm, he shouts out. Old 5th's wife, Jiang Yiyun, flinches. How did she get hurt? The eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Xiaoqiao, also looks worried as she asks her husband softly, "Are you hurt anywhere?" She asks this to her simple-minded husband, Zhao Yuanwen. At the 6th household, Zhao Yuanshuang only has a slightly swollen face, but old sixth's wife, Li Xiaoa, looks like she's been struck by lightning. Her clothes are torn, her eyes are red and purple, and her arms and face are covered with scratches and nail marks. Her hair is a mess, looking both pitiful and funny. Old Seventh and his wife usually keep a low profile and avoid trouble. During this fight, Old Seventh hid behind others and didn't get involved. Old Seventh's wife, Kai Wenli, missed the first moment of her men fighting, but she caught the tail end of Li Xiaoa and Wang Chunfin's fight. Not liking Li Xiaoa, Kai Wenli didn't go to help, but after learning why they fought, she picked up many small dirt clumps from the ground and threw them at Wang Chunfin, who was fighting with Li Xiaoa. In the end, Wang Chunfin was covered in dirt and cursed as she pushed Li Xiaoa away and ran home. Some grandchildren had colorful marks, others didn't, and they all buzzed and talked. The granddaughters stayed mostly silent, especially Zhao Yuxiu, who was falsely accused for no reason. It was already dark outside, and the family lit 2 kerosene lamps inside. Qi Hongdo looked at the crowded room inside the main hall and spoke in a serious tone. Today, this matter is finally settled. Honestly, although Mother is still very angry, she is also quite relieved. As Qi Hongdo spoke, the room gradually became quiet. Mother hopes that in the future, no matter who in the family faces problems, you all can stick together. As long as we are united, life will get better and better. Don't pretend not to hear or see. Don't think you can ignore what's happening outside your door. If you can't work together as one, only others will take advantage of you. Today, that wicked woman said it was Yu Xiu, but she's not just trying to ruin Yu Xiu. If she succeeds, what will happen to our family's reputation? What will become of our girls? Will their names still be respected? And what about you uncles, brothers, and elders? Will you still have the face to lift your heads high? Always remember, everyone inside this house is your family. If you don't look out for each other, who can you rely on when problems come? A home isn't built by one person alone. Old lady, I've lived long enough to understand this truth. From now on, we won't depend on cold-hearted relatives. Each of you should stand on your own and help each other. That's the right way. This wasn't the first time Qi Hongdo emphasized unity among her brothers. But clearly, this time, her words carried something a little different. What truly defines family? What makes a clan? It's not just simple blood ties. They need closer bonds, something that benefits everyone, and a shared sense of identity and pride. When one person strives to improve and a group works together, the strength they gain is different. Since ancient times, the Chinese saying a single tree does not make a forest has been passed down. At this moment, Qi Hongdo was just habitually encouraging the Zhao family's descendants, instilling ideas of unity and collective effort, making it easier to lead and manage. But she left a faint, unclear seed in the hearts of the Zhao people. There aren't many good things at home. Today, Mother will give you some candy as a reward. The adults didn't think much of it, but suddenly, the sleepy children at the door were startled awake, cheering loudly.
Oh, candy.
We get candy.
Candy.
Candy. We get candy. The smallest of the 4 little ones, still drooling, followed their older brothers, opening their tiny mouths and softly imitating candy.
Candy.
A few days ago, Qi Hongdo distributed candies to each household, but most daughters-in-law quietly kept theirs. Even if some took out candies to share with the children, they only gave a few at a time, so no one could eat all the candies at once. Last time, Qi Hongdo bought 5 jin of cheap fruit candies, about 500 pieces. She ate 2 and found the taste not so good, so she decided to give these candies as a benefit, saving them for later. Unexpectedly, they were used so quickly. The children's laughter was lively, just like during the New Year. This time, Qi Hongdo gave 20 candies to each household, asking the daughters-in-law to distribute them to their children. Originally, Qi Hongdo didn't plan to give Zhao Aiminyi 20 candies. She knew about the time he devoured 10 candies in one go last time. But this boy was shamelessly sticking close, eyes shining with excitement. Qi Hongdo was annoyed, but still gave him 20 candies. As soon as he got the candies, a little kid, influenced by his own mother or father, came over to ask Zhao Aiminyi for candies. Because the candies given to the daughters-in-law needed to be counted and redistributed, Zhao Aiminyi was different, a single man who could eat as much as he wanted without worrying about the family. He was in a good mood today, and his hands were quite relaxed. He even gave 3 candies to the little kids who hugged his legs and coaxed him kindly. Of course, no more than that, he still wanted to eat some himself. After distributing the candies, everyone dispersed to wash up and go to bed. Jiang Yiyun gently took her husband back to check his injury. A scar about 3 fingers wide was very noticeable on his strong arm. That must have hurt a lot. They didn't have any medicinal wine or anything, so the wound couldn't be treated well. It could only be left as it was. Zhao Yuanwu didn't think it was serious, but when he looked up, he saw his wife's tears streaming down her face, crying so sadly beside the kerosene lamp. In a few days, it'll be fine. Jiang Yiyun choked. You're made of flesh, not iron. It'll take a few days to heal. Don't we still have to suffer for a few more days? Zhao Yuanwu picked up his wife's cloth handkerchief and used his uninjured hand to wipe her tears. But her tears kept flowing even more fiercely. She was feeling sorry for her husband. You blocked the bench for your mother and she didn't ask about you all night. Jiang Yiyun is usually patient about her own matters. For example, her mother-in-law waits at the brick factory entrance every month to collect her salary. The total is 18 yuan and 50 cents, but her mother-in-law takes 13 yuan and 50 cents. Although she leaves her 5 yuan, Jiang Yiyun promised her family that she would give them 500 yuan for her job. She married into the Zhao family 17 years ago and finally paid back the 500 yuan. In the first 10 years, she lived frugally, tightening her belt every day. Every month, she had to beg her mother-in-law for those 5 yuan, and only after much persuasion did her mother-in-law agree. Earlier, her salary was less than 18 yuan, only about 12 yuan, and she could only keep 3 yuan each month. With just a few yuan left each month, she carefully sent it back to her family. Only her own mother didn't mind, which helped her feel a bit better. 2 years ago, when her eldest daughter got married, she worried her daughter might be looked down on or bullied by her husband's family. So she and her husband decided to save some money, 80 yuan out of the 120 yuan they had saved over the years, to give her daughter as a safety fund. Of course, they kept this a secret from her mother-in-law. Her eldest daughter and eldest son are married, but her younger son and daughter are still waiting for their turn. They need to save some money for them too. After all, her mother-in-law only takes money and never contributes any herself. As the only person working in the Zhao family, Jiang Yiyun practically works for them without holding back. But she doesn't feel that her mother-in-law treats her with much respect. What hurts Jiang Yiyun most is that her husband, because of a fight he had when he was young, has been constantly scolded by his mother for being reckless and troublemaker. Even after so many years of marriage, her mother-in-law still rarely speaks kindly of her husband. If Zhao Yuanwu really was just a rough, simple man with no brains, she might ignore the insults. But as his wife, Jiang Yiyun knows that her husband is kind and gentle inside. The words her mother-in-law says about him really hurt her. Being disliked by her own mother makes Zhao Yuanwu feel terrible. Seeing her husband's arm covered with big, purple bruises, Jiang Yiyun feels uneasy no matter how she thinks about it. Her brother-in-law doesn't do much either. He's good at talking and comforting people, but her mother-in-law always favors him. Meanwhile, her real husband doesn't even get a caring look from her mother-in-law. It's not a big deal. Besides, there are so many things at home. My mother can't manage everything. Don't cry anymore.
Go to sleep.
Tomorrow, I still need to go work in the fields. The kerosene lamp was blown out. Jiang Yiyun wiped her tears and lay down. Maybe she was too tired from crying, and soon she fell asleep. Zhao Yuanwu, who said it was no big deal, was still not sleeping. Honestly, I didn't expect Mother to let you all rush in and smash that old lady's house today. In the 7th room, Kai Wenli looked excited. It was so exciting. Under the dim kerosene light, the weak-looking Zhao Yuanquan looked at his wife and, for once, showed a smile. Big Andy's face looked worse than if she had eaten something bad. Hey, don't say that. I didn't see Big Annie's face, but did you see how the sixth couple looked tonight? Kai Wenli and Zhao Yuanquan exchanged glances and remembered the lively expressions of the sixth couple today. They couldn't help but laugh out loud. Honestly, the sixth couple was probably the ones who should have fought today, because it was old Auntie Good Sueji who spread rumors about their daughter. Brother Lu usually smiles politely at people, but his smiles are fake, Zhao Yuanquan said, while shaking his head. But today, Brother Lu showed some courage. When they rushed in to cause trouble, Zhao Yuanquan hid behind his brother and nephews. He saw clearly that, besides old Wu, the sixth was the fiercest in attacking.
Gai Wen Li Pao Tet.
I don't believe that the couple did all this just for Yushio. It's probably because they felt their pride was hurt. After all, the sixth couple only cared about their son. They didn't usually seem to care much about their daughter. I saw the little bag Yushio carried on her back. It was embroidered with a small willow leaf, sewn by Sister Wu before. Li Xiao never thought of sewing a bag for Yushio. Zhao Yuanquan didn't deny this. It was true, and anyone with eyes could see it. But his own mother's fighting spirit had also risen a lot. Before, she only made sure her family wouldn't suffer losses. Who would have thought that when they went out to cause trouble, they could also gain a reputation in the village? Seeing the expressions on the village chief and the villagers tonight, he could tell that their mother's troublemaking was quite extraordinary. Kai Wenli was eager to speak now. From talking about the sixth couple to mentioning Big Annie Gutsueji, then to the gossip-loving men and women in the village, she finally took out 2 candies from her pocket. She ate one herself and peeled one for Zhao Yuanquan. It was very sweet. Last time, they split only a small amount of candy, and Kai Wenli was reluctant to eat it. Today, she divided 20 more pieces at once, thinking, now I can taste some. But strangely, during these 2 times of sharing, her mother-in-law always handed things directly to her and her sisters-in-law. Although it was done in front of the men, the meaning of who received the items was different. When items are handed directly to them, it saves the step of passing from hand to hand, and they can decide how to share what they receive. They have a bit of control over the situation. But then she thought in the past her mother-in-law used to distribute everything herself, and there was no fixed habit of giving things to the men. Now, her mother-in-law doing it this way doesn't seem strange. By the way, what do you think your mother is thinking? These days, she's been pushing the youngest to work outside. Is she really planning to let him start earning work points? Recently, my little brother has been working so hard, he looks exhausted. Maybe tomorrow, she'll feel sorry for him and won't let him work anymore. Kai Wenli held her husband and kept talking until late at night, almost oversleeping the next morning. In the morning, Zhao Yushio was serving porridge in the kitchen when Li Xiao also came over. Serve 2 bowls for me and your dad, Li Xiao said, sighing with pain. Zhao Yuanshuang, after a night, had returned to her usual cheerful and slick demeanor, smiling at people and looking confident, no longer showing the anger and violence she had displayed last night when she stormed into Gutsueji's house and smashed things. Of course, Zhao Yushio knew what had happened last night. The family had mobilized many people. Even her grandmother had been hit with a shoe by her grandmother-in-law. If it were an ordinary girl, hearing what Gutsueji said, she would either be humiliated and angry or feel wronged and upset. Her heart might be deeply affected. But Zhao Yushio remained calm. Compared to the vicious words Gutsueji and Wang Chuanfin said that could have harmed her, what she found even more unbelievable was that her grandmother and the whole family had come to fight over this. She even noticed a bald patch on Li Xiao's forehead and finger marks on her face, feeling it was somewhat absurd. The woman who raised her as if she were raising pigs, just waiting for her to grow up and sell her off, was she really fighting for her? For the wise and cold-hearted Zhao Yushio, she couldn't feel any so-called warmth now. She only felt it was absurd. This girl, intelligent and emotionally reserved, had a high wall around her inner world, especially when facing her parents, where her guard was at its highest. She listened to Li Xiao's words, silently served her and Zhao Yuanshuang 2 bowls of porridge, then took her own bowl and quietly went aside to eat. Qi Hongdo really couldn't stand the various smells coming from every corner of the Zhao family or from the people themselves. especially when a group of people finished working and gathered to eat. The smell was overwhelming. It was enough to turn a good person's mind into a bad one. And the chicken coop and pig pen were located at the front and back of the house. When the weather got hot, the odors would rise and hit from both sides, making it hard to breathe. Today, 3 granddaughters-in-law and 2 granddaughters were all kept behind by Chi Hongdo. Her reason was that the old Zhao family needed a big cleaning. This included, but was not limited to, the chicken coop, pig pen, every corner of the Zhao house, and each person's personal hygiene. Among those specifically mentioned was Zhao Aimin, who had long hair that looked like a thief's. "Mom, if I put some hair wax in my hair, it would look better."
No kutin, ma'am.
"I worked hard to grow it this long. I won't cut it." Chi Hongdo wouldn't bother with him if she could help it. Hair wax in style? Poor and lazy, even if he had the face of a handsome man, he still couldn't look stylish. Chi Hongdo didn't give Zhao Aimin a chance to argue, and also stopped his inner thought that if I really want to cut my hair, I need to get some money from my mom, go to town, get a haircut, and enjoy myself. She directly took out an old rusty pair of scissors from the drawer in the bedroom, belonging to Grandma Zhao. She had her eldest and 5th sons hold Zhao Aimin down, then snipped a few times, cutting Zhao Aimin's hair into a rough, uneven style. Because there was no mirror at home, Zhao Aimin couldn't see what he looked like after the cut. But he had eyes, didn't he? He could see the faces of his brothers, sisters-in-law, and nephews trying hard not to laugh. What was this? This was outright mockery. What happened to his once stylish hair? But no matter how much he shouted or begged, no one loosened their grip on his hands without Chi Hongdo's orders. It wasn't intentional. The rusty scissors just didn't work well. Plus, she had no experience cutting men's hair, so she just did it quickly and simply. At least she didn't let Zhao Aimin go out with a dog-like head. She squinted her eyes and made his uneven, rough hair look somewhat tidy. After cutting it short, Zhao Aimin's forehead was fully exposed, and he looked much fresher. After finishing Zhao Aimin's messy hair, Chi Hongdo knew how to style the men's hair at home. In the morning, she told everyone to go to the fields. When they returned at noon, each person got their hair done. But she didn't do the rest herself. She just told them to cut each other's hair. Apart from Zhao Aimin's very messy hair, the other men's hair was not long. Even the longer hair was because they didn't have time to cut it. As for the women, only the 5th wife Jiang Yun had very long hair down to her waist, and the 7th wife had a big braid down to her hips. The others' hair was not long. Chi Hongdo didn't plan to cut their hair. She checked and saw no lice, so she left it. Actually, she thought it would be better to cut their hair short because theirs was either dry and split or yellow and unhealthy. There was no need to grow it long. If they wanted nice hair, it would be better to cut it and grow new hair. At noon, Zhao Yuxiu came back from school and watched her brothers cut each other's hair, staring at the rusty scissors for a long time. Everyone's getting their hair done neatly, making things easier. Just tidy it up. Next to her, Chi Hongdo's rough, hoarse voice could be heard. After the uncles and brothers finished their hair, Zhao Yuxiu took the scissors, gestured a couple of times at her chin, and then quickly cut her shoulder-length hair to just above her chin. With a snip, she cut her hair to a bit above her chin. After the men finished their hair, some went to the pond at the door to wash up, while others were busy eating and drinking. The wives and granddaughters finished eating and then continued cleaning the house. That night, Chi Hongdo heard mice squeaking. She urged the family to work hard like 10 years ago when they caught pests, blocking all the mouse holes and cleaning up the corners. So, besides Chi Hongdo, no one paid attention to Zhao Yuxiu's sudden action. Zhao Yuxiu couldn't see how her new haircut looked, but felt strangely lighter after cutting her hair. She put down the scissors and was about to join her sisters in some chores before going to school later. Chi Hongdo looked at the messy, sticking up hair at the back of Zhao Yuxiu's head and called her back. Zhao Yuxiu turned around when she heard the voice.
Come here.
Chi Hongdo picked up the scissors Zhao Yuxiu had put down. Zhao Yushan and Zhao Yue, who had just finished eating, saw this scene and looked at each other in surprise. Who was supposed to go help Sister 6 or Little Sister 6? Chi Hongdo touched Zhao Yuxiu's head and said, "Miss, Your messy hair needs to be fixed before you go out. She then told Zhao Yuxiu to sit on the chopping block at the door. Zhao Yuxiu's body stiffened a bit when Qi Hongdo started touching her hair and talking, but she still obediently sat down. In the past, when Qi Hongdo liked to show off, she also cut her own hair. There are many videos online teaching how to cut hair, with all kinds of styles. Just for short hair, there are many different types. Zhao Yuxiu has a clean face, and most Zhao family members have double eyelids, but Zhao Yuxiu's eyes are probably single eyelids, inherited from her mother. She has a narrow nose and a delicate mouth. At first glance, she looks a bit fragile, but her clear, calm eyes are different from other children her age, making her stand out. Especially because she used to wear a single ponytail with her face fully visible. But now, after cutting her hair short, her features are less obvious, and when you look at her, you don't immediately notice her appearance. Instead, you are drawn to her eyes. Of course, Zhao Yuxiu with short hair looks more obedient, but in Qi Hongdo's eyes, it seems like this girl has found a shadow where she can hide herself, eager to conceal her true self. Qi Hongdo didn't say a word. She quickly trimmed Zhao Yuxiu's hair around her ears and at the back of her head, and also cut her a trendy, messy bangs. In the sunlight, Zhao Yuxiu, who used to look like she was wearing a helmet, changed a little under Qi Hongdo's scissors. Zhao Yuyue and Zhao Yushan watched from the beginning with curiosity and surprise, then with admiration. Their small, rosy faces almost showed the same expressions. That's about right. Okay, go get to work. After examining this fresh, delicate little daisy in front of her for a moment, Qi Hongdo pretended to be impatient and waved her hand, telling Zhao Yuxiu to leave. Zhao Yuyue and Zhao Yushan looked at each other, then one on the left and one on the right pulled Zhao Yuxiu to the back of their house. Really pretty. Six sisters' short hair. Lu Chunmei in our class also has short hair, but it's not as pretty as Six Sisters. Zhao Yushan circled around Zhao Yuxiu, looking at her from all angles, dancing and gesturing excitedly. Zhao Yuyue nodded along. I think Yuxiu's short hair looks good too. I want to cut mine as well. Our mother used to cut my hair once. I think it was because I had lice. So she cut it very short back then. Zhao Yuyue scratched her head. If this time she asks her mother to help her cut a short hairstyle like Yuxiu's, she wonders if it will work. Qi Hongdo certainly wouldn't let Zhao Yuxiu just cover her head with a thick helmet in the hot weather, which is not only uncomfortable but also unattractive. She thinned Zhao Yuxiu's hair at the ends, and the bangs on her forehead were light and delicate, giving an airy feel. It didn't look like the previous bowl cut that made breathing difficult. The young girl, still in her prime, didn't need much decoration. A suitable short haircut already revealed her lively spirit. No wonder Zhao Yuyue and Zhao Yushan felt excited when they saw it. Zhao Yuxiu was surrounded by her older sister and younger sister, feeling a bit strange inside. She couldn't see what her short hair looked like now. Sixth sister. Why did mother suddenly cut your hair? Zhao Yushan was eager to speak. She thought Zhao Yuxiu's short hair looked very nice. Although Zhao Yuyue was tempted, she hesitated while touching the red ribbon on her head. Faced with her seven sisters' curiosity, Zhao Yuxiu was a bit confused but honestly said she didn't know. Maybe mother was in a good mood today? Zhao Yushan pondered, feeling anxious inside, like a cat scratching at her heart. Finally, she couldn't hold back and ran to Qi Hongdo before noon, before going to school. Mother, I also want to cut my hair short, just like Sixth sister. Just as Kai Wenli was about to go to the fields, she heard her daughter say this, and her heart skipped a beat. The brat. Why cut her hair so suddenly? And run to talk to grandma? She thought angrily. But before Kai Wenli could pull her daughter aside, Qi Hongdo nodded in agreement. Although Zhao Yuxiu's hair was a bit unhealthy, it was still quite black. Zhao Yushan's hair, however, was a typical yellow-haired girl. Cutting it short and letting it grow back would definitely be better than keeping a head full of straw. Kai Wenli watched as her daughter's hair was cut to her chin in just a few snips by her mother-in-law. Now it was too late to say anything. She could only watch her mother-in-law cut her daughter's hair. Kai Wenli's worries at this moment were actually unnecessary. If it hadn't been Zhao Yushan who came to ask Chi Hongdo for a haircut, she probably wouldn't have paid attention. The grandchildren had hurriedly cut their hair short, whether it looked good or not. As long as it met her standards, she wouldn't care. If it wasn't perfect now, they could practice more times later. The granddaughters, who weren't very close to her, rarely took the initiative to ask for anything. Of course, she wouldn't refuse. Chi Hongdo cut a lively girl's short hairstyle for Zhao Yushan, which made her rosy cheeks look even cuter and lively. Seeing her daughter excitedly touch her fresh new haircut, Kai Winley swallowed her words. Since the haircut looked good and her daughter liked it, there was no need to offend the mother-in-law. After the chores at home and the children went to school, the daughters-in-law and granddaughters continued to work hard. Chi Hongdo stood at the door, watching granddaughter Hongyun use a basket to gather 5 or 6 tiny, red-eyed mice that hadn't opened their eyes yet. The 2 granddaughters were too scared to look. At that moment, a rat suddenly darted out through in the door. The other 2 daughters-in-law hurriedly chased after it, panting. Every word Chi Hongdo said was carried out, and the house was thoroughly cleaned, even digging out the mouse holes. The house was dusty inside, with dirt floors that got dusty easily when dry, so they swept daily and sprinkled water to reduce dust. All the bedsheets, quilts, and bedding were taken out, washed, and dried. Although the Red Flag Brigade was poor, they had one good thing. Their houses were relatively spacious and not built close together like in some neighboring villages, where every house was tightly packed and even from next door could be heard. When Zhao's family washed so many quilts and clothes at once, there was plenty of open space at the door. Especially at the back of Zhao's house, where there were no neighbors, only 4 connected threshing grounds, which were large and mostly empty when not used for drying grains. Village children liked to run and play there. Taking advantage of this big cleaning, Chi Hongdo moved her pickled vegetables from her room to the kitchen. If not for considering Zhao's current situation, she would have liked to clear everything out of her room. Old Lady Zhao was very tough and not afraid of her stored items attracting mice or bugs. It wasn't a problem to keep fewer things in the kitchen, but since her pickled vegetables were in jars, she thought it unnecessary to keep them in her room. She worried about theft, so locking them in the kitchen was just as good. Chi Hongdo sat on a small stool by the pond under a locust tree, thinking slowly. Nearby, a patched quilt and clothes drying on a rope confirmed her previous idea. No one in this family had a single piece of clothing without patches. Wearing clothes made by Cat Tailor Shop, she even had the little tailor patch 2 pieces for her. She did this to look less noticeable, but even with patches, her clothes are soft, breathable, and comfortable. They are much better than those of the other people in old Zhao's family. Probably, all the clothes in this family together wouldn't fill a wardrobe. Speaking of wardrobes, during this big cleaning, besides the clothes taken out to dry in the sun, there were also tables, chairs, and cabinets pulled out for washing and airing. They had to clean every moldy corner of old Zhao's house. The hot sun shone down on the pile of wood, clothes, and bedding, thoroughly disinfecting everything with UV rays. This soap really works well. Yes, it's so dirty. Just a little soap and a gentle scrub, and the dirt is gone. At the pond's edge on a blue stone slab, 2 daughter-in-laws quietly talked while washing clothes. Compared to working in the fields under the blazing sun until dizzy, cleaning at home was much easier. During a big cleaning, the daughters-in-law never objected. "Hey, big sister, what are you doing today?" Grandma Motzi, who didn't get enough of a show last night, carried a bucket of clothes to the pond and looked surprised. Chi Hongdo smiled and greeted her. "There are mice at home, so I asked them to do a big cleaning. My older sister is healthier than me, so I can't wash clothes now." Grandma Motzi chuckled inside, thinking Chi Hongdo was showing off. Someone as carefree and lazy as her, in the entire Red Flag Brigade, couldn't be found again. Many elderly in the countryside still work in the fields in their 60s. Those waiting to enjoy their retirement are rare. Grandma Motzi also has many children and grandchildren, but her husband is still alive, and he's the head of the family. She definitely does the hard work. Old Lady Zhao used to think Grandma Motzi was too simple. At her age, being controlled by her husband was fine, and she couldn't even outwit her daughter-in-law, so she didn't often chat or gossip with her. But living in the same village, they see each other all the time, so they can't avoid talking altogether. So, a topic naturally came up, and Grandma Motsi couldn't hold back. Big sister, you still know how to enjoy life. Today I was listening to the radio. Yesterday, you and the brigade leader talked about making your sister-in-law admit her mistake on the radio, right? Why is there still no news? At this moment, Grandma Motsi's question reflected the curiosity of most villagers in the Red Flag Brigade. Chi Hongdo was swinging a broken fan in her hand, looking calm and relaxed. She said, right now, everyone is working in the fields. The team leader is busy too. Probably won't be back until evening. If the team leader broke his promise and helped Good Sueji cheat, it would be a perfect excuse for her to use against him. Last night's events were witnessed by some villagers. Oh, I didn't expect it. Your sister-in-law is quite old, but her heart is so mean. You know, you've probably been hurt by her many times before. Motsi grandma subtly mentioned Zhao Laotai's past sadness. Unfortunately, neither Chi Hongdo nor Zhao Laotai would openly complain about their hardships in front of others. When fighting or venting, saying they are heartbroken is a way to express their feelings. Normally, if someone complains without reason, it might make others see them as weak or annoying. And once they speak, their words can spread everywhere. So Chi Hongdo didn't respond to this topic. Motsi grandma still had laundry to do and didn't have time to dwell on Zhao Laotai's sad past, but she secretly imagined Zhao Laotai's hardships. At least her own husband was still alive, helping her share the burden. What does Zhao Laotai have? A widow, with clothes and sheets hanging on the line, none of them made of valuable fabric. TSK. And she still pretended to be rich, donating 2 yuan to the team. Although she didn't get more gossip from Chi Hongdo, Motsi grandma, imagining Zhao's tragic life, finished her laundry happily and went home satisfied. As Chi Hongdo guessed, Good Sueji and Wang Chuanfin's apologies happened in the evening. ZZZZZ. Hello. This is the Hongqi Brigade broadcast room. Just yesterday evening, our Hongqi Brigade experienced a serious defamation incident. Now, we ask Good Sueji and Wang Chuanfin to deeply reflect and apologize to all villagers.
Jag är Kvisi.
I am Wang Chuanfin. Compared to the team leader's loud voice at the start, their voices sounded very meek and downcast. When the broadcast started, Zhao Huafu's house was tightly shut, and even the youngest great-grandchild was kept inside, not allowed to go out. It was embarrassing. Meanwhile, at Zhao's house, the family was happily eating while listening to Good Sueji and her mother-in-law's apologies on the radio. It felt satisfying. After Green Shuiji and Wang Chunfin finished their self-criticism, the team leader summarized the situation and reminded everyone not to spread false accusations. He also praised Chi Hongdo for her donation last night. Learn from Comrade Lei Feng. Thanks to Comrade Zhang Daihe. This is a special commendation. Sitting at the dining table, Chi Hongdo felt pleased as she received everyone's attention. The team leader is a straightforward person. Doing good deeds without publicity is just like sneaking around at night. The little kids, De Bao and Air Bao, wearing pants sewn by their mothers today, listened to the radio under the big tree with some confusion. Who is Zhang Daihe? Before they could ask, they were either slapped on the head by their father or mother. That is your grandmother's name. Don't call it out randomly. Chi Hongdo pretended not to see. She was tired of the kids running around with nothing on. They're not primitive. They should at least wear pants. Should little boys have no manners or shame? Of course, Chi Hongdo couldn't say this directly to her family. She just used the excuse that her daughter-in-law was cleaning the house today and was doing well. She took out some old, torn cloth from Grandma Zhao's box and handed it out to each of them, asking them to make pants for the kids. Some of those old torn cloths were almost rotten and useless, so why not reuse them? Her daughter-in-law didn't dare to breathe heavily in front of her, let alone her daughter-in-law's daughter-in-law. Whatever Chi Hongdo said, they followed. Having pants to wear was a good thing. So today, all the children in the family wore new pants. The youngest, used to being bare-bottomed, found it strange to wear pants. He kept wanting to take them off, which naturally led to a stern lesson. Holding his pants, feeling the hot pain on he thought about the cost of not wearing pants with his limited brain capacity. Finally, he cried and shut up, no longer fussing about being bare-bottomed. Dig deep holes, store grain widely. Lead the revolution, promote production. Prepare for war and famine for the people. The walls, made of mud and blue bricks, were covered with various slogans everywhere. Chi Hongdo carried a small basket and slowly arrived at the town's brick factory gate. The old man at the gate saw Chi Hongdo and wanted to avoid her. It's not that he didn't want to, but she was too formidable. He couldn't chase her away or scold her enough, so he tried to hide. But he couldn't really hide because he was the gatekeeper. He still had to register Chi Hongdo. Although the old man was very familiar with Chi Hongdo's registration information, since he was not someone from the factory, he still had to complete the registration. Today, when the factory paid wages, the old man was mentally prepared. If the old lady dared to cause trouble at the factory, he would be the first to take her away. Before Chi Hongdo entered the brick factory, she already felt the old man's hostile attitude at the door. She silently sighed in her heart, recalling the flickering gaze Jiang Yun gave her last night. At first, Chi Hongdo couldn't remember what it was about, but when she heard Li Xiao complaining that it was time to collect wages, she suddenly remembered. Jiang Yun was about to pay wages. Every time Jiang Yun paid wages, Chi Hongdo would wait at the brick factory to collect hers. Everyone in the factory knew that their accountant's mother-in-law was a difficult woman. Almost all of Jiang Yun's wages each month went directly into her mother-in-law's hands. She liked to cause trouble and often made a fool of herself at the factory. Old Zhao's family hadn't split yet, and although Zhao's mother was strict about Jiang Yun's wages, it wasn't completely unreasonable. Chi Hongdo didn't plan to give Jiang Yun her wages right now. Thinking about the leaky thatched roofs of old Zhao's broken houses that swayed in the wind, and the mud walls that collapsed during heavy rain, she thought it would be nice if she could build a couple of decent houses. Since Jiang Yun worked at the brick factory, it wouldn't be bad to go see her. "Big brother, just sign here." Chi Hongdo greeted the old man at the door calmly and signed her name on the registration form. After completing the process, she said, "Big brother, you're busy, I'll go in first." It was less than 3 sentences, but it scared the gatekeeper quite a bit. Looking at the sun outside, wasn't it coming from the west this morning? What is this old lady causing trouble for? Chi Hongdo was now a stern wife, not a rabid dog, so there was no need to bite anyone. Being calm and reasonable was not a crime, and no one could criticize her. A man wearing glasses saw the old lady at the factory gate from afar and reflexively started to turn back. The bald man walking with him glanced in the same direction, feeling a shiver down his spine, and quickly followed him back. Within half an hour, almost everyone who knew the factory well had heard that their accountant's mother-in-law had arrived. Who knows what trouble that old witch will cause this time? Jiang Yun has such a difficult mother-in-law that everyone feels a bit sorry when they mention her. Accountant Jiang is just too obedient to her mother-in-law. If it were me, I would definitely lose my temper if my mother-in-law treated me like that, said a young temporary worker in the kitchen angrily. Accountant Jiang isn't easy either. She married into that family, and she's just a daughter-in-law. How can she confront her mother-in-law? A middle-aged woman responsible for cooking shook her head. Young people see the world as black and white, but in reality, it's not that simple. That wicked mother-in-law is a widow who raised 9 children. If you don't get along with her, what about her son, your husband? You can't just live a hard life forever. You have to endure it. The young temporary worker pouted. Enduring it for more than 10 years, I think I might have to endure even longer. Living like this, it just feels so suffocating. The young girl's words are reasonable, but what can she do if she can't endure it? If she really opposes her mother-in-law, it would be better if her husband was on her side. But if he isn't, then she's bound to lose. And no matter what, the wicked mother-in-law always emphasizes filial piety. So, in the end, the middle-aged woman shook her head. Enduring it at least gives us hope. Every family has its own difficulties, and their conversation in the brick factory's cafeteria is limited to that corner. Meanwhile, Chi Hongdo quietly places 2 baked buns into her basket, one with preserved vegetables, one with sugar. Jang Eun sits in her office, feeling a bit anxious. When Chi Hongdo entered the factory gate, someone had already warned her. Jang Eun wasn't surprised at all by Chi Hongdo's appearance. If she didn't come, Jang Eun would be the one surprised. Strange. Accountant Jang, your mother-in-law is standing outside today. Why isn't she coming in? Under the old locust tree in front of the brick factory office, Chi Hongdo stands holding her basket. Through the window, Jang Eun and Chi Hongdo see each other clearly. Honestly, Jang Eun is used to getting her salary, but the only thing she can't get used to is her mother-in-law's meddlesome attitude. Especially when it's time to pay wages each month, she wishes she could just hand the money to her mother-in-law immediately and be done with it. She's afraid her mother-in-law will cause trouble in the office or factory, adding gossip material for others. Today, her mother-in-law is actually standing outside the office door, without coming in. Jang Eun's heart skips a beat. Could her mother-in-law be planning something again? Thinking of this, Jang Eun immediately took her salary and the recent tickets and left the office.
Mom.
Here's this month's salary and tickets, take a look. Jang Eun rubbed her fingers nervously. Her mother-in-law had been a heavy burden on her back for over 10 years. When she saw Chi Hongdo, she naturally felt a bit nervous. Because they were at the factory, she couldn't wait for Chi Hongdo to speak and quickly handed over the money and tickets. She silently prayed that her mother-in-law would leave soon, feeling uncomfortable under the watchful eyes of her colleagues behind the window. Chi Hongdo remained calm, except she no longer shouted or fussed. She lowered her head, counted the money and tickets, and gave 5 yuan to Jang Eun. In earlier years, Jang Eun and her mother had discussed repaying family debts from her work. Old Lady Zhao still wanted to save face in front of her relatives, so she left some money for Jang Eun. Later, Jang Eun's eldest son and daughter married one after another. She paid the bride price for her son, while her daughter's bride price was kept by Old Lady Zhao. Since then, the tradition of leaving 5 yuan each month continued. In Old Lady Zhao's mind, since she had left money for her 5th son and his wife, they should find their own way to handle difficulties if needed. In fact, her 5th son and his wife did just that. Mom, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Jang Eun, having received the 5 yuan, didn't even count it and simply put it in her pocket. She was eager for her mother-in-law to leave, but cautiously asked if she was thirsty. Chi Hongdo knew everything clearly, but she wasn't like Huang Shiren, who would exploit others. She wouldn't bully her daughter-in-law to death. I won't drink water. I need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative later. Here, this is for you. Chi Hongdo took a paper-wrapped package from her basket and handed it to Jang Eun. All right, Mom, you can go now. Chi Hongdo felt she was now a bad mother-in-law who had taken her daughter-in-law's hard-earned money for a month's work, so there was no need to stay and cause trouble. She turned around with a stack of tickets and left. Jang Eun was stunned in place as her colleagues rushed over. What is this? Accountant Jang, did your mother-in-law take the wrong medicine? She even brought you food? In her hand was a paper-wrapped package, and she could faintly smell the aroma of food. People nowadays were very sensitive about food. Jang Eun dazedly opened the paper package, and her colleagues exclaimed in surprise. Oh my! It's a plain baked bun. So fragrant. Accountant Jang, what's wrong with your mother-in-law today? After receiving my salary for so many years, this is the first time that Jang's mother-in-law, that mean old woman, didn't cause trouble at the factory. Instead, she brought something for Jang Eun. Jang Eun didn't really want to eat it and planned to save it for the evening. But the smell of the baked flatbread was too tempting. At lunch, she had already eaten 2 small steamed buns and a bowl of mixed vegetables, but she couldn't resist. Under the coaxing of her colleagues, she tore open a piece of the flatbread. A sweet aroma spread in the air. It's sugar. Inside, the thick syrup of white sugar looked so delicious it made people salivate. Jang Eun took a bite. The outside of the flatbread was crispy and fragrant. The filling with flowing white sugar touched her tongue, filling her mouth. She was instantly enchanted by that tiny bit of sweetness on her tongue. Before she realized it, she had finished the entire piece of sugar-filled flatbread. Her colleagues swallowed hard. Your mother-in-law doesn't seem to care about money today. She even bought 2 of these. This one piece of sugar flatbread was probably more expensive than what they usually could afford to buy. Jong's mother-in-law was willing to buy 2. Jong Eun put the remaining piece of flatbread into her drawer. She planned to take it home. All day long, Jong Eun was tense in the morning because of her mother-in-law's visit and confused in the afternoon for the same reason. Even on the way home at night, she couldn't figure out why her mother-in-law suddenly gave her 2 flatbreads so generously. Could it really be what her colleagues said, that her mother-in-law had a change of heart? Jong Eun shook her head, dismissing that unlikely idea. Her colleagues thought so because they didn't know her mother-in-law had once destroyed her own uncle's house. With such a fierce mother-in-law, how could she feel guilty? Kahongdu originally planned to come to the brick factory to ask about the price of bricks, estimating how many bricks she would need and how much it would cost if she wanted to build a house. But from the moment she entered, she saw someone from 10 meters away and automatically turned around, so she gave up. She thought, I still have Jong Eun, the factory accountant, at home. If I really need to ask something, I'll just ask her. As for trying to get close to the factory leaders, she'd find another chance later. After paying Jong Eun, Kahongda headed straight to the meat shop. It was hard to find connections at the brick factory, but she had recently built a relationship with someone at the meat shop. She took 2 pieces of fabric she bought from the Mao Mao tailor shop, cut each in half, and kept them for Zhu Dashan. One was a coarse gray-brown cotton fabric, and the other was a dark blue fine cotton fabric. All the colors are practical and not flashy. When Zhu Dashan saw Chi Hongdo arrive, he was full of joy. Last time he brought back that piece of cloth, his wife was very happy, touching the fabric and praising it, and she also wondered why he didn't buy more since there were many people at home. Chi Hongdo mentioned that she didn't bring much fabric last time, so he couldn't buy more even if he wanted to. During her stay at home, Zhu Dashan looked forward to seeing Chi Hongdo every day. When she finally arrived, Zhu Dashan was very excited. Auntie, I thought you wouldn't come. His enthusiasm made Chi Hongdo feel a bit dazed, as if she had forgotten she had such a big nephew. People in the countryside are busy, so it's not easy to come to town. Chi Hongdo smiled and exchanged greetings with Zhu Dashan. The meat counter was empty. Not a single piece of meat was left. Chi Hongdo patted her thigh, saying, I came too late today, so I couldn't buy anything. Auntie, even if others come, they can't buy anything, but you still might find something. I saved 2 gin of pork fat just for you. Zhu Dashan, looking fierce and intimidating, lied without hesitation. Even if Chi Hongdo didn't come today, those 2 gin of pork fat would definitely find a buyer. It was top-quality stuff. Zhu Dashan was responsible for the meat supply at the state-run food station, and many people came to him to get meat and oil through connections. Those 2 gin of pork fat might be a favor owed to him by someone. Chi Hongdo smiled kindly and didn't expose him. Thanks to you thinking of me, and I also think of you. I heard your family has many children, and they use worn-out cloth for clothes. I found 2 pieces of durable fabric for you. Take a look. Zhu Dashan excitedly rubbed his hands and led Chi Hongdo into the meat stall. She took the large basket from her back and took out 2 pieces of fabric to show him. The colors are practical and easy to clean, made of fine cotton and rough cloth, both cheap and expensive options. Most importantly, each piece is half a meter long, enough in size. If she bought both, her wife wouldn't complain about not having new clothes for the children before the new year. Although she might not have truly saved these for herself, considering the 2 gin of pork fat, Chi Hongdo didn't haggle over the price and agreed to Zhu Dashan's offer. The blue thin cotton cloth costs 7 cents per foot, and the brown coarse cloth costs 3.5 cents per foot. 2 pounds of pork fat cost a total of $2.20, which was paid with pork fat, and Chi Hongdo still earned $50.30. Zhu Dashan, being the wealthy person Chi Hongdo had her eye on, bought nearly a yard of cloth as soon as he made a move. Although it was made of both coarse and fine fabrics, most people wouldn't be so generous. However, whether Zhu Dashan keeps the cloth for himself or sells it later, no one can be sure, and she doesn't interfere. After buying the pork fat, Chi Hongdo went to the supply and marketing cooperative to spend some of her nearly expired vouchers. She bought a pound of fragrant egg cakes and a pound of salt. When she saw the white sneakers on the counter, she simply ignored them. Outside the cooperative, Chi Hongdo met two acquaintances who greeted her. After a brief chat, they each went their own way. The town was still too small. Even if everyone didn't know her, they probably knew the villagers or had distant family ties. So, Chi Hongdo decided not to sell fabric in town anymore. Zhu Dashan probably bought enough this time and wouldn't need fabric for a while. On her way back, Chi Hongdo saw the bus from town to the county. These days, bus conductors have secure, stable jobs, which many envy. She blinked her small eyes, which were drooping from aging, and glanced at the bus. Now, city and countryside travel is strictly managed. You need money and a letter of introduction to go out. Without a letter, going to the county might mean trouble, perhaps even being stopped and sent back. Going to the county isn't easy. Chi Hongdo slowly trudged toward Hongqi Brigade, feeling her old arms and legs. Although she bought pork fat today, she didn't buy meat, so she couldn't make a meat bun. Last time, she traded 7 or 8 jean of ration tickets for flour while dealing with fabric in town. Recently, she's been eating various baked goods but still craves a change. As she was lost in thoughts about buns on her way home, her tablet suddenly flickered. A familiar faint golden glow appeared, and Chi Hongdo couldn't wait to open it. An unassuming icon flashed before her eyes. Zhang's grain and oil shop among the many bright icons in the game Happy Town. This small grain and oil shop was so inconspicuous that Chi Hongdo had almost forgotten it was there. She looked at the road and saw no one. Although she could directly enter the game, she held back her urge. When she reached the village entrance, Chi Hongdo saw a pretty girl carrying a basket on her back, walking past with 2 young boys. Even if the villagers weren't related by blood, everyone knew each other well. After the girl passed by, Chi Hongdo remembered her. Lu Chunyan, what a coincidence. She was the granddaughter of the cousin of the woman she didn't get along with. It's a bit complicated to explain, but basically, her grandmother and old lady Zhao were somewhat enemies. Usually, because of her grandmother, this girl would give sideways glances when she saw people from old Zhao's family, especially old lady Zhao. Today, Chi Hongdo noticed that when the girl looked at her, her eyes flickered away briefly. A sudden doubt flashed in her mind. Chi Hongdo carried her basket and the empty basket used for smoke bombs back to old Zhao's house. It wasn't time to finish work yet. Most of the family was working in the fields. Because of the hot weather, they didn't keep much meat. Chi Hongdo took out the pig fat tied with straw, and Zhao Yujie was asked to refine the oil. Today, her mother went to town to get her wages from Aunt Wu, and everyone in the family knew. In the past, her mother sometimes brought back things from town, but usually only for her brothers and nephews to enjoy. They never even touched it. Unexpectedly, after taking out the pig fat, her mother also handed her a familiar paper-wrapped package. Share it among you sisters. Going to town made it easier to bring things back. Chi Hongdo didn't need to explain. Everything was already out. This time, she prepared a red sugar cake for each granddaughter. A little sweet, it should taste very good. As for the baskets and the basket used for smoke bombs, Chi Hongdo didn't open them, and no one dared to ask. She took them all to her bedroom. Of course, the baskets and the basket were empty. Everything was stored in her small villa space. Now, Chi Hongdo's attention was elsewhere. She was more interested in the newly opened icon. That small, unremarkable icon, so much so that she had forgotten about it. Zhang's Grain and Oil Shop. She opened the panel, clicked on Zhang's Grain and Oil Shop, and entered the game. A flash of shimmering gold appeared as a small shop, only about 10 square meters, appeared before Chi Hongdo. In front of a dark wooden counter, an old man NPC with gray hair saw Chi Hongdo enter the shop. He didn't greet her or say welcome. He just rubbed his eyes and continued to doze in a rocking chair. Chi Hongdo paused silently, realizing that the icon had almost been completely forgotten for a reason. She looked at the goods sold in the grain and oil shop. The shop was small, with not many items, but everything looked surprisingly delightful. There was rice, glutinous rice, black rice, flour, noodles, cooking oil, black beans, soybeans, and red beans. As soon as she entered, she saw the goods packed in large burlap sacks, arranged neatly, very down to earth. Chi Hongdo picked up a handful of rice and examined it. The rice looked similar to the local rice from the southern province, slightly long grains but not thin. It wouldn't raise suspicion if she took it out. The cooking oil was stored in large barrels. Chi Hongdo smelled the fragrant scent of rapeseed oil. It wasn't the mixed or vegetable oils common in later times. Chi Hongdo liked rapeseed oil herself. Like the rice, this oil could be mixed into her own oil bottles without drawing much attention. She felt very satisfied. She rummaged through the burlap sacks and felt as if she owned the whole world. She now had an endless supply of rice. Since arriving in this world, she hadn't been able to enjoy a proper bowl of rice. Her body was being nurtured daily, and her health points were gradually increasing, but her satisfaction points remained very low. Thinking about her past life, working hard since middle school, suffering hardships, only to be diagnosed with cancer, Chi Hongdo felt she should care more for herself and love herself more. For example, now she wanted to eat rice, so she should eat it. She carried out 20 jin, about 10 kilograms, of rice from the grain shop. She smelled the aroma of pork lard scraps drifting from the kitchen. Zhao Yui was standing by the stove, wiping her mouth and asking her second sister, "Can I have a piece?" The pork lard scraps seemed to be beckoning her. Although she had just finished a brown sugar pancake, Zhao Yui patted her stomach and felt she could still eat. Zhao Jujia shook her head. Of course, pork lard scraps were delicious, but they needed her mother's permission. If they were caught stealing, they would be in trouble. Plus, today their mother had given them brown sugar pancakes. Whether her brothers and nephews ate or not, they shouldn't just keep staring at the food and make their mother upset. "Mom's not here, so I'll just have a piece."
Just a small piece, okay?
Zhao Yui drooled and shook Zhao Jujia's hand excitedly. Kahongdu, who had just reached the kitchen door, raised an eyebrow. Among the grandchildren, the 5th and 7th were true food lovers, willing to work hard just for a bite to eat. When Zhao Yujun hesitated, Kahongdu's voice came from the doorway, 2 pieces per person, eat up. The pig fat residue made from 2 jin of pork lard was less than a bowlful. It was impossible for everyone to have plenty, but it was good for stir-frying. Zhao Yujun and Zhao Yuya were startled to hear the voice.
Grandma.
"Grandma,
Why are you looking at me?
didn't you want some pig fat residue? Go ahead and eat." Seeing her 2 granddaughters standing there blankly, Kahongdu placed a bag of rice by the door, then went over to pick up a piece of pig fat residue with chopsticks. It was crispy, fragrant, and tender. Indeed, the more delicious the food, the simpler the cooking method. In the Zhao family, not many had full stomachs, including Grandma Zhao herself. Kahongda didn't think it was a rare delicacy before, but after one bite, her feelings changed entirely. 2 other granddaughters stood nearby. Kahongda told them to help themselves. Zhao Yuya snapped out of her daze, happily saying, "Thank you, Grandma. You're so kind." Zhao Yujun swallowed hard. There weren't many good things at home. This bowl of pig fat residue could be added to the dishes for everyone to enjoy a bit of richness. Still, she decided not to eat. Kahongda said, "Your piece of pig fat residue isn't bad either. Eat it." Zhao Yujun, a straightforward girl, wasn't refusing out of pretension. It was because her older brother and sister-in-law had set an example with their words and actions. Zhao Yuanwen wasn't very clever, and Wang Xiaoqiao was a dedicated person who would give everything she had, like a spring silkworm spinning silk until death. Whenever there was something good, the first person to think of it wouldn't be herself. But people aren't machines. Humans have desires and needs. Suppressing these long-term can lead to becoming strange or numb. Moreover, Zhao Yujun was still an unmarried young girl. If she carried a spirit of self-sacrifice to the point of exhaustion when she married, she'd end up overworking herself. Kahongda saw this and thought that gradually changing Zhao Yujun's habits through small things was a good idea. She didn't dare to oppose Zhao Yujun again and finally took a small piece of pig fat residue from her bowl. "Is it tasty?" Zhao Yuya, having already eaten a piece, looked at her older sister with bright eyes, her lips shiny with oil, and a happy, bubbly expression. How could it not be delicious? Though she felt guilty inside, her taste buds wouldn't lie. Zhao Yujun nodded, "It's tasty." Chi Hongdo clapped her hands, then took another piece and divided it between her two sisters. Eating is life, food and drink. When there's something to eat, just fill your stomach first. Why think too much? Zhao Yuya initially thought a piece of pork fat was the limit, but she was surprised to find she could eat another piece. "You're so kind, Grandma." The girls from old Zhao's family aren't very close to Grandma Zhao, except for her two granddaughters, Zhao Yuya and Zhao Yushan. Sometimes, they try to get some of the tasty food their brothers enjoy, being a bit sweet-tongued. When Grandma Zhao is in a good mood, they might get a little leftover or scraps. Most of the time, though, there are no leftovers, only scolding. They are called hungry ghosts, lazy and greedy. After scolding, she also scolds her own children and their spouses, often for a long time. But children forget the scolding quickly, and these two granddaughters love to eat. After being scolded once, they still come back for tasty food next time. Chi Hongdo was amused by Zhao Yuya's sweet, flattering attitude.
Her sweet words are not a bad thing.
She took a handful of candy from her pocket, sharing it equally with her sisters. "Eat up." Zhao Yuya was truly stunned. She looked at the wrinkled, gray-haired, thin old lady with a gentle smile she had never seen before. A strange, slightly sour feeling arose in her heart. Chi Hongdo looked at the sun outside. It was almost time to finish work. After finishing the vegetable garden behind the house, she went to comfort Lin Chuyu, the granddaughter-in-law, who was preparing dinner with her two younger sisters-in-law. But when she entered the kitchen, she saw Chi Hongdo was there too. The timid granddaughter-in-law's body immediately stiffened reflexively. "Grandma," Lin Chuyu called softly, her voice faint and trembling. If you listen carefully, her voice even had a slight quiver. She had been eating red sugar, eggs, and malted milk powder for a few days. She now had milk. Although not much, it was enough to feed little Nyo a little. With milk, her eyes looked a bit brighter. Zhao Xiongnan and Lin Chuyu both felt very grateful to Grandma Zhao. Lin Chuyu also wanted to do more to make her grandma happy, but she was naturally timid, and Grandma Zhao's authority was very strong. She didn't dare to speak much to Chi Hongdo. Now, facing each other, she didn't even dare to look at Chi Hongdo. Chi Hongdo immediately felt like she had become a hypocrite for the granddaughter-in-law. "Oh, my head hurts."
Cooking.
Picking some eggplants and tomatoes from behind the house, washing them, and today, the old hen laid a few eggs, which I brought over. With Chi Hongdo giving orders one after another, everyone in the kitchen found their tasks. Lin Chuyu had something to do, so she felt less nervous. Doing work helps calm the mind. Chi Hongdo spoke briefly, and soon the eggplants were washed and cut. The shiny tomatoes with a bit of green skin were sliced as she requested, and the eggs had been beaten and mixed, ready for use. "Go pick a few green onions." As soon as Chi Hongdo finished speaking, Lin Chuyu hurried out to pick and wash the onions. In the kitchen, Zhao Yujun was lighting the fire, while Zhao Yuya waited nearby to help. Lin Chuyu returned to take over cooking. "Did I forget something?" Chi Hongdo sat on the stool Zhao Yuya brought over and saw the rice bag leaning against the wall. "Oh, I forgot about this. Yuya, wash the rice. Tonight, we'll eat plain rice." Everyone in the kitchen instantly perked up, ears alert and eyes wide.
"What? Plain rice?"
Chi Hongdo remained calm, saying, "Today, I went to town to collect my wages. Since we're busy with the autumn harvest, we need to work hard. The Zhao family has been eating well these days. Although in southern provinces people mainly eat rice and flour, in Qingyan City, people are used to eating rice. But nowadays, it's rare to have every meal with plain rice." When the rice bag was opened, the white rice looked so fresh that it made people's hearts race. It really was rice, no bran, no small stones, no bugs, just clean, good rice. Zhao Yuya, in charge of washing the rice, was very careful, afraid she might spill a grain. In the heavy wooden basin, the white rice looked like a beautiful woman, tempting and irresistible. When she scooped rice earlier, Zhao Yuyes didn't dare to scoop too much. Chi Hongdo was pouring it in quickly. With so many people at home, it's thanks to Grandma Zhao's big pot that everything fits. Mom, is there too much oil? The young wife, Lin Chuyu, looked at the shallow layer of oil at the bottom of the pot and hesitated before speaking. She thought that since they had rendered pork fat today, the pot would be enough to stir-fry a dish. But after washing the rice and placing a large plate of steamed eggplants on the rack, she turned around and added a little oil to another pot where she was cooking vegetables. She thought the shiny, oily bottom of the pot was enough for stir-frying, but she added more. Chi Hongdo asked Lin Chiyu to look at the large basin of tomatoes nearby. With so many tomatoes in there, how can you see any oil? You can't really stir-fry them properly without oil. Without oil, how can you make the tomatoes soft and tasty? Chi Hongdo waved her hand, ignoring Lin Chiyu's small internal struggle, and directed her to continue cooking. Courage is built through practice. After making meals this way several times, her confidence will grow. Zhao Yujin and Zhao Yuye were also surprised, but seeing Chi Hongdo's firm attitude, they thought she must be in a good mood because her mother received some money today. They still had a small handful of candies in their pockets and a bag of flatbreads hidden under the pillow in the house. When the workers from Lao Zhao's family returned, they all hesitated at the kitchen door, unable to move their legs. Rice. Mom, are you cooking rice today? Even Zhao, who had not lifted the lid of the pot, guessed what the main dish was today. It was obvious that the rice cooked every day at home was different from tonight's meal. Although Zhao was tired from working hard, he had planned to come home and complain to his mother today and then go back to the fields. But once dinner was served, he forgot everything and eagerly wanted to dive into the meal. He almost wished he could stuff his head into the food. Chi Hongdo prepared enough food, each person a big bowl of rice, a fragrant bowl of tomato and egg soup, tender steamed eggplant soaked in oil, and a large bowl of stir-fried green beans with pork fat. Although there were only 3 dishes in Lao Zhao's house, that was considered a feast fit for a king. Just look at the fluffy white rice, the tender egg drop soup, the glossy steamed eggplant, and stir-fried green beans. This is how they celebrate the new year. The small doubts in her mind vanished in an instant. With many people and limited food, they just wanted to eat their fill. Everyone tacitly chose to stay silent, holding their rough ceramic bowls and eating without lifting their heads. Chi Hongdo sipped her soup slowly. When she was hungry, she wanted to eat, so she didn't wait for them. She had already finished a bowl of rice, along with a soft, flavorful steamed eggplant and fresh stir-fried green beans. Now, a bowl of tomato and egg soup sprinkled with green onion was her way of passing the time. The natural, pollution-free flavor was simply wonderful. Her stomach was satisfied, and so was she. Honestly, just making sure everyone was full might not be enough. After all, the workers at home worked very hard, and normally they only ate to about half their capacity. Today, after a solid bowl of rice, they could feel almost fully satisfied, about 80%. Most importantly, it's the rice. Eating it brings a special feeling of satisfaction. Moreover, today's dishes are quite oily and flavorful. In the past, when the elderly lady brought money home, she was a little more generous, but that was only to buy small things for her children and grandchildren.
No one else got a share.
Mom, did you make today's meal? Zhao was slurping a bowl of tomato and egg soup. When she looked up, her face was like a child's, and her eyes and smile showed she was very happy. Zhao thought that other people in the family probably didn't have the same cooking skills. Maybe her mother was the one who cooked today. As soon as she spoke, most of the people in the house looked over. Jiang Yun still had a steamed eggplant with pork fat and garlic in her bag, but hadn't found a chance to tell her husband. She was eating it with rice, feeling the rice slide smoothly down her throat without much chewing. Kai Wenli had just secretly wondered if she got a raise, because otherwise, why would her mother cook such good food today? Jiang Yun shook her head. She didn't know what was going on either. But the food was definitely delicious. When there's enough to eat, you tend to take a few more bites. Who knows when the next time will be that you'll get rice mixed with dried sweet potatoes and mixed grains. It was made by Xiangnan's wife. Chi Hongdo slowly finished her last sip of soup. She didn't clean up the dishes, there were so many people at home. It wasn't her turn as an old lady to wash pots and dishes. But as soon as she said that, Zhao Xiangnan and others all looked at Lin Qiyu, who was sitting quietly on a bench eating. Suddenly, with so many people watching, Lin Qiyu's face turned red. Zhao Aimin said, "Does the daughter-in-law know how to cook like that?" Not only Zhao Aimin, but even Zhao Xiangnan was very surprised. Lin Qiyu kept waving her hands and stammered, unable to speak clearly.
No, no.
She was willing to add oil. What dish wouldn't taste good with that? Especially in that pot of egg soup. She had added 7 or 8 eggs at once, as Chi Hongdo requested. Otherwise, with so many people, you wouldn't see tender egg flowers, just the tomatoes. And the oil residue, 1 bowl of it was eaten in 1 meal. Of course, the flavor was better. Lin Qiyu struggled to explain, but everyone in the family gradually understood. In the end, it was because she was willing to add ingredients that the food tasted so good. The rice and pickles are really delicious, unlike the wild vegetable dumplings and coarse grains that are hard to swallow and make going to the toilet difficult. Harvesting in autumn takes effort, so you should eat well to strengthen your body. Chi Hongdo looked at the whole family. "Grandma, I don't have any other wish. I just want you all to be healthy and happy." "Mother." Zhao Yuanwen held his bowl, looking touched. "Mother has worked hard all her life, and she hasn't eaten much good food." When they served the rice earlier, she was holding her bowl, drinking soup, and insisting she had already eaten. No matter how Zhao Yuanwen thought about it, he knew Mother didn't want to eat much. She was doing all this for them. Fifth son Zhao Yuanwu ate his meal silently. He also heard that today's good food was because Mother was happy about her daughter-in-law's salary. His father-in-law also knew about this, and he felt a bit guilty towards his wife, but there was nothing he could do. If they could split the family, things might be better, but the situation with sixth son and his wife was clear, so splitting up was impossible. He didn't want to upset Mother again. Among all the sons, the youngest son was clearly the favorite, and the eldest, being the firstborn, was not very capable, but Mother always thought of him when something happened. He had caused trouble and fought a lot in his early years, and Mother often scolded him for being a troublemaker. When Zhao Yuanwu was eating, the bruise on his arm still hurt faintly. Listening to Chi Hongdo, he felt a strange mix of feelings. Jiang Yun's words from that day echoed in his mind again. "You got hurt, and Mother didn't even ask how you were." Zhao Aimin touched the oil on his lips, excited. "Mother, does that mean we'll have rice again tomorrow? Work hard, earn more work points, and you'll get rice to eat." Chi Hongdo kept encouraging Zhao Aimin with big promises. This kid works in the fields like he's going to the execution ground, always slow and sluggish, coming back exhausted every day. Chi Hongdo pretended not to see and just fooled him like a donkey, blindfolding him and dangling carrots in front. If he could work, he'd do it. If not, there were other tricks waiting for him. Zhao Aimin pouted, torn inside. He was thinking about asking his mother tonight if he could rest for a few days. But from what his mother said, even if they had rice, it was only during the busy harvest season. Once he rested, the rice would be gone. So, should he hold on for 2 more days? As the saying goes, a young boy can exhaust an old man. Although Zhao Aimin is no longer a young boy at 20, he is still in the prime of his appetite, always hungry. At old Zhao's house, being favored like Zhao Aimin, he has never experienced the feeling of eating until he is full in one go. A hearty meal of rice tempts Zhao Aimin's mind. Right now, he can't even remember the sneakers and tickets hidden under his pillow. He just keeps thinking about eating. By the way, his mother went to town today. Did she bring back anything tasty? Zhao Aimin's eyes sparkle with curiosity. He suppresses his urge to ask immediately. He will wait until no one is around. If he asks now, the little kids at home will definitely want to compete with him for the answer. Later that evening, after everyone returns to their rooms, Zhao Yushan and Zhao Yuxiu receive red sugar cakes and some candies from their fourth sister, Zhao Yujin. "Did Mom give these to you?" Zhao Yushan's small face lights up with surprise. Zhao Yujin nods. Zhao Yuya is wiping her mouth. She's already eaten her share and can't drool over the food. Mom is so kind. Zhao Yushan, feeling simple and happy, touches her stomach. Although she ate enough tonight, she still can't help but want to eat the cake in her hand. Sixth sister, do you want to eat? Zhao Yujin's cake hasn't been touched yet. She plans to save it to secretly give to Wang Xiaoqiao tomorrow. Zhao Yuxiu shakes her head. Not tonight. I'll save it for tomorrow to take to school. Since breakfast usually consists of thin soup, they often go hungry until lunchtime when they come back. At this time, they endure their hunger. Having a piece of cake to stave off hunger is better than nothing.
Yeah.
Zhao Yushan also plans the same, quietly putting the cake into her school bag. She takes a piece of candy from Zhao Yuya. If she doesn't eat the cake, can she have a candy? Holding the candy in her hand, she looks up at her sisters. Zhao Yujin and Zhao Yuya burst out laughing. Just eat it, or the cake will be gone. At least, the candy can keep her mouth busy. Zhao Yushan isn't shy about being laughed at. She happily unwraps the candy and puts it in her mouth, giggling, sweet. Moonlight streams through the simple mud and grass house, casting a gentle glow on the girls' relaxed faces, weaving into light dreams. The outside sounds of crickets and frogs add color to their dark lives. After returning to her room, Zhang Yiyun takes the cake from her bag. Zhao Yuanwu sees this, but doesn't say anything. His wife's sewing is a bit loose, and sometimes she buys food or supplies to improve their life. It's not me who bought it. My mother gave it to me. Jiang Yiyun saw that her husband was silent and knew he misunderstood. She told him about what happened today and mentioned Zhao Yuanwu. Your mother gave it to you? He even gave two? Jiang Yiyun nodded. I ate one with sugar filling. When she said this, her tongue seemed to be filled with a tempting sweetness. Jiang Yiyun swallowed her saliva. I thought this baked flatbread must be from my mother. There weren't enough for the children, so she didn't take any for herself. Zhao Yuanwu remembered his mother's gaze on their eldest and youngest siblings. During dinner, she hardly looked at him. So his mother still cared about him? Thinking this, Zhao Yuanwu felt a bit surprised. But that plain white baked flatbread was clearly right in front of him. Backlit, Zhao Yuanwu's expression was hard to see. He picked up the flatbread in his wife's hand and smelled its aroma. He instinctively took a bite. Zhao Yuanwu had a big appetite and often felt hungry. Tonight's rice was plain, and even a bowl only made him half full. Eating a few bites of the dried plum and vegetable flatbread was nothing. After finishing the flatbread, Zhao Yuanwu finally realized it was gone. How is it? Jiang Yiyun whispered to him. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yuanwu spoke, salty.
Who asked that?
Jiang Yiyun chuckled softly, thinking what a straightforward man he was. This shows your mother still cares about you. Jiang Yiyun muttered to herself. Her husband was not good at speaking kind words, and her grandmother also didn't seem to say soft things to him. Maybe she was too proud to do so, which is why she gave him the flatbread. Otherwise, after so many years of earning wages, she never thought of giving them anything, so why did she think of it today? Lying on the bed, Zhao Yuanwu listened to his wife's chatter and felt a bit insecure. Does his mother really care about him? If Zhao Aimin were to say, his mother's most cared-for person was definitely him. Besides her precious son, no one else was worth her concern. So late at night, Zhao Aimin went to knock on Qi Hongdo's door. No one was paying attention. Before bed, Qi Hongdo had shown off a piece of egg cake and drank a cup of mango sago. She was inside the newly opened Cloud milk tea shop, counting different kinds of milk teas after dinner. Then Zhao Aimin, a debt collector, showed up at her door. Qi Hongdo didn't want to open the door at first, but Zhao Aimin persisted quietly, knocking softly again and again. Little rascal, Qi Hongdo muttered as she came out of the Cloud milk tea shop, opening the door for Zhao Aimin. Mom, you went to town today. Did you bring back anything good? By the way, did you buy me some sneakers? Mom, can I skip work tomorrow? I want to stay home and keep you company. The little rascal doesn't do chores and loves to dream big. Qi Hongdo chuckled. The sneaker ticket is with you. How can I buy sneakers for you? Actually, I saw some sneakers at the supply store today, but they didn't have tickets, so I was worried but couldn't do anything. Wow, there really are sneakers. Zhao Aimin remembered the sneaker ticket in his room and immediately regretted it. How silly of him to keep the ticket with his mom. She would have bought them for him. She always cares about him the most. Right now, Zhao Aimin was full of regret. Mom went to town and bought 2 jean of pork fat, thinking of helping you get stronger. Your brothers are just riding on your coattails. If you don't get out of bed, how can I cook rice for you? Mom is already looking for a wife for you. If you keep working half-heartedly, how can I tell you about a good girl? If you don't work, how can I openly give you rice? Your brothers and sisters-in-law might have opinions. Mom, Zhao Aimin weakly spoke. She was only doing this for his good, even cooking rice to help him get stronger. If he refused to work now, would he still be a person? That would be foolish. All right, tomorrow I'll ask them to cook a little more rice for you, my dear son. Just 1 extra bowl, just for you. Nonsense. With such a big pot of rice, how could they separate a single person's portion? Whoever eats it is who gets it. She was just saying that, not promising anything. But Zhao Aimin believed her completely. He scratched his short hair and fell back into the familiar circle of his mother's words. Mom, I think I should work. By the way, I'll take the sneaker ticket, but maybe you should keep it. Next time you go to town, remember to buy me sneakers. Zhao Aimin ran to his room to get the sneaker ticket for Chi Hongdo. After her loving advice, he left empty-handed, returning to his room. It's not right to always get special treatment. Sometimes he needed to dream a little and learn a lesson. Chi Hongdo yawned, closed the door, and felt a bit sleepy. She set aside the Cloud Milk Tea Shop game and decided to look at it tomorrow. She went straight to her small countryside villa in the game, took a bath in the massage tub, then curled up in the soft embrace of her comfortable bed. So relaxing. Lying there, she felt like she could live another 500 years. Hihi. Milk tea, perl milk tea, taro puple tea, mango sako, watermelon puples, tese berries, lemon tea, fresco conut latte. Milk teas, fruit teas, coffees, light milk teas. Her small milk tea shop had everything under control. Chi Hongdo was just as happy about the opening of the Cloud Milk Tea Shop as she was about the Zhangji grain and oil shop. Besides basic material needs, life should also have some spiritual enjoyment. In the countryside now, there are no TVs, no cell phones, and even radios are rare. There's hardly any entertainment. With most people struggling to get enough food, they wouldn't think about vague needs that only soothe the mouth but don't fill the stomach. Fortunately, Grandma Zhao doesn't have high blood sugar. If she saw the Cloud Milk Tea Shop open, she probably wouldn't be happy either. She'd just cry. In the morning, Chi Hongdo first made herself a glass of iced fresh coconut latte. In the hot weather at old Zhao's house, where there's no electric fan, she felt so annoyed. 1 sip of iced fresh coconut latte cooled her down and eased most of her heat. Wow, so good. For breakfast, old Zhao's family ate steamed cornbread with sweet potato dried grain porridge, which was about the same standard as the collective meals of the Red Flag Brigade. Zhao Aimin ate sweet potato porridge and kept thinking about last night's rice. Thinking of his mother's promise last night, he couldn't wait for noon to enjoy the fragrant, soft rice. But no matter how much he wished, time wouldn't speed up just because he wanted lunch sooner. Zhao Aimin could only accept it and go work in the fields. These days, Zhao Aimin working in the fields every day had become a sight in the Red Flag Brigade. Many people, after being surprised, started counting the days, wondering when Zhao Aimin would give up. The squad leader knew about this, but at first he was just watching the show. After the donation incident, the squad leader thought the old lady might have her own plans. Today we're working in the same field. You try hard and put in more effort, understand? Of course, Zhao Aimin wouldn't abandon his mischievous nature just because he worked for a few days. After finishing breakfast and wiping his mouth, he pulled Zhao Weiguo over. He initially wanted to put his arm around Zhao Weiguo's shoulder, but Zhao Weiguo, who is 1.85 meters tall, is taller than Zhao Aimin, who is less than 1.80 meters. So he gave up. Although he didn't manage to put his arm on Zhao Weiguo's shoulder and was a bit shorter, Zhao Aimin still easily ordered him around. Zhao Weiguo is Zhao Yuanwu's second son and is the 4th nephew in Zhao Aimin's family. Zhao Yuanwu's 2 sons, Zhao Baojia and Zhao Weiguo, are tall and strong, following their father's build, making the whole Zhao family taller on average. Zhao Baojia is already married with children, but Zhao Weiguo, who is a year younger than Zhao Aimin, still has no settled life. Zhao Baojia and Zhao Weiguo are both tall and muscular, just like their father, contributing to the family's height. Zhao Weiguo has a fiery temper, which he inherited from his father. But despite his temper, he works very hard. Zhao Aimin knew that after being assigned to work with his nephew, he hoped he would do more. Ideally, he would finish his own work and then help with Zhao Weiguo's tasks too. That would be perfect. Zhao Weiguo had no objections. In the Zhao family, his status as a nephew was clear. He was willing to work more, just in case his uncle complained to his grandmother, which would cause trouble. In the Zhao household, Zhao Weiguo was most afraid of two people, the old lady and his own father. Seeing how easygoing his nephew was, Zhao Aimin hesitated a bit. He was holding his nephew's little braid, prepared to threaten him if he didn't agree. But he didn't expect it to be so easy. Zhao Aimin muttered to himself, and on the way to the fields, he saw Lu Chanyan carrying a basket on her back. He couldn't help but wink at his eldest nephew before turning away. However, his nephew's face was sun-darkened, and he was tall. The sunlight was dazzling, making it hard to see Zhao Weiguo's expression clearly. Such things can't be hidden forever. Someone will slip up eventually. Zhao Aimin decided to let his nephew go for now. When he reached the fields, facing the endless sweet potato fields, he started feeling sorry for himself. He had been working in the fields these past few days, and his hands were all raw and sore. Doing some work but dragging your feet. Who are you trying to impress? Chi Hongdo was picking vegetables at the old Zhao family's vegetable patch by the small river when she heard muffled crying. There were also curses and angry words being shouted. Following her to the vegetable field, Zhao Yuye heard the sound and puckered her lips. Again, that mean old woman from the Lu family. Zhao Yuye muttered softly. Chi Hongdo stood up and looked over. Oh, sure enough, it was her. The woman cursing was one of Chi Hongdo's enemies, Wang Damei. She is Gu Suiji's cousin, and once teamed up with Gu Suiji to fight against old lady Zhao. The woman being cursed was Wang Damei's daughter-in-law. She was so thin she looked like a stick of straw. She was holding a heavy wooden basin, walking unsteadily, and Chi Hongdo doubted she could walk home safely. Sure enough, halfway there, the woman fainted. Wang Damei's first reaction was not to shout for help but to curse it. The clothes just washed. You little brat, are you doing this on purpose? The woman on the ground moved her dry, chapped lips, but made no sound. Wang Damei kept cursing. After a while, she finally realized that her fainting daughter-in-law was not pretending. She cursed again and went back to the village to call for help. The vegetable garden behind old Zhao's house was only the size of a palm and not enough to eat, so Chi Hongdo followed Zhao Yuye to pick vegetables at a small riverbank garden. Unexpectedly, they saw this scene. The vegetable gardens by the small river were originally wasteland, cleared by the villagers of the Red Flag Brigade themselves. During the years of collective cooking, no one went hungry. Later, villagers tried to reclaim land to become self-sufficient, and the brigade leader didn't say a word. Since the reclaimed land wasn't farmland, everyone needed to eat, so the brigade leader turned a blind eye. Almost every family had a share of the gardens along the river, so no one in the village caused trouble about it. If people started talking nonsense and the gardens were taken away, it wouldn't just hurt one family, but the entire Red Flag Brigade. Zhao Yuye looked at the woman fainted on the ground and showed a look of sympathy. But thinking about their tense relationship and that her grandmother was right beside her, Zhao Yuye didn't rush forward foolishly. In fact, she was right not to rush over because a man nearby saw the woman on the ground and was about to go over to ask what happened when Wang Damei and her people rushed over. She was still cursing loudly. She even insulted the man, making his face turn green. He was trying to help, but in Wang Damei's words, he was just a beast taking advantage of someone in trouble. Suddenly, chaos broke out. Wang Damei, her daughter-in-law, and the unlucky man passing by pushed and shoved their way back to the village. Later, Chi Hongdo heard that Wang Damei had taken the opportunity to accuse the man of taking advantage of her daughter-in-law. She didn't care about her daughter-in-law's well-being and demanded a chicken and $1 from the man's family as compensation. Yes, her granddaughter said it right. The old lady Wang is truly a very bad old woman. After hearing other people's gossip, Chi Hongdo began her own supervising work. Because it was time to prepare lunch. She was supervising not because she worried someone might steal from the kitchen, but because she was afraid they would shortchange the food. She dared not put even a pinch more rice, nor add even a drop more oil when cooking. If she didn't supervise, the quality of the lunch could instantly go back to how it was before. The rice was fine, but there wasn't enough of the dishes, mainly because there was no meat. Chili peppers, tomatoes, long beans, and water spinach, pure natural farm produce. Tasty, but without meat, it didn't feel satisfying.
Madam, aunt.
Second, aunt. Suddenly, a few muddy little kids rushed in from the door, tears and runny noses, speaking words no one could understand. We were robbed. Brother Daba touched the snail. Boo-hoo. Dinyo and Ernyo hit someone. It hurts so much.
Boo-hoo.
The children became more and more upset, finally crying so hard that it sounded like the sky was falling, heartbroken and devastated. Chi Hongdo was overwhelmed by the noise. She looked, and among her great-grandchildren, the oldest one was missing. "Where's Daba?"
she asked.
Zhao Yujun and the others also listened vaguely, but although they didn't understand exactly what the children were saying, it was clear they had probably been bullied. Fighting among village children was common, and adults usually didn't pay much attention. But Chi Hongdo couldn't stand the crying children anymore, so she simply took one of them to find the oldest one. If they were bullied and didn't go home, what was he thinking? Chi Hongdo was led by the crying children to the small river. When Chi Hongdo arrived, the oldest one was standing tall, with a stubborn look on his face, refusing to give in, and was fighting over an old wooden bucket with a slightly shorter boy. Looking closely, it seemed there was something inside the bucket. "This bucket is mine." "Yes, it's my family's." There is a young boy behind a smaller child, and beside them stands a pretty girl. That girl is not just anyone. She is Lu Chunyan, the granddaughter of Wang Damei. The two boys are called Dinyo and Ernyo, and they are Lu Chunyan's younger brothers. The girl who was previously scolded by Wang Damei for washing clothes by the river and fainting is their mother. When Chi Hongdo arrived, Lu Chunyan, who had planned to bully the smaller children again, withdrew her hand. "This old wooden bucket has been by the river for a long time. Do you say it's yours just because you say so?" Zhao Debao's face was full of color. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, he didn't back down and even found evidence to fight back. "It's obviously my family's,"
Dinyo said proudly.
"Who told you to use our wooden bucket to catch snails? Now, this bucket and the snails inside are ours." "No, they're not." Suddenly, Zhao Debao made a move, pulling the bucket and the boys to his side. Dinyo was caught off guard and fell flat on the ground. "Ouch! It hurts so much." Dinyo cried loudly after falling. Chi Hongdo understood what was happening. These kids saw the wooden bucket by the river and wanted to catch snails. The snails they caught were all put into the bucket. They have several chickens at home. Usually, the family's food isn't enough, let alone for the chickens. Although free-range chickens find some leaves to eat, it's not enough. There are many snails in the small river and pond. The children mostly crush the snails they catch to feed the chickens. Of course, people can eat snails too, but catching and preparing them takes time, effort, oil, and seasonings. Most families wouldn't waste oil and salt just to make snail dishes. They prefer to feed the chickens instead. Looking at the large half-filled bucket and the mischievous looks of the children, it's clear they spent a long time catching those snails.
"Zabao, Meng."
Zhao Debao, holding onto the bucket and not letting go, was excited when he heard Chi Hongdo's voice. He ran over with the bucket clinking and clattering. "Grandma Zhao, this bucket belongs to our family." Lu Chunyan looked at Zhao Debao running over with the bucket and said anxiously, "Why, this bucket has your family's name on it. If it says it's yours, then it's yours?" The girl's eyes darted around. Her clothes were stained with mud, making her look like she had just bullied the little kids at home and gotten muddy. Chi Hongdo narrowed her eyes. Behind her, Zhao Erbao, Zhao Sanbao, and two other children from the same village were angrily pointing at Lu Chunyan and Er Niu, chattering loudly. Zhao Debao is 9 years old, Er Bao is 8, and Sanbao is only 3. The other two children look about 3 or 4 years old. Opposite them, Lu Chunyan is already 18, Niu is 10, and Er Niu is 9. Although there are fewer people on the other side, they still have the strength advantage. Chi Hongdo looks at her children's faces, which are marked with purple and blue bruises, and then glances at the 3 people across from her. She finds them very unpleasant. While Niu and Er Niu also have some injuries, everyone naturally favors their own family. Although Chi Hongdo's memory of her children is a bit blurry, she is still a protective grandmother at heart. Lu Chunyan is clever, but her tricks are only good for bullying little kids. She doesn't stand a chance against Chi Hongdo. Plus, Lu Chunyan has some bad intentions, so she keeps questioning Chi Hongdo in a confusing way. For a moment, Lu Chunyan is speechless. Niu is still crying and Er Niu angrily shouts, "They're ours. Is it your family's? That's why the adults are coming for me."
Debao, go home now.
Chi Hongdo waves her hand, signaling the children to carry their buckets and go home. Lu Chunyan, afraid of the fierce reputation of Grandmother Zhao, doesn't dare to continue bothering them. "Big sister, why didn't you take back our things?" Er Niu complains from behind. "It's because I'm useless. Why don't you go tell Grandma that Niu and I were bullied? Ask her to help us get our stuff back," Lu Chunyan suggests. Chi Hongdo, now healthier and sharper, hears everything clearly. Wang Damei has learned some fake kindness from her cousin Ge Tsueji, pretending to be gentle and weak in front of others, but mean and vicious behind their backs. Chi Hongdo isn't afraid of Wang Damei causing trouble, but some problems can be solved without violence. Like now, Chi Hongdo walks home with her children, and many people see them. Because the children's faces are bruised and they look muddy and dirty, they attract attention. When people see Chi Hongdo with them, they assume the children have done something wrong and that Chi Hongdo is scolding them. Chi Hongdo answers questions patiently and clearly. "Why are the children so dirty?" Someone asks. "Oh, the children are trying to help the family by catching snails in the river for food," she replies. "Really? Do the children look like they've been in a fight?" "Oh, it's because I, an old lady, am not good enough." The children wanted to find something to eat, and they managed to gather a big bucket, but then someone came and stole it. "That's why they fought," she explains.
What? Who did it?
It was old Lu's family, the older one bullying the younger, using strength to oppress the weak. "I know their grandma and I don't get along, but no matter what, you can't bully children. Look at what they did to our little one. So pitiful." Chi Hongdo walked and talked along the way. Whether others believe it or not, the snails in the barrel are real, and the injuries on the little ones' faces are also real. What she said is true. As for what others think, that's their business. If you have reason on your side, you're not afraid to go anywhere. As long as Wang Damei isn't so foolish as to come trouble, she'll know she has no shame in showing up. About the snails the little ones found, Chi Hongdo plans to take out the bran and chaff kept in the bag at home, which she was saving to make dumpling dough, to feed the chickens and pigs. These snails are quite big and look very fat and tasty. Feeding them to chickens would be a waste. Better to keep them for a few days and make spicy snails. As for the little ones crying and sniffling, they are all sent to the pond's blue stone steps to wash up. Then each gets a piece of candy, and everything becomes peaceful again. Seeing their brothers having candies, and the little 4 treasures drooling and crying on the doorstep after being abandoned by the brothers, tears and saliva flow together. "Big brother."
Candy. Candy.
2-year-old Sibao wailed for a long time, but no one paid attention. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's crying turned into a storm, and she burst into loud tears. She cried so sadly. The little ones crying loudly on the doorstep looked like they had suffered a huge grievance. Chi Hongdo took a candy from her pocket, looked at the size of a thumb, then at the little one in his underwear trying to stand up while wobbling, and fell silent. This thing, giving it to the little ones might not be good, right? What if it gets stuck? Chi Hongdo thought for a moment, then took out a soft egg cake, broke it in half, and handed it to Si Bao. Before giving it away, she waved to Da Bao, who was still licking his candy nearby. Get a towel to wipe your brother's face and wash his hands. The little one looked very dirty. Si Bao is Da Bao's younger brother, the son of Wang Xiaocao's two boys. The eldest, Zhao Xiangdong, married Sun Honyun. Sun Honyun, who is healthy, had 3 sons, Da Bao, Er Bao, and Si Bao. But the older children usually prefer to play with kids their own age or older. Da Bao doesn't have much brotherly love for this simple-minded little brother who can't even speak properly. However, Chi Hongdo spoke up. She still held 4 treasures and took a gray towel, then took her younger brothers to the pond to wash up. Da Bao washed roughly, thinking about the egg cake, and 4 treasures sniffled but didn't resist. While washing, Da Bao and his little brother in his arms both ended up soaking in the water. You ask, what if your clothes get wet? It's easy. Just sit in the sun and dry, no need to change clothes. Watching her great-grandchildren turn from dirty little kids into soaked, wet children, Chi Hongdo chose to ignore it. Village children are tough. This is quite normal. When she finished cleaning 4 treasures and divided the egg cakes, a few small children nearby looked at her with bright eyes. Second brother, is that an egg cake? The 4-year-old puppy licked his lips, holding a piece of candy he had licked many times but didn't want to eat. He is Da Bao and Er Bao's little follower. Seeing these skinny kids, Chi Hongdo felt a soft spot in her heart. She turned back to the bedroom and took out 2 more egg cakes. 1 half for Da Bao, 1 for Er Bao, and 1 for the puppy and another kid named Donghua. For treasures and sand treasures shared the one she held. Will you really give me some? Donghua hesitated, afraid to reach out. Er Bao was also unsure. Grandma gave it, so just eat it, Da Bao said decisively, taking the egg cake from Chi Hongdo and sharing it with his brother. Sand treasures was carefree, and 4 treasures only had eyes for the egg cake. Finally, the puppy and Donghua happily divided a piece of egg cake after Chi Hongdo confidently nodded. Today's lunch was prepared by Zhao Yujin, Zhao Yuya, and Lin Qiyu. A big pot of plain rice was cooked thoroughly, followed by stir-fried water spinach, spicy scrambled eggs, and loofah egg drop soup. Green vegetables, tender scrambled eggs, and red and green chili peppers, all soaked in plenty of vegetable oil, looked very appetizing. Hanging on the kitchen wall were dried chili peppers. Chi Hongdo asked Zhao Yujin and the others to wash the snails her children brought back, preparing to make spicy snails. The little kids, forgetful of discipline, ate dried underwear and candies, then ran outside again. Even 4 treasures, who couldn't walk steadily, was impatient at home. He grabbed his brother's hands and ran out with them. Anyway, at mealtime, everyone would go back to their own homes, no worries needed. Listening to the distant sounds of children playing loudly, Chi Hongdo sitting at the kitchen door thought of Da Bao and Er Bao. These 2 kids, one 9 and the other 8, should be in school by now, right? She thought for a moment. Daba had gone to school before, but he disliked studying. He only attended for less than a month before running back home, and then refusing to go back at all. Er Bao followed his example and never went to school either. There was no one at home paying attention, so the children ran around the village freely. Chi Hongdo. What can I say? When parents are careless, grandparents don't understand, and great-grandparents are even more frugal, saving where they can, even if it might change the lives of their great-grandchildren. As long as they benefit themselves, they don't care about others' lives. Really, a family that doesn't get along. A bunch of confused people. At least they can recognize a few words. Not being blind is better than being illiterate. Chi Hongdo shook her head, then pointed to Lin Qiyu, who was rummaging through a drawer in the kitchen cabinet, pulling out a small packet of spices. To make spicy snails, you need to remove the smell and fishy taste. The seasoning must be heavy to taste good. Now that the spicy snails are ready, how could the little lobsters be far behind? Chi Hongdo imagined herself enjoying a bite of small lobster and a sip of iced milk tea, feeling completely happy. By the way, will Wang Damei come to cause trouble at old Zhao's house today? She fanned herself with a broken palm leaf and thought casually. Probably not. It's not that Wang Damei doesn't want to cause trouble, but she has other things to do and no time to come. It's about her daughter-in-law fainting. At that time, the person who came to check on her was a man from the village whose wife had died. Even though they didn't actually meet, and one of them was unconscious at the time, Wang Damei stubbornly insisted that the man was taking advantage of her daughter-in-law. The man was clumsy and couldn't argue back against Wang Damei, so he just accepted his bad luck and paid her 10 eggs as compensation. Of course, Wang Damei's initial demand wasn't just 10 eggs. She also wanted chickens and money, but she didn't succeed. Still, getting 10 eggs was an extra gain since they were free. With those eggs, Wang Damei didn't care about the trouble of eating the snails, which were tedious to prepare. She happily took the eggs home as if she'd won a battle. As for the rotten wooden bucket, it had been abandoned by the riverbank for over 800 years. The cows, Erniu and Nyonyo, were just joking. It wasn't theirs. Although eating snails is hard work, they are flavorful, and at least they are meat. Plus, Chi Hongdo was generous with the seasoning. Seeing the large pot full of broth, she asked Zhao Yuye to pick some edamame from the vegetable garden and add it in. They boiled everything together like a stew, and the flavor was just as rich. That noon, the workers at old Zhao's house hadn't returned home yet, but a tempting aroma was already wafting from afar. Some villagers, noticing, exchanged glances and greeted them, saying, "What delicious food are you cooking today?" The whole village can smell it. Could it be braised pork? Zhao, soaked in sweat and feeling half dead, heard the words braised pork and immediately ran towards home. His mother hadn't mentioned making braised pork yesterday. Could she be planning a surprise for him? As he ran, Zhao happily imagined it. His mother was so kind to him. Zhao Yuanwen and the others looked confused. They didn't know their family was having rice today, nor did they go around bragging about it. Having rice was already enough to make others jealous, and now they were talking about braised pork?
Impossible.
Maybe his mother was just preparing for hard times? When they arrived home, Zhao Yuanwen and the others confirmed that there was no braised pork today, so they relaxed. But soon, Zhao Aimin's excited voice made them realize they had been too quick to relax. Wang Xiaoqiao, who had been thrifty all her life, looked at a big bowl of shiny, spicy snails. Reflexively, she started calculating how much oil was used for this bowl of snails. If it were eaten normally at home, how long would it last? Kai Wenli was also surprised and quickly ran to the kitchen. The rice in the pot was still plain rice, not mixed with grains or turned into cornbread. How did the Zhao family's meals suddenly improve so much? Every detail needed careful explanation. Was Chi Hongdo still the tyrant of the Zhao family? Just eat what's prepared. Didn't Zhao already pick up a snail and start slurping? This kid really knew how to eat, first savoring the flavor from the shell, then eating the meat. "Mom, that must have used a lot of oil," Kai Wenli exclaimed. Li Xiaoa had already gone to serve rice, probably learned from past lessons. If there's food, don't fuss. Just eat it first. Only what's in the stomach is truly yours. The young men, some married and some not, were full of energy and couldn't resist the tempting smell. They didn't care how much oil was in that bowl of snails. Chi Hongdo looked at everyone standing there foolishly. "Don't want to eat anymore? If you want to eat, go to the kitchen and serve yourself," Zhao said casually, sitting on a bench and calling his 4 nephews. "Wegwo, help me get a bowl of rice." They were even saving time on serving rice. The snail meat is firm, fragrant, chewy, and full of texture. Chi red beans make Lin Chiyu use enough ingredients, so the dish naturally turns out delicious. Otherwise, villagers might mistake it for braised pork. Of course, the villagers speaking didn't really think old Zhao's family was making braised pork during non-festival times. Who can afford such a dish? But since the smell of snail meat and smoke drift out of the chimney together, even if it's not braised pork, it's probably something good. Someone working with Zhao thought for a moment and said to others, Maybe the old lady is worried about her youngest son going to work outside, so she made something tasty. This reason makes perfect sense. Whether it's bragging about how his mother cares most for him or the well-known favoritism of the old lady in the Red Flag Brigade, everyone can easily believe this explanation. After a brief shock, Zhao Yuanwen sat down at the table holding his bowl, took a bite of the green soybeans cooked with snail meat, and suddenly had nothing more to say. All the effort he spent working in the fields and the exhaustion he accumulated seemed to vanish with each bite of rice and vegetables. Food is the foundation of life. In China's thousands of years of small-scale farming economy, countless people have spent their entire lives just to have a simple daily meal. No matter how turbulent the outside world is, to Zhao Yuanwen, who has worked on farms for half his life, it doesn't matter much. Being able to eat enough and stay warm is the greatest achievement. He only feels he's not good enough, unable to let his mother enjoy comfort, and still makes her work hard to manage the household. The rice and lard his mother doesn't mention, but Zhao Yuanwen knows it's impossible for him to find connections to get these. He has no way. The household relies entirely on his mother. In the early days, when the family was almost starving, he thought he would die of hunger. That feeling of despair almost overwhelmed him, but his mother found a way to get a bag of coarse grains, saving him and his siblings. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanwen, who was happily eating, felt very guilty. It's all his fault. He's useless. He's never done anything to make his mother proud. Zhao was having a good time, eating a big bowl of snail meat and green soybeans, enough for several people. There was still half a bowl left in the kitchen for tonight's dinner. He was willing to use the usual amount of oil for cooking, so even the wild morning glory growing wildly in the fields became crispy and tasty. Right now, if there was a little wine, not to mention Zhao, all the men in old Zhao's family would be very happy. After a full meal, with spicy snail dishes, it feels like all worries disappear. One meal, and all fatigue is gone. Feeling like I could plow a whole acre of land. Young sister-in-law's cooking is really good. Grandson-in-law Sun Hongyun keeps praising Lin Qiyu. Zhao Xiangnan looks at his wife, also proud. His mother said that today his wife is the one cooking. Even if his mother is willing to add more oil, it's still his wife who is doing the cooking. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiangnan feels happy. Recently, with the red sugar, eggs, and malted milk, his daughter Nyonyo is breastfeeding well, and his wife's complexion has improved a lot. The big burden in his heart has been lifted. He was really worried that Nyonyo might not survive. If she didn't make it, he feared his wife might be so exhausted she could barely recover. Now that his wife and daughter are doing well, he has strength too. It's right for him to work harder and earn more. Especially since the family's meals have been improving a lot these days, he should take this chance to earn more work points. If his mother-in-law thinks he's lazy, then it's not just about the red sugar, eggs, and malted milk anymore. If she compares him and his family to the past and finds them worse, he really wouldn't know what to do. He fears that one day things might turn out like that. He shivers inside, but he tells himself it won't happen. Bad things won't happen. As long as he works hard, life will get better. The harvest season is always busy, but the family's group of workers leaves early and returns late, and you rarely hear anyone complain. Even Zhao, who always nags about not being able to work anymore, has persisted all along.
Don't ask why.
In the morning, thick rice porridge that can stand a chopstick, fragrant egg pancakes, and enough rice at noon, because they're willing to add oil and salt. The food tastes almost like restaurant dishes. In the evening, they can still eat enough, without worrying about waking up hungry in the middle of the night or staying awake from hunger. Once people eat well and full, their bad temper eases significantly. The adults don't say much, but the little kids in the family have been eating very well lately. It seems that Dabao and the others have learned something from catching snails. They're trying all kinds of ways to get food from the river and pond. Don't say, they're persistent in bringing snails home. The younger ones smash them to feed the chickens, and the older ones keep some in large basins to raise. Shi Hongdo said she'd save some to make spicy snails again later. Later, Dabo and the others caught 2 small grass fish, not very big. One weighed just over a pound, and the other less than a pound. They also caught 2 loaches, but couldn't cook them separately. Chi Hongdo asked Lin Chiu to make loach noodles for breakfast. Chi Hongdo watched the children, who were always eager to find more food each day. However, neither Zhao Xiangdong and Sun Honyun from the main house, nor the couple from the second house, nor Zhao Baojia and the fifth family's couple saw any safety issues. No one in the main house suggested that Dabo and Erbao, being older, should start school. They had no awareness of this, and since Dabo disliked studying, no one brought it up. After observing for half a month, Chi Hongdo realized that Dabo and Erbao weren't slow or foolish children. Even if they weren't very smart, they could understand some things. It mostly depended on whether someone in the family paid attention to their education. But clearly, besides her, no one else in the family thought about this. Madam, persimmons, the persimmons are delicious. Maybe because she was drooling a lot, Si Bao, who is 2 years old, spoke unclearly. He looked simple-minded, and with his drooling and speech, he seemed even more like a little fool. Zhao Dabo looked at him with disgust, thinking, such a stupid appearance. He can't be my biological brother. Maybe my real mother was mistakenly taken by the health clinic. Nowadays, some people gave birth at home with a midwife, but Zhao Laotai, known for being stingy and mean in Hongqi Brigade, agreed to let her granddaughter-in-law give birth at the clinic. In fact, most older women in Hongqi Brigade couldn't match Zhao Laotai's open-mindedness. The clinic had male doctors. Old-fashioned conservatives didn't like this, and many refused to accept it. Most people lacked Zhao Laotai's ability to accept new things. This might be why Zhao Laotai, after getting married, still worked hard to learn to read. She showed an unusual ability to accept new ideas. There were 6 or 7 persimmon trees in front of the Zhao family house. In spring, the white flowers of the locust trees by the pond bloomed happily, followed by the full, bell-shaped persimmon blossoms on the trees. After a summer, each old persimmon tree would bear many small persimmons about the size of a baby's fist, tightly packed and bending the branches. This thing is tasty, but it can't be eaten as a meal. Eating too much can cause stomach pain. Persimmons are cold in nature and have many taboos. But children love them. In late autumn, the branches are full of bright red persimmons with thin skins that burst easily when poked. Inside, there's soft red flesh and sweet juice. Taking a bite can make you feel happy inside. No child dislikes them. The annoying part is that most ripe persimmons on the branches are eaten by birds. They always get to the ones that are almost ripe first. But that's okay. Persimmons can also be dried into persimmon cakes. The surface has a white sugar frost, and they taste soft, chewy, and very delicious. However, all this happens in late autumn or winter. Right now, all the persimmons are still green. But the hungry children don't care about that. The 4 little ones, who can't speak clearly, are trying to reach for the persimmons on the branches right in front of them. They try once, then twice. They aren't very skilled, but they are very patient. Because they are unsteady, they fall on their bottoms but don't cry. Their eyes are still fixed on the persimmons. 1 year older than the 4 little ones, Sanbao sees this and happily runs over. He looks like a big brother trying to pick up his little cousin so he can reach the persimmons. Of course, the 2 kids end up hugging and falling down together, forming a pile. But because they are small, the fall isn't serious, just a little tumble from standing to lying down. At this moment, Daba and Erbao come back carrying the broken wooden bucket they found that day. Seeing the smiles on the kids' faces, it's clear they didn't come back empty-handed. By the way, the broken wooden bucket in their hands has been fixed. It was repaired by Lao Qi Zhao Yuanquan. The old lady's 7th son is weak and timid, acts cowardly, but surprisingly, he's good at some crafts. That bucket was originally something Daba asked his grandfather to fix so he could keep it, but Zhao Yuanwen couldn't fix it himself. He saw Zhao Yuanquan passing by and asked him to repair it. Zhao Yuanwen fiddled with the broken bucket all day and fixed it easily in Zhao Yuanquan's hands.
Mung. Fish. We caught fish.
They brought the bucket over. Chi Hongdo glanced at it and nodded. Yes, it's a big one and 3 small ones. The big one is only palm-sized and the 3 small ones are just finger-length. They are really tiny. The two big kids are eager for praise, while the two small ones are still greedily eyeing the persimmons, speaking unclearly. Lin Chuyu and her two granddaughters are working together. Inside the main room, a small baby, who just woke up, is trying to crawl toward her. Leaving the little girl alone in the house, Lin Chuyu, as a mother, always feels uneasy. Chi Hongdo keeps the baby strapped to her back with a red carrier whenever she moves around. No matter how light the baby is, it still easily makes this young, slender mother bend over. She then asks Lin Chiyu to place the baby on a cool bamboo bed in the corner of the main room to sleep. Since she has nothing else to do, she can help watch the baby for a while. The bamboo bed surface is woven with thin strips, smooth from years of use, with no sharp edges. The legs are made from thick bamboo tubes, square-shaped, sturdy enough for two adults to lie on comfortably. Chi Hongdo directs her second grandson to soothe the baby, then looks at Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao, who is excited, suddenly feels something is strange. Why is Mrs. Chi looking at him like that? Chi Hongdo secretly chuckles, understanding why adults invented schools. Not just to honor ancestors, but also to keep their ears free from noise. Even busy parents happily send their noisy children, who are only 7 or 8 years old, to school. Come here, Chi Hongdo beckons Zhao Debao. The little boy puts down his wooden bucket and runs over. As the eldest grandson of the main family, in the eyes of traditional elders, his status is still somewhat special. Even Zhao Laolao can't avoid this. Zhao Yuanwen doesn't get along well with his wife, but he is quite obedient and filial to his own mother. As the eldest and the first grandson born to Zhao Laolao, Zhao Yuanwen's son is the first male grandchild in the family. Zhao Laolao is very kind to Zhao Debao. That's why old sayings say that the eldest son and grandson are the treasures of the old lady's heart. Because of her favoritism, Zhao Debao doesn't fear Chi Hongdo and even feels close to her. "Madam, what's wrong?" Zhao Debao, with his dark but lively little face, asks her. "Here, take this." Chi Hongdo takes out a small booklet about the size of her palm and a short, half-used pencil stub, handing them to Zhao Debao. Confused, Zhao Debao takes the blank booklet and the pencil, not knowing what Chi Hongdo intends to do with them. Zhao Debao holds the pencil stub with a puzzled look. He doesn't know how to write. He ran back home less than a month after starting school. How could he possibly know how to write? But Chi Hongdo just pretends not to notice. "Debao, your wife sees you catching fish and gathering snails every day to bring home. She also counts your work points, which you can exchange for candies here. Do you want to do that?"
Yes. Of course you want to.
No child ever refuses candy. Your wife used to give some to Grandma, who kept it to eat during the New Year. Even Debao, who is so loved, can't easily get a piece of candy. Hearing this, Zhao Debao feels very excited. "Ma'am, how do I earn work points?" Chi Hongdo seriously explains it's easy. If you bring home snails and fish, you get 2 points each time. If you can keep your little brother from being naughty or fighting, you get 1 point a day.
Ra bao lít ten cà phê.
He can't do math, but since she said he can exchange points for candy, he listens closely without missing a word. But Chi Hongdo hasn't finished yet. All these can earn you work points. 10 points for 1 candy. Whatever work you do, the wife will count it for you. But there's one thing. What? Chi Hongdo pauses here. Zhao Debao quickly asks, afraid she might change her mind and not give him candy. Every day, you need to write down how many points you earn and how you earn them in this book. Since the wife is old and might forget, you need to write everything clearly each day and count the points carefully. Then she can exchange candies for you. Chi Hongdo finishes slowly.
Zhao ra bao yes tun.
He can't write. He doesn't know how to do math. He can't even write his own name. Just moments ago, he was full of energy and shining eyes, but now he looks downcast. "Ma'am, I can't." The little kid looks very sad. Chi Hongdo pretends to be surprised. "Oh, Debao, you went to school, right? How come you don't know this? Even the wife is this old and can do it." Zhao Debao's dark face turns red with shame, but his dark skin makes it hard to see. He just can't do it.
He simply can't understand.
He remembers his half-month at school, where every day was confusing. The teacher's words sounded like a strange language, and he couldn't understand anything. Some classmates who understood easily would laugh at him. He felt ashamed and angry, so he gave up after less than a month and refused to go back to school. Chi Hongdo clearly sees that this little kid has worries, but she doesn't say anything.
She won't ask.
Whether he wants to exchange for candy or not is his own choice. He can think about it slowly. The small booklet was cut out from a medical record book she bought at the convenience hospital for 1 coin. The cover and page numbers had been removed, leaving only a blank, unrecognizable for Zhao Debao. The pencil tip was still left from Grandma Zhao's bookkeeping. Zhao Debao was left standing there, scratching his head, while Chi Hongdo called Zhao Yuye to bring scissors. They cut a large basket of green, hard persimmons from the persimmon tree, then casually pointed at the tall Zhao Weiguo, who was coming back from work, to fetch 2 buckets of well water. They soaked the persimmons, which had been cut from the branches, into the water, filling 2 buckets. Of course, these green, hard persimmons could be eaten. Soaking them in well water for about a week, changing the water 2 or 3 times, made them ready to eat. They became crispy and sweet, even better than apples. Later, online live streams sold crispy persimmons with orange peel and chocolate, which looked attractive, but the flavor was not as good as these soaked green persimmons. In the kitchen and main hall, everyone was busy, and no one noticed Zhao Debao sitting by the door, holding the small booklet and looking troubled. At night, when Zhao Aimin, who usually finished work early, saw a shadow passing behind Lao Lu's kitchen haystack, he naturally turned a corner. "Brother Weiguo, I really can't do it anymore. Please help me." A pretty girl with a red ribbon in her hair bit her lip. Her ordinary-looking eyes shimmered with tears, giving her a different kind of beauty. Tall Zhao Weiguo looked a bit helpless in front of Lu Chunyan. "Brother Weiguo, you know I don't want to marry anyone else. I already like someone. You know that, right?" Lu Chunyan pushed her full chest forward and slowly moved closer. Startled, Zhao Weiguo took a big step back. Zhao Aimin, hiding in the corner, saw this scene and cursed his silly nephew in his mind for not taking the opportunity when it was right in front of him. "Just tell me what you want me to do to help," Zhao Weiguo said loudly. His voice was strong, inherited from Zhao Yuanwu. Even when he tried to lower it, it still sounded rough and masculine. Lu Chunyan lowered her head, and no one could see the fleeting look of disgust in her eyes. After a moment, Lu Chunyan wiped her eyes, which had no tears, and looked touched as she said to Zhao Weiguo, "I knew it, Brother Weiguo. You will definitely help me. My sister-in-law arranged a marriage for me, but I didn't know about it before. She secretly took 20 yuan from someone, and later, when my little nephew got sick, she spent that money. I don't want to marry that person, but my sister-in-law insists she won't give the money back. I have to find a way to repay the money myself. I don't know where to get 20 yuan quickly. Brother Weiguo, I understand that's a lot of money, but I really don't know who to ask. My mother is sick now, my father has no money, and with so many problems at home, no one pays attention to me."
Boo-hoo.
Lu Chunyan bit her lip, looking very sad, like a delicate flower battered by a storm. Truly, the most pitiful person. Zhao Aimin listened to all this without showing any emotion, not even a blink. He thought to himself, this girl is really clever with her stories. He wondered if her naive nephew would believe her. Surely not. Her story has many flaws, and anyone can see through it with a little thought. But before Zhao Aimin could finish his thoughts, the tall, strong Zhao Weiguo, who was surprisingly easy to deceive, nodded and said, "I'll find a way to get the money for you." As soon as he said that, Lu Chunyan, who had been crying and feeling miserable, suddenly lit up with happiness. "Really? Brother Weiguo? You're such a good person." Seeing her genuine joy, Zhao Weiguo couldn't help but smile back. 20 yuan isn't a small amount, but since Lu Chunyan described her situation as so difficult and pitiful, he couldn't refuse. In this world, few people dare to say no to the girl they like. So, Zhao Weiguo's easy attitude might make sense. The two young people only met briefly. Zhao Weiguo didn't even touch her hair, yet somehow, he ended up owing her 20 yuan. Zhao Aimin didn't care about the details. He only focused on the main point. He thought to himself, Lu family's girl really dares to ask for a lot. Even the second-rate guy, Sure too, who hangs around with him, has a girl who asks for small things like a red ribbon or a cloth handkerchief. But which girl would try to trick a man into thinking he's a fool? Although Zhao Aimin doesn't have a partner himself, he has others around him to compare with. When you compare people, you can see what kind of person they really are. Lu Chunyan's little secret was seen through by Zhao Aimin, but what he didn't expect was that his good nephew, Zhao Weiguo, was willing to be the fool and go along with it. This young man usually stays quiet and looks tall and strong, which can be intimidating, but surprisingly, he's easy to trick. And that 20 yuan, was he planning to cut off his own flesh and sell it by weight to get money? Otherwise, why would he agree to help raise funds? Zhao Aimin thought this was very strange. Zhao Weiguo didn't realize that his little secret had been uncovered again by his uncle, Zhao Aimin. He was also worried about how to get money himself. The sixth couple secretly traded mountain goods with friends to earn some money. They worked hard, getting up early and staying late, gathering mountain products little by little until they had enough to secretly exchange for cash. But after Chi Hongdo lost her temper and confiscated most of their savings, they hadn't traded mountain goods for a long time. Recently, they were busy with farm work and had no time. When Zhao Weiguo helped the team deliver grain to the granary, he visited the commune twice and took the chance to go to the town. Young people are quick-witted, and neither Zhao Yuanwu nor Jiang Yiyun are fools who can't think clearly. Their son is also quite capable. Compared to other young people in the village, Zhao Weiguo stands out. Because Jiang Yiyun now still has 5 yuan saved every month, and in their house, Zhao Yueying, who is about to leave home, carries 80 yuan of dowry money given by Jiang Yiyun, which makes her stand tall in her new family. Zhao Weiguo's older brother also married with money pooled by the fifth couple. Although not much, it was enough for the young couple. His sister, Zhao Yue, is also the cousin who always has plenty of red ribbons and the least patched clothes. Zhao Weiguo himself is quite good-looking and occasionally gets some benefits from his parents. Compared to other young people in the village, who are often shy, look down, and are always in financial trouble, Zhao Weiguo has some competitiveness. Perhaps this is why Lu Chunyan would talk to him. At first, it might have just been helping with a sprained ankle, a shy chat or joke, because a girl can't carry heavy baskets alone, and a boy's kind gesture was just a small act of kindness. But in this innocent age, with daily little things adding up, the boy's heart started to feel something different. And the girl was fully aware of the boy's feelings. Gradually, the girl started having small problems that needed the boy's help to solve. These could be endless farm chores, a simple snack when she was hungry, or her sister's beautiful red ribbon that she admired but didn't have herself. The boy never once refused her. As each small problem was solved, the boy felt a growing sense of pride inside. It seemed that all of her troubles became his responsibility. Because of this, Lu Chunyan boldly asked for 20 yuan. Even though Zhao Weiguo felt a bit uncomfortable inside, he still agreed, without hesitation. Big nephew, tell your little uncle quietly, do you have a way to make some money? After hearing Zhao Weiguo agree to help Lu Chunyan with 20 yuan, Zhao Aimin's mind was filled with wild thoughts. He secretly watched Zhao Weiguo for several days but couldn't see any other actions besides working. It didn't seem right. Zhao Aimin knew his big nephew was a bit simple, but he wouldn't lie. Since he promised Lu Chunyan, he must have a plan. What could it be? Zhao Aimin guessed but couldn't figure it out, so he decided to ask Zhao Weiguo directly. Zhao Weiguo was surprised by the question and shook his head. What does shaking your head mean? No, or do you not want to tell your little uncle? Don't be so stingy, big nephew. We're family. If your little uncle makes money, he won't forget about you. Zhao Aimin spoke with sincere feelings. He had been working in the fields for almost a month and still hadn't bought the shoes he dreamed of. But he didn't blame his mother for not keeping her promises. During this month, the family had enjoyed good white rice and tasty, oil-glazed stir-fries, which made him very happy. His mother secretly told him that she found ways to exchange for this good rice. It was all to help him stay healthy. She had spent so much effort exchanging for good rice, so how could they go to town to buy new shoes? If the villagers found out, they would surely gossip. Zhao Aimin wasn't afraid of gossip. If he was, he wouldn't be a good-for-nothing. But since they ate so well, he didn't want anyone to know. What if someone with bad intentions caused trouble? Zhao Aimin wasn't very clever himself, so he was very cautious about this. That's why Qi Hongdo never went to town again, and Zhao Aimin didn't cause much trouble, saving Qi Hongdo from a lot of words. However, Zhao Aimin didn't forget about the basketball ticket. He was just waiting for the harvest to be over so his mother could buy him a new pair of shoes. If he had money, he would have already gone to town to buy the shoes. Zhao Aimin was thinking about this and kept an eye on Zhao Weiguo. If he could find a way to get some money, a pair of new shoes wouldn't be enough. He would buy 2 pairs, one to wear and one to look at. When you have money, you can be so carefree. But Zhao Aimin's dream of making money was impossible with Zhao Weiguo. Watching his young nephew keep his mouth tightly shut, Zhao Aimin made a mischievous face and started grinding his teeth. "All right, kid, are you playing tricks on your uncle?" Zhao Weiguo, holding was turning the soil in small steps, still saying, "Uncle, I don't understand what you're saying."
Oh.
Is he waiting to cry until he sees the coffin? Zhao Aimin clapped his hands, put down and moved closer to Zhao Weiguo. "You really don't understand. Or are you pretending? That little girl from Lu's family asked for 20 yuan, and you agreed so easily. Don't you have some way to get that money?" As soon as he said this, Zhao Weiguo, who had been working silently, froze like he'd been struck by lightning and didn't move. Now you see how powerful your uncle is, right? Zhao Aimin looked at Zhao Weiguo with satisfaction, seeing his shocked expression. If he had to force him to speak, who could be blamed? It was all because this kid was so clueless. Zhao Aimin snorted inwardly, feeling annoyed. That Lu girl wasn't very pretty anyway, and he didn't like her. She was also sneaky. Only his naive nephew was rushing to get involved. He had even planned to warn his nephew not to be tricked by that girl and taken away. Lu Chunyan had winked at him before, but he didn't like her. Still, it showed she wasn't sincere, flirting with her uncle and then with his nephew. What kind of person was she? Zhao Aimin stroked his chin, thinking that since his nephew's family name was Zhao and they were relatives, he should warn him. But he didn't expect that his nephew had been so captivated by Lu Chunyan that he no longer cared about him or the Zhao family. He was even wary of him and didn't plan to tell him the truth. At this moment, Zhao Weiguo felt really nervous. He hadn't expected Zhao Aimin to find out about this. He knew his uncle's position at home. If his uncle told the old lady about this, he would be finished. But such a dangerous thing, if it involves my younger uncle, what if something goes wrong someday? I won't be able to escape from it. Feeling stuck and restless, Zhao Weiguo lowered his head. How did my younger uncle find out about this? At this moment, it doesn't matter if Zhao Weiguo stays silent. Zhao Aimin has already broken the silence, and in the next few days, he will find a chance to ask Zhao Weiguo about how he makes money. Cornered and with no way out, Zhao Weiguo finally told him the secret to earning money. But this money isn't something just anyone can make. At least. Zhao Weiguo looked up at Zhao Aimin, who was squatting on a small dirt pile. He thought, at least someone like his younger uncle probably can earn this kind of money. Yes, I should have thought of that earlier. The reason I was chosen to go to the mountains to hunt and earn money is because of my build, my strength, and my courage. But what about my younger uncle? He works in the fields for a while and rests, lacking strength. If he really encounters wild boars or wolves, he wouldn't even be able to raise a knife, probably too scared to move, and he has no courage either. If that's the case, how can he make money? Realizing this, Zhao Weiguo let out a breath inside. He felt he was worrying too much before. He should have told his younger uncle earlier, so he would have given up when faced with difficulties. After hearing Zhao Weiguo, Zhao Aimin didn't have no doubts, but his mind turned quickly. He thought for a while, then grinned, showing 2 small sharp teeth, leaning close to Zhao Weiguo. He didn't look like Zhao Weiguo's younger uncle, but more like his younger brother. But Zhao Weiguo couldn't see this 1-year-older man as his brother, especially after seeing the smile on Zhao Aimin's face. What's going on? Why is my younger uncle still smiling? A bad feeling rose in Zhao Weiguo's heart. On the windowsill of old Zhao's kitchen, there was a bar of soap. Qi Hongdo told them to wash their hands before meals, after going to the bathroom, and before sleeping. At first, they didn't want to use it, but gradually they got used to it. Now, before meals, everyone in old Zhao's family would honestly go to the pond to wash their hands with soap. Qi Hongdo's words carried a lot of weight in old Zhao's house, almost like an order, and no one dared to disobey. Besides, listening to the old lady means having enough food, so why not listen? And after a month of busy farming, who still has the energy to cause trouble? Even the previously restless couple, Lao Lu and his wife, have calmed down a lot. At the end of the month, Zhao Yuxiu took first place in the exam. She didn't say anything herself, but Zhao Yushan, who was in the same classroom, came back shouting that everyone in the family knew about it. Qi Hongdo publicly praised Zhao Yuxiu and rewarded her with 10 pieces of candy. Our Zhao family has never had a scholar. Grandma is waiting for you to achieve great things in the future. Qi Hongdo's praise was very straightforward, and everyone understood it clearly. In the past, when the old lady talked about making the family proud, she usually said it to her sons and grandsons. But this was the first time she openly expressed her hopes for her daughter in front of everyone. Li Xiao looked at the handful of candies in her daughter's hand, then at the jealous or surprised expressions of her sisters-in-law. She couldn't help but poke her husband's arm. What is Grandma doing? Is she serious? After poking for a while, she saw that Zhao Yuanshuang didn't react. When she looked up, she noticed her husband's strange expression too. Zhao Yuanshuang didn't really understand what was happening. He only knew that whenever his mother expressed her hopes and praise for his daughter, he felt a quiet pride and happiness deep inside. This is his daughter, Zhao Yuanshuang. His eldest, fifth, and seventh children's kids weren't as smart in school, and none of them had ever been praised so openly by Grandma in front of everyone. Eldest son Zhao Yuanwen looked at his niece, who was being praised and rewarded, feeling a bit uncomfortable. His children weren't good at studying. His mother had always hoped that they would succeed in the future. While these hopes brought some pressure, they also carried a special pride. But after most of his life had passed, he hadn't achieved that pride, and neither had his children. At this moment, Zhao Yuanwen remembered that his 2 grandchildren of school age should be in school, but they refused to go no matter what. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanwen felt even worse inside. Even the unfilial Lu, who was so disrespectful, had a child that made his mother so happy. And he, who was very filial, had no children who were smart enough to study. Zhao Yuanwu was also surprised by Qi Hongdo's praise of Zhao Yuxiu. He really didn't know that Zhao Yuxiu was good at studying. This was the first time he found out. Zhao Yuyue, his other daughter, was only average in school and didn't continue after middle school, so he didn't understand much about her. Meanwhile, 7th son Zhao Yuanquan looked at his daughter, who was happily smiling because her cousin had come in first. At the same age, Zhao Yuxiu started school a year later than Zhao Yushan, but she quickly caught up and even ranked first. What about her own family? Zhao Yuanquan sighed inwardly, feeling that he wasn't very smart himself, so he no longer blamed his daughter for not being outstanding. The sons of old Zhao's family each had their own thoughts. Among the crowd, Zhao Debao looked at the handful of candies his 6th aunt was holding, each with his own little plans. The words Qi Hongdo said to Zhao Debao that day kept replaying in his mind over the past few days. The blank notebook and pencil tip were also under Zhao Debao's bed. But having a pen and notebook didn't help much. He couldn't do math or write, so they were just useless. In the past few days, Zhao Debao had gone to touch the snails several times. The small ones were smashed and fed to the chickens, while the big ones were kept alive. According to Qi Hongdo, these snails were a contribution to the family, which could earn work points to exchange for candies. However, because he couldn't write or do math, the notebook remained blank. He had wasted the opportunity in vain. Before this, Zhao Debao wouldn't have cared about these snails, but once he learned that his contribution could earn work points and candies, he kept thinking about it every day. Kids love to imitate adults, and Zhao Debao thought that Chi Hongdo promising to count his work points like an adult wasn't just to fool him. Zhao Debao really believed that. But just believing wasn't enough. In the end, he needed to be capable himself. Zhao Debao regretted missing several days to record his contributions for work points, and he was so anxious, he scratched his head. Now, seeing Chi Hongdo praise his sixth aunt in front of the whole family, Zhao Debao suddenly realized how clever and capable his sixth aunt was. She couldn't write or do math, but someone in the family could. Maybe he could ask his sixth aunt for help with recording? Zhao Debao hesitated. He wasn't very close to his sixth aunt before. Would she agree to help? The little kid was caught in a frustrating dilemma. After Chi Hongdo finished praising Zhao Yuxiu, she looked around and noticed Zhao Aimin, who seemed distracted. This little rascal usually loved to cause trouble and stir up trouble, so why was he so calm today? Chi Hongdo narrowed her eyes. She had been eyeing Zhao Aimin's sneakers for a long time. It was almost the beginning of the month, and Zhao Aimin had been pestering her to go to town and spend his sneaker ticket. Was he not going to bother her today? Because he paid attention, Chi Hongdo quickly noticed Zhao Aimin whispering with Zhao Weiguo in the corner. The two sons of the fifth family, Zhao Baojia and Zhao Weiguo, are both hardworking and usually speak little. When did Zhao Weiguo start sharing so many thoughts with Zhao Aimin? Zhao Aimin and his nephew could only have common ground because Zhao Aimin is eager to get rich and is always thinking of ways to make money. As mentioned before, Zhao Aimin being a second-rate person is not very simple-minded. He definitely wouldn't go hunting, but bargaining with people is something he can do. He no longer relies on hunting to make money, but is thinking about becoming a middleman to earn some extra cash from his nephew's hard work. Isn't it just a matter of flipping the hunted animals for profit? Although this kind of speculation has risks, it sounds easy to make money. Zhao Aimin is very tempted and increasingly convinced that this is a good opportunity he can't miss. So, he keeps urging Zhao Weiguo to go hunting now, after the busy harvest season, when they can rest for a few days. Of course, he insists that Zhao Weiguo take him along. Zhao Weiguo never expected that hunting would not scare Zhao Aimin away, but instead make him think of sneaky ways to profit. He is also working with partners. It's not just about the danger in the mountains. There are really wolves. But even among partners, no one would easily accept him bringing someone along. Especially since his little uncle isn't interested in joining but wants to ruin others' plans and start his own. Such betrayal is not something most people would do. Isn't that just betraying others for no reason? Zhao Weiguo's hair was almost pulled out in frustration, but he couldn't stop Zhao Aimin's greed. This risky way of making money could easily turn deadly if something went wrong, and even then, it wouldn't guarantee his little uncle's safety. And his grandmother might end up blaming him bitterly. Meanwhile, Zhao Aimin, with no sense of caution, kept persuading Zhao Weiguo. Anyway, outsiders definitely won't be as trustworthy as family. Others might cheat you, but wouldn't your little uncle cheat you too? Zhao Weiguo. He genuinely preferred to be cheated by outsiders. Zhao Debao hesitated for a long time, but ultimately didn't go to ask Zhao Yuxiu for help. Maybe he was shy or didn't feel close to Zhao Yuxiu. Anyway, Zhao Debao clutched a small booklet and went to the door of the mud and straw hut, then turned back and left. On the way back, Zhao Daba encountered Zhao Aimin, who looked very cheerful. "Big Daba, where are you going?" Zhao Aimin, in a good mood, casually chatted with his young nephew. Daba looked a bit down and said, "Grandpa Gio, what do you have there?" "Oh, Daba, is that a pencil tip? Are you learning to write?" Zhao Aimin, joking around, reached out playfully and snatched the small booklet and pencil tip from Daba's hands. He teased his nephew with a smile. Daba's dark little face instantly tightened. Faced with Zhao Aimin's teasing, Daba wanted to act tough and pretend he didn't hear, but Zhao Aimin blocking his way made it too hard to ignore. Most importantly, Zhao Aimin's voice had already attracted many people from the family to look over. Daba became a bit anxious. "Grandpa Gio, no, this was given by my wife." "Given by your mother? Why did she give you this?" Zhao Aimin found it strange. Daba thought about how the booklet was still blank after so many days, and he felt even more embarrassed. He quietly told him what Chi Hongdo had said to him that day. Honestly, Zhao Aimin was turning into a troublemaker. Besides the fact that some of it was due to Zhao Laotai's indulgence and overpraise, most of it was because this guy was naturally not very thoughtful. Look, when he looked at this little kid in front of him, his eyes twinkled with a bad idea. Big Daba, actually, this is very simple. Daba looked at Zhao Aimin, truly unsure how this could be simple. He felt it was very difficult. Zhao Aimin patted Daba's young shoulder. It's just writing, I can do that. Since Daba was young and inexperienced, he didn't understand how unpredictable people could be. Hearing Zhao Aimin's words, he suddenly felt like he had found light in the dark and got excited. Grandpa Jiu, do you want Grandpa Jiu to help you? Daba quickly nodded, afraid he would miss the good opportunity if he hesitated even a second. Good opportunity. Zhao Aimin looked at Daba happily, then smiled again and said, but I can't do this for free, right? How about this? I'll take a little loss and help you keep track of the chores. When we're done, we split the reward evenly. How about that? Only someone as shameless as Zhao Aimin could speak so openly about tricking a kid into a deal. So, are you willing or not? Seeing Grandpa Jiu's friendly smile, he immediately solved a problem that had troubled him for days. Zhao Debao felt like he had been taken advantage of, but he still nodded in agreement. The important thing was, he didn't seem to have any other options. Now that Grandpa Jiu could help him keep the accounts, he was free from the headache of worrying about it. I agree. Zhao Debao replied confidently. Zhao Aimin held a small notebook and happily patted Zhao Debao's head, but Zhao Debao dodged away. Boys shouldn't have their heads touched so casually. Zhao Debao had heard Grandma Zhao mention this many times before, so he was very sensitive about it. A little kid like him didn't mind. Zhao Aimin didn't care either. Anyway, Zhao Debao was practically working for him for free. He didn't need to work hard to enjoy half of Zhao Debao's efforts. Haha. Thus, these two partners of different generations, one willing and the other enduring, went to register their work points with Chi Hongdo. After Chi Hongdo learned from Zhao Debao why things had turned out this way, she looked at her mischievous little son with a sly smile and drooping eyelids. His baby face looked harmless, but he was already eyeing candies.
Ugh.
Chi Hongdo internally despised him, but seeing Zhao Debao full of confidence and ready to handle big matters, she didn't point it out. She nodded, since you've agreed with Grandpa Jiu, that's fine. Unaware of how complicated and treacherous the world could be, Zhao Debao watched as Grandpa Jiu, in front of his wife, wrote a line on the blank notebook. Today, Debao caught half a bucket of snails, worth 2 work points. The crooked, misspelled characters, with smudges and scribbles, made Chi Hongdo feel uncomfortable just looking at them. She wondered, with this skill level, was Aimin really capable of managing everything? In her mind, she chuckled. How much could they sell if they combined the big and small amounts and sold them by weight? A month of busy harvest season had passed, and suddenly, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. The 4 seasons and 8 festivals, Mid-Autumn was a notable holiday. If not for strict regulations now, rural areas would still have lively activities like dragon dances, torch parades, and temple fairs. Large events were hard to organize, but everyone shared the same festive spirit. Small activities like touching the autumn, building pagodas, and eating mooncakes could still be done. Emochio is a tradition where children secretly pick some fruits and vegetables from the fields to eat. No one is sure where this custom started, but everyone sees it as a symbol of good luck. At this time, the harvest is shared among everyone. Children are told to pick just a few sweet melons and tomatoes from their own small plots near the river to join in the celebration. Building a pagoda is also part of this tradition. Children collect broken bricks and tiles that no one wants and carefully stack them to resemble a pagoda. Inside, they leave space to light candles or oil lamps, symbolizing light and blessings. Some pagodas are built carefully, while others are simple and rough, depending on the children's skill. Adults sometimes help out too. No matter the era, people share the same wish for blessings. However, during this time, many rituals are simplified. For example, in the past, on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, Families would set up an altar outside, burn incense, and offer mooncakes, pomegranates, and other treats to the moon. They would then enjoy the moon and share the food together. Now, these ceremonies are often shortened. Some traditions are skipped, but some are still kept. In the southern provinces, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, married daughters usually visit their parents to bring gifts. This symbolizes family reunion. But if a daughter returns empty-handed, people might gossip about her. Gahongdu is not very sensitive to lunar calendar dates. One day, while Mazi grandma was washing clothes at the pond, she casually mentioned her married daughters several times, especially her eldest daughter. Gahongdu listened carefully and understood why Mazi grandma was asking about the daughters of old Zhao's family. It was because of the Mid-Autumn Festival. She thought that in recent days, the daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law and her family were all very cautious when looking at her. She wondered why they seemed so tense. She had been thinking she hadn't scolded anyone recently, so what was wrong? It turned out to be related to this festival. Mazi grandma was asking whether old Zhao's married daughters would come home. The women in old Zhao's family were all waiting for her to give a sign. Although it's customary for married daughters to return home for family reunions, if the mother-in-law refuses to let them go, what can be done? And even if they do go home, they shouldn't go empty-handed. Even bringing 2 sweet potatoes from the husband's family could upset the mother-in-law. If she's unhappy, what can they do? And if they really took just 2 sweet potatoes back to their parents, they'd probably be laughed at. So, the women from old Zhao's family are worried that Gahongdu might not agree to let them go, or that she might agree but expect them to return empty-handed. Although Chi Hongdo has not caused much trouble for her daughters-in-law and grandchildren recently, the influence of her reputation still makes them feel afraid. The old lady's authority is very strong, and they are still scared inside. Lately, the household workers are busy earning work points, and the little children are also busy earning work points. Zhao Aimin dug a pit for Debao, unaware that Debao goes out every day full of energy to find anything that can earn work points. Because taking care of his younger brother can also earn work points, even though caring for him only earns 1 point per day, Debao is not picky and quickly brings his second brother along. The third brother is too young, so he stays at home to take care of the fourth brother. With the help of the second brother, who is a free worker, Debao can not only gather snails and pick wild fruits, but also complete the daily task of taking care of someone for a day. Debao is very happy. The second brother happily follows behind his older brother, thinking that Debao only took him and not the third brother. He feels that his older brother is the best in the world and happily goes to be a free worker. After a busy day, Debao's happiest moment is waiting for Zhao Aimin to come home so he can record the accounts. He feels very fulfilled every day. Zhao Aimin is also very happy. He finally managed to persuade Zhao Weigua to open his mouth, and he is looking forward to resting in a few days to make a big fortune. Of course, before making a big fortune, earning some small gains is also good. Every day when Zhao Aimin comes home and sees Debao holding a small booklet waiting for him, he always has a smile on his face. For a moment, the relationship between the grandfather and grandson living next door has improved rapidly. Big sister-in-law, Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. Mother hasn't spoken yet. What should we do this year? Kai Wenli couldn't sit still. During the evening, while she and Wang Xiaoqiao went to the pond to wash their hands and faces, she quietly asked. There was no haze or tall buildings blocking the view. At dusk, the fiery clouds in the sky looked like they wanted to set the clear sky on fire. The thick, fiery clouds cast a glow on Wang Xiaoqiao's face, which was full of wind and frost lines, making her look like a vividly colored painting frozen in a moment. But in the next second, the illusion was shattered. Wang Xiaoqiao had never worn a red wedding dress even when she got married, so where did such a vivid, painting-like moment come from? Listening to Kai Wenli's words, the wrinkles at the corner of Wang Xiaoqiao's eyes deepened into a line, and her eyes showed a mix of worry and helplessness. Mother probably hasn't said anything because she didn't want to answer. After all, if they went back, they couldn't all go empty-handed. Although their meals have improved a lot recently, mother-in-law said it was because of the autumn harvest. Wang Xiaoqiao thought that in past mid-autumn festivals, maybe not returning home wasn't such a bad thing. She wanted to go back to her parents' house for family reunion, but if mother-in-law was unhappy, even a trip home wouldn't make life easier afterward. Having been the daughter-in-law at Lao Zhao's family for many years, Wang Xiaoqiao had already learned to accept things quietly. Kai Wenli then realized she was too anxious and had found the wrong person. The eldest sister-in-law is very stubborn. She doesn't dare speak loudly to mother-in-law. Relying on her to lead the way is hopeless. Kai Wenli turned around and went to talk to Jiang Yiyun. The eldest sister-in-law is like a hard-working old ox, always working hard whether at her husband's or her own family, never complaining. But Kai Wenli isn't like that. Jiang Yiyun is a bit more patient with mother-in-law, but she's not the type to swallow her feelings. Among the sisters-in-law, Kai Wenli and Jiang Yiyun get along well because of their temper. As for Li Xiaoa, Kai Wenli thought she probably hopes mother-in-law won't allow them to go back home. After all, her own family situation isn't great. Jiang Yiyun is also worried. She has the best conditions among the sisters-in-law and her parents are the best too. If Kai Wenli cares about appearances, Jiang Yiyun genuinely wants to visit her parents. Of course, it would be best if she could bring something decent for them. Usually, her husband helps her secretly with this, like sneaking to hunt a couple of wild chickens or exchanging some red sugar with their own money to bring back. These are considered good gifts. As long as mother-in-law says something first, it would be easier. It seems like mother doesn't really mean it. Maybe we should talk to the eldest sister-in-law and others together? Jiang Yiyun suggested uncertainly. Kai Wenli waved her hand and talked about her earlier conversation with Wang Xiaoqiao. Talking to the eldest sister-in-law won't help. She's very stubborn. She always believes what mother says. And Li Xiaoa hasn't been back to her family for years. What should we do? I think mother has been in a pretty good mood lately. Maybe we should ask her directly? Jiang Yiyun and Kai Wenli looked at each other. Kai Wenli remembered her greedy daughter secretly telling her that the old lady had divided 2 rounds of plain cakes among the sisters. She hesitated, thinking that if she took the initiative to ask, she probably wouldn't get a good response. Actually, Kai Wenli wasn't worried that mother-in-law wouldn't let them go back, but she was afraid the old lady would send them back empty-handed. A few years ago, every family was struggling, but it's not as bad as starving now. It's too embarrassing to go empty-handed. Last year, she only took a small bag of sweet potatoes home, and her sister-in-law mocked her harshly. This year, Kai Wenli doesn't want to make the same mistake again. Thinking this, Kai Wenli clenched her teeth in her heart. If she really couldn't do anything, she would take back the cloth her mother gave them last time. That 4-foot piece of rough cloth, Kai Wenli had kept it untouched, hoping that by the end of the year, her mother might give her more cloth. She could sew 2 clothes for her children with it. But now, Kai Wenli cared about her pride, so she could only focus on the fabric. The daughters-in-law all acted the same, so the granddaughters-in-law felt even more uncertain. One of the granddaughters-in-law, Lin Qiyu, had lost her own mother long ago. Her biological father remarried, so her father became her stepfather. Later, her father also passed away. Now, her home was with her stepmother and stepbrother, not her real family. She didn't think about going back. The other 2 granddaughters-in-law had different thoughts. They still hoped to visit their own families during Mid-Autumn Festival and bring some decent gifts. Because of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the women felt anxious and restless, like tangled straw. The men, however, mostly didn't notice or care. They weren't troubled by family issues, so they didn't think about small things like Mid-Autumn Festival gifts. Dabao heard his Uncle Ji say that his small booklet now had 30 work points. He happily went to ask Chi Hongdo to exchange for sugar. He originally wanted to save more work points to get more sugar. But children are greedy and can't wait. Plus, the sugar was earned through his hard work, and it was sweet in its own way. Dabao was very excited. He figured that exchanging 3 pieces of sugar meant giving 1 to Uncle G and still having 2 for himself. The little kid had a beautiful imagination, but when he took his booklet to Chi Hongdo, he found things weren't so simple. Chi Hongdo carefully checked the booklet with Xiao Dabao, line by line. Some of the characters aren't clear. How can you tell how many work points you have? It says 1 or 2 here, but it's all smudged into little dots. Does it add up to 30? Let me count. It clearly shows only 15 work points. Every record had mistakes. Chi Hongdo pointed out the errors while asking Dabao, "Your wife counted it, right? Is it only 15? Dabao stammered, unable to think clearly, but Uncle Nine said there were 30. Chi Hongdo shook her head. "This is your own ledger. Don't you know what's written there?" Dabao's dark face turned red again. He grabbed the small book and turned to run to find Zhao Aimin. 3 minutes later, Zhao Dabao hurried back, dragging his kind Uncle Nine behind him. "Mom, I remember it was 30 work points. Why is Dabao so anxious? He said there are only 15, not 30. Zhao Aimin didn't feel ashamed about having written a confusing ledger, and he was even a bit surprised. He believed he could count these numbers easily, even without the ledger. How could 30 turn into 15? And why are Mom and Dabao so serious about this? Isn't the ledger just something to entertain the kids? The more Zhao Aimin thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Could his mother be joking with them? Zhao Aimin looked at Chi Hongdo with a hint of disbelief. In front of him were his own son and grandson. Would the old lady tease them? Or would she make fun of them? Although he was already suspicious, his years of confidence kept him from asking directly. Chi Hongdo chuckled inwardly, not sure where her confidence came from. She really thought that because the old lady used to call her precious, she was truly loved and indispensable. With a serious face and furrowed brows, Chi Hongdo said, "Since I gave you the ledger, I won't deny what's written there. But you too should carefully look at what's written." "Dabao, did you look at it yourself?"
Dabao nodded. Of course he had.
Every time Uncle Nine kept the accounts, he watched nearby. Chi Hongdo asked, "Then tell me, what does this line say?" She pointed casually at a line of writing. Dabao couldn't recognize a single character. He couldn't read or pronounce it. Chi Hongdo then asked Zhao Aimin, "And you, what does this say?" The writing was messy and crooked. Zhao Aimin felt a bit discouraged under his mother's stern gaze. He hadn't paid attention when he wrote it, so he couldn't remember what he had written. He thought it was just a game of fooling each other, a mutual joke, but he didn't expect his mother to suddenly challenge him. Zhao Aimin hesitated and stammered. Chi Hongdo threw the small booklet to the two of them and said, "You both said you can't understand what's written inside. How am I supposed to calculate for you? I think 15 work points is already generous." "Mother, Madam." Hearing these titles, Chi Hongdo softened her expression and appeared to be kind-hearted. "Although your bookkeeping is a mess, I feel sorry for you, so this time I will count your work as 10 points each and give you a piece of candy. If someone else had kept the accounts like this, I wouldn't give anything." Chi Hongdo reached into her pocket, feeling around for a long time before pulling out a piece of candy. Dabao looked at the candy, and the joy on his face disappeared. Zhao Aimin knew he had tricked his nephew this time.
His mother was right.
Now he was desperately trying to look at the sky and the ground, avoiding Zhao Dabao's eyes. Things went wrong. 3 candies turned into 1, and the loyal grandfather and grandson team seemed about to fall apart. Chi Hongdo ignored the changing expressions of the big and small children in front of her. After giving the candy, she waved her hand and dismissed them. That little brat, uneducated and illiterate, will face many more hidden hurts in the future that he can't even speak about. He should learn his lesson slowly. As for the older one, haha, still thinking about fooling the little kid into eating candy. Let's see if he's embarrassed to ask for a candy this time. He hasn't been working enough on farm chores, or he wouldn't have so much free time. Chi Hongdo recorded a harsh note in her small notebook for Zhao Aimin. Because of going back to her parents' house, the women in the family have been a bit distracted these days. The men don't take the initiative to care for their wives, so no one speaks up. In the 5th household, Zhao Yuanwu's eldest daughter-in-law, Jiang Huifang, looked very shrewd, much more than her mother-in-law, Jiang Yun, who seemed clever but was actually easily moved to tears. She secretly whispered to Zhao Baojia, "Surely you're not going to let me go back empty-handed, right? Go ask our mom what she plans to let me bring back." Jiang Huifang knew her situation was much better than her two sisters-in-law in the main household. At least her parents-in-law still had some money. No matter what, she couldn't go back empty-handed. But she hadn't seen any movement at home. She wondered if her mother-in-law was also thinking of tightening the purse strings, like her grandmother. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Jiang Huifang encouraged her husband to find out what her mother-in-law was planning. While Jiang Huifang was talking, she mentioned her relationship with Jiang Yiyun and some distant relatives. Usually, Jiang Yiyun was quite kind to her eldest daughter-in-law. However, people's hearts are hard to read. Jiang Huifang has her own little plans, and Zhao Baojia also has a younger brother, Zhao Weigua. What if one day his sister-in-law comes into the family? What if the mother-in-law favors her and leaves all the good things to her? Wouldn't all Jiang Huifang's efforts be wasted? Zhao Baojia is quite simple-minded. He didn't really listen to his wife. Instead, he said to Jiang Huifang, "When has my mother ever treated you unfairly? Why ask about this? Asking about this, with so many people at home and little to go around, is just about taking the lead." Jiang Huifang hit her husband lightly. What a blockhead. Zhao Baojia, with muscles built from hard work, remained still. His wife's small fist was like tickling him. He quickly grabbed her arm. It was late at night. The 3-year-old Sanbao was already asleep at the foot of the bed. The young couple, one angry and the other indifferent, ended up cuddling close. In the darkness, they stuck together, becoming one person. They spent the night in intimacy. The next morning, Jiang Huifang remembered she hadn't finished her words from last night and felt angry again. That sly man was clever about this, but otherwise, he was just a simpleton. Jiang Huifang was still not satisfied. When her mother-in-law got up early to wash her face, she sneaked over. "Mother, Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. What do you think I should bring back then?" Jiang Yiyun paused her washing, thinking. Since the Zhao family hadn't divided the land, even if they secretly took some things to give as gifts, it wouldn't be good if the mother-in-law found out and got upset. Jiang Yiyun thought for a moment and quietly told Jiang Huifang, "In a few days, your father-in-law will take Baojia to the mountain to gather some mountain produce. He'll bring some back for you." Jiang Huifang was a bit dissatisfied, but since her mother-in-law said so, she kept her own opinion to herself. In the 5th household, they could still rely on the men to go up the mountain and gather some mountain goods. But in the 7th household, Kai Wenli was holding a piece of dark-colored cloth, feeling it again and again. She couldn't bear to part with it. She didn't want to take this cloth back to her family, but her husband was in poor health and her children were still in school. She couldn't rely on them either. After thinking for a while, Kai Wenli looked towards the main room of the big house. Chi Hongdo was a bit surprised. Usually, whether it was her daughter-in-law or granddaughter-in-law, they would avoid her and walk around with their heads down. Why was there someone approaching her willingly today? Kai Wenli used a bowl to hold half a handful of dried dates and brought it to Chi Hongdo. "Mother, these are dates picked by Heping and Yushan, specially left for you. Would you like to try some?" In a plain ceramic bowl, a twisted, unremarkable-looking gnarled date caught the eye. At first glance, it resembled a tiny cell from a biology textbook, not something edible. Just looking at it, it seemed completely inedible. But Chi Hongdo took a bite, and it was genuinely sweet. Delicious. Zhao Yushan is a food lover and has a sweet tooth. She had been eyeing these gnarled dates for a long time. When they ripened, she dragged her older brother to pick them from the mountain. Kai Wenli watched her daughter and son picking the dates and felt worried. She had the idea of borrowing something to give as a gift. "Mother, you like to eat them? Later, I'll ask Yushan and Huan to pick a few more for us." Everyone in the village could see the tasty treats growing in the fields. If you went too late, they'd be all picked. Only a few people knew about that gnarled date tree. Since Zhao Yushan and her cousin found it while gathering grass on the mountain, every year around this time, she would drag her twin brother to check if the dates were ripe or all picked. They watched carefully, knowing how important it was. Her daughter guarded the precious date tree like a treasure, and Kai Wenli understood that. The fruit was sweet, but it couldn't fill their stomachs. The adults were busy working every day and had no time to worry about it. It was mainly the children who kept thinking about that sweet taste. Chi Hongdo had never eaten a gnarled date before. The modest-looking fruit was surprisingly sweet, just as good as cherries from later years. It was small, and one bite was enough to enjoy the sweetness without feeling overwhelmed. She quickly ate a small handful. The taste is pretty good, Chi Hongdo nodded at Kai Wenli. This boosted Kai Wenli's confidence a little more. Mother, with the Mid-Autumn Festival coming soon, what should we bring back to my family this year? Kai Wenli asked boldly.
Oh,
Chi Hongdo looked at her and muttered to herself. She had thought no one would ask her directly after all these days. But it was actually a good thing. Sometimes, family members might forget or hold back feelings, whether intentionally or not. If everyone kept things inside and didn't speak up, problems would eventually happen. Since Kai Wenli asked, it showed she wasn't foolish. It's better to say what's on your mind than to keep it inside and let it rot into wounds. Of course, scars don't usually come from just one event. Bad things happen little by little, and eventually they can suddenly explode. This month, old Zhao's family has had better meals. They don't eat big feasts every day, but everyone can usually get enough to eat. They don't feel hungry soon after dinner, nor do they wake up in the middle of the night starving and drinking a lot of water. They can have rice every 2 or 3 days, with porridge in the morning and evening, and hearty mixed grain rice. They cook leafy greens with oil, making the vegetables taste meaty. It's no exaggeration to say that after a month of this, everyone in old Zhao's family looks much healthier. The kids feel it most directly. Going to the bathroom is less painful now. Before, their intestines lacked moisture, making movements very painful. On the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Chi Hongdo held the second family meeting at old Zhao's house. In front of her was a basket covered with cloth. Next to it were several wooden buckets filled with soaked green-skinned persimmons. The persimmons on the branches were turning red and softening. Old Zhao's family had soaked several batches of firm persimmons. This was the last harvest. After soaking, the persimmons lose their astringency and become crispy and sweet. Almost everyone had eaten several persimmons this month. Kai Wenli looked at the persimmons beside the elderly lady and felt uneasy. She glanced at her husband, wondering if the old lady would let them take the persimmons home. Although not every household has a persimmon tree, in the Qianjin commune, persimmon trees are quite common. With everyone's hopeful gaze, Chi Hongdo began to speak. Mother mentioned last month that if you behave well, listen, be filial, and work hard, she will give you things every month based on your performance. This should have been given at the end of the month, but since the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, I decided to give it to you early. Mother, you're so kind. What are we getting for the festival? Give me mine first. Zhao Aimin was the first to jump up, thinking he was the smartest. He didn't seem like just a little brother among the noisy family. Chi Hongdo grabbed a broken fan nearby and waved it at Zhao Aimin's arm. Just for you first? Can't you see your brothers are all here? Wait your turn. She spoiled him a lot, making it seem like he was an only child. I haven't finished talking yet. This time, it's an early distribution. If anything goes wrong, not only will I take back the things, but I will also teach you a lesson. After she finished speaking, several pairs of eyes looked at the couple of the 6th child. Their past mistakes were still fresh in everyone's mind. Li Xiao's scratches had long healed, but now she felt uncomfortable being stared at, almost unable to hold back and start complaining again. Fortunately, Zhao Yuanshuang wasn't forgetful for long. She secretly pinched Li Xiao to remind her to stay calm. Otherwise, they might lose their share of the gifts again this time. Thinking about the good things in Grandma's hands, Li Xiao finally held back her words. Over there, Chi Hongdo had already untied the cloth covering the basket in front of her and produced a black rough cloth bundle. Swish, swish. Chi Hongdo felt that the moment she revealed the bundle, the air seemed to spark with fire. TSK, TSK, not only women, but men's eyes also sparkled with excitement. This is from the old master. After commenting on the behavior of the men and women in the big house, Chi Hongdo opened the bundle. At times like this, just like giving out bonuses at the company year-end party, what is given out is meant to be seen. If people think cash is too small and not enough to look at, they also make large checks to attract attention. The goal is to give everyone a boost of energy. Inside the bundle were 5 plump eggs, 2 square handkerchiefs with small red flowers, 20 pieces of fruit candy, and a 1-foot-long piece of cloth. Tomorrow, when returning to my parents' house, each basket will also hold 20 persimmons. Our family hasn't had much better days, and we don't have many things. You all decide for yourselves. Zhao Yuanwen, after hearing his mother's praise, felt quite pleased and didn't think the items were few. Besides, they never had this treatment before, so how could they complain about being shortchanged? The items didn't seem many, but almost all the women noticed the 2 bright yellow handkerchiefs with small red flowers in Wang Xiaocao's hands. The old lady still had such good things. She was even willing to take them out and give to them. Wait, it wouldn't just be for the eldest sister-in-law, right? They were nervous inside, even forgetting to count the eggs, just hoping their share would also include 2 such bright, fresh handkerchiefs. In these days, after seeing so much dull, dusty color, it was hard to see a splash of brightness. Moreover, from just looking, the small handkerchiefs seemed to be made of fine cotton fabric. Just by sight, they knew they must be incredibly soft. Giving such a thing to a young girl as a dowry wouldn't be a loss. Seeing everyone's eyes focus on the handkerchiefs, Chi Hongdo remained calm and composed. She had already expected this. These handkerchiefs were custom-made at the cat-tail tailor shop. Each cost 1 gold coin and a dozen different patterns, 12 in total. When she received the handkerchiefs, she even picked one to keep for herself. Then he turned around and ordered 24 more. Small items are cheap and can be used to fool around, so Chi Hongdo thought it was better to make a few more just in case. And now they were needed. Small handkerchiefs are very cheap. Everyone in the family can have one. But Chi Hongdo knew clearly in her heart that these little things were as cheap as napkins to her, but once taken out, they were different. Look, the daughters-in-law couldn't take their eyes off those 2 small handkerchiefs. For the Mid-Autumn Festival, everything else was ready-made, with fabric left over from Grandma Zhao's previous stash, and candies bought from the supply store last time that were not finished. The eggs came from her home. Old Zhao kept 10 chickens, 1 rooster, and 9 hens. Every day, they collected 7 or 8 eggs, sometimes even 10, if they managed to gather a full basket. Every day, her granddaughters would gather the eggs and give them to her. She would pretend to take them into her room, but actually, she put them into her villa in the game. She stored the eggs in her game villa's kitchen to prevent mice from nibbling and to keep the eggs from spoiling in the heat. No one came into her room to count the eggs, anyway. And if she went to town, how many eggs were in a basket or how many were left, no one would know. Old Fifth's family had fewer candies than Old First's family, 10 less, but everything else was the same, including 2 small handkerchiefs. Oh, and the patterns on the handkerchiefs were different. Jiang Yun received a light blue one with 2 small white flowers about the size of a thumb on the edge. Jiang Yun loved pretty things and had never broken her red headband given by Zhao Yuya. She liked these 2 handkerchiefs very much. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Yun was very excited. These delicate handkerchiefs probably cost a lot if bought, and she knew that, so she was even happier. The remaining families, Old Sixth and Old Seventh, each had 1 less handkerchief compared to Old Fifth. Li Xiaoa and Kai Winli also received items and immediately took out their small handkerchiefs to feel them. They liked them very much. The men, though not fully understanding, knew that these things given to their wives were the result of their hard work and effort. Especially since each family received different items, the men silently measured Chi Hongdo's attitude toward them and wondered about their importance in Grandma Zhao's heart. As for the handkerchiefs, they didn't need them, but as long as the wives liked them, that was enough. Who wouldn't want to see a happy, peaceful home? Zhao also received his package. Mom, why don't I have a small handkerchief? Zhao certainly wouldn't use a small floral handkerchief anymore, but seeing the attitude of his sisters-in-law, Zhao who has recently been obsessed with the dream of getting rich, started to think carefully. He had no money at all and couldn't even gather initial funds for a side business. That small handkerchief looked like it had a good market. It would definitely sell. Earning a little profit was enough. He even thought he probably didn't need to ask around in the town, just find his second-rate friends, the ones with connections, and they would surely sell it. His little plan was working perfectly in his mind, but when he opened his bag, there wasn't even a trace of the handkerchief inside. You don't need a handkerchief anyway, and besides, can you compare what you do alone with what your brothers and sisters-in-law do? All he had was a piece of cloth about a foot long, 10 candies, and 3 eggs. That was all. Oh, and the persimmons at home could probably be eaten freely. But he couldn't just sit by the basket eating persimmons every day. He might get a stomach ache. Zhao Aimin had never felt so wrong before. This month, he worked every day in the fields, even if he didn't earn full points each day. He thought that this time, when they distributed things, he wouldn't be much behind his brothers. But what happened? His brothers got a share of the handkerchiefs, but he didn't because he didn't have a wife. Zhao Aimin really wanted to roll on the ground. But when he turned around, he met Chi Hongdo's eyes, and suddenly, he felt eye of luck. Mother, I didn't get a handkerchief, but I can probably get a pair of shoes, right? Look at my shoes. They're already so worn out I can't wear them anymore. Zhao Aimin lifted his foot to show Chi Hongdo. Indeed, the sole was coming apart. Shoes? Catching on to the key word, everyone in the family looked over. The best shoes in the Zhao family were cloth shoes. Most of the time, they just wore homemade straw sandals or went barefoot. No one had ever worn sneakers before, mainly because they had no tickets or money. They couldn't afford to buy them. Getting a little more than they should was definitely Zhao Aimin's talent. Chi Hongdo raised her eyelids, smiling kindly. Aimin has worked hard this month. He's earning enough points to support himself now, and I'm very pleased. In a few days, I'll go to town and buy each of you a pair of comfortable shoes. As Chi Hongdo spoke, she looked down at her own worn black cloth shoes that had been worn for years. This made Zhao's brothers, who had been excited about buying shoes, suddenly feel a bit of conscience. Zhao Aimin also shut his mouth. It wasn't because he suddenly felt guilty, but because he thought it was inconvenient to talk openly with so many people around. He would wait and find his mother alone later, sure he could get what he wanted. Zhao Yuanwen considers himself the oldest and does not compete with the youngest for food or clothing. He shows filial piety to Chi Hongdo. Mother, buy yourself a nice pair of shoes. Now, shoes need tickets, and those tickets are hard to get. We can go barefoot in the fields. Lu Zhao Yuan Shuang finds it annoying that the oldest is always eager to show filial piety first. Usually, the oldest quietly performs the most filial acts in front of their mother. Seventh, who remains silent, thinks to himself that their mother probably just found out from the youngest that he plans to buy shoes for himself, which is why she involved everyone. Otherwise, she wouldn't think of such a good thing for them. Fifth, following the oldest, agrees, mother, buy shoes for yourself. They are very careless about shoes. When working in the fields or planting rice, no one wears good shoes. Everyone goes barefoot. Anyway, right now, these troublesome sons seem to be behaving fairly well. Chi Hongdo feels she has gained another day of life. After distributing the items, she sends each of them back to their rooms. As for the daughters-in-law and daughters-in-law, they can bring back whatever they want. It's obvious what they have, maybe a few candies. Right now, who can eat mooncakes and bring them out as gifts? As long as they understand the meaning, that's enough. Chi Hongdo doesn't think these items are unworthy. It's better than nothing. Besides, Zhao's family isn't wealthy. In the main house, Wang Xiaochao holds 2 handkerchiefs, feeling very conflicted. She has 2 daughters-in-law and a daughter about to get married during the new year. Everyone likes such delicate handkerchiefs, but there aren't enough for everyone. In Lu Zhaowu's household, Jiang Yiyun is also very troubled. Although she currently has only 1 daughter-in-law, she has 2 daughters. She also wants a pretty handkerchief. Counting them up, 2 are not enough for everyone. The next day, Jiang Yiyun and Kai Wenli talk about her worries. Kai Wenli also treasures her beautiful handkerchief and understands Jiang Yiyun's dilemma. After thinking for a moment, she comes up with an idea. Trade your item with Li Xiaoa. She'll definitely exchange. Among the sisters-in-law, If anyone is willing to give up such a beautiful, delicate handkerchief, it can only be Li Xiaoa. For Li Xiaoa, the handkerchief is pretty and usable, but not practical for eating or wearing. If she had something to trade, Kai Wenli would even consider swapping her own. Of course, if she did, she would likely argue with Li Xiaoa. After considering, Zhang Yiyun thinks she is the most suitable to make the exchange. Jiyun Zhang listened to Lan Li Kai and suddenly had a bright idea. Yes, why didn't she think of that? She turned around and went inside to look for something to exchange for a handkerchief with Xiao Li. Zhao Yuanquan watched his wife from inside the room. The handkerchief had been put into a box under the bed. In southern provinces, it was customary for a bride to bring some items as dowry. Kai Wenli had 2 painted wooden boxes, mostly filled with her belongings and her family's possessions. Are you not taking the handkerchief back? In recent days, Zhao Yuanquan had heard his wife mention many times what to bring back to her parents as a gift. A few days ago, she took out a piece of cloth her mother gave her and put it back. Today, she looked at the handkerchief again and then put it away. He thought she wouldn't want to part with the fabric and would take the handkerchief home. But she didn't want to part with either. Kai Wenli rolled her eyes at her husband. They were good things. If her sister-in-law took them, she would feel guilty. She could just bring a couple of eggs and some candies for her parents to enjoy. The fabric could be kept for making clothes, and the floral handkerchief was for her own use. Couldn't she leave it for her daughter? Men tend to think simply and have simple minds. Kai Wenli snorted and sat on the bed. After a while, she couldn't resist and took out the handkerchief again to look at it. She thought, I don't need it, but I should take it to my parents' house tomorrow. At least to show off a bit and let her sister-in-law, who had no experience, open her eyes. Zhao Yuanquan squatted on the ground repairing a stool. Their house only had a bed, 2 wooden boxes under it, a small table, 2 small stools, and no cabinet. It was a simple place where you could see everything at a glance just from the doorway. Thinking about the things she would do when she returned to her parents' house tomorrow, Kai Wenli suddenly spoke. Such a beautiful handkerchief. How did your mother get it? She even gave us some. Zhao Yuanquan shook his head. Mother keeps her things well. No one in the family probably knows how many things she has. And what those things are, no one knew. Kai Wenli thought about it and agreed. Her mother-in-law was really fierce and capable. Otherwise, how could she have such a big family? Forget it. Her current skills weren't enough to deal with her mother-in-law. She decided not to think about calculating her mother-in-law's belongings anymore. She should learn from her eldest sister-in-law. Whatever the mother-in-law gave, she should accept honestly. If she talked behind her back and the mother-in-law heard, she might end up like Xiao Li. Today, Kai Wenli noticed that during her mother-in-law's scolding, her eyes kept looking at Li Xiaoyi. If Li Xiaoyi had done anything wrong today, she probably wouldn't have had the handkerchief. Why did Li Xiaoyi manage to hold back today? Kai Wenli felt a bit regretful about it. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, except for Li Xiaoyi, all the daughters-in-law went to their parents' homes. Everyone knew about Lin Chuyu's situation. It was understandable that she didn't go home. While other girls went back, the daughters of the Zhao family didn't make any moves. Qi Hongdo sent away Zhao Aimin, who kept bothering her with mid-autumn gifts and sneakers, and sat at the door. She saw Grandma Motzi walking towards her house, holding something that seemed to be shining. No way. Qi Hongdo squinted and greeted Grandma Motzi. Old sister, what delicious food is being made at home today? It was almost lunchtime, and smoke was rising from every household. The Zhao family's kitchen was busy too. Grandma Motzi came over smiling and chatted with Qi Hongdo. My daughter came from the neighboring county to see me. She brought a lot of things. I feel that having a daughter is different from having a son. Daughters are caring, bringing sweets and oil, really willing to spend money on me, this old bones of mine. While talking, Grandma Motzi occasionally tugged at her clothes. Her clothes were old with patches, but the thing in her hand was different. Qi Hongdo asked, "Oh, old sister, is that also a gift from your daughter?" In the sunlight from a distance, the shine was dazzling. When you got closer, it was clear. Grandma Motzi was holding a wide copper thimble, used for sewing, worn on the finger. Chi Hongdo didn't expect that Grandma Motzi could wear a copper thimble that looked like a gold ring. But clearly, Grandma Motzi was proud of the filial piety from her daughter. Otherwise, she wouldn't come out to show off just before mealtime. Chi Hongdo praised her. Wow, that brand new thimble looks beautiful. It looks like you're wearing a gold ring. Nowadays, who would wear a gold ring? Maybe the wives of officials or the county head's wife, but not them. The needle and thread might seem small and insignificant, but buying such things wasn't easy. In the city, you could buy them easily when you went out. But in the countryside, people couldn't go to the city every day. Sometimes, if they urgently needed to sew or mend something and couldn't find what they needed, they had to borrow from neighbors. Although this thing is small, it is very useful. Grandma Motzi nodded proudly, then praised her daughter enthusiastically along with Chi Hongdo and seemingly casually mentioned the daughters who married from old Zhao's family. Where is your girl? What did she bring back for you? The question sounded normal, but Grandma Motzi knew very well inside that none of old Zhao's 4 daughters who married out had visited today. Grandma Motzi was just here to watch the joke. It's not that Grandma Motzi is particularly mean, but it's human nature. People tend to hate others and smile at them, which is common everywhere. Chi Hongdo chuckled. My old arms and legs aren't in bad shape. Everything at home is fine. No need for them to come all this way just to worry. At least it's Mid-Autumn Festival. How can they not come back? Hearing this, Grandma Motzi immediately understood what was going on. Her tone grew a bit emotional, and her gossiping eyes couldn't hide her curiosity. Oh, it's getting late now. I'll go see how the food in the kitchen is coming along. Today is a festival, and we cooked a big pot of plain rice. Don't let it burn or waste. By the way, older sister, what are you eating today? Your daughter is so thoughtful, coming all this way. Did she kill a chicken for you? Chi Hongdo looked at Grandma Motzi eagerly, as if she was already standing at her kitchen door waiting to eat. Grandma Motzi suddenly fell silent. Eating plain rice and killing chickens, it's Mid-Autumn Festival, not New Year. Big sister really is generous. No sweet potatoes mixed into the rice? Grandma Motzi didn't quite believe it, since old lady Zhao was known to be quite stingy. Could they really cook a big pot of rice for Mid-Autumn Festival? Chi Hongdo said, it's cooking in the kitchen. Why would I lie to you? Want to come in and see? By the way, how many chickens did you kill today? Your daughter doesn't come back often, so you must treat her well. Grandma Motzi thought she was seeing ghosts. If her daughter came back, could she really be killing chickens? Just some sweet potato porridge and a little pickled radish would be enough. The conversation couldn't go on. First she asked if they killed chickens, and now she was asking how many. If she kept asking, everyone would think her daughter was back and they had a feast fit for an emperor. Grandma Motzi struggled to move her clumsy legs and left. Or you could say she ran away. It's really impressive how old Zhao's family is. Her daughters are nowhere to be seen, and the 3 granddaughters who married out still haven't been seen either. It is clear how harsh the living conditions are for old Zhao's daughters. Otherwise, what kind of woman wouldn't want to stay close to her family? At noon, when it was time to eat, only 2 of the 3 granddaughters returned. Li Xiao watched her older sister and younger sister happily chatting with their children, and she looked at Zhao Yuxiu at the door sweeping, with her eyes not quite focused. Zhao Yuxiu was very calm. Her sister Zhao Yulan's husband was not good, and when she left home, her sister left empty-handed. Zhao Yulan had no real attachment to this family. It felt like leaving old Zhao's house and those relatives was just like passing by strangers, no difference at all. Zhao Yuxiu knew this very well, but she thought her own mother, Li Xiao, might not be as clear. Wang Xiaochao was honest and gentle, with a caring heart. When she saw her daughter Zhao Xuxia after a long time, she was genuinely happy. She had gone back to her parents' house early in the morning, brought some small gifts, and then returned. She missed her daughter and, after not seeing her for a long time, wondered how she was doing, so she hurried back. Jiang Yun had lunch at her parents' house, then sent a wild chicken given by Zhao Yuanwu, along with some sugar, and after chatting with her family, she was ready to leave. The eldest daughter of the 5th household, Zhao Yueying, and her mother arrived back at old Zhao's house just after her. Naturally, There was a touching moment of mother and daughter embracing, with tears flowing. Today, old Zhao's family didn't kill a chicken. They had a bowl of loofah and egg soup, a large plate of stir-fried hollow vegetables, a dish of salted beans, and a plate of salted fish. This salted fish was originally hanging from the beam in a room, and the cured meat remained untouched, but this was the last piece of salted fish. The salted fish had a strong flavor, and Chi Hongdo thought it was best to eat it. All in all, there were 4 dishes, less than a full chicken stew, but still quite high quality. Most importantly, there was a big pot of plain white rice. Zhao Xuxia and Zhao Yueying hadn't been back to their parents' house for a long time and were surprised to see how much the family's cooking had improved. Looking at the egg drop in the loofah and egg soup, it was clear that at least 3 or 4 eggs had been used. Then, they looked at the shiny green vegetables in the stir-fry, the salted fish, and finally, the bowl of rice. "Mom, did we find money at home?" Zhao Yueying, inheriting Zhao Yuanwu's loud voice, was naturally spirited and bold in her words and actions. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuxia only dared to quietly ask Wang Xiaoqiao, afraid of drawing Chi Hongdo's attention, not daring to speak loudly. "This girl, how does she speak like that?" Jiang Yun quickly pinched her daughter and then smiled at everyone, saying, "Yueying is missing home." She quickly changed the subject. In fact, the reason the granddaughters returned late was because they all thought of going together. In the past, Grandma Zhao often scolded them at home for wasting food, even though it was the Mid-Autumn festival meant for family reunion. Since the Zhao family hadn't split up, if they hurried back to eat at Grandma Zhao's house, she might complain even more. The granddaughters knew this well, so they chose to arrive a bit later. Unexpectedly, today the Zhao family ate late, and there were no boiled vegetables or mixed grain rice on the table, only good dishes and fine rice. It's no wonder Yueying said they found money at home, but you can't spend money you didn't earn like that. She felt guilty about spending her own money, but if she found someone else's money, she would spend it freely. Zhao Yuxia brought back a basket of yellow eels, arranged by the men at home. Eels are good for health. Even if not greasy, they can be boiled and eaten, and they are meat after all. There's a saying in the countryside that eels are very nourishing. Yueying carried back 5 jin of cornmeal. She was busy at her in-laws' place, working harder than her husband and earning more, so her voice carried more weight. She thought of her own mother, who seemed clever but was actually soft and easy to bully. She hadn't seen her for half a year and wondered how she was doing. She specially brought grain, hoping that her grandmother, seeing the 5 jin of cornmeal, would give her and her mother a good impression. But now, holding the large bowl of rice Jiang Yun had served her and the vegetables she kept piling into her bowl, Yueying's doubts deepened. Her mother did all this while her grandmother sat at the main seat, watching the overly abundant food in front of her, but didn't say a word. It was too strange. Next to her, Zhao Yuxia was also trembling. Would her grandmother beat her if she ate all this? Chi Hongdo pretended not to notice the whispered conversations around the table. She coughed and said, "Eat." Immediately, everyone quieted down and started eating. After finishing their meal, the sisters-in-law quickly washed the dishes and utensils. Jiang Yun pulled her daughter aside to the room, first explaining the family situation to Zhao Yueying. Zhao Yuxia also whispered with Wang Xiaoqiao while tidying up the vegetable patch behind the house. After some heartfelt talk between the 2 mother-daughter pairs, both granddaughters felt dizzy. Grandma was still the fierce one, but it seemed she was starting to be willing to eat more. Faced with her daughter's confusion, the 2 mothers, who also didn't fully understand, pushed the timeline back and talked about the story of old Lu and his wife dividing the family, and how the elderly lady had been lying in bed for 3 days. It was clear this was a big event, and the 2 granddaughters listened very attentively. "Look at this handkerchief, isn't it pretty? Is the color bright enough?" Jiang Yun took out 3 handkerchiefs. Yes, she had exchanged one from Li Xiaoa for 3 Mao coins. Her 2 handkerchiefs were light blue, and Li Xiaoa's was light green, both fresh and lovely colors. Zhao Yueying saw the smile on her own mother's face and knew how much she liked them. "These were all given to you by Grandma." Jiang Yun showed Zhao Yueying the fabric and candies, but mainly focused on the beautiful little handkerchief in her hand. "Look, which one do you like?" Jiang Yiyun naturally favored her daughter, especially because Zhao Yueying was her first child. As a new mother, she couldn't help but love her first daughter. Her daughter was very caring and obedient from the start, never causing trouble, which saved Jiang Yiyun a lot of trouble. Before Zhao Yueying was 2 months old and had a name, her maternal uncle came to visit. He was a simple farmer, holding his lovely and adorable niece, almost reluctant to put her down. He thought it would be nice if she was his own daughter and wished he could take her home. The Jiang family had 2 generations of strong males and weak females. When the family gathered, it was full of lively young men. Jiang Yiyun had 3 older brothers and a younger brother, plus 4 uncles. She was the only girl in her generation. If not for this situation, Jiang Yiyun wouldn't have been able to get a job at a brick factory through her family's influence. Her brother-in-law wanted to take his niece home, and he had good reasons. Everyone could see that her sister's mother-in-law favored boys. These days, many secretly drowned female infants. Jiang's eldest brother-in-law thought that since the little girl was so pretty and already 2 months old, her sister's mother-in-law hadn't even given her a name, which showed she didn't like her. Worried that her niece might be mistreated by her cruel grandmother-in-law, he told his sister that he might as well take her home. Since they were all family, he had 4 sons, and he could raise his niece as his own daughter. He promised he wouldn't mistreat her. But Jiang Yiyun couldn't bear to part with her. When her tiny baby girl blew bubbles at her, she would be happily surprised for a long time. She gave birth to her daughter after 10 months of pregnancy. Even though she knew her brother's words were true, that her daughter might be better off with her brother than staying at old Zhao's house, Jiang Yiyun still couldn't let go. You see, a daughter raised like this, who grows up to be so sensible and filial, how could Jiang Yiyun not be biased? So she took out a small handkerchief and chose one for her daughter. She decided that whatever her daughter liked, she would give her. Although Zhao Yueying looked brave and spirited, she wasn't a tomboy. She liked pretty, delicate things naturally. But when she saw how precious her own mother thought of her, she shook her head. "I work in the fields all day. I don't need this." Jiang Yiyun glanced at her eldest daughter. "Do you sleep in the fields at night too?" There should be some free time, and after busy farming, they also needed to prepare for winter. When the time came, even if there was work in the fields, it wouldn't be much. Would she still want to be as messy at home as in the fields? "Do you like this color?" Jiang Yiyun didn't listen to her eldest daughter. How could anyone dislike a good thing? Maybe she just thought there wasn't enough of it. She compared a blue and a green handkerchief, looked at them for a long time, and finally decided on the light blue one with white flowers for her daughter. This color was easy on the eyes and suited her daughter well. Zhao Yuyue quietly peeked through in the door. When Jiang Yiyun heard the noise and turned around, she saw her daughter sneaking around there, so grown up, yet acting like a little kid. Jiang Yiyun chuckled and scolded, "Come in if you want." It looked nice stuck in the door. Zhao Yuyue giggled foolishly and slipped inside. She was afraid her mother was still crying with her sister. Both Zhao Yuyue and Zhao Yueying were a bit afraid of Jiang Yiyun's tearful, emotional nature. When she cried, it was scary, as if she had committed some unforgivable sin. Zhao Yueying gently touched her sister's small head and pinched her cheek. "You've gained some weight." Although it was just a little as her elder sister, she noticed immediately. Zhao Yuyue held her own small face, which had 2 little blush spots, and giggled. "I noticed too. Recently, she'd been able to eat well, and was growing taller. Her body absorbed nutrients well, so she naturally gained a little weight." Of course, in old Zhao's family, no matter who gained weight, it didn't matter if they looked fat. It just meant they didn't look as frighteningly thin anymore. And she no longer looked like her eyes were glowing green from hunger, which was quite scary. Zhao Yueying mainly went back to her mother's house because she was worried about her mother and sister. Now that she saw they were doing well, she felt much more at ease. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand what was going on with her grandmother. After Jiang Yiyun talked with Zhao Yuyue and her eldest daughter for a while, she took a piece of candy from her pocket and handed it to Zhao Yuyue to send her away. Some words are not suitable for young girls to hear. Zhao Yuya happily took the candy, walking away carefree, not thinking about keeping an eye out or eavesdropping on her mother and sister's private talk. She simply wasn't that clever. Zhao Yueying didn't trust Jiang Yun, and Jiang Yun didn't trust her either. The eldest daughter had been married for 3 years, and she still hadn't become pregnant. Jiang Yun was anxious, but dared not ask her daughter directly, afraid of upsetting her. Being unable to have children after 3 years of marriage was a topic that people in the community would gossip about. Maybe you should go to a big city hospital to check, get your team leader to write a referral letter, and just say you're going for a checkup. Jiang Yun spoke carefully. She didn't want to pressure her daughter, but if they kept delaying, her daughter's in-laws would definitely have something to say. A mother couldn't bear to think of such a situation, afraid her heart would break. Zhao Yueying paused and shook her head at Jiang Yun. Let's wait and see. Going to the hospital wasn't the best solution. It would be too noisy, and when they asked the team leader for a referral, they'd have to explain the reason. Even if they didn't say outright that they were checking for pregnancy, people would guess. Because the referral had to specify the purpose, knowing they were going to the hospital would make people suspicious. Also, their family wasn't wealthy, and going to the hospital would cost money Zhao Yueying couldn't afford to spend. She was a simple, hard-working, and thrifty girl who didn't want her mother to worry or her in-laws to be troubled. So she thought it might be better to wait and see. Maybe it was just not the right time yet. Since her daughter said that, Jiang Yun couldn't do anything but hope silently that the right time would come soon. Zhao Yueying's 5 gene of cornmeal was given to Qi Hongdou. The old Zhao family's rule was that everything had to go through Qi Hongdou first, then she would store it and distribute it later. Mother looks much better now. Her complexion is good, and she's much more energetic. Does your leg still hurt? I heard that someone over at Laohaqiao makes traditional medicated plasters that are good for rheumatism, but they're hard to find. If I get some, I'll bring them to you. Zhao Yueying is not a fussing person. She speaks clearly and simply, and she is honest and straightforward. When she talks to Qi Hongdou about these things, she shows no hint of dismissiveness. Honestly, this is the first time in days at old Zhao's house that Qi Hongdou has heard such caring words. She feels unexpectedly touched. Who doesn't like to be cared for? No one is a fool, constantly thinking of fighting the world or being suspicious of everyone. Zhao Yueying has always been like this, brave and generous, kind to everyone in the family. She knows her grandmother is strong-willed, but the old lady in front of her, with her back slightly hunched and small stature, has been the main support of the Zhao family since she can remember. Qi Hongdou doesn't want to say anything sad to her or worry her, but as a younger family member, it's right for her to show concern. Qi Hongdou nods. Although she now visits both traditional Chinese and Western medicine at the convenience hospital every day, and every few days she does acupuncture and herbal baths using old methods, she still accepts her granddaughter's care. Then please keep an eye out for me, she says, meaning if she can find some medicated plasters, she will bring some back. Zhao Yueying agrees, okay. Grandma, take good care of yourself. I'll head back now. Because the roads are difficult and muddy, Zhao Yueying carries 5 gene of cornmeal and walks 2 hours to Hongqi Brigade. It will take another 2 hours to return. She spends most of the day on the road, even though she says she's visiting her parents for a day. She just wants to go home early and help with chores. After talking with Qi Hongdou, she plans to leave. Qi Hongdou says, take this to eat. All right, let's go. After leaving Hongqi Brigade, Zhao Yueying reaches into her pocket and pulls out a handful of candies. She checks one pocket, then the other, and finds another handful of candies and a pretty light blue handkerchief, one given by Qi Hongdou, the other by Jiang Yun. Both are married women, yet Zhao Yueying didn't expect her mother and grandmother to stuff candies into her pocket. She thinks, really, I'm not a little kid like Zhao Yuya, who never grew up. She thinks this, but honestly, she's never carried so much candy in her pocket before. She feels like she's never been so rich, as if a wave of sweetness surrounds her. Suddenly, she feels her nose sting a little, but she quickens her steps toward her in-laws' house. Life keeps chasing her, and she still has many things to do. She doesn't dare stop and rest. As the eldest grandchild, Zhao Yuxia is a perfect example of a big sister who acts like a mother. Since childhood, she has stood on a small stool at the stove helping with cooking and chores, taking care of her younger brothers and sisters at home, washing clothes, cooking, and cutting pig grass without complaint, more hardworking than an old ox. No matter how many tasks she does, she never takes credit or talks about what she has done or what she has sacrificed. She fully inherited Wang Xiaocao's gentle and honest nature. Because of this, Zhao Yuxia truly has no temper at all. Anyone can say a few words to her, and she won't argue or fight back. She has never argued or lost her temper with anyone since she was young. Looking at her granddaughter, Sunflower, who always habitually stares at her toes when she speaks, Chi Hongdo feels a bit headache. This kind of personality benefits those around her, but she herself can't expect to gain anything good. Also, Zhao Yuxia and Zhao Yueying have very different personalities. Just after seeing a granddaughter who is easy to get along with and speaks kindly, Chi Hongdo can't ignore the gap between the two. But personality development doesn't happen overnight, and it's probably very hard to change Zhao Yuxia's character. Seeing her granddaughter radiate an aura of being easy to talk to and easy to bully, Chi Hongdo rubbed her forehead. Considering the face of a basket of eels, she also handed Zhao Yuxia a handful of candies. They didn't come empty-handed, and there's no need for them to leave empty-handed. Under the pressure of Chi Hongdo's gaze, Zhao Yuxia nervously accepted a handful of candies and left. It was really the first time she went back to her parents' home and received something from her own grandmother. After Zhao Yuxia was surprised, she couldn't help feeling a bit happy inside. She is someone who naturally magnifies any kindness she receives. If someone gives her a little good, she automatically thinks it's 20 times better. Especially this time, returning to her parents' home, she not only ate rice, but her mother didn't scold her, and she was given a handful of candies. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuxia, now a mother of two, showed a gentle, happy smile on her face. After the two granddaughters left to visit their parents, the Mid-Autumn Festival at Old Zhao's house was basically coming to an end. None of the four daughters came back. Chi Hongdo recalled the stories about the four daughters from Grandma Zhao's memory and felt something was wrong. It was expected that the eldest, Zhao Darong, wouldn't come. But what about the other three?
Mom.
When will you buy me my sneakers? Zhao Aimin was feeling very frustrated. He couldn't even enjoy eating rice today because his shoes had a broken sole and he couldn't wear them. Today, when he returned barefoot, he ran into one of his lazy friends. The other person found a pair of leather shoes somewhere. Although they were a bit big, they looked very impressive on his feet. Immediately, Zhao Aimin's eyes were drawn to them. After returning home, Zhao Aimin felt very upset. Even someone like Go Sheng had a pair of leather shoes, but what about his own white sneakers? Before, he had a higher status than Go Sheng in the second-rate group, but now, after working on the farm for a month, he was exhausted from the sun and wind, his hair was cut, and his image was gone. His status had also dropped below Go Sheng's. Thinking about this made Zhao Aimin feel uncomfortable all over, like he had thorns inside him. He didn't like feeling oppressed. He remembered his mother saying she would buy him shoes in town soon, but he didn't know exactly when. So he decided to push her a little. If that didn't work, he could ask for money and buy shoes himself in town. He made up his mind and squatted next to Chi Hongdo's chair, whining and acting cute. Chi Hongdo felt like there was a little dog circling around his feet. Seeing how angry the dog was about a pair of shoes, he gently tapped its head with a broken fan handle. I'll go to town tomorrow. Really? Recently, his mother often delayed buying things for him, making him confused and sometimes requiring him to do extra work. Zhao Aimin didn't expect her to be so agreeable this time. He quickly thought of a plan and tentatively asked, Mom, can I rest for a few days and not go to the fields? He learned to be clever and didn't directly refuse to work. Instead, he suggested taking a break for a few days. Chi Hongdo looked at his son with a half-smile. A few days of rest? How many days do you want? Huh. Is there a chance? Zhao Aimin's eyes lit up again, and he boldly asked, maybe 7 or 8 days. Half a month would be fine, but Zhao Aimin wasn't foolish enough to ask for that much. Still, 7 or 8 days was quite a lot, and he started planning again. Oh, you want to rest for 7 or 8 days? Chi Hongdo's smile stayed the same, but inside she was thinking, he's really daring. A whole week or more. Why not just say until the end of the year, right before the new year? At this moment, Zhao Aimin realized he might have said too much. Then, how about 5 days? He touched the suddenly cold back of his neck, counted on his fingers, and started lowering his demands. 5 days? Chi Hongdo's eyelids didn't even flicker. 3 days. 3 days should be fine, right, Mom? Hee hee. Mom, I am your real son. Look at how tired I am from working this month. 3 days is too long, but 2 days should be okay, right? Don't want to wear me out completely. Phew, still calling me precious. He really knows how to flatter himself. But at this moment, Chi Hongdo finally relented. 2 days. When Zhao Aimin heard that Chi Hongdo agreed, even if only for 2 days, he thought to himself that since he had agreed to give him a break, maybe he could negotiate further. Before he could speak, Chi Hongdo interrupted him first. 2 days off is perfect. You can also visit your third, fourth, and eighth sisters.
Huh? Why?
All 3 sisters are married far away. If he visits all 3, he won't have time to rest in these 2 days. There's no time even to travel. Zhao Aimin didn't want to go. It sounded exhausting. And why was Mom suddenly talking about his sisters? Usually, she acts like they don't exist. Are you stupid? Your sisters won't come back for the Mid-Autumn Festival. How can I look good in front of others if I don't see my daughters during the holiday? After what happened with your eldest uncle's family, if people find out your sisters didn't come home for the festival, they'll laugh at us, right? Just visit them briefly, as a gesture. It'll help us speak better outside in the future, won't it? Mom's doing it for you. She even checked the pig pen while buying a pig. If our family's reputation is good, your future mother-in-law will be less picky. Although no one knew where Zhao Aimin's future mother-in-law was, Chi Hongdo kept trying to paint a rosy picture for him. Even if Zhao Aimin didn't know what his future wife looked like, with Chi Hongdo's stories, he felt she must be a beauty in the village. To marry such a beautiful girl, his future mother-in-law would definitely make things difficult. The family's reputation and image are definitely considerations. So, it turns out Mom is still thinking about me. Zhao Aimin scratched his head. Should he go or not? Mom, what about my sneakers? Chi Hongdo, you're my precious son. If I don't give you your sneakers, who else would? Don't worry, I'll buy you a new pair tomorrow when I go to town. Mom, you're so kind. Zhao Aimin was overjoyed to get a definite answer. Forget it. It's just a trip to visit a few sisters. Walking is better than working in the fields, right? Let's go. She sent Zhao Aimin to see the daughters, and Chi Hongdo went back inside to pack her things. She also treated herself to a cup of watermelon bubble milk tea. Few people in the Red Flag team grow watermelons in their own vegetable gardens, and it's rare for Chi Hongdo to want to eat watermelon in the hot weather. It's better to rely on herself. Drinking ice-cold watermelon bubble tea inside is more refreshing. She decided to send Zhao Aimin to see the daughters because Zhao Aimin had worked for a month. If she didn't let him go out for a break, he might give up. Then, her plans wouldn't work anymore. Another reason was that it was strange none of the 4 daughters came back for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The eldest daughter only visits when she has nothing else to do, and she prefers to work for the government now rather than for others. Not coming back was expected, but the 3rd, 4th, and 8th daughters had all come back before. Plus, Chi Hongdo had met some folks from Chunshan team in town before, so she planned to send someone to check on them. This was a good chance to send Zhao Aimin to look around. Nowadays, family conflicts rarely lead to divorce. People generally don't like their daughters to marry far away because if something happens, they can't easily visit. Although rural customs are simple and good, many people are uneducated about laws and policies. The country is still developing and focusing on progress, so educating the people isn't a priority now. So, even if it's just to pass a message to the daughters, Chi Hongdo decided to let Zhao Aimin go. No matter which sister's house he visits, the family will give him some respect because of his status as her younger brother-in-law. Chi Hongdo's health had improved this month. With a mix of traditional and modern treatments, her old cold legs no longer felt cold, and her Yaojilaosun, lower back muscle strain, had eased a lot. She also bought a health pill suitable for her body at the pharmacy, recommended by an old Chinese medicine NPC. She wondered if it was related to the famous ginseng nourishing pill. Chi Hongdo thought broadly. But she could really feel her body warm and cozy after taking it. Not the hot feeling from the sun, but a comfortable, hot spring-like sensation. When her body is healthy, her mood is good. And she didn't need to work in the fields anymore. She could just give orders if needed. For a moment, she felt like she was retired early and living a peaceful life. Although her body was truly aging now, from another perspective, this experience was unique and special. In his pocket, he carried some money and tickets. Chi Hongdo, being the first free person of old Zhao's family, strolled into town. Earlier, during the big cleaning and laundry day, Chi Hongdo clearly saw that old Zhao's family only had a few stiff, thick quilts. The northern households have heated Kong beds, but in the southern province, people rely on shaking blankets to stay warm in winter. Widow Wong from the village once said no one doubted those who froze to death because winters are really cold. In winter, people wash clothes in the pond, where the ice is so thick it needs to be chopped open with an axe to see the water. When the snow falls heavily, it can reach waist deep, or rather, adult waist. Although Chi Hongdo can go into her small villa, which stays warm all year round, she can't stay hidden away all the time. And she doesn't want to wear those too old, torn cotton-padded jackets from Grandma Zhao. After the busy harvest season, during the winter break, it's time to prepare cotton-filled quilts and winter clothes. But buying cotton isn't easy. It's limited and requires tickets. Old Zhao's family hasn't made new quilts with cotton for years. She plans to ask around in town to find a place that still makes cotton quilts, so she won't be caught unprepared. Thinking about it, she realizes she still has many things to do. Today was a fulfilling day, and she didn't get angry at unworthy descendants, which made it even better. Usually, visiting someone means bringing a small gift, like a bird's egg, which is better than going empty-handed. But Zhao Aimin is not an ordinary person. He's very thick-skinned. He thought, I'll just visit my sisters, and left with empty hands. The old lady raised him as her precious egg. Even if her brothers and sisters didn't like him deep down, they treated him well on the surface. He rarely provokes Zhao Aimin. Even the nephews and nieces at home tend to be considerate of this little uncle. So, Zhao Aimin confidently considers himself the old lady's favorite, and there's a reason for that. Plus, his older brothers and sisters are much older, and no one has the patience to argue over trivial matters with a little kid. His brother's love or dislike isn't obvious, but his three older sisters, especially the eldest sister and the eldest brother Zhao Yuanwen, are like a dragon and phoenix twin, and they are 20 years older than Zhao Aimin. When he was born, the eldest sister was already married and didn't often visit home, so Zhao Aimin has little impression of her. But his other three sisters, second, fourth, and eighth, are very kind to him. They always think of him when they have good things. Zhao Aimin thought maybe this time, visiting his sisters' homes, he might find some good things. First, he went to his third sister's house, which was nearby. On the way to Zhao Chunhua's place, he ran into the wandering troublemaker Go Sheng. Hey, not working in the fields today? Go Sheng, with a small nose and eyes, dark skin, and a somewhat look, spoke with a sneaky expression. He was the kind of person that young women and wives would avoid seeing on the street. I earn my own work points to support myself. It's hard, but worth it. Zhao Aimin, wearing straw sandals, adjusted his collar and tried not to look at Go Sheng's shiny, slightly oversized leather shoes. Honestly, he asked where Go Sheng got them, but Go Sheng didn't say. He just wanted to tease him. But that's okay. Tonight, his mother would bring him new sneakers. Zhao Aimin held his chin high, giving Go Sheng a look that said, "We're not on the same level anymore," using words that sounded impressive and lofty when he talked about Chi Hongdo. Go Sheng looked at him with a face that seemed like he'd stepped in dog. Everyone is a troublemaker. Everyone knows each other. Are hard work, independence, and diligence really related to them? Are you possessed? Go Sheng looked at Zhao Aimin suspiciously, wondering if he had gone crazy after a month of working in the sun. Looking at his old friend's face, which was now much darker, he thought maybe he had. The Zhao family had good genes. Zhao Aimin inherited his pale skin from his unknown father and had a cheerful, sunny face. As a kid, he was loved by everyone and quite charming. But as he grew up, he changed and became a troublemaker. Goshen looked him over from head to toe, feeling more and more like he was seeing a ghost. His hair was cut, his face was darker, and even his gaze at people was off. If not possessed, then what? I know an old shamaness behind the mountain. Maybe I can introduce you to her, Goshen whispered, sneaking around. Nowadays, people avoid superstitions and old ghosts, but in the countryside, seeking medical help is difficult, so most people still turn to spirits and gods. Praying and asking for luck has been part of Chinese culture for thousands of years, and it's impossible to completely eliminate it. Goshen's words made Zhao Aimin roll his eyes. What nonsense! I'm doing better than ever, okay? Look at the old vest Dogsheng is wearing. His ribs are clearly visible on his chest. Zhao Aimin suddenly understood. Dogsheng is jealous of himself. At home, he eats well and drinks happily. When he wants to work, he works. When he doesn't, his mother lets him rest. She even buys him sneakers. What about Dogsheng? His family is very poor, one of the poorest. But he is not the type to work hard and settle down. The more miserable he is, the lazier he becomes. He thinks being a laid-back person is better than working hard in the fields. That's how it is for Dogsheng. Now that I've improved my thinking, I have nothing in common with Dogsheng, Zhao Aimin thought darkly, then decided to leave directly. He was tired of arguing with Dogsheng. Hey, wait, I haven't finished talking. Don't you want to know where my sneakers came from? Last time, Dogsheng showed off his sneakers in front of Zhao Aimin. Zhao Aimin asked where they came from, but Dogsheng didn't say. It's not because he's good at keeping secrets, but because he wanted to act big and deliberately tease Zhao Aimin. After many days, Dogsheng had enough fun pretending and couldn't hold it in anymore. He pulled Zhao Aimin aside and muttered something, making Zhao Aimin's eyes widen in surprise. Really? No one saw? No one cares? He kept asking questions, showing how anxious he was. Dogsheng smiled happily. He wanted this effect. Bro, I plan to go back to the county again in a few days. Do you want to come with me? Dogsheng encouraged Zhao Aimin. Zhao Aimin felt very tempted. The sneakers on Dogsheng's feet were brought back from the county, or more precisely, they were picked up. Dogsheng didn't know exactly when he sneaked into the county. When he was wandering around, he saw people fighting over shoes. The shoes on his feet were just picked up for free. The couple who were paraded around seemed to have some status, and many people came to watch, which caused some chaos. Dogsheng took the opportunity to pick up a pair of sneakers for free. He didn't mind that they had been worn by someone else. Anyway, he had never worn such good shoes in his life. What does it matter if someone else wore them? They're leather shoes. So he just took them home and showed off to the village. He got a good deal once, and Dogsheng kept thinking about going back to the county again. Now, with strict controls everywhere, Dogsheng had to find a way to avoid people when he went. When wandering in the county, he had to stay hidden so no one would realize he was just a casual person. Dogsheng was thinking about going alone, but with only 2 eyes, he couldn't watch everything. Sometimes there were patrols on the street, so he wanted to find someone to go with him. Luckily, Zhao Aimin came to offer help. Honestly, Zhao Aimin hadn't gone out for a while and was very interested. He believed his luck was better than Dogsheng's, and maybe if he went to the county, he could find some good things, perhaps even better than Dogsheng's leather shoes. How about it? Are you going or not? Dogsheng urged Zhao Aimin. Actually, I'm free today too. Want to go together now? Zhao Aimin almost nodded immediately. Dogsheng's suggestion was very tempting. Qi Hongdo went to the town, listening carefully as she walked. She didn't rush to ask questions right away. Instead, she listened to what people around her were saying to gauge where she might find clues. She was an old woman with gray hair, wearing simple rough cloth clothes, carrying a basket covered with cloth. She moved slowly along the street, looking unremarkable, so most people didn't pay attention to her. Although southern provinces didn't produce as much cotton as the Guangdong area, they still grew some. Because the government called on farmers to sell patriotic cotton, the southern provinces also had cotton delivery quotas. There were several ways to buy cotton, such as requisition, unified purchase, assigned purchase, pre-purchase, and exchange purchase, and these methods changed frequently based on official documents and actual needs. This month, cotton in the southern provinces was in the peak harvesting period. Due to current farming levels, cotton yields weren't high, and each team had tight quotas for patriotic cotton. Farmers found it difficult to gather cotton. Picking cotton in the fields was even harder. By October, although the weather was still hot, it was late summer turning into early autumn. Every morning at dawn, people went into the fields to pick cotton. The dew still clung to the cotton leaves on the ridges, and within 10 minutes of going out, their clothes were almost soaked with dew, making them very uncomfortable. But the worst part wasn't the dew. Because pesticides were common and the quality of cotton seeds was poor, the fields were full of cotton bollworms, fat, plump bugs that made their homes in the cotton plants. They would crawl around, and stepping on the plants often crush several bugs at once. After working in the fields for half a day, people would go home covered in bugs, on their clothes, shoes, and even in their hair. This work was exhausting and made people dizzy and tired, and it was very unpleasant. While picking cotton, my fingers could be pricked and bleed from the sharp shells outside the cotton. The pure white, plump, and soft cotton is quite adorable, isn't it? There are countless cotton boll insects that are even fatter and softer than the cotton itself. The work in the field is never finished, leaving you no time to even scream from the goosebumps. Chi Hongdo feels grateful that she doesn't have to go to the field. Otherwise, with the toll it takes on her life, she probably wouldn't want it at all. It's too hard. Later, she still needs to figure out how to deal with the cotton. The family doesn't have thick blankets, and the old lady doesn't have warm, thick cotton-padded jackets. In winter, she just wears whatever she has. Removing cotton is an old craft. Skilled cotton-picking artisans might even pass down this skill through generations. Chi Hongdo pays close attention and finds a nearby house of an experienced cotton-picking master. Since she can't tell exactly where it is, she knocks on a door, pretending to ask for water, and chats with the old lady inside. Soon, she figures out which house is the cotton-picking workshop. At the end of the street, there's an unremarkable single-story house. The dark wooden door bears signs of wind and rain, making it look older than Chi Hongdo herself. She knocks on the door. "Who's there?" A child's voice answers. Chi Hongdo clears her throat. "Is Master Zheng at home?" The old lady's voice sounds weak, which makes the child inside less nervous. Inside, old Zheng hears this and comes to open the door. "Young lady, are you looking for me?" An energetic-looking old man sizes up Chi Hongdo at the door. She smiles weakly. "Big brother, can I have some water?" It's inconvenient to talk outside the door. Old Zheng pauses for a moment, then raises his voice slightly. "There's water, young lady. Come in and have a drink." Chi Hongdo steps inside. The small house has 2 rooms. The front is the kitchen and living room, and the back is the bedroom, with a small yard in between. It looks quite spacious. Facing the curious gazes of the old man and his grandson, Chi Hongdo honestly says, "I heard that Sister Qian from the front found you. To be honest, I want to ask you to help me pick cotton." Old Zheng looks at the frail old lady across from him and hesitates. Right now, there's a lot of buying and selling and efforts to down on speculation. His skill in cotton picking is meant to support his family, but now he's caught in a difficult situation. People need cotton picking services, but how can he charge for it? What if someone with bad intentions reports him for speculation after he helps with the work? Who would he turn to? So, Zheng doesn't take on work from strangers easily. Usually, he works only for people he knows well. When asked, she said she was helping relatives at home. But Chi Hongdo seemed quite honest. Most ordinary people are not very cautious around the elderly, the weak, the sick, or children. So, when facing Chi Hongdo, old Zheng didn't know what to say. Chi Hongdo patted her pocket, took out a piece of candy, and handed it to the child next to the old man. "Big brother, please help me. I am just a simple country grandmother. Today I came here just to get a couple of loads of cotton, nothing else. The child saw the candy and started drooling. Before the old man could speak, he was naturally drawn to it and took the candy from Chi Hongdo. Seeing his grandson happily eating the candy, the old man kept a cautious eye and said, "I can help with the cotton, but I don't charge money. What would you like to exchange for it?" Paying money was complicated these days. People preferred bartering. Since spinning a pound of cotton earns 2 mao, they agreed to exchange based on that standard. Everyone understood this. Chi Hongdo smiled and agreed. "Thank you, big brother. Well, since my family doesn't have much valuable stuff, my eldest daughter gave me some fabric. I have this piece on me. Would you like to trade for that?" Again, material was scarce and fabric was in high demand, serving as a kind of hard currency besides grain. Almost every street had clothes with patches, showing how tight supplies were. Old Jung had good eyesight and could tell at a glance that the fabric on Chi Hongdo wasn't bad, though not the rarest kind. He thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed. His family only had this craft now. His son didn't do this work. His daughter-in-law and son collected waste on the street for a living. Though their wages weren't high, it was a job. But supporting the whole family was hard for just the two of them. He thought earning a little was better than nothing, so he agreed on the exchange terms with Chi Hongdo. When she next came to town with the cotton, they could trade. Chi Hongdo had no objections. Before leaving, she gave the child another piece of candy, making him grin so wide that even his missing teeth showed. After arranging the cotton spinning, Chi Hongdo went to the supply and marketing cooperative. She didn't have many tickets left. Seeing a pair of sneakers in the store, she hesitated but decided to buy them. After purchasing the sneakers, she turned and saw a few pairs of dark green rubber-soled shoes on a nearby shelf. They were more practical than sneakers, but Chi Hongdo checked her pocket. She had no tickets. The dark green rubber-soled shoes were even more popular than the sneakers. If you miss it, there might not be another chance next time. Chi Hongdo thought for a moment, then took a deep blue handkerchief with small red flowers out of her pocket. She wiped her forehead, pretending to wipe away non-existent sweat in front of the young salesgirl at the supply and marketing cooperative. The delicate red color on the handkerchief caught the salesgirl's attention quickly. She looked at the handkerchief in Chi Hongdo's hand and then at her. She thought, "This old lady seems a bit familiar." After thinking more, she remembered. Wasn't this the same lady who previously spent a lot of money to buy a can of malted milk? No wonder she could use such a fancy handkerchief. The deep blue handkerchief in Chi Hongdo's hand wasn't the dull, rough fabric typical of rural cloth. It was a calm, ocean blue color, and the small red flowers weren't stitched roughly. Although tiny and unassuming, they were very well made. There were only 2 salesgirls working at the supply and marketing cooperative, each responsible for different areas. At this moment, there weren't many customers inside. One of the salesgirls was busy working and didn't notice Chi Hongdo. Such a delicate handkerchief, Jiang Xiaohui initially thought she'd just take a quick look. But Chi Hongdo kept asking questions at her counter, chatting for a while without pulling out any money or tickets. Jiang Xiaohui started to get a hint of what was going on. Since she also worked at the cooperative, Jiang Xiaohui stayed alert. It was almost noon, time for lunch. The cooperative took turns for employees to eat. Jiang Xiaohui carried her lunchbox and stepped out through the back door, where she saw Chi Hongdo waiting outside. "Ma'am, why aren't you home yet?" Jiang Xiaohui asked, but her eyes were on the tender pink handkerchief in Chi Hongdo's hand. She could only comment on the deep blue one, but the pink handkerchief looked new and fresh. Jiang Xiaohui was genuinely interested. Working at the cooperative meant either having enough money or not having much to do. Jiang Xiaohui had neither problem. Her father worked at a town office, and her mother was a staff member inside the cooperative. Her job was quite stable. The young woman was lively and charming. Jiang Xiaohui could tell Chi Hongdo was deliberately showing off, but she thought, this old lady probably just wants to buy something from the cooperative, maybe needs some tickets, and is trying to get a connection through her. Because of her job, Jiang Xiaohui often encountered people seeking to buy internal flaws or leftovers from the cooperative. So she didn't beat around the bush and directly asked Chi Hongdo what she meant. You are truly hardworking, just like someone working at the supply and marketing cooperative. You are so clever. I have these two handkerchiefs, both new, but actually my daughter gave them to me. As an old lady, how could I use such nice things? It would be a waste, wouldn't it? Look at how pretty you are. This pink handkerchief suits you very well. People are like that. Good words sound nice to hear. Even if I know they're just saying it because they want something, I still feel happy inside. Chi Hongdo spoke and then handed the handkerchief to Jiang Xiaohui. I think you look kind and pretty, just like my own daughter. So I want to give you this handkerchief as a gift. Jiang Xiaohui held the handkerchief, unfolded it, and saw that it was soft and beautiful. But even though she liked it, she didn't immediately accept it happily after hearing Chi Hongdo's words. Instead, she looked at Chi Hongdo with caution and returned the handkerchief to her. Auntie, how can I accept such a beautiful handkerchief? You should keep it for yourself. Seeing Jiang Xiaohui's wary look, Chi Hongdo thought to herself, indeed, these days, only those with stable jobs can afford such things. She then showed a surprised expression, followed by a big smile. Don't worry, girl. I'm not trying to do anything bad. I just want to ask you something. This handkerchief is just a small gift, nothing more. Jiang Xiaohui still didn't take the handkerchief but asked, what do you want to ask? When giving gifts, there's usually a reason behind it. Little Jiang Xiaohui is willing to help if she can, but she's not someone who helps with every little thing. It's true that family background matters a lot. Thanks to her parents' influence, Jiang Xiaohui is much more mature than her peers, and even some older colleagues. Giving a gift isn't just about whether you like it, you also need to consider your own position, what you can do and what you can't. Most importantly, don't risk losing your stable job over small gains. Chi Hongdo looked at Jiang Xiaohui with a helpless smile and said, oh, girl, I just want to ask, if those rubber-soled shoes don't have a ticket, can you still buy them? My whole family needs shoes, but we don't have enough tickets to buy any. That's why I want to ask you. What kind of shoes can you buy without a ticket? Of course, defective shoes. That's also an open secret in the supply and marketing cooperative. Chi Hongdo gave a handkerchief as a sign of friendship, just like dealing with Zhu Dashan. Building relationships with anyone always starts with mutual exchange, which is normal. When she heard this, Jiang Xiaohui relaxed a lot. Although defective products are rare, requests like this are quite common. However, rubber-soled shoes sell well. She doesn't remember if this batch had any defects. Probably not. Usually, any defective shoes are sorted out immediately. She hadn't heard of such issues, so she assumed there were none. Jiang Xiaohui wanted to shake her head, but the pink handkerchief was too perfect to ignore. After thinking for a moment, she said to Chi Hongdo, wait a moment, I'll ask first. Time, of course, was not a problem for Chi Hongdo. While Jiang Xiaohui turned to ask, Chi Hongdo seized the chance to slip the pink handkerchief into Jiang Xiaohui's pocket. This time, Jiang Xiaohui didn't refuse. Holding the beautiful handkerchief in her pocket, Jiang Xiaohui felt a happy flutter in her heart and then went inside to find someone. A few minutes later, Jiang Xiaohui came out carrying a package. Inside were 2 pairs of defective rubber-soled shoes. After talking with Chi Hongdo, Jiang Xiaohui remembered that no one at her home wore such shoes, so she hadn't paid much attention when buying the defective shoes in bulk. Her colleague had left a few defective pairs in the warehouse, not yet taken home. Her colleague was another person responsible for different counters at the supply and marketing cooperative, with more experience than her. It was normal for her to keep a few pairs of shoes in the warehouse, without anyone saying anything. After entering, Jiang Xiaohui found her senior colleague, showed her the handkerchief, and also described the blue handkerchief Chi Hongdo was holding. Her colleague liked the pretty handkerchief too. Since defective shoes are always available at the supply and marketing cooperative, she originally planned to exchange the shoes for other items. Giving away 2 pairs of shoes was not a problem. That's how the idea of exchanging 2 defective pairs of rubber-soled shoes came about, which Jiang Xiaohui suggested. Oh, girl, thank you so much. These are really good shoes, with sturdy soles. I knew you'd be capable. You're so impressive. Chi Hongdo took the package and praised Jiang Xiaohui repeatedly. One pair of rubber shoes cost 6 yuan and 80 cents, which was not cheap. But Chi Hongdo not only paid happily, but also cleverly handed the blue handkerchief she initially took out to Jiang Qiahui. This handkerchief was brought back by my daughter. There are quite a few, all very beautiful. I, as an old lady, have used them all up. It's more suitable for you young people to use. Please also thank your kind colleague, Miss Xiaoda, for me. I don't have much to give, so this handkerchief is my way of saying thank you. Chi Hongdo spoke sincerely and behaved so politely, which made Jiang Qiahui like her a bit more. It's better not to be too pushy. Some people help once and then act as if it's nothing, even pushing to help again, without showing any gratitude. That makes it hard to like them. It's just a small favor, not worth much. But I will keep this handkerchief. The blue one is a gift from Chi Hongdo to her colleague. She wouldn't refuse on behalf of her colleague. She planned to tell her colleague about this to share the benefits. Although Jiang Qiahui helped her buy the rubber-soled shoes, which was a favor from her, the items ultimately came from her colleague. And the supply and marketing cooperative isn't very big. People working together every day usually share secrets easily. So instead of hiding things, it's better to share and strengthen their friendship. In such situations, people who share secrets tend to get along better. Oh, dear, as long as you like it, I'm happy. I just worry you wouldn't like it. Chi Hongdo put the shoes into her basket and happily talked to Jiang Qiahui. She truly meant it. Last time, she ordered 36 handkerchiefs from the cat tailor shop, and she still has 28. If she really wanted, she could order 100 or 200. But rarity makes things valuable, and she wouldn't tell outsiders she has so many handkerchiefs. That would be like trading or selling them secretly. Just as she was chatting with Jiang Qiahui and about to leave, Jiang called her back. Ma'am, you said you have several handkerchiefs. Are they all like this? Honestly, Jiang Qiahui really liked this pretty little thing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone back to share it with her colleague after talking with Chi Hongdo. The soft pink handkerchief in her pocket made her hesitant to use it. But if she's reluctant to use one, maybe she wouldn't mind using two. Seeing Jiang Qiahui's hopeful look, Chi Hongdo smiled. The young girl was quite adorable. It was clear she was very pleased with that handkerchief. There are two more, but their colors aren't as nice as yours. This was a familiar situation. Chi Hongdo didn't pretend to be polite. Since Jiang Qiahui asked, she took out two brand new handkerchiefs from her basket. One was green with a lavender flower pattern, and the other was white with a bright red plum blossom design on the edge.
Oh,
So pretty. Although these handkerchiefs weren't as delicate as the soft pink one she held, they were both very nice. Jiang Qiahui fell in love at first sight. She liked them so much and wanted to have them. Ma'am, can I trade these two handkerchiefs for them? Jiang Qiahui didn't want to miss this rare chance and quickly decided to talk more with Chi Hongdo. Chi Hongdo didn't plan to take Jiang Qiahui's money, but it was impossible to exchange for rubber-soled shoes. They simply didn't have such flaws. Thinking of the cracked, chipped porcelain bowls in old Zhao's kitchen, Chi Hongdo asked Jiang Qiahui, "Girl, I won't lie to you. I want to buy some bowls and plates. The ones at home are no longer usable. I want to replace them with new, sturdy ones. Don't worry, these two handkerchiefs aren't worth that much money. I'd buy them with my own money." Using two handkerchiefs as a bargaining chip was fine, but buying a whole set of bowls and plates with just two handkerchiefs was unrealistic. At first, Jiang Qiahui hesitated, unsure how to explain that the value might not be equal. But after Chi Hongdo finished speaking, she felt reassured. The older woman seemed to be experienced and knew what she was doing. This time, Jiang Qiahui didn't need to ask her colleagues for advice. There really were enough bowls and plates in the warehouse. There were many, all plain white or with blue edges, large bowls and simple plates made of coarse porcelain. 10 large blue-edged bowls were stacked together, wrapped in old newspaper and straw to prevent breaking. The plates were also stacked in groups of 10, similarly wrapped. Chi Hongdo bought 3 stacks of coarse porcelain bowls and 1 stack of plates, placing them into her basket. The basket immediately filled up and couldn't hold anything more. "Ma'am, this is pretty heavy.
can you carry it?"
After calculating the money and accepting 2 more new handkerchiefs, Jiang Xiaohui squatted down to help Chi Hongdo organize the basket. Oh, thank you, girl. I can carry it. My son will come to pick me up on the way. Chi Hongdo smiled at Jiang Xiaohui. Girl, you're such a kind person. Sorry for taking up so much of your time today. I'll head back now. Ma'am, take your time and be careful on the road. Jiang Xiaohui and Chi Hongdo waved goodbye. When she returned to meet her colleagues, she first gave them the blue handkerchief and the money for the rubber shoes. Then she thought for a moment and took out 2 more handkerchiefs she had received to show her colleagues. That older lady only has 4 handkerchiefs in total. I've already exchanged them all. Sister Zhou, do you still want any? Oh, these are really nice. Both of these are pretty too. Sister Zhou was happy to receive the money and a free handkerchief. She felt very pleased. The shoes with rubber soles were bought at a special staff discount within the supply store, but when giving to Chi Hongdo, the price was the regular counter price. Chi Hongdo knew this well, but both sides agreed willingly, so she had no complaints. Sister Zhou compared a green and a white handkerchief while chatting and laughing with Jiang Xiaohui. Today's exchange made everyone happy. They each got what they wanted and felt satisfied. Finally, Sister Zhou glanced at Jiang Xiaohui and chose the green handkerchief. When she compared the 2 handkerchiefs earlier, Jiang Xiaohui's gaze kept lingering on the white handkerchief with the red plum design. Sister Zhou secretly smiled, thinking the girl's feelings were obvious. But Jiang Xiaohui was not a naive girl who couldn't handle herself. She was pleased with how smoothly everything went today, so she decided not to compete for the items. Plus, the green handkerchief was also nice. So, both of them happily divided the 2 handkerchiefs. Chi Hongdo casually mentioned that her son might come to pick her up. Her family's workers all had to go to the fields to earn work points, so there was little chance that Zhao Aimin, who might bring her good things from town, would come. She sent her relatives away. Therefore, no one would come to pick her up. Of course, she also wouldn't be carrying such heavy things all the way. She covered the basket with cloth and quietly transferred the contents into the game villa space. However, Chi Hongdo thought no one would come to pick her up. When she was still a good distance from the Red Flag Brigade, she saw Zhao Yuya. She filled the basket completely, took a few steps, and paused to catch her breath. The afternoon sun was still very hot, and she was sweating. Zhao Yuya also saw her and quickened her pace, jogging over. Mom, are you okay? 4th sister asked me to come pick you up. Zhao Yuya was sent by Zhao Yujia. Today, Chi Hongdo returned a bit late. Zhao Yujia thought for a moment and, since she was busy at home, asked her younger sister to come instead. Zhao Yuya braided 2 small pigtails, tied with red ribbons bought by Jiang Yun. After growing a bit, her cheeks no longer looked so thin, and her small face had a rosy glow like an apple. When she spoke, her eyes curved into a smile, full of happiness. Grandma, let me carry the basket for you. Seeing Chi Hongdo's damp hair from sweat, Zhao Yuya quickly lifted the basket from the ground. The basket was heavy, but Zhao Yuya carried it steadily, not because she was naturally strong, but because as a girl from the countryside, she wasn't spoiled. Although she looked slim, she could carry water with her sister at the well since she was around 11 or 12. A few years ago, there was a drought. The crops in the fields almost withered. The village leader asked everyone to find ways to water the crops, even if it meant fetching water from far away little by little. At that time, the water level in the village well dropped quickly. The children, especially the older ones, followed the adults, running around anxiously. There was no choice. Farmers rely on the weather to grow food, unlike city folks who had guaranteed grain supplies. Long before that, during a worse famine, people even fought over old tree bark to eat. Sometimes, after a good meal, farmers would sigh, "People aren't worth a single penny for food." It's not being dramatic, just realistic. Chi Hongdo didn't compete with Zhao Yuya. They were close to home, so she handed over the basket. "Grandma, what's inside?" Zhao Yuya was not good at hiding her curiosity and asked directly. "It's dishes and bowls. Be careful not to break them." Chi Hongdo didn't want to get her mouth cut by a broken bowl edge again during a meal, so she preferred to use intact dishes. Plus, the 40 porcelain bowls and plates weren't expensive, 6 cents each, totaling $2.40, which was quite a good deal. When Zhao Yuya heard they were dishes, she became even more careful when carrying the basket, afraid she might break one and get scolded by her grandma. It's like a childhood shadow, just a bowl, but if it breaks, it feels like a huge problem. Sometimes, she didn't even dare to cry, lowering her head and wishing she could disappear. When they got home, Chi Hongdo didn't immediately lift the cloth covering the basket but reached in directly and took out an oiled paper package. Zhao Yuya had seen this paper package twice before and was quite familiar with it. Here are some for you all. Take them home. Thank you, Grandma. Zhao Yuya was very happy. She knew what was inside and felt a strange warmth in her heart, as if milk from the town always brought her and her friends delicious food. Have you ever tasted milk? Let me give you some, she said. Zhao Yuya unwrapped the paper package, which indeed contained 4 baked buns. But she wasn't sure what flavor the buns were this time. Thinking about how kind the milk was to them, Zhao Yuya felt a little shy. Chi Hongdo looked at Zhao Yuya with a half smile. Are you really giving the milk some? Zhao Yuya clenched her teeth and avoided looking at the fragrant buns in her hand, saying yes. The milk has already been eaten. That's enough. Take it back, she added, feeling sorry for the little girl. If she really ate that bun, the girl might cry from sadness. Chi Hongdo quickly shooed Zhao Yuya away like catching flies, then called Zhao Juju over to take the wrapped bowls and dishes to the kitchen. After rinsing them with hot water, she replaced the broken bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen with the clean ones and started using them. Zhao Juju was careful in her work. Hearing Chi Hongdo's instructions, she immediately began unpacking and washing the dishes. The dishes were simple, common coarse porcelain bowls, just like those used in old Zhao's house. The only difference was that these bowls and dishes were all intact. As for the 2 pairs of rubber-soled shoes and sneakers, Chi Hongdo directly put them into the room. At this moment, Zhao Aimin had not yet returned. During dinner that evening, the family members gradually came home. They had already developed the habit of first washing their hands and face at the pond, using soap. Today, Chi Hongdo bought 2 more bars of soap from the supply and marketing cooperative. Using soap diligently was better than risking illness or infection. Wei Guo. Pick me up from afar, Zhao Aimin, sweating heavily, saw Zhao Weiguo squatting at the door washing his face. Zhao Aimin, who was used to giving orders to his nephew, casually told Zhao Weiguo to do some work. Chi Hongdo heard the noise and came over. In the evening, Zhao Aimin, covered in sweat, stood beside a big burlap sack. It looked very heavy. Zhao Weiguo silently stepped forward, hoisted the sack, and carried it home. Zhao Aimin wiped his sweat, saw Chi Hongdo at the door, and started to complain even before entering the house. Mother, your son is exhausted today. That burlap sack was full of chestnuts. Carrying it all the way back was so heavy that, roughly speaking, it felt like it was about to make him from the effort. With Zhao Aimin's exaggerated expression, it looked like he had been doing some hard labor, like digging a riverbank. Actually, that sack of chestnuts was just carried from the village entrance to old Zhao's house. Along the way, he met kind people who helped by using their cart to bring it back. Even though it was only a short distance, Zhao Aimin was very tired. He was thinking about his new sneakers, and he became even more proud. To be a good son for his mother, he refused an invitation from Go Sheng today. He didn't sneak off to the county, but went honestly to visit his sister's family. That's how he ended up with such a big sack of chestnuts. His 4th sister gave him this sack. Today, Zhao Aimin visited 2 relatives, his 3rd and 4th sisters. He went to both places. Only his 8th sister, Zhao Xuehua, hasn't been visited yet. Zhao Aimin said he was very tired, almost fainting, and complained to Chi Hongdo for half an hour, without stopping. This was a special skill of his. Chi Hongdo thought that before, she didn't see Zhao Aimin as such a talkative person. He talks a lot, more than all his brothers combined. Chi Hongdo looked at him with a mix of dislike and sympathy. Oh dear, your mother's precious son is exhausted. What's in this bag? Where did it come from? Let's wash up and eat first, then talk while eating. It was dinner time, and because of Zhao Aimin's return, the atmosphere was a bit noisy. But soon, everyone had new bowls and started eating. Zhao Aimin eagerly grabbed his food like a starving ghost. With many people at home, no one ate slowly or took their time. If they delayed, they wouldn't get any food. It was a deep-rooted habit, and everyone did the same. During busy farming seasons, they didn't even have time to eat properly. The children would bring food to the fields, quickly eating it all. After finishing dinner quickly, Zhao Aimin told Qi Hongdo in detail what he had done that day. First, he talked about his eldest sister, Zhao Chunhua. Elder sister was busy taking care of Sanmao, a girl from their village, so she didn't have time to come back. Zhao Chunhua, the third daughter, married into the Niuzhuang brigade of the same commune and had 4 sons. Sanmao is the third child, also 20 years old, at the age to get married. Qi Hongdo listened and nodded. In the old lady's memory, the eldest daughter Zhao Dazhong was clever and fierce, the fourth daughter liked to compete and was strong, the youngest daughter was timid and weak, and the third daughter was just a bit confused. The daughter of the confused woman married a similarly confused man who is also quite lazy. The elderly lady secretly disliked this very much. However, the third son of this confused man probably has the most sons among the sisters, having had 4 sons in a row. Not to mention anything else, the third son's position in his wife's family is absolutely unshakable. There's no way around it. No matter how loudly they shout that women can hold up half the sky, people still prefer sons deep down. Grandma Zhao is a perfect example. Raising 4 sons, with a third son and his lazy son-in-law, is very exhausting. If you want to get married, you need to show some real ability to prove your sincerity. Talking about city life or rural life, there are always plenty of legs, 36 in total. A full set of furniture, tables, chairs, cabinets, costs quite a bit of money. Even if there are fewer than 36 legs, the overall family situation must have some good points. But anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't marry their daughter to a family with 4 brothers and parents who aren't very smart. Just thinking a little, Qi Hongdo can probably understand how overwhelmed Zhao Chunhua, the third daughter, is right now. After talking about the third sister, it's time for the fourth sister, Zhao Huaihua. That big bag of chestnuts was given to her younger brother by Zhao Huaihua. The youngest daughter, Zhao Huaihua, is pretty, with bright, gentle eyes, pink lips, and a high nose. She inherited all the good genes from her parents. Her husband is also quite good, but since the third sister Zhao Chunhua had 4 sons, she only had 4 daughters, no sons at all. Zhao Huaihua is very proud and strong-willed. Because she has no sons, she suffered a lot, but she never complains to her family. She loves her younger brother very much. Maybe it's because of her grandmother's influence. She treats her brother as if he were her own son. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given Zhao Aimin such a big bag of chestnuts. When the family doesn't have enough food, these can even be eaten as a meal. Zhao Huaihua knows her family's situation well. When she heard Zhao Aimin say it was her grandmother who sent him, she thought her little brother was just here to take advantage. She didn't have any objections, and even hurriedly took her daughter to the mountains to gather chestnuts for Zhao Aimin. As for why she didn't go back to her parents' house during the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was because she had a big argument with her mother-in-law. The fight was very intense, so she naturally couldn't go home. Qi Hongdo raised her eyelids and asked, "Why did you fight?" Zhao Aimin, carefree, replied, "My fourth sister's wife is just biased." In fact, she was just bullying Zhao Huaihua for not having a son, so she kept causing trouble. Zhao Huaihua's personality inherited much of old Lady Zhao's traits. After her grandmother scolded her for not having a son, she picked up a fire stick and started arguing with her grandmother. Qi Hongdo frowned. Now only her youngest daughter, Zhao Xuehua, was left. After talking about her 2 older sisters, Zhao Aimin's mind drifted elsewhere. "Mother, I'll visit Sister 8 tomorrow. You promise me those sneakers." Zhao Aimin licked his lips, finally getting what he waited for. He looked at Qi Hongdo with full expectation. He smiled flatteringly. Qi Hongdo found his expression a bit annoying. She took out a package from behind the bench she was sitting on. She opened the package, revealing a pair of clean, white new sneakers. New sneakers. Zhao Aimin immediately stood up, clutching the sneakers and rubbing them excitedly. He felt a strange urge to cry, maybe because he had spent a month working hard to build a foundation. He thought this moment of getting the sneakers was not just luck, it was his hard-earned reward. It felt very different. Honestly, he had never worked so hard for something before. And he had been working for a whole month. He happily took off his straw sandals and put on the new sneakers. When he stood up, he felt like he was walking on cotton, soft and light, almost like he could fly. These sneakers were bought by his mother according to his size, unlike those leftovers or hand-me-downs that fit poorly. Zhao Aimin was feeling very pleased, looking down at his toes and thinking how beautiful they looked. Chi Hongdo watched the whole scene quietly. Zhao Aimin kept crying and laughing like a kitten, making a fool of himself. It was quite embarrassing. Not satisfied with just showing off at home, Zhao Aimin ran over to his older brothers and nephews to boast. "Sixth brother, look at my new shoes. Mother bought them for me. Guard, what do you think? Isn't my new sneaker impressive? Big treasure, do you like Uncle Nine sneakers? Are they nice?" He kept showing off and wandering around. In less than 3 minutes, even a 6-month-old baby girl in the Zhao family knew Zhao Aimin had new sneakers. It was truly a happy occasion. Wearing his new shoes, Zhao Aimin felt very proud. He caught sight of his eldest nephew, Zhao Weigua, leaving the house. His mischievous side immediately surfaced. He chuckled sneeringly and quietly followed him, thinking there would be some fun to watch. Zhao Aimin got new shoes, and his older brothers clearly heard about it. But no one stepped forward to ask Chi Hongdo if they could have a pair too. The youngest is the youngest, and the others are just the others. The brothers all knew this well. Mother has always favored the youngest, and she openly shows her favoritism, without hiding it. If they kept sulking about the youngest, they might as well not eat, because they simply can't compete. The brothers are used to this, and do what they need to do.
But
just now, the youngest ran so fast that they didn't see clearly what kind of shoes he was wearing. Honestly, they've never worn such good shoes in their lives. Chi Hongdo looked around and chuckled inwardly. Actually, she should just say it out loud. Everyone's mouth is tightly shut, but the sour feelings are obvious. She turned back into the house, took out 2 pairs of rubber-soled shoes, and called in the eldest and 5th brothers. She handed each of them a pair and then told the 6th and 7th brothers, "This time, Mother was lucky. I managed to buy these shoes through connections. Work hard, and next time, I'll get you a pair like these too." The eldest and 5th brothers stared blankly at the shoes in their hands. The 6th and 7th brothers felt disappointed and looked at the shoes with longing. Chi Hongdo finished what she wanted to say, then thought for a moment and called out at the door, "Oldest and the others, come here." She waved her hand, summoning a few daughters-in-law. "Go bring the package from under my bed." She directed Wang Xiaoqiao to fetch it. The daughters-in-law looked at each other, unsure what the old lady wanted. "Not busy for a while. You all make a pair of shoes for each family member. For the eldest, I'll still have you make my shoes." Right now, Chi Hongdo's cloth shoes are made by Wang Xiaoqiao. After speaking, she asked Wang Xiaoqiao, who was still confused, to open the package in her hand. Inside was a stack of dark blue and black canvas, along with softer dark-colored cotton fabric and a folded piece of felt. The canvas is thick and durable, the cotton fabric is soft and comfortable, and the felt is for making insoles. As for the soles, she doesn't have rubber or foam bottoms, but bamboo shoot shells or similar materials could work. All this material cost Chi Hongdo only 5 gold coins at the Cattail tailor shop. She only took out part of it. Most of it is still stored in her villa space. For several daughters-in-law, whether it's the lazy old hand Kai Wenli, the clumsy and greedy Li Xiaoa, or Jiang Yun, who doesn't know how to make shoes, no one thinks Chi Hongdo's task is very difficult. Really, making shoes takes some effort, but it's just for themselves and their families. Most people don't even have the materials to make shoes. Plus, the materials given by the mother-in-law are so abundant that they could easily make a pair for each family member. Maybe there will even be leftover materials for them to make more shoes later. Chi Hongdo only arranges the task. She doesn't care how her daughters-in-law will divide the work among the granddaughters-in-law. Trying to control everything is exhausting. Wang Xiaoqiao has no objection to Chi Hongdo asking her to make shoes. With so many materials, unless the mother-in-law is very capable, they wouldn't be able to get such supplies. Making a pair of shoes for the mother-in-law is no big deal. In her heart, Wang Xiaoqiao decides she must put extra effort into making shoes for the mother-in-law, ensuring they are comfortable to wear. Jiang Yun takes the materials assigned to her and discusses with her daughter-in-law. She really doesn't know how to make shoes, but her daughter-in-law is a bit better than her. The two women plan to go to the main house later to learn more, so they won't waste the materials. But after returning to her room, Jiang Yun sees her husband. Although he shows no expression, she can feel his happiness radiating from him. Her husband's new sneakers. He hasn't even worn them yet, and probably it's the first time he's seen them today. Her partner knows best what's going on. When Zhao Aimin was showing off everywhere, Jiang Yun kept an eye on her husband. Although he didn't show much on his face, Jiang Yun felt that her husband looked very pitiful in her heart. She thought, even though the palm and the back of the hand are both flesh, the palm's flesh is thicker. She never expected that today her mother-in-law would give a good pair of shoes to her husband. Try them on and see if they fit, Jiang Yun urged him. Zhao Yunwu turned to look at his wife. His rough face had a gleam of flickering light in his tiger-like eyes. He shook his head. Mother said they fit. I haven't washed my feet yet, I won't try them. Otherwise, I might ruin them. He looked very precious about the shoes. Seeing this silly man holding the shoes in his hands, Jiang Yun knew he wouldn't be willing to wear them outside. Although I was feeling quite dismissive inside, Jiang Yun's face showed a smile I hadn't even noticed myself. Zhao Debao felt a bit sad. Although he went out every day with Air Bao to pick snails, gather wild fruits, and collect firewood, he just didn't feel right. Last time, Zhao Aimin brought a messy accounting book to Chi Hongdo after earning 30 points and then 10 points, and Zhao Debao kept thinking about it. He flipped through that small notebook many times. Even though he couldn't understand a single word, Zhao Debao already started to regret. If only he could read and write, maybe he wouldn't need Uncle Joe to help him keep track of the points. Because of Zhao Aimin's mistake with the accounting, Debao didn't want to ask him for help anymore. He searched around the house for a while and finally asked his kind-hearted Aunt Zhao Yujin for help. He begged her to help him record the points every day. Zhao Yujin was more reliable than Zhao Aimin, but she only went to primary school and hadn't used her reading skills for many years, so she had forgotten how to write many characters. Even though her handwriting was neater than Zhao Aimin's, her writing was still shaky when she recorded the points. Auntie, you're not very clever. If you were as smart as Sixth Aunt, you'd probably know many characters. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yujin finally remembered how to write the character she had forgotten and chuckled at herself. Is Sixth Aunt very smart? Zhao Debao suddenly asked. Zhao Yujin nodded. Yes, in our family, Sixth Aunt is the best at studying. Grandma says she will definitely do great things in the future. Maybe she will even work in the city and not have to farm anymore. Debao looked confused, scratching his head. He hadn't finished elementary school, so he had no idea how good studying was or that there might be a job in the city. He didn't know if keeping track of points would go smoothly or not. Debao worried about it. He thought earning a piece of candy was really hard and felt it was very tiring. Picking cotton was a very tiring job. A group of people went out early in the morning before the sun rose. Everyone wore a bag or apron around their waist to hold the cotton they picked. The dry leaves near the cotton bolls would crush easily and stick to the white cotton, so they had to pick them off. When the cotton was fully opened, it was easy, just pull, and the cotton would come off. But for cotton that wasn't fully opened, it was much harder. The tips of the cotton flower's petals sometimes accidentally poke her hand. It's not extremely painful, but repeated pokes make her feel annoyed. Lu Chunyan is 18 years old and considered an adult worker. After a day of picking cotton, she feels very irritated. But even after returning home, she can't rest. She has to keep working and take care of her younger brother. Lu Chunyan really dislikes her current life. She has a dream. If only she could leave the countryside and become a city person, then she wouldn't have to do farm work anymore. Of course, she never told anyone about this. But when she talks to Zhao Weiguo, she can vent her feelings indirectly. The first thing she does is show Zhao Weiguo her hands, which are covered in scars from working hard. She holds out her hands, tears streaming down her face as she sniffs, "Brother Weiguo." Hiding behind a pile of grass, Zhao Aimin hears this and gets goosebumps. Lu Chunyan's voice is a bit rough, not soft and gentle. So when she acts cute, without seeing her expression, it can seem quite frightening. Right now, Zhao Aimin behind the grass finds her voice scary. But Zhao Weiguo feels soft-hearted and worried. "Chunyan, don't cry." Unfortunately, Zhao Weiguo is a bit slow and can't quite get her meaning. He lowers his head, rubs his eyes, and awkwardly smiles at Lu Chunyan, pretending everything is fine, and wipes away his tears. "Look at me. I only care about myself." "Brother Weiguo, you work very hard too." "Brother Weiguo, am I annoying?"
No.
Zhao Weiguo quickly shakes his head. He looks at Lu Chunyan, whose eyes are a little red and feels shy. "You're not annoying at all." Yuck. Lu Chunyan gently punches Zhao Weiguo in the chest. Using a large stone as a step, she stands up, and Zhao Aimin, who is peeking over the grass, sees this scene and feels a sharp pain in his teeth. Lu Chunyan is quite clever with her tricks. Looking at her, her big nephew is hit with a small fist, and he looks like his soul has flown away. Zhao Aimin mutters to himself. Because he has been pestering Zhao Weiguo, he recently followed his big nephew to the mountain at night to watch a hunting trade. He went empty-handed, but Zhao Weiguo gained a lot. So Zhao Aimin knows how much money his big nephew earned. He thinks that this money will probably end up in Lu Chunyan's hands. Rather than letting his big nephew's money be tricked away by Lu Chunyan, he might as well spend it himself. This is what they call water that doesn't flow outside the fields. So Zhao Aimin only came back today just in case Zhao Weiguo couldn't handle things. He hadn't saved up 20 yuan yet, so he gave his money to Lu Chunyan in advance. That money was all his. Thinking that his big nephew was very easy to fool, Zhao Aimin felt shameless inside. Sure enough, after a while of the two of them whispering, Lu Chunyan brought up the money. "Brother Weiguo, I will write you an IOU for the money. I will definitely pay you back later. When can you give it to me? I really don't want to be bothered by Senlaizi anymore. I've been dreaming about paying back the money early these days, worried that one day he might come and take me back as his wife." Despite her words, that 20 yuan was really her bride price. Lu Chunyan felt quite sad when she said this. She would never marry someone as shameless as Senlaizi. But she also didn't want to marry Zhao Weiguo. She looked down on him, thinking he was useless, and the Zhao family wasn't wealthy either. She dreamed of shaking off her troubles and becoming a person of higher status. But before she could become someone important, she still needed Zhao Weiguo to support her through her current difficulties. Zhao Weiguo shook his head. "I don't want your IOU. Don't worry, I'm already working on it. I will definitely gather the money for you." Zhao Aimin cursed Zhao Weiguo silently in his heart. There are prey on the mountain. Doesn't everyone know that? But why are so few people going? Because there are wolves, wild boars, and venomous snakes. Encountering injuries like losing an arm or a leg is lucky. Sometimes you might not make it at all. Zhao Weiguo risked going deep into the mountains to gather money for Lu Chunyan. He didn't care about the danger and kept quiet about it. He was putting in so much effort, yet he didn't even boast about it. At such times, why wait? Zhao Aimin felt like his head was about to shake off. He truly believed children couldn't be taught. He decided he must give his big nephew a good lesson later. While he was busy helping others gather money, he might just be seen as a big fool in their eyes. After they finished talking, Lu Chunyan left. Zhao Aimin casually followed behind Zhao Weiguo, then suddenly jumped up and patted his nephew's head. Such a sneaky person is really hated. If he weren't the little uncle, Zhao Weiguo would definitely beat him up. Zhao Weiguo was very angry, but he couldn't get mad at Zhao Aimin. Zhao Aimin, after sneaking up on him, had no sense of shame and started lecturing him. Do you really like that girl from old Lou's family? She's not even pretty. Are you being fooled? Just tell me how much money you want, and I'll give it to you. Are you stupid? Or maybe you just like biting your hand when there's too much money. If you really dislike money, instead of giving the old Liu family's girl a cheap deal, why not let me, your little uncle, spend some? How much have you saved so far?
Tell me.
I've never seen someone so bold about eavesdropping and spying. Honestly, if it weren't for the great Zhao Laodai protecting me, I wouldn't be safe outside, not even at Zhao's house. Someone like Zhao Aimin would be beaten 3 times a day. Walking home in a new pair of sneakers, Zhao Aimin suddenly started talking nonstop. Lu Chunyan might just see Zhao Weiguo as a backup or a fool, but Zhao Aimin treats Zhao Weiguo like he's a village idiot. He almost reached into Zhao Weiguo's pocket to steal money. This guy really makes Zhao Weiguo angry. Zhao Weiguo didn't want to hear Zhao Aimin anymore, so he turned around and quickened his pace. He was afraid he was walking too slowly and might end up hitting his little uncle again. Hey, why are you running? I haven't finished talking yet. Young people are just too impatient. They lack manners. He was just reminding his silly nephew, wasn't he? And wasn't what he said correct? Everything he said was right. He planned to talk to his eldest nephew properly tomorrow after he returned from Aunt Eight's place. DeBeo had already taken her bao out to play early in the morning. Kids can't stay at home. Kahongdu saw eldest Zhao Yuanwen that morning and asked, "Do you still want your 2 nephews to go to school?" Zhao Yuanwen didn't understand why Kahongdu asked that. DeBeo and Erbao didn't want to study. Everyone in the family knew that. Kids are naive, but do adults also lack sense? Seeing that Zhao Yuanwen still didn't care, Kahongdu couldn't help but shake her head. Big brother, has your mother ever said that actually among all your brothers you're the one I taught the most? Your younger brothers aren't as capable as you. My hope is highest for you. Zhao Yuanwen looked at Kahongdu in disbelief. He always thought he had disappointed his mother, feeling that as the eldest son, he hadn't made the family proud or achieved anything. This was the first time he heard his mother speak so openly and sincerely. Mother, his voice wavered, emotions surging inside him. He didn't understand why his mother suddenly said these things. But Kahongdu kept going. It's hard to say whether ignorance or malice is more frightening, but often, ignorance and malice are inseparable. Zhao Yuanwen has probably never done anything truly bad in his life, but sometimes doing nothing can be just as frightening. Especially when he acts as the complete patriarch of a small family. Among the 5 sons of old lady Zhao, Yuanwen is her most devoted supporter. He relies on her completely and trusts her blindly. It's as if, with her around, the mind is just an ornament, unnecessary for daily life. Yet neither old lady Zhao nor Yuanwen himself see any problem with this. On the contrary, both think they're doing very well. Yuanwen believes he is the most filial among his brothers. His younger brothers are not as steady as he is, nor do they understand his mother's hardships as well as he does. Old lady Zhao is very proud. Looking at widow Wang and her 3 sons, she knows she will never fall into that situation. Out of her 5 sons, even if the other 4 are disobedient, she still has Yuanwen. He is truly the son she raised to be obedient and filial. Chi Hongdo doesn't judge the past too much, but she sees no reason to let the cycle of problems continue. She pats her eldest son's arm and speaks earnestly. Mother is thinking that the 2 older boys run around the village all day and love playing in the water, which can be dangerous. It might be better to send them to school. What do you think? Our family mainly farms, relying on the weather. Working steadily in the fields isn't a bad thing. But Mother also hopes that the younger ones can learn more words so that in the future, they can have a better life, and you can enjoy some happiness too. Mother is getting old, living each day as it comes. With you and your brothers, especially with such a filial son like you, I really have no regrets if I were to pass away someday. Mother, just listen to me first. I'm getting old and talkative, but I won't lie. If I really leave, I'm not worried about you brothers. It's just that the youngest, with your brother's help, won't need me to worry. I just think that your eldest son has worked hard all his life and might never get to enjoy happiness. Mother, Yuanwen's expression was shaken. Hearing such heartfelt words, Yuanwen felt warmth all over his body and his mood was deeply moved. Chi Hongdo could see the faint excitement in Yuanwen's eyes. It was just a few words, but to Yuanwen, the effect was like a magic pill. Tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. My daughter believes that the days ahead will get better and better. 30 years ago, the Japanese soldiers caused a lot of trouble everywhere. When she heard even a small sound, she couldn't sleep out of fear. Who would have thought that our whole family could now live peacefully? She says things will surely improve, and we should think long-term. We should teach our children to read more.
There's no harm in that.
Even if they can't become high officials or city people, at least they won't be blind to the world. That way, they won't be easily tricked or suffer losses in the future. She believes our children will stand strong and won't need much worry. The days of happiness are coming. If one of them becomes very successful, she probably won't see that day. When she passes away, tell her when you visit her grave that she would be happy to see our eldest doing well below. Chi Hongdo plays the role of a caring old lady. She pulls Zhao Yuanwen and keeps talking endlessly. Mother! Zhao Yuanwen tightly holds Chi Hongdo's hand. He remembers her young face, now thin and lined with wrinkles. He remembers that his mother was the prettiest woman in the village. No other child's mother was as beautiful as hers. His mother was not from the local southern province. She came from the north to escape hardship. She was very skilled at making noodles and pastries. His beautiful mother was often angry because his father was unreliable. She would get mad and sometimes hit him. But when she was in a good mood, she would hug him and comfort him, gently stroking his face. During the new year, she would make delicious steamed buns, dumplings, and fried snacks. At that time, the village children would look at him with envy and drool. As he had more brothers and sisters, his mother's smile became less frequent. The heavy responsibilities and busy farm work made her less able to care for him as she used to. After his father passed away, she smiled even less. Zhao Yuanwen thinks about what Chi Hongdo just said, especially the first sentence. He suddenly understands it deeply. All these years of worries seem to loosen suddenly. A worry he never even thought about himself feels like it's been released. He feels like a child again whenever his mother is around. And that makes him feel
sad.
But his mother just said that among her children, she has the highest hopes for him. Yes, Zhao Yuanwen thinks carefully. There are many brothers and sisters, but after him, his mother has become busier and busier. She rarely takes care of them or comforts them anymore. The youngest child was born when his mother was already quite old. His birth was truly an accident. His mother was not in good spirits, and her affection for him was more indulgence than love. When I was young, my mother used to patiently hold a stick and teach me to read, but the youngest child did not receive such treatment. I am slow-minded and lack patience for studying. Now, at my age, I can barely recognize a few characters. I am not completely blind, but I am close. However, my mother has been reading and writing all these years, and I cannot compare to her. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanwen feels a bit regretful. If I had known my mother liked educated children, even if I couldn't learn much myself, I should have encouraged my sons to try harder. Now, I am semi-illiterate and my sons are similar, almost delaying my grandchildren too. The more I think about it, the more ashamed I feel. Mother, it's my fault for being careless and making you worry, Zhao Yuanwen says. Chi Hongdo, feeling thirsty, really wants a sip of water now. She pats Zhao Yuanwen's arm and says, "How could our eldest son be careless? You've just been trying not to add burdens to the family, so you've been saving everywhere. Mother doesn't blame you. All right, it's getting late. You should go now. Think about what I said. I don't mean to blame you. Our two big boys are your grandchildren.
Think more about them.
When they grow up and become sensible, they definitely won't forget their roots." Zhao Yuanwen, with tears in his eyes, is sent away. Chi Hongdo goes back inside and pours herself a glass of lemon water. One sip refreshes her, quenching her thirst and making her feel very comfortable. But she is exhausted. Chi Hongdo pats her chest, wipes the water from her lips, and takes a long breath. In Zhao Lao Tai's memory, The eldest was obedient and filial, but a bit like a stubborn mule. The best way to make him listen was to whisper gently. This would be more effective. Otherwise, it would be difficult. The children's schooling was one issue, but another was that Chi Hongdo wanted Zhao Yuanwen to see things from a different perspective. People are hard to change when they are stuck in their usual environment and mindset. But if they can absorb some new ideas and slowly accept them from small beginnings, perhaps things will turn out differently. The household workers have gone to the fields now, leaving only a few who are busy with their chores. Chi Hongdo took a few sips of lemon water, feeling that her half bowl of sweet potato porridge from this morning had already been digested. She turned and bought a beef and green onion stuffed pancake from the pancake stall. The pancakes available in town are easy to carry and look nice, but Chi Hongdo has never taken out a beef stuffed pancake before. It's hard to explain why she took it out, so she quietly enjoyed it alone. The beef filling was perfectly seasoned, the pancake crispy outside and soft inside. With each bite, she felt very satisfied. After finishing the pancake, Chi Hongdo patted her stomach, feeling happy and bubbly inside. She opened the door, carried her small stool, and headed outside. She thought she could go sit under the old locust tree by the pond to enjoy the breeze. It was so relaxing. Just as she sat down, Zhao Yuya hurried past her in a rush. Because she was moving so fast, it seemed like she didn't even notice Chi Hongdo. Chi Hongdo waved her fan and asked, "What's going on?" A girl with a red headband and braids, wearing a red polka dot shirt, was chasing Zhao Yuya and also passed by Chi Hongdo. Chi Hongdo found it strange and called out to stop the girl. Xiaoping explained the situation. Apparently, De Bao and Erbao fought again, and she was here to report. Zhao Yuju had gone to cut pig grass early in the morning. Lin Chuyu was at home feeding chickens and pigs and taking care of the children, so only Zhao Yuya was notified. As the aunt of De Bao and Erbao, she couldn't just ignore it. But Xiaoping didn't expect to meet Zhao Yuya's grandmother. As a member of the Red Flag Brigade, Xiaoping had heard about Zhao Laotai's fierce reputation, and she felt a bit nervous. Chi Hongdo asked, "Is it the two boys from the Liu family?" Xiaoping nodded uncertainly, "Probably. I didn't see clearly, so I hurried to inform Yuya." Usually, she wouldn't be so nervous to report a fight among children. But this time, it seemed to be quite serious. Xiaoping was kind-hearted and worried something might go wrong. Chi Hongdo's fan was trembling and couldn't be waved anymore. She thought, it's only been 3 minutes since she relaxed, and the little ones already caused trouble. She couldn't sit still anymore. She decided to go check it out before someone got hurt. Xiaoping led the way, and Chi Hongdo quickened her steps. "Why are you being so bold? How dare you hit our family members? If my grandma finds out, she'll make you pay." From a distance, Chi Hongdo suddenly heard a loud shout. Strangely, the voice sounded a bit familiar. Upon closer look, the person with her arms crossed, head held high, and shouting at someone isn't her carefree fifth granddaughter. Wow, I really didn't see that coming. Zhao Yuya still has this commanding presence. She doesn't seem like Jiang Yun. She has more of Zhao Yuanwu's attitude. Chi Hongdo walked over. Over there, Zhao Yuya was still panting heavily like a bull. Her braided hair, done in the morning, had come loose, and her red hair tie was hanging loosely at the end of her hair. Opposite her, Lu Chunyan had a large nail mark on her face, which looked quite frightening. Dinyo, Ernyo, and Erbao all looked like fighting roosters, each with some injuries. Next to a tipped-over wooden bucket on the ground, there was a dead yellow eel. "You hit me like this isn't over," Lu Chunyan screamed, covering her face. Zhao Yuya, that reckless girl, had such sharp fingernails. She felt her face was already cut. Dinyo said, "The eel is mine. I saw it first." De Bao added, "I smashed it. It's mine. Our family's." Bao said, Exactly. Ernyo said, "My brother said it's ours." Chi Hongdo thought, they're really something. On the way back, Zhao Yuya, who earlier had her arms crossed and looked like a steaming teapot, suddenly became shy, kept her head down, and didn't speak. De Bao and Erbao, feeling down, carried the wooden bucket with a big yellow eel inside. On the way home, the two kids felt they hadn't won against Nyo and Nyo today, so they were very discouraged, mainly because they felt ashamed. Today, Aunt Wu also came to help them but was beaten by Nyo and Nyo's sister. It sounded like a total defeat, worse than before. Chi Hongdo stayed silent, looking very unhappy. She thought maybe scaring these kids a little was good. Fighting all the time only leads to losing out. Now they suffer small losses. Later, they'll suffer bigger ones. Today, it was really Nyo who first saw the eel, but the eel was too big and hard to catch. Nyo couldn't catch it at all. Bao and Bao worked well together. When they saw the eel run toward them, one blocked and the other grabbed. In the end, Bao used a stone to kill the eel. Nyo and Nyo, of course, weren't happy. They saw it first. Bao and Bao were even less willing to accept it. If you saw it, it's yours, that's the rule. I haven't heard of such a thing, but of course, whoever catches it owns it. And then they started fighting again. Lu Chunyan had a big argument with her sister-in-law at home today and was in a bad mood. When she was washing clothes by the pond and heard that her two brothers had been beaten, she threw down her pestle and rushed over. Then she bumped into Zhao Yuya, who was trying to break up the fight. When Zhao Yuya arrived, the four younger kids were still fighting. She wanted to stop them first, but no one paid attention to her stubborn kids, so Zhao Yuya went ahead to break up the fight. Lu Chunyan thought Zhao Yuya was helping to break up the fight. If her two brothers got hurt, she knew she wouldn't have a good outcome at home. Plus, because her sister-in-law secretly arranged her marriage, she was also upset and started arguing with Zhao Yuya. In the end, it turned into a scene that Chi Hongdo and Zhaoping saw when they arrived. You can say, is your head hurting or not? I want to tell Grandma. Grandma Daba is bullying people. Sniff, sniff, my eel. I want to go find Grandma and get my eel back. She watched helplessly as Daba's two children took her eel away. Nyo was so angry he ran straight home. Lu Chunyan also wanted to follow but remembered her clothes hadn't been washed yet, so she slowed down. Suddenly, her eyes caught a fresh, elegant shade of green. Looking at that green, a quick image flashed in her mind. It seemed to be something that had fallen when Zhao Yuya and she were fighting earlier. Lu Chunyan walked over, bent down and picked it up. Her twisted face relaxed a little. What a beautiful handkerchief. Lu Chunyan immediately understood that whoever lost such a beautiful handkerchief would definitely come back to look for it. She crumpled the handkerchief and tucked it into her pocket. No one saw, and besides, there was no name on it. Who knew whose it was? Of course, since she found it, it was hers. Chi Hongdo led her 3 children inside first, then Wang Damiai came rushing over with her 2 grandsons.
Grandma.
Zhao Yuya looked nervous, feeling that her involvement might have made things worse. Grandma's face looked unhappy again. Zhao Yuya felt anxious, but didn't know what to do. The 2 little ones, seeing Wang Damiai and Daniu Nyo, immediately got into fighting stance as if they were stepping on landmines. Chi Hongdo picked up her broken fan and gently tapped their heads with a handle, then told Zhao Yuya to take the 2 kids to wash their hands and faces and do whatever they needed to do. Wang Damiai almost blurted out a string of curse words, but saw Chi Hongdo calmly arranging her children and almost lost her temper. This is unbelievable. It's simply too arrogant. Wang Damiai shouted, "Your 2 kids, Daba and Erba, beat our Daniu and Erniu. Are you blind? Can't see? If you don't give us an explanation today, our 2 families won't end this easily." Actually, Wang Damiai could have used her old magic tricks to threaten, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she realized she couldn't hold back. Mainly because the old lady across the way was just too overbearing. She completely ignored others. "Oh, what kind of explanation do you want?" She raised her hand to coax her hesitant granddaughter and great-grandchild away, then sat down on her small stool. Wang Damiai, on the other side, was so angry her hair seemed to stand on end, but as soon as her gaze shifted to Chi Hongdo, everything seemed to change completely. In the past, this scene had happened before, but back then, it was usually old lady Zhao who was furious. "Stop pretending. Your kid hit our kid. An apology is necessary.
Ha.
Ugly appearance, wishful thinking. This is exactly what she thought. What do you mean? Chi Hongdo's smile made Wang Damei even more furious. She pointed her finger at Chi Hongdo, who was fanning herself on the small stool. Don't think our Liu family is afraid of you just because we're old. Just know that you're a wicked, shameless old widow. I didn't expect you to even steal from children. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Teach you a lesson. Wang Damei looked around and grabbed the pole supporting the laundry line at the door, ready to attack Chi Hongdo.
See?
No sense of justice anymore. Chi Hongdo squinted her eyes. She's quite old, but still likes to move around and fight. How rude. TSK, with her old arms and legs, she's even trying to fight like others. Chi Hongdo shook her head silently, then kicked toward Wang Damei's leg pole. Compared to her, who eats health pills daily and often gets acupuncture and herbal baths, Chi Hongdo knew she was much more agile than Wang Damei. Compare her to her? Wang Damei thought about grabbing the bamboo pole and already imagined the tragic scene of Chi Hongdo crying out in pain. But before she could turn her fantasy into reality, she fell flat on her face. Danyu and Erniu were stunned. Could this twist be so sudden? Wang Damei screamed painfully. The old white lotus she had pretended to be for decades instantly crumbled. Old widow, you dare to kick me? Try calling out again? Chi Hongdo gently tapped Wang Damei's old face with her hand fan, watching her changing expressions. She shook her head and said, "You're getting old, but you're not serious at all. Look at your children. They're the ones who are spoiling you." Looking up, Danyu and Erniu, who had already reacted, were about to rush over. "You dare hit my grandma? I'll beat you to death." Danyu and Erniu clenched their fists and charged forward. Wait, Chi Hongdo just strengthened her body, but didn't practice any special martial arts. She didn't want to get hit by these two kids, so she aimed her fan handle at Wang Damei, who was still lying on the ground crying out loud. "If you move, I'll poke your grandma's eyes out." Chi Hongdo smiled kindly and warned the two children. Suddenly, both kids were scared. That was too harsh. Wang Damei also cursed silently. An old widow. So cruel. She wanted to curse and mock Chi Hongdo, but her eyes were still pointed at the fan handle in Chi Hongdo's hand. What if this old widow really dared to hurt her? Wang Damei shivered inwardly. Can we talk nicely now? Besides, when she needed to show emotion for performances, Chi Hongdo preferred to speak calmly. She disliked shouting all the time. It hurt her ears and made her throat uncomfortable. Another reason was that she secretly thought her fiery personality in her past life had worn out her lifespan. She believed that her stomach cancer was partly caused by that. Now in this world, as Grandma Zhao, she was willing to focus on health and self-care, not just physical nourishment but mental peace. If she saw something unpleasant, she would speak up. If someone annoyed her, she would deal with them. But she could still stay calm and peaceful. Eating and drinking well, not wasting energy on trivial matters, and not getting herself sick over petty things. These were more worthwhile. Look at her now. She had hit someone, spoken her mind, yet she remained peaceful and graceful. How wonderful! Chi Hongdo looked into Wang Damei's eyes and saw the dark, twisted anger there. She shook her head. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. Wang Damei clearly hadn't reached her current state of mind yet. You say the world is so beautiful, yet you're so irritable. Does that suit you? Chi Hongdo considered giving Wang Damei a few words of advice as a way of doing good deeds. Then Wang Damei, Zhang Daihe, you old widow, such a gloomy family. A string of rude words. Chi Hongdo immediately lost her mood to comfort Wang Damei. Smack. A fan hit her mouth, covering her old face. Wang Damei instantly fell silent. Can't you understand human language? I'm asking if you can speak properly. In the village, every family's children fight sometimes, and kids often have conflicts. But honestly, without adult interference, children usually get along quickly again. They forget easily. And between children, there are no deadly enemies. Only adults hold grudges and think dark thoughts to scheme. For example, someone like Wang Damei, two families, roughly 3-on-3, already settled the score, and she runs over shouting what? Does she think she's right? Wang Damei was stunned by Chi Hongdo's slap, grimacing and not quite understanding what she meant. Zhao Yuanwen and his family came home at noon. Before entering, they heard about their mother and the old lady from the Liu family fighting. This scared Zhao Yuanwen quite a bit. Their mother, with her old arms and legs, always complaining of pain when it rains or snows. How could she compare to the Liu family's old lady? Their sons weren't around. It was just women and children at home, obviously at a disadvantage. Kai Wenli heard the news and thought, as expected, she was her mother-in-law. Her bold style was consistent as always. The daughter-in-law also wanted to go home and see what was happening, but she couldn't match the filial piety of others. Zhao Yuanwen ran back quickly. "Mom, are you okay?" Under the shade of intertwined old willow and locust trees, Chi Hongdo sat on a small bench, feeling the breeze. When she heard the Zhao family returning, she looked up and saw a big crowd coming over. They blocked the wind from all directions. Facing her eldest son's dark, worried face and tense eyes, Chi Hongdo suddenly felt like she wasn't sitting under the tree by the pond, but in a hospital ward waiting for a doctor's verdict.
No, no.
Chi Hongdo casually pushed aside her two grandsons. "Mom is fine, really fine. Hurry up and get lost, or you'll make this old lady heat up and die." She quickly drove away her filial children and grandchildren. Zhao Yuanwen took a few steps back, still worried. "Mom, are you really okay? Isn't there supposed to be a fight? Did anyone get hurt? Maybe Mother is just worried about them and is holding back from saying anything." Kai Wenli listened to Chi Hongdo loudly telling everyone to leave and quickly went to wash her hands to prepare for dinner. With her old age, she didn't look like someone who was hurt or unwell. Kai Wenli thought her eldest uncle was just overthinking. She didn't want to think about it. If her mother really had been hurt, they would have already gone to old Lu's house to ask for an explanation. At lunch, Zhao Yuya and her two younger brothers were sticking close to the wall. Everyone already knew that the reason the old lady from the Liu family and the old lady from their family fought was because of these three children. The big yellow eel in the kitchen was still there, and everyone saw it. Parents often scold their naughty children. Chi Hongdo saw this, but didn't stop it. Kids are mischievous. They should be taught a lesson, but only a little. Debao and Erbao were crying and choking on their food. They looked very pitiful. Zhao Yuya was already a young lady. Zhao Yuanwu found it easier to discipline his two sons, but he rarely hit his daughter. Jiang Yun usually didn't come home at noon, so he could only give her a look. As for teaching her, he thought his wife would handle it when she returned. He wasn't very good at it. As for Zhao Yuanwen, he was eating and watching his two grandsons, who were crying so much they looked like fat little fish. He increasingly felt that his mother's words that morning made sense. Relying on an 8- or 9-year-old to earn work points wasn't realistic. They liked to be mischievous at home, so sending them to school was better. The elementary school tuition was cheaper than high school, about 2 or 3 yuan per semester. Supporting two children in school was manageable. His eldest was eating his meal, trying to earn more work points while he still could. The family's expenses for 2 more children in school weren't large, but they were there. He couldn't just put all the pressure on his mother. He didn't want her to worry all the time. Otherwise, what was the point of raising him? Compared to the peaceful lunch at old Zhao's house, old Lu's family was not so calm. Wang Damei really thought she was seeing ghosts. Maybe that old widow was on medicine? Otherwise, why was she so energetic? Before anything happened, Wang Damei was already lying on the ground, with no chance to even argue on equal ground. She was furious but also a bit afraid of Chi Hongdo. That old widow's family had lots of sons and grandsons. If they really fought, old Lu's family would be at a disadvantage. And in the end, it was all because of a yellow eel. If it had been about a piece of gold, Wang Damei certainly wouldn't have let it go so easily. She was just holding back her anger inside, feeling annoyed with everyone around her. The first person to suffer was her daughter-in-law. "You're always like a sick chicken, looking so gloomy. You're sick and can't go outside, but you can't even take care of the kids at home? If you had looked after Daniu and Erniu properly, would they have been beaten up like this today? Her daughter-in-law didn't dare lift her head from the scolding. The more Wang Damei scolded, the angrier she got. She turned and saw Lu Chunyan eating, then slapped her with a chopstick. What are you eating? Do you have a conscience? You don't even help when your brother gets beaten. You're so useless. You can't even beat Zhao's little girl. Look at your face. Just eating, always eating. Why don't you just die from hunger? At the Lu family's dinner table, Wang Damei's shouting was loud and fierce. Lu Chunyan covered her hand and caught a glimpse of her sister-in-law's smug smile, feeling secretly resentful. Zhao Yue was close to tears. Not because today's fight made her grandma upset, but because she lost Jiang Yun's handkerchief. Last time her grandma took out the handkerchief, Zhao Yue saw it was 2 light blue ones. Later, her mother swapped it for a green one at 6th aunt's place. Jiang Yun had given 1 blue handkerchief to her eldest daughter, then another to her eldest daughter-in-law. Only the green one was left. Jiang Yun liked it but was reluctant to use it. Zhao Yue didn't really want a handkerchief, but she thought it looked nice. She shared her curiosity about the handkerchief with her friend, Xiaoping. Xiaoping was the daughter of the village secretary's family, which was quite well off. You could tell just by her clothes. Well-off children didn't usually care about much besides eating. So Xiaoping asked to see what that pretty handkerchief looked like. Zhao Yue took the handkerchief out of Jiang Yun's drawer. Before she could show it to Xiaoping, she got into a fight with Lu Chunyan. Then the handkerchief was lost. Zhao Yue searched back and forth along the small path many times, but couldn't find it. Tears welled up in her eyes. How could such a nice handkerchief just fall away? She felt guilty for losing something so precious, and was also worried Jiang Yun would be angry with her. After all, she had secretly taken out the handkerchief. If everything went smoothly, she just wanted to show it to Xiaoping, and then put it back. But now, there was nothing left to put away. Zhao Yue wiped her tears while rummaging through the grass, feeling very regretful. She wasn't sure if the handkerchief was blown away by the strong wind or picked up by someone else, and whether she could find it again. Zhao Aimin put on his new sneakers, and his back no longer hurt, nor did his legs feel sore. He felt full of energy. Going to Chunshan Brigade to see his 8th sister didn't seem far anymore. He walked for about 3 hours and finally reached Chunshan Brigade. Nowadays, people didn't move around much, so when strangers or familiar faces entered the village, they were noticed immediately. "Young man, what are you here for?" "Visiting relatives." "I'm here to see my sister." Zhao Aimin talked to an old man, holding his nose high, shifting his weight from foot to foot, looking confident but clearly showing he was a bit of a troublemaker. Young men with a mischievous look like that, in the eyes of the elderly, could be considered troublemakers. So the old man asked again, "Oh, who is your sister?" He wondered if he was a bad person, and from the look of him, it seemed likely. Therefore, he decided to check him carefully. Zhao Aimin was unhappy with the old man's lack of judgment. Didn't he see the impressive new sneakers on his feet? Only honest people could wear such shoes. "Zhao Xuehua, Chen Lauer, my sister's husband." Since Zhao Aimin didn't visit often, most people in the village knew who was related to whom. When the old man heard Zhao Aimin mention Zhao Xuehua's name, he paused to recall who she was. But when he heard Chen Lauer, he looked at Zhao Aimin again. He did resemble her a bit. Zhao Aimin wasn't just cooperative because he was in a good mood. He had been wondering where his 8th sister's house was since he hadn't been there in a long time. That's why he started talking to the old man. "Take the first turn on the left at the fork ahead, and it's the first house." The old man pointed the way and looked at Zhao Aimin with strange eyes. Really her brother? He didn't even recognize his own brother-in-law's house? Zhao Aimin didn't care what kind of look the old man was giving him. He held his head high and swaggered off. He didn't bother to say thank you. When questioned by a stranger, few people would have the patience to do so. If he hadn't been in a good mood today, Zhao Aimin might have even argued with the old man. He was going to see his 8th sister and complete his task. A few steps later, he arrived at Lao Chen's house and saw a thin, lonely-looking child about 6 or 7 years old being pressed down by a short, chubby boy riding a small horse on the ground.
Come on. Come on, drive.
Hurry up, hurry up. If you don't listen, I'll tell Grandpa to scold you. Next to them, 3 dirty little children trembled in the corner, seeming afraid of being targeted by the small, chubby boy. At the door stood a slightly older boy, about 8 or 9 years old, who occasionally urged, "Hurry up, we're about to start playing." Before Zhao Aimin could clearly see what the children looked like, a figure suddenly rushed in and pushed down the chubby boy. "Get lost. Don't bully my sister." The chubby boy let out a loud, heartbreaking cry. Suddenly, a woman with a round bun appeared inside, rushing over to hug the boy and scolding the girl who pushed him. "You troublemaker. You're so brave, hitting your brother." The woman yelled and cursed, while the girl, about 8 or 9, pulled up a dirty little child from the ground, trembling with anger. Only then did Zhao Aimin realize that the older girl was his niece. The one being pulled up was probably his second sister's child. "Today, you didn't finish cutting the pig's grass and ran home early, and you dared to hit your brother. Today, I will teach you a good lesson." The difference in strength between adults and children was huge. Chun Lady grabbed her second sister's hand, and her first instinct was to run. They couldn't fight back. If they stayed still, the woman might hurt them badly. So, they could only run. But surprisingly, the expected pain didn't come as planned. Instead, the loud woman who had been shouting suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Zhao Aimin, seeing his 2 surprised nieces, reached out and patted his shoe. He had just kicked her. He cared about his shoes, worried they got dirty. Chun Lady and Chin Jiaodi, the 2 young girls, looked stunned, almost dropping their jaws and feeling like they could stuff eggs in their mouths. The 3 little ones in the corner, trembling and huddling together, were also stunned. Who is this person? Wei Xinji, lying on the ground clutching her stomach and crying out, was also shocked. Who is this man, appearing out of nowhere in broad daylight, like a bandit coming into their home? Feeling uncertain and suspicious, her face showed a mixture of fear and anger.
Who are you?
Coming into our house to meddle? Help! Someone, the chubby boy on Wei Xinji's back, also started shouting, "Wah! There's a bad person." Within 3 minutes, an old man carrying a ran out from behind the house. When the little chubby boy saw the old man, he rushed over and shouted, "Grandpa, Grandpa, someone is hitting me and my mom," while pointing at Zhao Aimin and accusing him directly. Another slightly older boy stood inside the door, eyes darting around, watching the group in front of him. This chaotic scene made Zhao Aimin very angry even before seeing his 8th sister. The old man also looked at Zhao Aimin with suspicion, unable to remember who he was at first. It was 9-year-old Chun Lady who realized quickly. This man was her little uncle. Little uncle! Chun Lady suddenly felt very excited after recognizing Zhao Aimin. Perhaps because she was too excited, her voice became sharp and high-pitched, which startled Zhao Aimin. He looked down as his niece looked up at him with a small face, staring intently. The younger boy saw Zhao Aimin as a lifesaver, which made Zhao Aimin feel a bit uncomfortable. Hearing his granddaughter's reminder, old Chen also relaxed a little, realizing he was a relative. "Are you here for Lady's uncle?" Like Zhao Aimin, he hadn't interacted with him for a long time and wouldn't recognize him if they met randomly. Zhao Aimin gave a half-smile and replied, "Yes." It turned out he was a brother from Zhao Xuehua's family. Wei Xinji, holding her stomach and crying out loudly, shouted, "Someone has been killed. Zhao Xuehua's brother has killed someone. Your niece hit my son and you came in kicking people. Your family are murderers. Villains." Wei Xinji's family lived in this village. Usually they looked down on Zhao Xuehua's second sister-in-law, Zhao Xuehua, and knew her family was not well connected. They liked to bully Zhao Xuehua and her children because they had no backing. Today, Zhao Aimin had hit her, and this wasn't the end of it. Zhao Xuehua's family rarely came to visit, and Wei Xinji felt even more confident, thinking they might be here to cause trouble. Old Chen also thought Zhao Aimin's actions today were unfair. There's no reason to come visiting and then start hitting people. Ignoring Wei Xinji's shouting, Zhao Aimin didn't know who she was and dared to hit his niece. He looked at old Chun and asked, "Relative, I came to see my sister. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, I didn't even let her go home. What big matter is going on in your family that you're so busy?" The eldest son and the youngest son both occupy their own positions. One is the oldest, the other the youngest. Chun Lao heir is caught in the middle, neither here nor there, like air between the older and the third son. But Chun Shulin is a kind-hearted person. Whether it's his older brother, younger brother, or father, he is always willing to help whenever they ask. As for his own status, Zhao Xuehua married into the Qin family, and it's clear she has suffered a lot. Her father-in-law, Qin Lao Gui, has a strange temper, and her two sisters-in-law often team up to push her aside. She can't rely on her family back home, nor can she depend on her husband. Zhao Xuehua had many daughters early on but no sons. Even kind-hearted Qin Shulin would give her cold looks behind her back. She could only swallow her anger and endure it. After finally having 4 daughters and then a son, she thought her hardships were over. But soon after her son was born, the eldest son of the Qin family died. Strangely, her life became even harder. Not only was her life difficult, but her children also suffered, like little vegetables in the field, soaking in bitterness every day. Chun Lao Gui listened to Zhao Aimin's words and felt even more unhappy. He thought Zhao Aimin was just causing trouble. First, he had started a fight when he entered the house, then he made sarcastic remarks in front of everyone. As the family elder, he didn't allow his daughter-in-law to visit her family. How could he say such things? People might think he was some kind of villain. Chun Sanya and Chun Siya carefully pulled their younger brother, who was less than 2 years old, and stood next to Chun Lady and Chun Jaidi. Then they all looked up at Zhao Aimin with their dirty little faces. Except for the oldest, Chun Lady, the others had never seen him before and didn't recognize him. They thought he was their uncle. Since farming is busy, especially recently with digging water channels, all the labor from our team has gone out. Your sister doesn't have time to go back. Hey, dear brother-in-law, you can't just come here and hit your stepmother because of this, right? The person being hit was Wei Xianji, Chun Lao San's wife. She was clutching her belly and shouting curses nearby. That's not how it's supposed to be, dear brother-in-law. I didn't know she was a relative. I just saw her hit my niece's head. Look at her, she's a grown woman. If she slaps someone like that, what if my niece's head gets hurt? Zhao Aimin patted the little girl's head, who was darker than Daba. He thought to himself, this niece is even darker than Daba. What kind of words are these? Do you really come to help out of kindness? Wei Xianji angrily shouted beside her. What is this? Coming to our Qingshan team to show off. Qin Lady, you little troublemaker, do you think you can escape after this beating? Yaozu, go call someone, she ordered her son to call people from her family. What's so special about it? It's just a brother coming over. Her whole family is here. Could they really be afraid of Zhao Aimin? If you tell a good citizen you want to call someone to teach you a lesson, they might kneel and beg or run away immediately. But if you call someone to deal with a reckless second-rate troublemaker, Zhao Aimin was already angry. Hearing Wei Xianji shouting, he suddenly lost his temper. He kicked over the bamboo basket with pig feed beside him and pointed at Qin Laoge. Even if you're relatives, is your Qin family so arrogant? Are you planning to beat me to death today? Do you think Zhao's family will be wiped out? The young man's eyebrows furrowed angrily, his expression fierce, making Chun Laoge, who initially thought it might be okay for the third daughter-in-law to bring someone to teach this unruly brother-in-law a lesson, suddenly realize the seriousness of the situation. The Zhao family was not easy to deal with. At least his daughter-in-law's mother was not someone to mess with. Yaozu. Chun Laoge quickly called out to stop his grandson. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding, right? The brother-in-law just came in for a drink. Let's sit down and talk. Father. Wei Xianji refused to cooperate. She had been kicked. Chun Laoge shot her a stern look. If she kept kicking until she was half dead, how could she still have the strength to cry? First, get him inside the house and see why he came. In the end, Zhao Aimin was invited inside. Wei Xianji looked at him with resentment, but because she was worried about her father-in-law's instructions, she held back. Wei Xianji didn't admit defeat just because she was unlucky to get kicked. She knew her father-in-law seemed reasonable, but was not really that simple. If the old lady from the Zhao family was in charge, then the Chen family was controlled by Chen Laogui. Maybe Zhao Xuehua's brother would suffer a big loss from the old man. Thinking this, Wei Xianji got up from the ground, ignoring her stomach pain for now, and went to the kitchen to hide all the edible things she could see. There was no need to cook lunch today. She could just eat some boiled wild vegetables. Wei Xianji thought to herself that even the boiled wild vegetables wouldn't be shared with Zhao Aimin. Lu Chunyan looked at her reflection in the water, carefully braided her hair, and then naturally took a piece of grass-green handkerchief from her pocket to wipe her face. Little Ping, who was walking with her sisters to wash clothes by the small river in the village, accidentally glanced over, and her eyes landed on the handkerchief in Lu Chunyan's hand. Noticing someone was watching her, Lu Chunyan initially felt nervous, but when she saw that the nearby girls were all looking at her handkerchief with admiration and surprise, she relaxed again. Lu Chunyan proudly washed her handkerchief in the water, wrung it out, and deliberately took her time to wipe her face again. "Chunyan, your handkerchief is so pretty," one girl approached and started talking to Lu Chunyan. "It's okay, just an average one, but I wouldn't mind using it," Lu Chunyan replied, wringing out her handkerchief and unfolding it to show the girl. From her words, it sounded like such a beautiful little thing was nothing special to her, and she had many similar ones. Unintentionally, this drew more admiring looks from others. "Really pretty but just average," someone said. "Where did you get such a beautiful handkerchief?" Lu Chunyan remained calm. "Someone gave it to me." As for who gave it, she couldn't say. At the right moment, she showed a shy smile, leaving it to others to guess. Maybe a young man had given it to her. Xiao Ping looked confused. How could Lu Chunyan's handkerchief look so much like the one described by Yuyi? But Xiao Ping didn't know that Zhao Yuya had lost her handkerchief, nor had she seen that one, so even though she was a bit puzzled, she didn't think much about it. Before long, almost all the young girls in the village knew that Lu Chunyan had a beautiful handkerchief. And Lu Chunyan didn't hide it. She openly took it out and used it. Many people saw her. After a day passed without anyone coming to ask about it, Lu Chunyan became even more daring. That evening, after work, she even went to find Zhao Weigua again, eager to get the 20 yuan. "Brother Weigua," with a deliberately gentle tone, Lu Chunyan appeared before Zhao Weigua, her face flushed and pretty. Under the setting sun, her excited expression and the smile she wore as she approached made Zhao Weigua momentarily stunned. He felt a flutter of happiness inside. "Chunyan, Brother Weigua, about what I told you last time." As she got closer, Lu Chunyan hesitated, biting her lip. Her face showed difficulty and embarrassment. She didn't finish her sentence, lowered her head, and under Zhao Weigua's watchful gaze, nervously brushed her hair aside from her cheek. With a quick movement, the red swelling mark on the back of his hand became clearly visible. Zhao Weigua's excitement suddenly tightened into worry. "Did your family hit you again?" Lu Chunyan looked up with tears in her eyes, feeling wronged and helpless. "Is it because of the 20 yuan bride price?" "Brother Weigua, do you have the money now?" Perhaps because of her trembling voice, her tone sounded a bit shaky at the end. But Zhao Weigua's entire attention was focused on the trusting look Lu Chunyan gave him, and he didn't notice her tone. 20 yuan. Where could he find so much easily? He thought about the little over 2 yuan he had in his hand. He was still far from 20. Last time, he was lucky to catch a big snake, long like a pole. Its skin could be peeled, the meat eaten, and even its gall swallowed. That's how he got that money. Even that was a lucky catch. He couldn't earn that kind of money every day. Zhao Weigua shook his head hard. "I don't have enough money." Lu Chunyan stepped forward and grabbed his arm. "How much can you give me now? I'm worried after this month's farming work. My family won't give me time anymore, Brother Weigua." Hearing this, Zhao Weigua felt even worse inside. "I only have 2 yuan and 20 cents now." Although Lu Chunyan didn't expect Zhao Weigua to suddenly come up with 20 yuan, she still looked down on him inwardly upon hearing the amount. "That's too little." Lu Chunyan continued to cry, looking helpless. Then she seemed to think of something. Can you ask Aunt Jiang for help? She was thinking of relying on Jiang Yun. After all, in the entire Hongqi brigade, only Jiang Yun was a worker who received a monthly salary. Zhao Weiguo was at least Jiang Yun's biological son. Asking his mother for some money shouldn't be a problem. But Zhao Weiguo didn't agree immediately. Lu Chunyan clenched her teeth inwardly, but didn't press further at this moment. I know Brother Weiguo has already helped me a lot, and I shouldn't trouble Aunt Jiang anymore. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Zhao Weiguo was flustered and quickly comforted her. Don't cry, I'll think of another way. Take this money first. He took out a note with 2 yuan and 20 cents from his pocket and, without hesitation, handed it to Lu Chunyan. His warm, sweaty hand touched Lu Chunyan's, and she looked at him strangely for a moment. It was strange. Usually, she found those young boys who blushed easily to be silly and clueless. She wondered how anyone could still think about such things in this exhausting life. But in that moment, Lu Chunyan suddenly felt a new, unfamiliar sensation in her heart. It was gone almost instantly, so fast she thought it might just be her imagination. Watching Lu Chunyan leave, she casually shoved some money into her pocket, and a small corner of fresh grass-green fabric peeked out. Zhao Weiguo instinctively felt it looked familiar. It was just a handkerchief in her pocket, only a corner showing, so he couldn't see the full pattern. It was just a small piece of everyday life, something easily forgotten after seeing it. Zhao Yuya lost her handkerchief, and her eyes were swollen from crying. Jiang Yun came back and hadn't noticed the handkerchief was missing from the drawer yet. She saw her daughter crying like a little kitten, her eyes swollen like walnuts. What happened, Yuya? Jiang Yun thought her daughter might have been bullied while she was away, so she got worried and pulled her into the room to ask. Zhao Yuya pointed at the drawer and, sniffling, explained how she lost her handkerchief. It was obvious she couldn't hide the truth. When Jiang Yun learned her daughter wasn't bullied, she felt a little calmer. But it was a pity about the item. She thought, she's grown up now, but she's still so careless. Doesn't she care? She gently tapped her daughter's forehead and scolded her, "You're so old. How can you be so careless?" It was a handkerchief she had bought for 3 mao, and just thinking about it made her feel upset. But she couldn't keep scolding her daughter, who looked more upset about losing it than anyone. Seeing her daughter so distressed, Jiang Yun couldn't bring herself to continue scolding. She decided to go out for a drink and change the subject. As she stepped outside, she saw her third son, Zhao Weiguo, returning from work. "Mom." Her son hesitated, and Jiang Yun found it strange, waiting for him to say more. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything, then closed it again. "What's the matter?" she urged him, noticing his worried expression. "Nothing." Zhao Weiguo shook his head, then pressed his lips tightly and turned to wash his face at the pond with a towel. He looked like he had something to hide. Nothing was really okay. Jiang Yun wanted to ask, but her son kept silent. When kids grow up, the special connection between mother and son seems to disappear naturally. Anyway, Jiang Yun couldn't figure it out just by guessing. While Jiang Yun was feeling conflicted, Zhao Aimin went home with a face that looked like he had eaten something bitter. Qi Hongdo asked him what was wrong. Zhao Aimin crossed his arms, gasping for breath, then went to the kitchen to scoop a bowl of well water. After gulping it down, he frowned and said angrily, "It's that old man from old Chen's family again. Ugh, he's really useless. Mom, you don't know. When I went there today, I hadn't even entered the door before I saw." Zhao Aimin wiped his face and, like pouring beans, told her everything that happened after he went to Qingshan Brigade today. Sometimes he even included a few curses. Seeing Zhao Aimin so angry shows that Zhao Xuehua's in-laws are worse than he expected. Today, when Zhao Aimin saw Zhao Xuehua, he almost didn't recognize the tired, thin woman walking toward him as his 8th sister. Even old Chen was forcing her to dig water channels with men to earn work points. It's like pushing her to death. He couldn't help but curse again. That old man is really useless. This is clearly abuse. Otherwise, why do the other 2 daughters-in-law not have to go? But only his 8th sister is suffering so much. When Zhao Aimin saw Zhao Xuehua for the first time, he suddenly jumped up from the bench. The fake calm after pretending to exchange pleasantries with old Chen was instantly broken. Eighth sister. Zhao Xuehua was stunned to see her youngest brother at home.
She was still a bit slow to react.
It was only after hearing Zhao Aimin call her that she realized it was him. "I mean, why are you here?" Seeing a relative suddenly, Zhao Xuehua was both surprised and happy. Even if Zhao Aimin was usually careless, seeing his eighth sister looking so miserable made his heart feel uncomfortable. Long ago, when he saw his sister's sister-in-law bullying his niece, he knew that his eighth sister's situation in old Chen's family was bad, but he didn't expect it to be this terrible. "Mom hasn't seen you since Mid-Autumn Festival, so she was worried and asked me to come see if everything's okay at home." Zhao Aimin gritted his teeth and turned to old Chen, saying, "Dear in-laws, do you guys refuse to give my sister food? Otherwise, why do others look relatively healthy, while his eighth sister, still young, shows exhaustion in her eyes? Old Chen's family isn't even on the verge of running out of food, so why is his eighth sister the thinnest?" His words were straightforward and hit deep. Old Chen was suddenly choked up. What does it mean to not give food? It's not like the old society where landlords exploited peasants. Old Chen obviously doesn't admit to that. How is that possible? My brother-in-law said it himself. How could we not give food? It's just that our old Chen family is poor and can't afford good things. Second sister-in-law, what do you think? In front of my brother-in-law, we didn't mistreat you, did we? Zhao Xuehua hadn't seen her relatives for a long time. When she suddenly heard her father-in-law say this, she forgot to speak for a moment. Zhao Aimin's anger was rising quickly. Among the sisters, he wasn't very clear about the temper of the eldest sister, but even the seemingly easiest to bully, third sister, was not soft when fighting. Not to mention fourth sister, who was quick-tempered. Only eighth sister was quiet and suffered in silence. Before Zhao Xuehua could speak, Zhao Aimin continued. "What more is there to say? I have eyes I can see. Look at your old Chen family, who here is as thin as eighth sister." Old Chen thought Zhao Aimin was overreacting. These days, being fat was rare, wasn't it? Being thin was normal, right? This young man was just looking for trouble and being unreasonable. After confirming that Zhao Aimin was just visiting to see his second daughter-in-law, Old Chen lost patience and didn't want to argue anymore. This is Qingshan Brigade, not Hongqi Brigade. He had the advantage of being in charge. Old Chen replied perfunctorily, "Our old Chen family has only this much ability. If the brother-in-law isn't satisfied and thinks we mistreated your sister, then you can take your sister home." He had been calling him brother-in-law earlier, but now he was ready to turn hostile. When a father-in-law sees his daughter-in-law's family arrive, he usually doesn't just tell them to take her home right away. People might think the daughter-in-law had done something serious. Zhao Aimin increasingly thought old Chen was not a good person. If it weren't for Zhao Xuehua pulling him back, he might have lost control and exploded. But compared to old Chen, eighth brother-in-law Chen Shulin was the one who made Zhao Aimin angriest. While he was speaking, eighth brother-in-law kept trying to persuade him not to be angry, but he couldn't get a word in. Although Zhao Aimin was furious, he didn't lose his mind. If he had taken the daughter-in-law home today, that would have been a bad move. If he really did that, outsiders wouldn't understand the situation. They would just gossip, saying that the second daughter-in-law of the old Chen family had done something wrong and was taken back by her family brothers. Under brother-in-law Chen Shulin's gentle persuasion, Zhao Aimin endured again and again, truly showing rare patience and persistence. But soon, when it was time to eat, he saw Wei Xianji, the third daughter-in-law of the Chen family, bring out a bowl of boiled vegetables. Just as he was about to scold, an even more frustrating scene unfolded. In the entire Chen family, only his sister and brother-in-law ate the worst food. When it was his turn, there wasn't even a bowl of boiled mixed vegetables left. Seeing this, Chen Shulin looked hesitant, lips trembling, unsure how to speak. Aunt Zhao Xuehua pushed a bowl with half a bowl of boiled vegetables in front of him. Not to mention that Zhao Aimin's family had poor meals recently. Even in the past, the Zhao family never served such sloppy food at lunch. There were no wild vegetable dumplings, and this bowl of boiled vegetables would be gone in less than an hour after eating. And the family still had to work in the fields. What use was this? Moreover, Zhao Xuehua's bowl of wild vegetables had clearly less than half of what others had, and the children who ate from it had even less, much less than the children in the main house of the Qin family. If this isn't bullying, what is? But in the Qin family, from old Qin to brother-in-law Qin Shulin, everyone spoke in the same tone. No one was harsh to anyone. It was simply that their conditions were poor. The other two sisters-in-law also helped, secretly mocking and criticizing Zhao Aimin and Zhao Xuehua, implying they came empty-handed just to eat for free. Really, I've never seen someone so shameless. I wonder if their family is only missing this meal. Coming all this way empty-handed and sitting at someone else's table. Isn't that bold? I say, second sister-in-law, what kind of customs do you have? Visiting relatives at odd times. It's quite amusing. I'd think your family is just coming to beg for food. We don't have extra meals. They probably thought Zhao Aimin's previous outburst was just a moment of anger. Now, facing old Qin and the entire Qin family, they didn't dare to lose their temper. Wei Xinji mocked Zhao Aimin and Zhao Xuehua mercilessly, almost openly insulting them. It was like she was rubbing her face in it, with no attempt to hide her contempt. Zhao Aimin, enduring everything, was about to explode. How much longer could he tolerate this? He suddenly kicked over the Qin family's dining table. After a loud crash, everyone was stunned. Old Qin was caught off guard. He never expected Zhao Aimin to be so reckless right in front of him. He stood up, pointed at Zhao Aimin with his finger, trembling with anger. What kind of in-law brother-in-law is this? He's just a troublemaker. Zhao Xuehua was also startled by her younger brother's actions, but seeing everyone in old Chen's family glaring at him, she instinctively stepped in front of Zhao Aimin. Her brother-in-law, Qin Shulin, looked upset. The troublemaker had slammed the table, which was embarrassing for old Chen's family, and had also upset his own father. He didn't want to give him any face. But he was still her brother-in-law. Zhao Aimin looked at his thin sister blocking in front of him, then kicked over the stool where old Chen's father was sitting, sneering, "Since you're all hungry and can skip a meal, then just don't eat at all." When Zhao Aimin mentioned flipping the table, Qi Hongdo finally noticed the bruises on her son's arm from a fight. Zhao Aimin had done something big in old Chen's family. He wasn't afraid of tough people, only of bullies. He wasn't afraid of bullies, only of reckless ones. In his anger, Zhao Aimin acted like he had taken a strong pill. He didn't hold back at all. He scared everyone in old Chen's family. He also used his usual sharp tongue, criticizing everyone harshly, calling them all sorts of unkind names. He cursed loudly and passionately. He didn't think he was wrong to criticize old Chen's family. Seeing his sister and his frightened nephews, he knew he hadn't insulted the wrong people. Before leaving, he warned that if the Zhao family's people continued to mistreat his sister and children, he would come back with the Zhao family and tear down old Chen's broken house. Their fierce attitude was completely different from the honest farmers they usually dealt with. Did I think old Chen heir is even worse than old Qinghua? I can't rely on him to help my sister at all. He spoke timidly, like his mouth was sticky, and his words were all muddled. Couldn't they see how his wife and children were doing at home? Were they blind or just heartless? Zhao Aimin looked down on Qin Shulin 100 times over. He wouldn't defend Qin Shulin in front of Qi Hongdo but would instead criticize him repeatedly. Qi Hongdo now understood why the old lady they met in town once said that the daughter-in-law of the Big Tree's family had a pretty good background. Old Chen's family deducted money from Zhao Xuehua, which shows her current situation is very poor. She has also fallen under the influence of a man who cannot take charge, along with a husband who is silent and difficult to deal with, and difficult to talk to sisters-in-law. Plus, Zhao Xuehua herself is a person who tends to suffer silently and has unreliable family support. Life is probably worse than that of the fourth sister, Zhao Huahua, who has 4 daughters. Qi Hongdo listened without speaking. Next to her, Zhao Yuanwu clenched his fists and suddenly rushed out the door. What is going on? How can they treat his sister so badly? Shi Hongdo quickly told her son and grandson to stop the fifth brother. It seems they must go to Qingshan Brigade, but they can't let Zhao Yuanwu go late at night to cause trouble at old Chen's house again. If that happens, even reason won't matter anymore. Tomorrow, someone from the family will go with me to see Xiuhua. Zhao only went once, so he doesn't know what life is really like for Zhao Xiuhua at old Chen's house. He can't say for sure, and guessing isn't enough. He searched his mind for recent memories of his youngest daughter, Zhao Xiuhua, visiting her family, and he found that she seemed to become more silent each year. Zhao said that his eighth sister was so thin she was just bones, clearly worse than her last visit home. At least before, Zhao Xiuhua's visits weren't this bad. She wasn't this thin. "Mom, I want to go with you." Zhao was already upset at old Chen's house. Now he's back and told Shi Hongdo everything, but instead of calming down, he got angrier the more he thought about it. "Mom, I want to go." Fifth brother's voice was loud and angry, with a visible expression of rage. If old Chen's family were nearby now, they might have been beaten like punching bags. Big brother Zhao Yuanwen nodded, thinking it would be safer to take fifth brother along. At least he wouldn't back down if a fight started. Everyone else looked at Shi Hongdo, waiting for her to give the order. But after looking around, Shi Hongdo shook her head. At this moment, there are hungry people everywhere, and claiming that old Chen's family mistreated Zhao Xiuhua isn't very convincing. Going to fight at their door might create enemies instead of resolving anything. She couldn't completely block Zhao Xiuhua's way. "Tomorrow, bring 10 eggs and catch a chicken. Old Seven's family, come with me to see Zhao Xiuhua." Shi Hongdo made the decision directly. Kai Wenli, a sneaky and clever person, still has some brains, but her farming skills are not better than Li Xiao's. It would be better to bring her along to see Zhao Xiuhua. After Zhao caused trouble at old Chen's house, old Chen's face was completely lost his dignity. The two sisters-in-law secretly and openly gossiped about Zhao Xiuhua with harsh words. "Second sister-in-law, when has our family ever treated you badly? Are your brothers visiting for family visits or causing trouble?" Wei Xinji, tapping her fingernails, leaned against the doorframe with a wicked smile, her eyes seeming to threaten. "We're all family. Third sister-in-law, you should speak kindly. Last year, Aunt Chen lost her husband unexpectedly and became a widow. She quickly turned into another kind person in the family besides Chen Shulin. Xiuhua probably didn't mean it. We're all family. If there's a misunderstanding, just talk it out. Big sister-in-law, look at you. Helping others, but they don't appreciate it. After so many years of marriage, you never bring good things from your family during festivals. Now suddenly a brother visits, and you act all proud? I say, second sister-in-law, is your Zhao family now rich? Looking down on us poor relatives? Are you doing this on purpose?" Wei Xinji had a tough day. Later, when Zhao suddenly lost his temper at the dinner table, she only realized after everyone left that her grudge hadn't been avenged yet. But that's okay. Zhao left, and Zhao Xiuhua couldn't run away. Zhao Xiuhua clenched her teeth and stayed silent. She thought the two sisters-in-law, well, the eldest sister-in-law was not worth arguing with. The third sister-in-law had her father-in-law and younger brother-in-law supporting her, and if she argued with either of them, her husband wouldn't help her. She originally thought the eldest sister-in-law was a good person, but after uncle left and she suffered countless losses from the seemingly easygoing sister-in-law, she saw her true nature. This family's father-in-law was unpredictable, his daughters still young, and his son under 2 years old, so she couldn't rely on them. As for her husband, Chen Shulin, he was kind to everyone else but acted as if he was blind when it came to her and her children. Whether they were hungry or bullied, he simply ignored them. She was small, and now so thin she was almost bones, but she still worked in the fields every day without fail. She couldn't take care of her children properly. While working hard in the fields, Zhao Xiuhua was always worried whether her children were being bullied by their cousins. Burning both ends of the candle, her body was quickly drained. She had no one to rely on, not even time to breathe. So even when her sisters-in-law looked down on her with sneers, she tried her best to endure without arguing back. Younger sister originally came to visit herself only once, and she couldn't expect her family to visit every day. But even though she had to endure some harsh words because of her younger sister, Zhao Xuehua still felt a different kind of happiness inside. Although she arrived late, at least she came, right? It gave her some hope.